Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 70, A New World, The Reason of Glitch's Failure. The blue flash left behind white blindness. Kai squinted his eyes, but even with them tightly closed, he could see the whiteness seeping in as blues and greens. Sometimes, darkness wasn't enough to keep the colors away, it seemed. His sense of hearing, though, wasn't subjected to these effects of the teleportation. A wild combination of merry voices hit him from all around. Again. Kai thought. Why the fuck can't chaos teleport me to some empty room? After a few seconds, Kai opened his eyes, and before he could see, he smelled. A humid, fresh watery smell of rivers and lakes. Of animals, and foods. Of power? When the whiteness vanished, he saw multi-story houses and shops. But where the street should have been, there was a canal running from his left to his right. Short arched bridges were joining the walkway, where Kai was standing, to the walkway opposite to him beyond the canal. Suddenly, a fish jumped out of the water. Kai's heart jumped along with it. Beast proximity, 3 meters. Glitch condition matched. Contestant Kai Stormborn is qualified to awaken his glitch. Do you want to awaken it now? Mom. A child's cry entered Kai's ear suddenly. Mom. Look. It's Reborn. It was a revolver-like light blue fish. There were 2 dark stripes on its body that resembled the barrels of a gun, a single pelvic fin like a revolver trigger, and 2 fins at the bottom that resembled the butt of a gun. Ah. Kai was quite surprised. Even a simple fish has a name. Then it struck him like thunder. Kai's head snapped toward the canal where the fish had disappeared before he threw his gaze left and right, eyeing more such weird animals, accompanying people like pet, but not exactly pets. A word roared in Kai's mind, his stunned expression turning into a demonic, vile grin. Pokemon. The fish Pokemon splashed down the canal, joining many others like it. It was a school of fish, Kai noticed. Another thing he noticed was the people pointing at him, and then whispering to each other. Only then did Kai think of something, and look down. Damn. Kai snapped out of his boyish fantasies. My clothing didn't change. He was still wearing the uniform of the security task force of the Gringotts. It was torn from here and there from all the things that have happened after meeting the dragon. Also, he was still holding it, the bag of eggs. Ah, hello, a voice came from Kai's left. There was a woman in a red skirt, holding many bright-colored leaflets, and looking at him with a strange, apprehensive gaze. But Kai's eyes only stopped at her face momentarily and then dropped to her feet. Another Pokemon was there, looking up at him with the same look as the woman. Blue color, round body, black-white swirls on the belly, and gloved hands. Polly. The Pokemon croaked. Whirl. What could be more strange than this? Kai wondered, his eyes shining like 2 hungry pits, just on the verge of gobbling the thing down. Somehow, he felt slightly dizzy, but a heavy shake of his head brought him out of the drowsiness. Hello, the woman asked again. Kai reluctantly looked at her and smiled. The woman flinched and stepped back. The Pokemon now walked forward, making a squishy sound. Its body seemed to be covered in slimy mucus, smooth and slippery. Yes. Kai asked, thinking of Chaos' new way of presenting the mission. He just hoped the system would hurry because it was getting too difficult to hold himself back. Are you here for the race? The woman asked. But she didn't wait for Kai to answer. Taking out a leaflet, she extended her shaky hand towards him. The moment Kai took it from her, she scampered off, followed by the Pokemon. The characters are usually friendly to me, Kai thought. Now, with my charisma even higher, she should have been friendlier, not the opposite. Is it all because of my appearance? Kai took his eyes off the many Pokemon walking around with people. His breathing was already getting out of rhythm, the smile never leaving his face. He looked at the leaflet, and suddenly, all the colors and writing on it vanished before he could read it. From the void, a single egg came into being, which then hatched into the original one. From him came all the universe, for he created the worlds, the dragons who control space and time, and the evil serpent, who is the traveler of dimensions. He created willpower, knowledge, and emotion. And when the creation was at its peak, he created all beings, the life as it is known today. He was Arceus, the Pokemon. Now, Pokemon, the magical creatures, live alongside humans. This is a world where both animals and plants are being supplemented and replaced by Pokemon. Most people respect them, treat them kindly, bonding with them for a better purpose. Yet, some take advantage of them, exploiting their abilities for their gain. Chaos welcomes you, contestant Kai Stormborn, to the world of Pokemon. Chaos sure knows how to shoot up my heart rate, Kai sniggered. But he would rather have it spitting the side mission and the details as soon as possible, and not some ancient tale of an even ancient Pokemon, which he had nothing to do with. As if reading Kai's thoughts, the introductory words disappeared. Their place, though, was taken by a map, showing a blue and red dot, and a time counter of 20 minutes. The blue dot was flashing, and Kai couldn't help but frown as he looked at it. He knew the system was telling him to go to the place marked by the red dot. I am having a bad feeling about it. After 15 minutes, Kai came out of a dark alley, wearing a normal white shirt and loose blue jeans. On his head was a blue cap, and only that item was stolen. There wasn't much space in his mharbi, to begin with. Not with the enormous chest of meatballs made of magical flesh for Celine. Now that he also had to store the 3 eggs, it was jam-packed. He was only a few turns away from the destination and still had some 5 minutes left. So Kai didn't hurry. There were too many stray thoughts in his mind to sort out before letting himself get involved in another situation. The first thing Kai thought of was also the most recent event that happened to him. Even while walking through the maze-like laneways, crossing canals after canals that ran like common streets, and passing by people and Pokemon, Kai was having a monstrous amount of difficulty controlling himself. So it was this thing that was affecting her, Kai thought, remembering the odd behavior of the woman and her Pokemon. I was unconsciously sucking out her happiness. TCH. Kai had yet to familiarize himself with the advanced emotions manipulation. However, for him, who had a knack for manipulating people, it was a God-given gift. From what the blood essence let him feel, using the ability, Kai could erase all happiness out of a target. He could make the targets remember the most desperate and despaired moments of their lives, affecting their soul, and leaving them incapable of rational thoughts. Still, it was the effect of bottling his own emotions within him that excited Kai the most. If he wanted, and as he desired, Kai could hide all his emotions from someone who could perceive them, like the magical beasts. That's all he could do for now, though. He couldn't hide one emotion, leaving the other out. No wonder the Pokemon was looking at me oddly, Kai reflected. I had all my emotions hidden from the time when Dementors had come to me to suck my soul. Without emotions, my smile must have looked like a drawing on paper. Without emotions, my charisma was getting affected as well. Sigh. Kai let out an audible sigh and unlocked his emotions. After careful deliberation, Kai had forced himself to give up on unleashing the evil on his surroundings before getting the side mission. If it was in his power, which didn't the case as of now, Kai would let the Dementokai out and start sucking the souls. But it was the side mission that generally warned Kai about what he could do and what not. No matter how much power Kai had got on his last adventure, he still hadn't forgotten to respect the power of the systems. Kai moved on, both physically and mentally. His mind then went to the skills. A series of fireworks went off within him, thinking of those heart-palpitating skills, and the sheer destruction he could unleash using them. Though reluctantly, he left them alone for the moment he would get to use them. The only thing he was concerned about now, relating to the Dementor's blood essence, was the locked skill, Dementor's progenitor. Then there was the matter of 2 attribute points to Kai. With these 2, he had only 7 attribute points left to get from his 20 points quota. Kai refrained himself from assigning the points to any stat, though. With too many abilities and skills, he was having a hard time solving this problem. At a glance, he wanted to add both points to his correspondence. But then you could never have too much of perception, either. I will add them to the stat which I would need the most in the next battle, Kai decided. Hiss. A silver mist came out of Kai's head, made a small turn, and returned to him. Celine is restless, he reflected. She hasn't come out even once properly after the time of my ugly failure with the dragon. The dragon. Now that brought an unpleasant, but crucial, memory out of Kai. Why the fuck my glitch didn't work? He asked himself. There was only one way to find out. Chaos, why didn't my glitch work on Ukrainian Iron Belly? Kai asked. He would rather know the true limitations and mourn them, than not knowing whom his glitch could and could not devour. He dare not recall how stupid he must have looked at that time, touching the dragon's tail, and his mouth gaping in disbelief as if he was ready to suck its dick or something. Contestant, Kai Stormborn, your glitch has no restriction on what it can and cannot devour. Glitches, based on devouring a beast or a part of it, depend on the difference between the will of the user and the will of the target to function. If the will of the target is too high than the user's will, then the target can resist the user, and the glitch will fail. The will of glitch, Blood Devour, is already the highest among all wills that exist within the magical beasts of infinite random worlds and the Primordial Tower. The reason for your glitch's failure lies not in it being a dragon, but in what the dragon represented. This Ukrainian Iron Belly, the dragon under Gringotts Wizarding Bank, is a major main storyline beast. When your glitch tried to devour its blood essence, it wasn't the dragon who resisted it, but the entire timeline. Even the will of Blood Devour can't overpower an entire world, Kai Stormborn. Kai gaped at the notification. So, he thought, analyzing and asking. So, if I were to devour any other Ukrainian iron belly, and not the one under the Gringotts, then my glitch would have worked. Yes. Then how to know which magical beast was protected by timeline or not? Kai didn't ask this question because he already knew the answer. I really need to gather comprehensive information on the random worlds as soon as I can, Kai reflected, his face going hard. I can't afford going for an obvious opportunity, but getting killed for it. The matter of killing also made him remember one more thing. Perhaps the most crucial. Kai licked his lips, feeling the dryness. I need a new set of fangs. There was no serpent without fangs. There was no blood demon without sabers. One just went with the other, and that was the way to it. Simple. But this wasn't the time to think more of it. Kai had reached the destination. A Pokemon Center. And the moment Kai took a step in, he got to know why he had had a bad feeling about it. Chapter 71, The Curse of Advanceability. Kai felt as though he was a ship in a thunderstorm with no hand on deck to lower the sails. The surge of pure emotions, ecstasy, anticipations, and joy that he was feeling was drowning him, pulling him inch by inch towards the deeper depths of an unknown terrible sea, breaking his keel. Soon his mast would give away, and he would be left to roam the dark currents which only archaic ghost ships roamed underwater, from one sea to another, unseen and unheard. Unknown. From his port came the wave of unimaginable power, carrying magical creatures, which he could devour, and yet dared not. From his starboard the water gave way, destroying the balance. He must spread despair, and destruction to stay afloat. Kai clutched his chest, his hazel eyes trembling to go in and out of focus. The blurriest hint of a black hood appeared and vanished across his face, his hands walking into the realm of the dead, and then back to life. The thing in his chest was screaming, desiring the blood and flesh of so many magical creatures that have seemingly no end. For the first time, Kai doubted if he should have ever come to this place, this world, or not. Kai gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot, fingers digging deep into his flesh. Step by step he walked through the crowd of young Pokemon trainers and their Pokemon, through the jolly atmosphere, not hinting at the horror that was trying to burst out of him. It was then Kai realized that getting the advance ability directly wasn't a blessing, but the vilest curse one could have cast upon him. The emotions manipulation ability was going out of his hand, forcing him to bring out Dementor's blood essence and kill all the happiness. Never had he imagined that bypassing the elementary proficiency phase of an ability could be this devastating. Hey! Are you alright? A boy asked Kai, trying to peer at his contorted face. There was a blue Pokemon walking with him, reaching his knees. It had round ears and a zigzag tail with a blue ball at its tip. Kai ignored him, or at least tried to ignore him. Maril. The Pokemon cried, sensing Kai's distress. Maril. Maril. Huh? What is it, Maril? The boy asked as Kai walked by him. Since the very first step he had taken inside the Pokemon Center, it had become a cruel journey for him. From the data of Thunder Faction, Kai knew a few perfunctory things about the Pokemon world. The concept of trainers, Pokemon types, battles and duels, research labs, and the Pokemon Center, having the letter P in front of the building. Why had the map guided him to a place for Pokemon healing? Kai did not know. The inside of this place was packed, with many computers lying against the walls. The map on the leaflet in Kai's hand had turned to words again after entering the building. Not merely words, but a name. Nurse Joy. Kai asked the girl standing behind the reception desk. She had blue eyes and light pink hair. A big pinkish Pokemon, wearing a clinical hat, was walking behind her, taking medicine out of drawers and putting them back. Oh, hello. Nurse Joy merrily said, not noticing Kai's agony as plainly as the Pokemon behind her. How may I help you? Are you here to heal your Pokemon? May I see your ID? Kai had no answers to any of her questions. He looked down at the leaflet. The words must have changed when he was looking at her, for they said to pass the leaflet to her now. Kai, in no mood to talk, passed the leaflet to Nurse Joy. The pink-dressed girl took the leaflet, looking confused, and in the next second, Kai noticed her stiffening as if she didn't have any life. In a tenth of the moment, Nurse Joy returned to life and smiled at Kai. Oh, she exclaimed, giggling. You've come. She has been waiting for you. Room number 11 on the first floor, if you please. The girl said the last sentence, looking at the Pokemon behind her. Chansey. The Pokemon gestured at itself, and then walked off, dropping the medicine into a drawer. Kai took it as a sign and followed the Pokemon. When the magical beast came out in the open, he saw it had an egg stuffed in a layer of pink skin pocket. Chansey. Chansey. The Pokemon skipped, calling out its name. When they reached the first floor, Kai finally took an exasperated breath. Something must be done about it, he promised himself. I can't count on not being in such a crowded place again, having such open emotions of joy and excitement, and then not feed on them. Chansey, the excited cry of the Pokemon caught Kai's attention. They have come to a door on which the number 11 was etched in golden lettering. Kai gave the Pokemon a look and recognized the most absurd weakness about him. Not knowing a Pokemon's specialization, its powers, and its prospects. Something must be done about this too, Kai thought. The Pokemon, not waiting any longer, returned, leaving him alone. Nurse Joy had taken the leaflet, and now he was empty-handed. He couldn't help but think why the system hadn't just teleported him into the room. Kai prepared himself for what awaited him behind the door. If Chaos wanted to give him just a side mission, then the leaflet would have been sufficient. Something was waiting for him in this room for this mission. Something sinister. Click. The door unlocked with the slightest turn of the doorknob. When he entered, that something sinister turned out to be the most beautiful woman Kai had laid his eyes upon with both his previous and new life combined. Her long red hair was so dark that there was a tinge of purple to them. There were curves on her body that even the long black greatcoat on her failed to hide miserably. She was standing near the window, looking out. Then she turned around, letting Kai marvel her wild, brown pupils. The notification appeared then. Contestant Kai Stormborn, this side mission has been turned into an officer qualifying mission. You must refer to following points for the rest of your stay in this random world. 1. You are given the rank of probationary captain, allowing you to have one or more assistants during your mission. 2. Unlike the team members of a captain of guard, assistants can reject any side mission issued by the probationary captain. 3. Probationary captain is forbidden to kill assistants without issuing a side mission to oneself, providing all the reasons. 4. At the end of the mission, the probationary captain will be judged based on the feedback given by the assistants. In case of a favorable outcome, the said probationary captain will get promoted to the post of captain of guard. In case of an unfavorable outcome, the officer qualifying mission will be deemed a failure. The privileges available to a captain of guard are 1. Plus 10% mission credits, all rewards, subject to change with higher posts. 2. Plus 5% chance to get a second random item as a loot. 3. Can form a party of up to 4 members. 4. Free party mission assignment once per set. So that's why, the realization dawned on Kai. So that's why a person like Arlen became something as inconsequential as a captain of guard. No wonder. Kai could see the sheer manipulation contestants like him and Arlen could do using this post. The notification continued. Current assistance data. Code name, Morning Mist. Floor, 3rd. Set, 1st. Warning, collect Morning Mist's leaflet to confirm her identity. Kai looked away from the notification and found beauty itself smiling at him. Aren't you too young for the post of the captain of guard? Mr. Red. Chapter 72, Meg, the Morning Mist. Morning Mist was wearing a thin black overcoat over tight black jeans. Standing perfectly straight and holding her hands behind her back, she looked at him in sheer fascination. Kai looked back at her. He was just too curious about her charisma. It wasn't just a face card, true enough, but beauty still remained the greatest factor contributing toward the attribute. Leaflet. Kai threw the word, expressionless. It was true he had a thing for mature women. It was also true he had complete control over all such urges. Unless there was a benefit in it, he wouldn't even smile at someone. Morning Mist smiled gently and threw out a paper plane towards Kai. At a glance, it didn't look like a simple plane as it kept speeding up, flying across the room. From Kai's side of the room, a dagger flashed and shredded the paper plane. He didn't need any parlor trick to know that he could kill this woman. It wouldn't be as difficult a task as killing Heavy Block, but it wouldn't be as easy as killing a mid-level 3rd floor contestant. Anyway, he had the element of surprise, and it would be his choice when to use it. Leaflet, Kai demanded again. There was a finality in his voice, warning the listener that he would tolerate no further prodding. The red-haired woman reached into her overcoat's pocket and took out a neatly folded leaflet. She threw it at Kai, but this time, he let it come to him. When Kai unfolded it, there were rows of text on its blank side, stating Kai's code name, her own code name, and her main mission, which was to act as assistant to probationary captain. That's it. That's it had never been enough for the blood demon. Move, and die, said Kai, walking around the room. It was a single bedroom, but quite spacious. There was a sofa set, a wardrobe, a TV sitting over a table drawer, and a bathroom. It took Kai 15 minutes to go through every inch of the entire room, searching for anything that might be out of place. Morning Mist gawked at him all the time, her mouth opening and closing every time Kai paused and double-checked something. When he was done, Kai returned to his position. When did you leave this room last time? I was teleported to this room 20 minutes ago, said Morning Mist, still standing straight at her place. Kai gave the woman a deep look as she gazed at him with open curiosity. I accept her leaflet, he proclaimed, finding no other fault. The notification appeared then. A temporary party is formed between probationary captain, Red, and the assistant, Morning Mist. Party leader, Red. Party members. Party privilege. 1. Members can find out each other's location using mission credits. 2. Members can audio or video call each other using mission credits. Note, the price of these services will depend on the distance between the two members and their environment. Both Kai and Morning Mist looked at each other. Kai knew she was seeing the same notification in front of her eyes, otherwise using code names wasn't Chaos style. Desmond, Kai said, seeing her gaze coming out of focus. Morning Mist smiled. You can call me Meg. Another notification appeared, breaking their eye contact. For the next 3 hours, both contestants are being locked in this room. Party leader must carry out the following instructions. Go to the right topmost drawer under the TV and take out the DVD box. Kai and Meg raised their eyebrows, seeing the notification. She smiled at him, pointing at a drawer. Kai didn't move. There were a few things he needed to take care of before going along with Chaos instructions. What can you do? Kai asked, his eyes moving from her to the window. Tell me all your abilities and skills. I need to know them to plan out the mission accordingly. My, Meg giggled. You sure talk like a captain already. Well, why not? I have 2 elementary abilities. Can you guess? Kai hadn't been a contestant for long after his resurrection. He still knew how hard it would be to get the answer to his question, even if he were to kill her here and now. I must take a go at it in a roundabout way, then. If I guess them, Kai said, you must answer all my questions for the rest of the mission with no objection. Meg must have found it quite amusing, for she nodded confidently. Kai almost grinned. He crouched down and picked the shredded paper plane. His old scientific eyes narrowed, shifting left and right across the pieces before finally resting on the window behind Morning Mist. Closing his eyes, Kai's mind ran like a machine, searching for all plausible causes that can lead to situation and position at hand, rubbing the paper pieces between his fingers. The next time he opened his eyes, all secrets felt naked to him. There are folds in the paper, so minute, thin, and accurate that even if it wasn't shredded, one would have not noticed them on inspection. Meg's smile flickered, her brown eyes glinting like pearls. Origami, Kai declared. This ability is related to origami. Meg chuckled, shaking her head. But before she could say something, Kai continued. Yet, an elementary ability can't explain its exquisiteness. It's too brilliant for that and too devious. Wonderful. A mere 3rd floor contestant has an advanced ability related to origami. Heh. Who would have known? Meg's eyes had gone so wide that she almost looked horror-stricken. Impossible, she exclaimed, meekly. No first-set contestant is experienced enough to differentiate between an elementary and advanced ability unless they have their own. Meg trailed off, and this time she didn't just look horror-stricken. She was truly shocked. How old are you? Kai dropped the pieces like snowflakes. He wasn't done yet. Kai walked towards the window and looked at the city. Many youngsters were walking with their Pokemon, playing and challenging each other. Street vendors were selling fruits, and many gondolas and speedboats were traveling up the canals, carrying passengers and cargo. What were you looking at when I came here? Kai asked, but it seemed like he was muttering to himself. Any other contestant would have been feeling anxious after getting a mission like yours. Not you, though. You couldn't have been looking at the Pokemon. There was no desire in your eyes. You couldn't have been looking at the youngsters. There was no amusement on your face. No envy either. What could you have been looking at with such longing, and such regret, remorse, and guilt? With Kai's every word, sweat came pouring down on Meg's pristine forehead. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she looked at Kai as if one looked at some wild beast, who had vowed to devour you next. What is beyond this window that one sees but yet not? Kai continued. A picture, I think. A picture represents not only its components but also tells a tale. What does this picture of youngsters, their Pokemon, the city, and these emotions tell me? Kai looked at her with pity, his hazel eyes turning perceptibly gray, almost black, losing their colors. Though he couldn't control the advance ability from acting out on its own yet, this play of words was an inherent part of him, which got boosted by the ability. Meg couldn't see Kai's true appearance. To her, his hazel gray eyes had just become darker, gazing at her soul. A deep sense of despair jolted her, and a touch of cold seeped into her bones. She fell back onto the bed behind her and looked up into those hopeless eyes. Adventure, Kai stated, breathing Meg's fear and hope. You long for the adventure, Meg. You are a Pokemon trainer. But it seems you have been out of the game for too long. Am I right? Chapter 73, The Dark Truth of City of Assignments. Unlike the origami-related ability, Kai hadn't figured out the Pokemon trainer ability just through his deduction skills. First, he created the facade of words, manipulating Meg's emotions and noticing her reactions. Second, the moment he mentioned the picture outside the window, he sensed the strongest reaction of mixed happiness and despair oozing out the red-haired beauty. That's how he confirmed the presence of the second ability. If Kai wanted to, he could suck out Morning Mist's happiness, but that would have been too obvious. Coming out of the effect of Kai's emotions manipulation, Meg stood up, taking a deep breath. You are right, she said. I have advanced origami creation and elementary Pokemon trainer abilities. Good, Kai nodded. Take out your Pokemon. Meg hesitated, but ultimately sighed, taking out the Pokeball. She pressed the button at the seam of the red and white part and a blue beam came out, zigzagging on the floor. Squirtly. An excited voice filled the room as the Pokemon took the shape. Kai looked at the little thing. It was a light blue turtle-like Pokemon, standing over its hind legs. At a foot tall, and with purplish eyes, it looked more cute than dangerous. Squirtle. Squirtle. The Pokemon looked about and then, finding no other Pokemon, walked to Meg. Only then did the creature look at Kai. Kai stared at it, his eyes moving from the Pokemon to Meg, and then back at it. What is it? He asked, losing almost all his interest. Meg frowned at Kai. You don't know Squirtle, she asked, sitting down, caressing Squirtle's head. Which Pokemon do you have? Kai didn't lie, as it was bound to come out, eventually. I don't have any Pokemon. What? Meg stood up so suddenly that even the Pokemon looked taken aback. How can that be? But you are so young. What does age have to do with it? Kai asked, pressing his brows. Oh. Meg gasped. You are a solitary contestant, aren't you? Young, alone, and powerful beyond limits. No wonder you are so smart and cautious. No wonder. Kai's heart thumped. There was regret in her words, he could tell, without even using his ability. Tell me, he almost commanded. Age is very significant in the Primordial Tower, contestant Morning Mist answered. Pokemon is a random world which favors the young, Desmond. If you are young enough, you can even become a Pokemon trainer by just going to a research lab and getting your first Pokemon and many Pokeballs from a professor. Just like that. What the actual fuck? Kai's thoughts blasted his mind, but he didn't let those emotions come out on his face. That's why I was shocked to see you so young, and yet not have a Pokemon, the old woman continued. It means this is your first time in the world of Pokemon. And if my experience counts for something, then I can tell that if you don't become a Pokemon trainer this turn, then you can never come back here. Now Kai panicked. Why? He asked, calmly, but the Pokemon was giving him odd looks. Explain thoroughly. For the first time, Meg addressed Kai formally. Yes, Captain, she said. You must know by now how to get your first Pokemon, Kai nodded. The obvious way is to become a part of an organization that gives you a used Pokemon upon joining them. I got Squirtle like that, after joining the Twin Peak organization. I haven't heard of it, Kai said, implying it must be some lame organization. Meg smiled ruefully. There are 3 major organizations on the first set, she said, picking the Pokemon up in her lap, Squirtle. It affectionately cried. Both Silver Hunters Guild and Thunder Faction are standalone organizations. At least, the Silver Hunters Guild was before the massacre caused by the Butcher of the second floor. It won't remain too long, I think. The third is Thousand Armor Smithy. But it's actually a conglomerate of smiths from many tiny branches of high-floored organizations. Twin Peak is a 7th-floor mid-level organization, and it has branches on the first set. I still don't understand what you are getting at, Kai said, annoyingly. I am getting to it, Meg replied, smiling. Have you ever wondered why so many organizations have their branches on lower floors? No. He hadn't. Now that he thought about it, it did feel odd to him. There is another way to get Pokemon, she said, not waiting for Kai's reply. There are many worlds which favor the youngsters over grown-ups, like Pokemon and Harry Potter. But there is no guarantee of getting young contestants. So, the organizations send 1 or 2 branches to the first and second floors and create them. Kai felt a monstrous amount of dreadful emotion in her voice. They create contestants, he asked incredulously. How? Meg giggled, but it was just an empty laugh, Kai could tell. They kidnap children, she said. Of course, they don't call it kidnapping, but believe me, it is that. Then they train them in a specialized field. Like letting them bond with a Pokemon, or giving them magical books to read. When they become old enough, some 9 or 10, the organizations bring their family members to them separately. Then, they force every child to watch as they torture their parents. Finally, they tell the children that if after becoming a contestant they don't come back to that organization, they would kill the parents for good. After becoming contestants, you mean? Kai trailed off. Yes, Meg said, her head down, looking at her Pokemon. They kill those children. With such vast resources invested in them, around 1 in 1,000 becomes a contestant and return to the organization. You see, the system analyzes children's lives to give them stats. By forcing them to bond with Pokemon, they almost ensured that the Pokemon world would be among their initiation missions. The City of Assignments. Kai muttered. It's a name given by the Empire, Meg said, again looking out of the window. Not because the contestants are getting assigned to different organizations. But it assigns lives to the children of an entire planet-sized settlement. A silence took over the small room, following Meg's tale. She let the Squirtle return to her Pokeball and took a deep breath. The missions you choose in your first set are very important, Morning Mist said. Your future progression depends on them. Many contestants spend their lives not even hearing the word Quidditch. That's why I said. If you don't become a Pokemon trainer this time, you might not get to become one ever. There is a popular saying from Twin Peaks leader. Chaos gives choices, never chances. All unworthy are doomed eternally. Kai said nothing to her after that. Nor did he ask any further questions. The only thing that was going in his mind was, what a fucking brilliant idea. Get the children to become contestants. Send them to the random worlds with a specific purpose, and discard them later, facing almost no chance of future retaliations. Whoever thought of this must have been a mastermind. To Meg, though, he showed a concerned face. Bringing their attention back to the notification about the DVD, Kai gestured at her. Have you heard something like this happening before? He asked. I am also seeing it for the first time, said Meg, shaking her head. Kai approached the table drawer. It had 2 columns of 4 drawers each. He first tried all the drawers other than the right topmost one, but they were all locked. When he opened the said drawer, there was a DVD box in it. Kai took it out, examining it front and back. One side of the box was completely black, but on the other side, there were well-printed images. The image showed the main protagonist of the Pokemon world, Ash Ketchum, with his Pokemon, Pikachu on his back. On Ash's left, there were 2 flying Pokemon, one blue and the other red. The background was of a sea and a water city, much like the one Kai had walked through before coming here. But it was the words written over the DVD box that caught his attention the most. Pokemon Heroes, the movie. And, if you have free time, you can watch the movie. It will help you with the plot, in case you want to have an in-depth reading experience. However, if you can't watch, then that's fine too. All plot points are explained thoroughly. Chapter 74, The Birth of Viserion, a Pokemon movie. The movie ended for the second time. Both Kai and Meg had watched it with their utmost concentration. Meg kept filling in Kai using the data the Twin Peak organization shared with its members, dissecting the movie part by part. By the end of the 3 hours time limit, Kai had got a pretty good gist of the movie and its setting. This city was Alto Mare, City of Water, was an isolated island south of Azalea Town, Johto region. The city was guarded by 2 legendary Pokemon, Latios, male, and Latias, female, also known widely as the Ian Pokemon. In the past, the father of these 2 Pokemon had saved the city from an evil trainer and his evil Pokemon, who wanted to flood the city. The father Latios had given his life to save the city by turning it into a water city. When that Latios died, it had left a jewel, called Soul Dew, containing his spirit. The entire movie's plot revolved around this jewel and a machine called Defense Mechanism of Alto Mare, DMA, which could be powered using the Soul Dew. One could use the DMA to control the entire city. The same was done by 2 Team Rocket members, Annie and Oakley, by stealing Soul Dew and the male Latios in the movie, the son of the Latios who had died in the movie's beginning. Ash, along with his friends and the female Pokemon, Latias, helped the legendary Pokemon and brought the 2 girls, Annie and Oakley, to justice. In the end, the male Latios died anyway, saving the city from an enormous tsunami caused by the destruction of the Soul Dew from a surge of evil energy. That should sum it up, said Meg, repeating the words. The notification had already occupied Kai's eyes. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, the birth of Viserion. Side mission summary, 11 months after the events of the movie. Peace has returned to the water city, Alto Mare. With the death of legendary Pokemon, Latios, a new Soul Dew now sits on the altar within the sacred pool of the secret garden. The remaining legendary Pokemon, Latias, now guards the city, and another pair of young Latios and Latias lives with her in the secret garden. The Alto Mare Museum exhibits the DMA machine, along with the fossils of the evil Pokemon, Aerodactyl and Kabutops, that attacked the city in the past. Their fossils can be seen embedded into the museum's floor. Unknown to the museum curator, Lorenzo, and his granddaughter, Bianca, there rests another, but a more archaic fossil in the depths of the same floor. A cream golden dragon's petrified egg from another world, magically hidden in the past. Side mission objective, use the DMA machine to bring the egg out of the confines of the magic into the museum's floor. Side mission time limit, 2 months. Do you accept the side mission? Kai accepted it. Another notification followed it then. Contestant Kai Stormborn, this is your first time in the Pokemon world. You must take notice of the following things. 1. You can only capture wild Pokemon using Pokeballs. 2. You can only store Pokeballs into the inventory, not the magical beasts. 3. Eating Pokemon will not affect your stats. 4. A sum of $100 Pokemon is given to you as an allowance. What does it mean, eating Pokemon will not affect your stats? Kai asked. Meg smiled elegantly. Where do you think we are? She questioned him. In the world of Pokemon, every animal is a magical beast. Kai almost gaped, hearing that. Yes, this is a place where people eat magical beasts as common food, he thought. If contestants could get affected by this food, it would have been hard to prevent worldwide slaughters. But one thing puzzled him. The people here seemed normal to me, though, Kai commented. Shouldn't they be much stronger than average adult contestant? They look normal, Meg agreed. But they have a monstrous level of correspondence. It's hidden within them, in their souls. That's why they easily create bonds with magical creatures, and that's why we, the contestants, can't perceive it. Kai's eyes trembled as Meg mentioned souls. So? Meg asked, sitting next to him on the sofa. What's the mission? Kai looked at her oddly. By now, she had told him about the powers of her Pokemon. Squirtle was a water-type Pokemon and, her Squirtle, could use 3 powerful attacks, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, and Water Pulse. For defense, it could hide within its shell. We are in the same city, Kai said, hand-picking his words. 11 months from the movie timeline, to be exact. My mission is related to that DMA machine. Meg raised her eyebrow, almost asking for more details. Kai looked away, instead. How can I become a Pokemon trainer, he demanded. Given that I am not young enough to just barge into a research lab and get one. Meg let out an audible sigh. I don't know, she admitted, standing up. Those were the only 2 methods I know of. The movie didn't mention any research lab in the city either. In the movie, they had only seen the Pokemon Center. Ash and his friends had used the bunk beds on the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, there were single rooms for lodging. Very well, Kai said. I am giving you a side mission. Go out and find everything you can about the nearest research lab and how to get a Pokemon. Also, find out the major things that would happen in the city within the next month. Report back to me by dinner. Just as Kai finished declaring, a detailed side mission appeared to Meg, he could tell. Yes, Captain, the old woman said, walking for the door immediately. Just when she was about to go out, Kai called to her. Wait, he said, tapping his fingers on the sofa's arm. If I were to kill everyone in the city, people and Pokemon alike, then what do you reckon will happen? Meg looked at him, her mouth opening and closing. There was a heavy silence and tension in the room, and Kai's casual question seemed to turn the pleasant atmosphere dark and bloody. You aren't serious, right? She asked, dumbfounded. Haha. Kai guffawed. Of course not. I am just curious. Meg's face didn't look as if she believed him. But she answered him, anyway. You can do it, she said. If your main mission time limit is about to be over, you might just get away with it. But many things can go wrong. Before long, Officer Jenny would show up with a task force of Pokemon trainers and Pokemon. If you aren't powerful enough to kill them and get captured, then the mission's time will keep on expanding until you serve the prison time, or die in the prison, for all Chaos cares. What if I am powerful enough to kill them? Kai asked coolly. There is no harm in making assumptions. Meg's breasts were heaving up and down from nervousness. In that case, you can continue killing more and more, she said, wetting her throat with a gulp. Eventually, and undoubtedly, a mythical Pokemon would descend and kill you. A mythical Pokemon. Kai smiled. Okay, he said. You can go. Contestant Morning Mist nodded and walked out. When he made sure that she was truly gone, Kai's smile vanished, turning into an ugly scowl. What do you think? Kai asked. Peter's blurry figure walked out of him, solidifying as he took a seat on the sofa. He was wearing his usual clothes, a black doublet over black breeches and black shoes. Even before changing his attire, Kai had used the Primordial Theater to imbue life into the tail, the Herald of Chaos. Using the act, relentless love, and letting Peter assimilate within him had become an automated task for Kai. The characters could watch and hear everything, so Kai didn't need to explain it to them. Peter put his one leg over the other and chuckled. I think, the character whispered, my lord should solve his problems first, rather than thinking of reasons that you can give to Chaos to kill that beautiful woman, no. Chapter 75, Blood Prophecy, The King in Yellow. Kai sat in the middle of the room in a meditative position. A silvery mist came slithering out of his closed left eye, took the form of a white serpent, and yawned, adjusting her fangs. A light trail of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, suggesting she must have had her lunch just now. Hiss. Sleep, she said. Kai opened his eyes, and two narrow reptilian slits greeted his surroundings coldly. His body was red-hot, emanating pulses of boiling steam that blurred his body. He parted his lips, the muscles in his throat contracting like twisted wires. Hiss. Go, Kai said, almost turning his hissing into a word. The mist slithered to the part below his navel and coiled into a tiny ball of condensed coldness. Celine is eating a lot these days, as I had expected, Kai thought. The contestants below the second set are just a stronger version of common people. From the fourth floor onwards, though, they truly enter the path of magical bodies. Though not of good quality, fourth floor contestants can serve as a cheap substitute for magical flesh. Kai had thought of this before cutting apart Heavy Block and turning him into meatballs. He wanted Celine to grow up as soon as she could by letting her eat better food. Neither Celine nor Kai knew what was the condition for her growth. But remembering that she was but a child, Kai figured out that she needed what all children need as a part of their growth process. A good diet. Does she have any restriction on eating Pokemon and benefiting from it? Kai wondered, a devious beam of light shining out of his slitted pupils. 4 hours had passed since Meg left. Kai and Peter had scoured the movie many times over by now. Meg had dissected it, but these two had ripped the plot's soul apart, putting forward schemes more vicious than each other. Kai turned his head to look at Peter, who was still watching the movie for the umpteenth time. He is right, Kai sighed. I should focus on my own problems for now, and not on leveling up my trader title status. Unlike Meg, who was just here to complete her mission, Kai had many things to do within this side mission. Killing fourth floor contestants, leveling up his proficiencies, titles, and Dementor's blood essence, watching over Celine, and now, becoming a Pokemon trainer. The movie came as the most obvious God's blessing to him, and that too, at the right time. With the help of the movie, Kai could find out the data on artifacts available in the city. He had already found out the easiest milestones he could complete by paying a price of 150 mission credits. It had all the stuff Kai had expected, and much more, always taking a darker turn at the end. Your plan might work, my lord, Peter said. Are you sure you want to do this? Kai had made a preliminary plan the moment he had seen the movie for the first time. After watching it many times over, he hadn't changed it, instead its roots had only gone deeper into him. Heh. Kai sniggered. Why wouldn't I? Though they didn't mention what this plan was, Peter and Kai exchanged a glance before breaking it for good. I think I have found the solution for the trouble of emotions manipulation, Kai mumbled. Mother always used to say that if you are having issues figuring out something from outside, then look within. I will do just that. What? I hope you are not planning to become a hermit, my lord, Peter jested. Kai didn't deign to reply. From tomorrow, I will go to the Pokemon Center's hall during the daytime, he declared. There, I will use my bond with Celine as an anchor to keep my urges to devour happiness from flaring up. Keeping myself in the company of so many Pokemon will also smother the will of my glitch to just devour them by exhaustion. It's the hardest, but the quickest, way to be done with it. And what will you do in the nighttime? Peter asked, but he had already put his head into the movie by the end of the sentence. The corners of Kai's mouth arched up. My nights are already booked, he thought. But before making any further plans, I must do 2 things. Disappear when you are done going through the last part. I need Cersei, Kai told Peter. To Chaos, he said, create a side mission to kill the nearest 4th floor contestant of order. Adjust mission summary accordingly. Analyzing the contestant's stats. Analyzation complete. Creating side mission. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, kill the spinning duos. Side mission summary, the spinning duos are tasked to get a batch of Pokeballs handmade by Pokeball expert, Kurt of Azalea town of the Johto region. Their mission includes kidnapping Kurt's granddaughter Maisie and ransoming her for the Pokeballs. Side mission objective, kill the spinning duos. Side mission time limit, before June 15th. Do you accept the side mission? June 15th, Kai eyed the date. Today is June 1st. So, I have only 13 days left. I don't even know where this Azalea town is. Not to mention, the duos suggest that there are 2 of them. 2 4th floor contestants. But the question that puzzled Kai the most was why there weren't any 4th floor contestants in this town. Kai took out the book and a box of meatballs in case of emergency. Primordial Theater, he called out, opening the book to the Lioness of Casterly Rock. When the smoky veil parted and she came out, Kai found her wreathing in anger and disgust. Now what? Kai scowled. What happened, he asked, sending the book to inventory. Cersei glared at him. She was wearing a lovely turquoise gown, and her hair was down like a golden waterfall. But on her face was fury, and that somehow made her look lovelier. I wanted to see the Diagon Alley, she complained. Do you think I can't do what Peter can do for you? Where is this coming from? Kai felt annoyed. All characters have their acts to play, Cersei, he said, trying to placate her. You did a great job with heavy block, didn't you? I couldn't have called you in the Diagon Alley, anyway. You are too beautiful and too remarkable than two simple men walking down an alley. Cersei blushed. But I want to do more. I can. Enough. I don't have time for bullshit, Kai snapped. Blood prophecy. When the act took effect, the blood ocean greeted Kai like a lucid dream. There was an awareness about him, letting him sense his surroundings. Kai waited. He waited for the waves, the shooting pillars, and the twisted whirls to turn into structures and shapes that would give some meaning to this world. The wait paid off. A blood figure rose out of the depths of this ocean, taking a humanoid shape. It walked and walked, holding something in its hand with over 3 feet long and slippery creature slithering behind it, following its footsteps. Kai followed this figure like an unseen phantom. It was him. The realization came suddenly. Kai tried to peek at what he from the future had in his hand, ignoring Celine's length for now. But every action other than just watching stupidly brought with it an impassable resistance. The moment he tried to do more than just follow the figure, his awareness dwindled, on the brink of disappearing. Suddenly, the blood ocean shook like the static noise of a TV on losing the signal. The scene changed, and when Kai could perceive his surroundings, he found the blood figure kneeling, lighting what seemed like a candle. There were other things placed beside the candle, which he couldn't make sense of. Then the blood figure spoke, chanting some words. The slithering shape behind it burst into many blood drops, melting into the humanoid figure. The future Celine just entered my body. The thought passed by Kai's awareness. He couldn't hear the words. Nor could he see where he was, and what he was doing. But he could tell there was a deep mystery about the words his future self was chanting. And then it happened. The blood ocean shook again. But this time, it was truly the ocean which was shaking. Dense yellow turbulent clouds took over the world which had materialized because of the act, blood prophecy. Yellow lightning thundered, hitting the blood underneath. Tens of thousands of tornadoes rumbled along with the storm, throwing off enormous pillars of blood. Even the wind had a color, Kai's awareness noticed. Yellow. Everything was yellow. And this yellow was taking over the red of this blood world. Only then did he notice the door. When did it appear? How did it appear? Of these questions, Kai's awareness had no answer. Was it still a dream? A prophecy? He dared not ask these questions. The only reality was the door. A monstrously gigantic door, reaching from the ocean's floor and going beyond the ceiling of the sky. A disgust rose from the very depths of his soul. There were patterns on the door that repulsed Kai at the sight. Those patterns seemed to be of a geometry he had seen nowhere. Lines were circles, and circles seemed to be shapeless cubes. Concaves looked convex with every tilt of the head, and in the next moment, they looked like spherical holes. Dimensions were folding onto each other, ruining the meaning of existence. Everything was wrong. Only the door's color made sense to him. Yellow. The door tilted from one side then. Which side? Was it opening outward or inward? He couldn't know. The only thing Kai was sure of was when he saw a deep yellow mist churning behind that door, he gasped. In fear, terror, and genuine horror. Kai's awareness shivered as he saw a long strip of tattered yellow cloth forcing its way in through that opening. It was then the blood ocean shattered, like a billion shards of a black mirror. When Kai's awareness returned to his actual body, the world was black. He was lying on the floor, with jet black blood oozing out of his eyes. There was a tear on his chest, and thousands of thin tendrils flailed out of it, trying to grasp at just anything. All over his body were yellow spots, multiplying and disappearing like an uncontrolled mutation. The notification of HP drop was flashing so red that it almost looked black. Gritting his teeth, Kai wriggled for the only thing he cared about. The meatballs. The only time he had felt so much pain was when the official wizard had used the Cruciatus curse on him. Following his survival instinct, Kai pushed himself to his right. Nothing. The food seemed to have been kicked away by him. Need, food, Kai hissed out through his teeth. All the HP capsules he had were gone. Suddenly, when all hope seemed to be lost, and the world was getting darker, a burst of bone-chilling cold wrapped around his body. His blood, flesh, bones, and even his soul were being frozen. Hiss. This hiss rang in Kai's ears like a sonorous play of divine flutes. A layer of white-blue frost appeared on him, but it was concentrated around his chest. The black tendrils that were flailing in madness and hunger calmed down and instantly went for the yellow patches that were still overtaking his skin. Celine slithered out of him and rushed off. To where? He didn't know. The cold had numbed him, making the pain more bearable. Something pried open his mouth, and Kai felt the hardness of scales touching his teeth, tongue, and gums. Celine opened her jaw and passed on the meatballs directly down his throat. Through the gap of his eyelids, he saw the little serpent slithering in panic, going for the meatballs that had rolled away from him, putting one in her mouth, and then coming back to dump it down his throat. Kai found himself unable to think. Only a string of words repeated themselves in his mind as if someone had planted them there, in his consciousness. Kai latched himself on those words, fearing that he would forget them in the next second. When the last meatball went down to his stomach, he spoke them out using sheer willpower to give them a reality before passing out. The King in Yellow. Chapter 76, Parcel Tongue, an elite ability. A frosty breath escaped his mouth as Kai opened his eyes. The warning notification was still flashing red, but his HP was slowly regenerating. He tried to lift his finger. Finding that he could, he brought out his strength to move his wrist. With the slightest motion, a book appeared by his side. Cell. Kai uttered half the name. The ghost serpent slithered out from his blind side. Kai's eyes shook, seeing her state. Before, she was as smooth as milk, being covered in smoother white scales. Now, all of her scales were overlapping each other, giving the ghost serpent a distinct draconian appeal, like dragons. When she slithered, rings of alternate black and yellow color seemed to travel along her length from head to tail. Even her eyes had changed, becoming pupilless. Her left eye was just a mass of turbid yellow, like the color of the enormous door from his blood prophecy that made Kai tremble upon recalling it. Her right eye was pitch black, the color of utmost darkness. When focused, he felt an illusion as if hundreds of tiny black tendrils were wriggling inside that darkness, like worms. The most conspicuous change about her was the vertical gash on her forehead. It seemed like someone had tried to open her head by cutting it down, but then changed their mind and closed the wound hastily. Hiss. Save, she hissed. Save him, she cried. Save him. He must not die, she roared. When the waterfall of notifications appeared in between him and the serpent, Kai knew his entire life had gone some momentous change in the last few hours. Elementary Snake Language, proficiency 100%, plus 30%. The Elementary Snake Language is leveled up to become Advanced Snake Language. Advanced Snake Language, proficiency 100%, plus 100%. The Advanced Snake Language is leveled up to become Master Snake Language. Master Snake Language, proficiency 100%, plus 100%. The Master Snake Language is leveled up to become an elite ability. Elite ability, Parcel Tongue. Contestant Kai Stormborn, you have become the fastest contestant to level up an elementary ability to an elite ability. Reward. 1. Access to the Primordial Tower Trade Market. 2. Market access fee, 0, minus 100%. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, get your first elite ability. Milestone rewards, worth plus. Kai couldn't help but gawk at the notifications with raw disbelief. What just happened? No power had ever come to him without a cost. Now, Kai wondered what kind of price he had paid for this power unknowingly. Then his eyes snapped to look at Celine as she approached the book. A deep sense of guilt and remorse took over his heart. Kai smothered those emotions brutally. His mouth parted, and he hissed as if all his life he had known this language. The strange twists of his muscles that had made him vomit blood before now only lingered like phantom pain. Hiss. Celine, open the book, he told her. The ghost serpent paused momentarily as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Master, you spoke. She said joyously, like a baby pet running to the owner after a long day. The book, Kai insisted. The serpent hissed, slithering out her forked tongue. Kai noticed her head moving in random directions. She can't see, he realized, his eyes widening at the fact. What the hell happened to her? Celine found the book and used her tail to pry it open from the middle. It wasn't on the specific page, but Kai thought it should be enough. Primordial Theater, he hissed out the words, and when he saw Peter coming out of the smoky veil, he let out a relieved sigh. Time, Kai said, struggling. It was as if he was speaking in a foreign language. Peter looked at Kai, then at the snake, and finally somewhere up at the clock. Not the time for dinner, he said, smiling. But you two already seemed full, my lord. Kai neither had the time nor the strength to snap at Peter. His HP needed healing, and he couldn't afford for Meg to find him like this. He looked at the character and pointed his chin toward the bed. Peter did as he was told. Giving a wide berth to the blind serpent, he brought Kai to the bed. Relentless love, Kai hissed. The moment Peter's blurry figure entered him, he activated the Titan's buff. A bronze Spartan helmet covered his head, buffing his stamina the most. His HP regeneration rate shot up instantly. Kai took a deep breath. As color returned to his pale cheeks, Kai recalled the scenes from the blood prophecy. Face hard, and eyes harder, Kai forced himself to go through everything again and again. There wasn't much to find out, to begin with. The only thing he could tell for sure was his future actions had somehow affected his past. The blood prophecy is much more perilous than I have given it the credit for, he reflected. What was that door, and that strip of tattered cloth? What was that color? But no matter how many times he asked himself, he couldn't find anything. It was reasonable for him to not know about it, as it was something that had yet to happen. It was nothing but a distortion of time and events. All he had analyzed was that something had invaded his blood world, using the connection between his future self and his current awareness. The only thing that he remembered was the words. Kai's teeth clattered, thinking about what could have happened if the blood ocean hadn't shattered at the right time. Then he remembered another thing. The Primordial Tower trade market. Kai brought out the notification. Market. Let's ask Chaos. The Primordial Tower trade market is a privilege available to all contestants above 3rd set and having a worth above 25. You can upload and trade items, information, etc., using mission credits. Once uploaded, the systems convert their values in mission credits, which can be used by the contestants for accurate and precise comparison before trading. The first word that came to Kai's mind after going through the notification was sabers. Kai thought, reflecting. I must have a pair of sabers. The only issue is mission credits, but I also need to kill quite a many 4th floor contestants, too. So, it's best to invest in sabers and then hoard the mission credits after killing the contestants. One more thing he noticed was that the notification only briefly described the market. Perhaps Meg would know about it. Kai thought, but doubted his own words. She was a mere 1st set contestant. Still, there's something odd about her. She's also a member of 7th floor organization, which is from 3rd set. Let's see. It was then Kai's gaze fell upon the silver magical creature. Celine, come to me, Kai hissed the command. A mass of pure silver mist rose from the ground and slithered up to his chest, solidifying into the ghost serpent. Her mist form is still as silver as before, Kai noticed. Then why has her body changed? What happened to her eyes? Kai looked at her, and at the gash between her blind eyes. She seemed weak and helpless, coiled over his chest like a dying animal. She said nothing to him. Neither was she avoiding the region around his chest anymore like before. Now Kai realized the truth with a heavy heart. A price had indeed been exacted for this sudden, massive growth in his ability. And the one who paid the price wasn't him, but Celine. Chapter 77, Meg's Strangeness and the Primordial Tower Trade Market. Knock. Knock. Come in. Kai saw Meg walking in. The clock was striking 8, and the world had gone dark outside. Stars had come out, and the early moon was smiling down over the town from the horizon, just short of disappearing. Kai had changed his torn clothes and cleaned the room. His face was still light pale, but it was less from weakness and more from recalling what he had seen over the blood ocean. There was one more change. Peter was standing by his side, acting as his voice. Kai didn't like it, revealing the character so. However, he had no other choice as well. He had been already struggling with advanced emotions manipulation, hoping to get a good control over it. Then, out of nowhere, his another elementary ability became not advanced, but an elite. It was as if the universe rules had overwritten what language meant for Kai. He knew the language he used to speak, but when he actually spoke, only hisses came out. Moreover, Peter Baelish was a teenager in appearance, making it hard to relate him to the master of coin known across the Primordial Tower's contestants. Kai could afford gambling on Meg now recognizing Peter's real identity, but not her hearing his hisses and not realizing he was speaking Parseltongue. Morning Mist's gaze landed on the black-haired boy and her eyes widened. Who's he? From the mission assigned to her, she knew Red had come alone to the random world. He couldn't call other contestants, too, for he wasn't a captain of guard yet. Not to mention, she had already concluded Red didn't belong to any organization. For him to have contacts in this random world, it didn't make any sense to her. Don't worry about me, Peter said, smiling. Please report your findings, my lady. Meg frowned. She looked at Red and found her looking back at her with dead eyes. Something happened when I was gone, she thought. Something's changed. Morning Mist remembered a few things, looked at Peter again, and her heart thumped. Across the room, Kai's heart thumped, too. For a moment, just for a tiny moment, his perception had screamed bloody murder, the woman standing in front of him becoming the Ukrainian Iron Belly. However, in the very next moment, everything returned to normal as if what his perception had picked was nothing but a mirage. Then he saw Meg approaching him and he found it hard to stay still. His hands itched. For the first time, Kai realized how much he actually missed his sabers. Meg crouched in front of Kai and spread a roll of map. We are here, the town of Alto Mare, the setting of the movie's plot. It is an island, south of Azalea town of the Giotto region. Kai's eyes narrowed seeing the names written on the map. Meg's fingers then traced the coastline towards the southeast and stopped over another town. The closest research center is in New Bark Town, she reported. It is home to the lab of Professor Elm, who gives out the starter Pokemon for the Johto region. To reach there, we must first take a ferry to Azalea Town and then go to the new Bark Town on another ship. The entire one-way trip can take anywhere between 10 to 12 days. Kai nodded. And Peter asked about the second thing Kai had asked her to do. Meg folded the map and passed it to Kai, taking a furtive glance at Peter. The Tour de Alto Mare, or the water chariot race we saw at the start of the movie, will be held on June 28th, she answered, taking a seat on the sofa. I want to take part in it. Of course, you want to, heh? Kai sneered. Just taking part in it will give you a milestone. Peter and Kai exchanged looks. Isn't there an age limitation? Peter asked. No, you just have to have a water-type Pokemon, Meg said, slyly, curling her stark red hair around her finger. It is frowned upon, indeed. But we are contestants. And by nature shameless, Peter completed her words, smiling. Good. Mission over. Another thing. He said, letting Morning Mist go through the side mission completion notification. Tell me about Primordial Tower trade market. Morning Mist almost stood up. Kai sensed her emotions going haywire, but he still couldn't pick up any sign of fear off her. She's odd, he concluded. She's very odd. Meg, now beyond stunned, looked from Peter to Kai and then back to Peter. How? Please answer, my lady, Peter said, leaning back in his chair. We can do away with these pretenses, no. Suddenly, the emotional storm Kai had sensed oozing out of Morning Mist calmed down. It was so abrupt that his entire body jolted, his mind failing to process even the tiniest thought. There's no way. Kai concluded, after analyzing all variables and clues he had picked up since his arrival to this room. There's no fucking way she's a mere third-floor contestant. What kind of misfortune have I attracted this time? Meg's smile returned, her finger resuming its task to play with the hair. I can do away with pretenses, the beauty said, eyeing Kai. If the butcher of the second floor can hold back his obvious murderous intentions. Kai's hazel eyes almost became slits, his chest boiling. Meg giggled. This is my set ascension mission, Captain, she told them, crossing her legs. I don't care who is this person by your side. I don't care what are your intentions, either. Let's just enjoy ourselves in the Pokemon random world and complete the mission before moving on to our separate paths. Deal. You will die in this world, baby. Kai calmed down, feeling good about passing the judgment. Sitting on his left, Peter looked at his master for confirmation and suddenly forgot everything. A smile was lingering across Kai's lips, so devious and vile that only Peter knew what it meant. The character lifted his hand and rubbed his neck. All right. Peter said, looking at Meg with pity. You use sabers, Meg said, looking at Kai. No wonder you are asking about the trade market. I don't know much about it, let me be clear. Let's see. Primordial Tower trade market wasn't an organization. It didn't have a definite location, either, for a contestant above the third set could access this market from anywhere in the multiverse. There was just one more condition, and this very condition disqualified over 90% of the tower's population from accessing the market. That condition was: one's worth must be over 25. After countless millennia of research and experiments, Order and Chaos ancient contestants had concluded that the less the worth, the lesser would be its growth. In the same light, the more the initial worth, the higher would be the rewards related to the worth and its actual value rewarded. The Primordial Tower trade market portrayed this disparity between candidates openly for all. Here, contestants could trade just about anything. Information, items, mission credits, and almost everything could be uploaded via systems for all the contestants of the Primordial Tower to vie for them. Unlike the auctions, one need not worry about not getting the worth of their uploads, either. The systems turned the worth of everything into an equivalent amount of mission credits, letting all parties know how much and what they must invest to obtain that particular upload. The only drawback of this trade market was that before getting one's hands over the traded upload, there was no way to observe or analyze it. Still, those who could access the market preferred it almost 9 out of 10 times over auctions. The reason? The two systems. Order and Chaos didn't play the game of partiality. Nor were they known to be subjected to greed or any emotion. They were the only ones whom the contestants could trust blindly, perhaps. At least when it came to the trade of insignificant things. In the system's eyes, what wasn't insignificant? Meg looked at Peter before nodding at Kai. You can ask a higher floor contestant from an organization buy sabers for you, she told him. You may know about the trade market, Captain. But without worth, accessing it is just a pipe dream, at best. At worst, it's a pathetic, boy's fantasy. Chapter 78, New Sabers, The Return of Kai's Fangs. 1. Past midnight, June. Alto Mare. High above the clouds over the bubbling city, a wraith blurred, flying left and right. As it shot through the air, thin layers of cloud froze around him, the frozen crystals shining silver. The wraith's tattered clothes billowed behind him as if they possessed some sinister sentience of their own. Its hand and face were scabbed, and rot patches were scattered across its body, reeking of death and despair. If there was life hidden somewhere in this vile creature, then it was in its eyes, hazel. They shimmered golden white under the pouring moonlight. Dementor Kai. After talking some details out with Meg, Kai had decided to leave the room as staying at one place accomplished nothing for him. He had also ordered Morning Mist to meet him at the port after 1 week. In this week, he had just too many things to take care of. First, it was to work upon his advanced emotions manipulation, letting his body and mind get used to the onslaught of emotions. Otherwise, in the crucial moments of battle or during a mission, someone could use his own ability against him. Familiarizing with his strengths and weaknesses, and finding solutions for improvement, had always been a part of Kai, even before he became the blood demon in his previous life. Second, it was to enhance his proficiency in snake instinct as soon as possible. The blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essence was non-magical. With him in the Pokemon world now, Kai couldn't put enough emphasis on be done with making all its elementary abilities into advanced abilities as soon as possible. Third, it was the newly gained elite ability. Parseltongue. Kai had tried many times speaking normally after leaving the Pokemon Center. It was all in vain, though. No matter what he said, only hisses came out, incomprehensible to normal people. Also, Kai knew, unlike the emotions manipulation, it would take him months, if not years, to finally gain back his humane vocals. That too if he constantly worked upon it. Otherwise, there were chances he might not be able to speak standard language. Ever. I must find some alternate ways to communicate soon, Kai reflected, disliking the thought of taking out Peter to act as his voice. Fourth, it was to test out the skills and limits of his Dementor blood essence. Despite not having the form of abilities, there were some inherent properties that his new growth-type blood essence possessed. This cold seems to be an uncontrolled phenomenon about these magical creatures, Kai thought, noticing the frozen layers of cloud as they fell into the mist. For now it's affecting anything between 3 to 5 meters around me, but that easily change with further advancement. Though a potent ability, as it could hamper the movements and intimidate the targets, Kai wasn't much sure about it. It was to the point that he disliked it. It will give away my presence, Kai thought, frowning. Then there was the flying. That's why Kai had come so high in the sky, taking on his Dementor form. From what he had figured out, flying didn't increase his speed. Instead, he could feel he was at least 10 to 15% slower while flying when compared to his on-ground speed. My actual speed is a function of strength, agility, and stamina, Kai analyzed, coming to a stop midair. However, with no ground to apply my strength to, the flying speed has become a function of agility and stamina only. Still, like the cold, it's an inherent property of this blood essence. At least I can control it, so there's nothing to complain about, either. Sigh. Not to mention, the combination of cold and flying was a great retreating tool, now freely accessible to him at a mere thought. A pure, silver mist oozed out Dementor Kai's filthy chest. Under the moonlight, it shimmered like a fog of stars, slithering up and down. However, in the very next moment, it began falling, losing its momentum. No matter how much it slithered or struggled, it couldn't remain at the height of the magical creature above the clouds. It was obvious that the ghost serpent neither possessed a flying skill nor an inherent property related to it. Celine cancelled her intangibility and slithered up to Kai's shoulder, kissing his chin. Kai looked at her muddy yellow and wormy black, blinded eyes, and he shuddered, remembering his prophecy. Then his gaze fell upon the crack in the middle of her forehead. Hiss. Celine hissed, asking for food. Kai frowned. The magical flesh of Heavy Block is running low already, he thought, prodding through his maharbi. I should hoard some more for Celine. It would be useless for me, but at least she can benefit from it. Kai looked down as if he could see the city through the clouds. A Pokemon hunt was awaiting for him down there. A hunt, full of fear, despair, and blood. But before that, I need my fangs. Kai thought, contacting the system. Chaos, he hissed, his breath rattling. Connect me to the Primordial Tower trade market. This was also the reason for him to come here, taking shelter in the clouds. Kai didn't trust Meg, that was given. He could go toe-to-toe with her and could ultimately kill her, but he didn't underestimate her, either. Moreover, there was something about her that just didn't feel right to him. Since his mother's death, Kai had been developing and honing his instincts to get his revenge, to survive. Never before had his instincts had betrayed him. To doubt them now, and not take precaution when he could, wasn't in Blood Demon's nature. Up here, though, his only companions were the occasional sights of Pokemon, which were just too fast for him to capture. Suddenly, following Kai's words, a huge window appeared in front of his eyes. Welcome to the Primordial Tower trade market, contestant Kai Stormborn. As it's your first time visiting the market, would you like a tour of the features available to you? No, Kai hissed. Meg had already informed him about the basics. Show me the items menu. The system's question melted into the huge dull gray window, and the title, Items, flashed into existence at its top. Under it, hundreds of submenus appeared, each corresponding to a category. There were melee weapons, accessories, consumable, sentient, etc. Under these categories, as Kai scrolled down, there were even more categories, each corresponding to different, or a combination of, requirements, attributes, and desirable effects. Kai felt overwhelmed. Contestant Kai Stormborn, you can use the search function to input keywords and narrow down the options available. For your reference, items, within a grade, can be classified into following subgrades. 1. Low-level item. 2. Mid-level item. 3. High-level item. 4. Top-level item. Meg had told him about the subgrades, Kai remembered. There was no way to tell the subgrade of an item from the stats available to the contestants. There are just too many variables included in this classification, Meg had said. What are the requirements? What are the effects? Quality, cooldown, accuracies, and diversity. Any or all factors can be the deciding variables. Since the ancient times, there's only one way to know the subgrades. Upload the item to the trade market, Kai remembered, and the systems will tell you its worth. To confirm his doubts, Kai took off his armor and uploaded it to the Primordial Tower trade market. Analyzing the item. Analyzation complete. Item, Steelbone Brigandine. Grade, Common. Subgrade, Low. Value, 50 mission credits. Specification, a studded leather vest made of hippogriff's hide, lined with its crushed talons and bones. Requirement, Strength 11, Stamina. Attributes, weight 3.5 kilograms. Skill, not applicable. Effect, defense plus 7 agility. Quality, 15%. Kai's lips twitched. He had bought the armor at a price of 300 mission credits. Well, Marine Roland had paid for it, but it didn't matter. Its quality had fallen to mere 15% from 73%. It reduced agility, and demanded high attributes points in both strength and stamina for a low-level item. It might have started as a mid-level common item, Kai reflected, downloading the item and storing it into his inventory. We'll never know now, I guess. Anyway. It was time to get to the task at hand. Chaos, Kai hissed, his breath rattling with anticipation. Search for dual sabers-based common and uncommon items, suited to my snake instinct, slither footsteps, and twin saber-style abilities. Words melted away as the system processed his request. When the results got displayed on the screen, the very first option made Kai's heart skip a beat. 540 results. 1. Yabashiri, mid-level uncommon, 25,000 mission credits. Chapter 79, New Sabers, The Return of Kai's Fangs. 2. Kai was gobsmacked as he looked at the sword's name. Yabashiri was a sword wielded by Roronoa Zoro in One Piece Random World before it got destroyed later on. For it to be at the top of the recommended list, it felt justified somehow. However, Kai would have to give up on buying it. He wouldn't be able to afford 25,000 mission credits for a single saber even if died now and was resurrected again. Not unless he joined some organization and asked for their help. Still, it was all a mere fantasy. There were no do-overs when it came to the Primordial Tower and its contestants. So, reluctantly, and with a heavy heart, Kai moved on, scrolling the list up with his gaze. Kai kept seeing some familiar names on the list, but most were foreign to him, and all were exorbitantly pricey. He didn't find a suitable, and affordable, sword until he reached the 67th recommendation. 67, Fong, low-level uncommon, 15,000 mission credits, I. 68. At a glance, Kai couldn't afford this one, too. Yet, there was an I highlighted as a superscript on this option which caught his eye. Kai tapped on the letter and a pop-up window appeared just above the 67th option. This item contains a note from the seller. I have 2 items with identical stats. Both items are upgradable to mid-level uncommon. If you are interested, I can sell them for 25,000 mission credits or any equivalent item, material, or info. This was another thing that made all contestants with less than 25 worth feel utterly helpless when it came to the Primordial Tower trade market. No matter which floor you belonged to, you couldn't transfer or trade any item from the inventory with others. The moment you got the item, it belonged to you. Even if it got stolen or given to someone else, the other contestant can only use it, but wouldn't be able to store it. In the truest sense, that item would never belong to the thief or any user, other than the original owner. The only way to get another contestant's item was to make sure somehow that you would get it as a part of the loot. It was just like how Kai had done with the owner of mischievous Pokemon in the sewers under the King's Landing. In the trade market, though, once an item got traded, it would permanently change hands, as such trade was sanctioned by the systems only. Kai stared at the note and his heart couldn't stop beating hard. A set of identical sabers would of course be better than two different but high-valued swords, he knew. But, he still would have to pay 25,000 mission credits. Kai's gaze kept going from the mission credits to the upgradable status of the sword. To be cautious, he scanned through the remaining recommendations, but they all didn't suit him as much as the fangs. Moreover, the last uncommon item was 83rd, which was 11,000 mission credits. He could always buy one low-level uncommon and one top-level common saber, but the disparity alone would make them useless. There were no other upgradable items, either. Ah, fuck it. Kai shook his head in exasperation, his tattered robes billowing behind him with the cloudy gusts of air. Running a hand over his dementor head, Kai took a deep breath, and selected the option. The screen blurred and the tower's icon in stark white against the dull gray background kept flashing, bobbing up and down, as if it was processing something. Suddenly, the huge notification window shook and a blurry figure appeared on it. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman as it was extremely scratched, hiding all features. Moreover, when the figure spoke, even the voice came out mechanical. Hello, the other party greeted. Are you interested in both or only one? I'd rather you buy both. They have been in my inventory for decades. Kai's lips twitched. The privilege to access the trade market wasn't some wishy-washy thing. The blurry figure on the other side was at least a fourth set contestant and it didn't need to be mentioned that he or she also thought the same for Kai. The polite greeting was nothing but a form of mutual respect. In both, Kai hissed, letting system worry about translating his voice to the standard. He didn't want to say anything unnecessary here. But I would like to see the stats first, if possible. To Kai's surprise, the other party didn't even haggle for extra mission credits. All right, the figure nodded. It's not a big deal. We all must take care of our juniors. It's natural. Kai's lips twitched again. Does he think I am buying them for my junior? Yes. Why else a fourth set contestant would be interested in uncommon items? Sigh. Have you been to Blue Exorcist Random World? The blurry figure asked. The notification window had already changed, now showing a long katana with reptilian eyes blinking on the flat side of its edge. Kai licked his lips. No, he replied, mixing truth with false. But I have heard of it. It's been a long time since I cared about other random worlds. Sigh. The figure sighed out a long breath. I can relate with the feeling. Kai rolled his eyes. Anyway, let me refresh your memory, the figure continued. These sabers are the replica of named Sword Fang, which is a type of demon sword from the Blue Exorcist Random World. The original is a rare grade item. It belonged to an in-world lead character, Shura Kirigakure. Long story short, demon swords, or Maken as they are called in the random world, are melee weapons that are endowed with the power of demons, giving them special abilities. The replicas hold no such pact with any demon, that's why they are upgradable. So I would need to make a pact with a demon, using the Makens, to upgrade the sabers, Kai analyzed, not stating the obvious. Reasonable. Suddenly, the notification window flashed and the saber's stats hovered at the top of it. Item, Fang. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, a transformed Fang from Hakurataro Okami, the sealed Hydra. It has strengthened by the many years of cold air into an ice blade. Requirement. 1. Correspondence. 2. Perception. 3. Strength. 4. A serpent-related ability. Attributes. 1. Can make a pact with a demon or magical creature. 2. Demon or magical creature's grade must be at least E+ or higher. 3. A successful pact will imbue the item and skill with similar property. 4. Current status, empty. 5. Base damage, 80 points. Skill, White Serpent. Skill effect. 1. HP consumption, 50. 2. MP consumption, 100. 3. Lengthens the blade by 5 to 10 times, depending upon HP supplied. 4. MP consumption is in correspondence with HP consumption. 5. Shoots out mana serpents upon slashing at the target that wraps around the target, binding them from head to toe. Warning. 1. Once the original demon or magical creature dies, the pact will stand invalid. 2. Magical creature is limited to serpent-like creatures only. Quality, 77%. Kai's jaw dropped. His eyes shifted between the words demon and magical creature, his heart thumping along with it. However, as much as he wanted to ask how to form a pact with magical creature, he didn't dare to. If the other party got even a hint of doubt related to him, he might lose the deal. Suddenly, Kai remembered Celine and his eyes widened. So. Kai took a deep rattling breath, calming himself down. No matter how much price he needed to pay, he must have these fangs now. Chapter 80, The Uncommon Sabers of Blue Exorcist Random World, obtained. Kai was in a conundrum. On one hand, he desired the replicas worth 25,000 mission credits as much as he had desired power itself. There was not an ounce of doubt in his mind that these items were the keys to becoming even more powerful in the random worlds for him. On the other hand, he already feared losing them. Kai had 14,600 mission credits on him. Even if he invested the entire amount in trading the sabers, he would still need to pay 10,400 mission credits more. Moreover, other than the book and the sling ring, he didn't have anything on him that could meet the price. The book was out of the question. So, only the sling ring remained. However, Kai remembered what Simon had done to it, rubbing off its restriction to be used by Sparrow between his fingers. Even if he had been an utter fool, he would have realized that there were some complex processes involved in obtaining the sling rings, especially when only one contestant could use them. I can't trade sling ring, either, Kai reflected, frowning. It's gonna come in handy in future missions. TCH. Then there was one more thing. If he didn't pay all the mission credits in one go, then the other party would get too suspicious. What kind of fourth set contestant traded cheap items to meet the price tag of 2 low-level uncommon items? No. This was just too risky. Contestants, by nature, always remain suspicious of each other. I must complete the trade in one go, Kai nodded to himself, thinking of a solution. Let's not shift away from the material wealth then. I will buy both, he hissed, gambling on his next words. For price, I will trade info. If the information is worth more than the price of the items, then you can think about covering the gap. Info. Information is always welcomed. What's it about? You must know that even if it has a higher price than the items, if I already know it, then it wouldn't be of any value to me. Kai wasn't stupid. He had already thought of something which no other contestant would know. At least not so easily, as, to know what info, one must have a very high worth. I heard the next tournament of worth is coming up, Kai hissed. Would you like to know more about glitches? What? I mean, yes. Yes. Of course. Sorry, my lord. I lost my composure. Kai's lips twitched again. The sudden outburst did surprise him. But he refrained from asking the cause behind it. He muted the conversation and uploaded the info. What he shared wasn't exactly what Chaos had told him. It was just a line. Even if someone knew it, they couldn't make head or tail of it without accessing the full picture. Still, this line was something that his privilege had offered him, having a foundation of 100 worth points. It should be enough, Kai thought, seeing the line. It should be more than enough. That line was. The individualities when manifested are called glitches. Analyzing info. Analyzation complete. Value, 50,000 mission credits. Whoa. Kai's jaw dropped. The first thing that rushed into his mind was to exploit this info, gaining as many mission credits as possible. However, the moment this thought appeared, Kai crushed it. A serpent needed to be patient, always hiding to ambush its prey. Unnecessary greed, when it could be avoided, was the bane of all plans, powers, and ambitions. Kai had learned this lesson the hard way in his previous life, when he had gotten caught once, resulting in getting tortured for weeks. Trading at one time is already good enough, Kai reflected, nodding to himself. I don't need mission credits anyway. With my side missions of killing higher floor contestants, I will have ample mission credits eventually. Let's hold on to it until I have no other choice. With a thought, he let the other party see the value. 7 words for 50,000 mission credits. Kai almost advised the other party that she should gamble on it, as there was no way to confirm having the info before buying it. Before he could do so, though, the person on the other side completed the sentence. Deal. Instantly, 25,000 mission credits got added to his stash in the stats and the 2 sabers appeared in his inventory, already belonging to him now. The notification window disappeared as well. Kai immediately took out the sabers and felt them in his hands as the wind scattered his black robes. As he marveled at the blades, he could feel a rejection from the items. It was good that I held from assigning my attribute points, Kai thought, assigning his 2 leftover points to his strength and stamina. Now I have an item and skill that consumes my HP. I can't have my stamina left behind by my other attributes. The feeling of rejection vanished and all the reptilian eyes lined on the flat side of the blades came alive, blinking at him. Kai felt a surge of acceptance and he let out a rattling breath. Celine came rushing out and circled the blades in her mist form. What's this, master, she hissed. I feel good around them. Kai felt elated. He could already feel the power coursing through the blades. Once he made a pact with her, what kind of powers it would imbue into the sabers. The sheer thought made him lick his lips. But he didn't know how to go about making this pact. So he asked the one being who knew all the answers. Chaos, Kai hissed. My ghost serpent is already an E+ grade magical creature. How to make a pact with her to imbue the Makins with her properties? Contestant Kai Stormborn, you have already made a pact with your magical creature. To imbue the Makins with her properties, let her use any of her skills or abilities on the sabers. Oh. Kai remembered the odd, but good, feeling he had after conversing with Celine for the first time. So that was making a pact. Interesting. But he struggled for a moment to decide which of Celine's powers he wanted the sabers to possess. Earth vibration sense didn't make any sense to him in this case. Ghost neurotoxin was potent enough to cause mortal damage, but he preferred coating the blades with poison, instead of combining it with magic and then worrying about not having enough poison because of the lack of MP. Then there was Soul Chill. Kai almost worshipped this ability. It had helped him survive the Dementors, let him kill heavy block, and now it helped him rein his emotions. However, like Ghost neurotoxin, there was an inherent flaw in it. Its potency would most probably also depend upon mana supplied, Kai guessed. Below 70 to 80%, it would restrict targets' movements, making them incapable of using some breath-based skills in the best-case scenario. So, after weighing his options, Kai ultimately rejected the Soul Chill and went with the only, but the most suited, option left to him. Celine, Kai hissed, his heart beating a bit faster in anticipation. Pass through the sabers in your intangible form. The ghost serpent cocked her head between Kai and the items, tasting the steel with her forked tongue. Her blind, muddy yellow and wormy black, reptilian eyes blinked several times, the draconic, white scales on her body pulsating with alternate yellow and black-colored rings. With a whoosh, she puffed out, becoming silver, white mist. Then, under the smiling gaze of Dementikai, the ghost serpent passed through the fangs. And the sabers came alive. Kai could feel it. The reptilian eyes on the blades at first had only given the hint of sentience. But now he could feel them observing him, marveling at his existence as he marveled at them back. The thin layers of clouds were already getting frozen near him under the effect of Dementor's blood essence. Now, a burst of cold exploded out of the two sabers, freezing the clouds in a 10-meter radius around Kai. The sky, once filled with soft, billowing clouds, now resembled a delicate latticework of ice, catching the sunlight and refracting it into a dazzling array of colors. The dull gray notification appeared then. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. Your item's skills have gained your magical creature's property. The new stats are: Item, Fong. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, a transformed Fong from Hakurataro Okami, the Sealed Hydra. It has strengthened by the many years of cold air into an ice blade. Requirement: 1. Correspondence. 2. Perception. 3. Strength. 4. A serpent-related ability. Attributes: 1. Can make a pact with a demon or magical creature. 2. Demon or magical creature's grade must be at least E+ or higher. 3. A successful pact will imbue the item and skill with similar property. 4. Current status, Ghost Serpent. 5. Base damage, 80 points. Skill, White Serpent. Skill effect: 1. HP consumption, 50. 2. MP consumption, 100. 3. Lengthens the blade by 5 to 10 times, depending upon HP supplied. 4. MP consumption is in correspondence with HP consumption. 5. Shoots out mana serpents upon that wraps around the target, binding them from head to toe. 6. The mana serpents are intangible and can bypass any physical barrier. Warning: 1. Once the original demon or magical creature dies, the pact will stand invalid. 2. Magical creature is limited to serpent-like creatures only. Quality, 77%. Ignoring the 1 point of rise in perceptions requirement, Kai stared at the 6th point of skills effects and burst out in a fit of rattling laughter. Yes, Kai nodded to himself, grinning ear to ear. Now he was ready to take on this mission and go beyond. Chapter 81, Spreading Despair, Dementor vs. Pokemon. Past midnight, June. Alto Mare. Hidden under the shade of thick bushes, Kai spied on the museum's guards. The movie had shown no guards around the museum, but it was one of those things that needed not be displayed outright. With the most important machine, DMA, being present in the museum, it would have been stupid to think it lacked security. The only reason Annie and Oakley, two Team Rocket members, could go into the museum in the latter half of the movie was that they had 2 powerful Pokemon and high-tech surveillance instruments. Kai had no plans to infiltrate the museum. Not yet. It would have been useless without the Soul Dew, anyway. The DMA, defense mechanism of Alto Mare, needed that jewel to start, and then further required one of the Ian Pokemon as a power source. Kai had no time to deal with those issues. He had decided to first go to the new Bark Town and get elementary Pokemon trainer ability somehow from Professor Elm. Hunt, Celine hissed, slithering over his shoulders. Kai frowned as he looked at her. The Ghost Serpent had already become a hidden, trump card for him. Now, acting as the magical creature in pact with the Fangs, she had become an even more crucial part of his power. Professor Elm is a scientist, Kai reflected, eyeing the guards. He must have high-tech equipments which I can use to carry out a deep analysis of Celine's strange state. At the end of day, regardless of his killing nature and terrifying thoughts, Kai of House Stormborn still carried the will of a scientist in his heart. He longed to put his inborn skills to test, making them also a part of his power. However, ever since his mother's death, he had been on run. This was also the case after his resurrection in the Primordial Tower. For the first time, Kai felt like he could truly put his knowledge to test in this random world. He could not deny it or hide it. The thought of experimenting and coming to meaningful conclusions excited him a touch more than acquiring the new ability. Hunt, Celine insisted, hissing loudly in his ears. Kai could feel her determination to show him she hadn't become useless. Stubbornness. A familiar crazed stubbornness was taking roots within her. The stubbornness to tower over the beings despite her obvious blindness. She wanted it. Maybe as not much as Kai wanted it, but no less either. Power. I must have it, she hissed, showing Kai her fangs. Kai grinned from ear to ear. A worthy ambition, he hissed back as he eyed a guard patrolling the fence around the museum. Did you smell the food? Bird. Over there, on the tree, Master, Celine said, her forked tongue flicking, tasting the air. Bird? Kai thought, narrowing his eyes. A flying-type Pokemon. Most of the wild Pokemon in the city were diurnal. By night, they had gone to sleep. Yet, Kai had come out at night. There were decent reasons for it. First, from the movie, both Kai and Peter had concluded one thing. The legendary Pokemon Latias loved to roam around the city, watching various Pokemon trainers and their Pokemon. She was attracted to the feeling of ecstasy and joy that one could find in abundance during the daytime in the streets of the Water City. So, it being night, Kai won't have to worry about running into Latias, as the Ian Pokemon had the skill to make themselves invisible. Second, it was the nature of Pokemon themselves. Unlike normal animals, Pokemon and other magical creatures were more like humans. They had powerful emotions and wills. And thus, Kai could affect them using his Dementor's blood essence. Go then, Kai hissed. Celine's forked tongue kissed his chin and then with raw fury she slithered away, disappearing into the thick darkness, as her white draconic scales pulsated with rings of black and yellow. Kai looked at her. Let her spread her own despair, he thought, a bit of pride welling up in his heart. Show me what can you become. As the pride reached his head, Kai brought out the dark creature sleeping within him. No longer did he control the coldness. Nor did he try to bury his hunger to spread despair. The leaves and branches around him froze to death as a hooded cloak appeared over Kai's transforming figure. His entire body shriveled up, becoming like a corpse with every passing second. The flesh left him, making him look like a walking skeletal being. Long strips of tattered black cloth billowed behind him without wind. His left hand went for his right forearm, and he felt the 10 deep, rough impressions of long bony fingers where the original Dementor had gripped him. Then Kai slithered. The moment he saw that guard going to a blind spot of other guards, Kai flew towards him, freezing everything in his path. Hovering above the ground like a wraith, he swooped down on the guard's back. He could feel it, the raw emotion of happiness and hope. Kai's mouth parted, and he sucked deep. His breath rattled, and he backed away, leaving the men shivering. The guard's face had contorted, fear and old terrifying memories returning to him. An inconspicuous layer of frost appeared over his body, soaking him wet. He looked around but found nothing. Kai trembled in joy, the taste of devoured hope and happiness lingering at the tip of his tongue. He went for him again, like a shadow of a tall tree under a moon. But on this moonless night, he was an incarnation of darkness. One of the foulest creatures in the infinite worlds had started its hunt. Time after time, Kai kept sucking out his happiness until the guard dropped to his knees. Who's there? The guard cried, shivering, crying, and finally sensing another presence. But Kai didn't go for the kill. He waited, like the predator he was, sucking in the guard's fear. As he lost his fear, a bit of his courage returned to the guard. His hand reached for his belt, and Kai beamed, finally finding a practical use of emotions manipulation and fear absorption to manipulate others. Come, out. The guard said, his life dwindling by a thread. Yenma. The bright blue beam outlined itself into a massive Pokemon. It was a red-green Pokemon that resembled a dragonfly, but bigger. It had 3 pairs of legs that could wrap around a grown man's head easily, and its 2 pairs of wings had a red band over them. The Pokemon buzzed, fluttering midair, making sharp turns. Since the moment it had come out, it had been looking in Kai's direction. Kai had been waiting for the Pokemon to appear. Like a mass of black mist, he lunged at the magical creature before it could come at him. It was so fast that it instantly flew away backward, its wings beating the air at high speed. But even that couldn't prevent Kai from spreading despair into the Pokemon, and freezing its wings. Both Kai and the Pokemon danced around each other. Under them, the guard gaped at the monstrosity that was Kai's figure. No. He couldn't let this dark creature play with the Pokemon any longer. Yanma, he cried. Use wing attack. The Pokemon's wings buzzed, glowing white. Its speed suddenly doubled as it threw itself toward Kai like a missile. Before Kai could even dodge, the Pokemon slammed one of its wing right into his chest. Chapter 82, White Serpent vs. Bug Pokemon, Breath Snatcher. A boom rang out as Kai got sent flying back, his chest caved as if a hammer had struck him. He gulped down the blood rising in his throat and noticed the 20% drop in his HP. Despite the fear absorption ability increasing his HP and MP regeneration rates, his HP was still slowly falling, struggling to come to an equilibrium. What a powerful move! Kai exclaimed, coming to a stop in midair. It's not just the move, though. The beast itself is too fast, making it impossible to dodge someone with my agility. TCH. There was another thing that bothered Kai. With his habit and need of fighting with much stronger opponents, his elementary fear absorption had been having a hard time catching up to the massive damage dealt to him in a battle. If his HP regeneration rate at least didn't counter the decrement rate, then there was no point in having it, anyway. More often than not, it was these little things that contributed to the outcome of a battle. Kai suddenly remembered absorbing his fear and took solace in that memory. With advanced emotions manipulation, all he could do for now was to lock his emotions and devour hope and happiness while simultaneously spreading despair. If he could control each of his emotions individually, then he could endlessly exploit the fear absorption ability. Still, if he had to make a guess, then it wouldn't happen until he leveled up his emotions manipulation to master ability and his fear absorption to advance. Moreover, if Kai wanted to end the fight, then he could have already ended it, not giving the guard any chance to take out the Pokemon. However, that would have gone against the point, though. Kai had always learned and improved in real scenarios, not in a training ground. A fight against a Pokemon was exactly what he needed to confirm his shortcomings and their plausible solutions. Kai noticed his HP bar rising again and took a deep breath, bringing his thoughts back to the fight. There's no winning such fights if I can't bridge the gap between my and the target's agility. Or. With one hit successful, the bug Pokemon buzzed, its speed a blur. It made a roundabout in the air and flew toward the dark, foul creature with another burst of its glowing wings. Two long katanas appeared in Kai's hands, reptilian eyes blinking on their flat sides. Mid-level uncommon items, fangs. Careful, Yanma, the guard shouted, too engrossed and concerned to run away and look for help. Yanma let out a buzz. The moment the Pokemon tilted its body and slammed its right wing again at the same spot, Dementikai lifted his swords and hacked at the wing. Bang. Both got thrown back with almost equal force. But the Pokemon recovered faster, almost blurring out of sight with its superior speed. Yanma, finish it, the guard commanded excitedly. Use ancient power. Yanma's wings let out a blinding burst of light as it buzzed monstrously. A see-through image of another Yanma appeared in front of it before it spun on itself and became a silver-gray ball of energy. Then, with great force, the Pokemon threw it toward the dark creature. Haha, Kai hissed a ghostly, rattling laugh. White. 50 HP and 100 MP disappeared instantaneously. The two swords in Kai's sword swelled, becoming 5 times their size. Under the stunned gazes of both Pokemon and the Pokemon trainer, Kai crossed the massive katanas and brought them up. The silver-gray ball of energy landed right between where the two swords crossed. A muffled boom rang out as the swords rattled along with the ball of ancient power. Ha! Kai let out a powerful, hissing shout and pushed the swords up, directing the ball of energy away from him. Up and up it went until it couldn't be seen against the starlit sky anymore. Before the guard and the Pokemon could process what happened, Kai brought down the huge katanas using the momentum and hacked at Yanma. Serpent. Hisses. 2 white mana serpents slithered out of the katanas and hissed their way toward the target. Yanma, dodge, the guard cried. The Pokemon blurred between the mana serpents as they tried to catch up, bite, and coil around it. Suddenly, feeling overwhelmed, Yanma took shelter behind a tree's branch, hoping to throw the 2 serpents off. It was a mistake. The mana serpent slithered right into the wood as if it didn't exist there at all. If it was before making a pact with Celine, then Yanma's strategy might have worked. Now, though, the serpents were intangible and no physical barrier could stop them. The Pokemon buzzed, surprised, but it was already too late. The mana serpents bit into the Pokemon's flesh and coiled around it, restricting it from head to tail. No matter how furiously Yanma tried to buzz its wings, they didn't move at all. Like a rock, the Pokemon fell to the ground. Yanma, the guard rushed, taking out the Pokeball to call it back. Kai descended on the guard like a wraith. The swords in his hands had already disappeared. With one powerful kick, he knocked the Pokeball out of his hands. With another, he knocked the breath out of the guard. As the guard hunched over, Kai's rotten fingers curled around its throat and lifted him, his mouth foaming with blood. Suddenly, Yanma, still immobile under the restriction of the mana serpents, buzzed furiously. Move, bug buzz. Kai's mind rattled as if someone had punched him from within. Then his eyes shook as a sudden nauseous feeling overtook him, his soul paining. Kai noticed the massive 50% drop in his SP and struggled to calm down. In pure anger, he turned around and hissed. You dare. Dementor Kai slithered toward the Pokemon, still clutching the guard by the neck. You just gave me another reason to test a skill on you. Skill Breath Snatcher is activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Breath Snatcher. Grade, D. Specification, the contestant can drain the targets of their SP points and regenerate their own SP. Requirement, SP. Attributes, distance between targets and the contestant must be less than 2 meters. Effect. 1. Transfer 10% of the target's drained SP to the contestant's SP points. 2. When SP is full, turn the drained SP to increase the SP regeneration rate. His breath rattling, Kai hovered over the Pokemon's face. He first drained Yanma of its hope, spreading despair to its bones. The Pokemon's brilliant, blue eyes almost became lifeless as it cowered in fear. Kai drank the fear, his HP regeneration rate shooting higher than ever. Then, like the foulest being he was, Kai brought his head down on the green mask of the Pokemon and sucked something more than air. Something did leave the Pokemon. Blurry, yet distinguishable. It seemed like air but water at the same time. The moment it entered Kai's gaping mouth, he saw his SP bar refueling. Longer and deeper, he sucked, emptying the Pokemon of its SP points. When the 30-second time limit was over, the Pokemon didn't even look like a creature, but a husk. Then Kai waited, hovering around to see if someone had realized the guard's absence or not. But there weren't many guards in the area where he had attacked the human. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Kai's head snapped. A 1-foot-long, white serpent slithered out of the bushes, heading towards him. It was Celine. From time to time, she kept raising her hood, flicking out her forked tongue to taste the air. There was a bulge around her stomach as a sign of a successful hunt. Just behind her head was a bloody wound, telling of her struggle with the Pokemon. Kai smiled. How was the food, he hissed, approaching her. Celine behaved as if the Dementor didn't affect her at all. She turned into mist and materialized around his neck under his hood. Delicious, she hissed in his ears. Tastier than the good meatballs. Kai had pointed at Heavy Block with his saber and had proclaimed him a better diet than the one she had before. Since then, Celine always called the meatballs made out of his flesh good. Well, I hope you are not full, Kai said, his rattling breath hitting her face. After cooldown, Dementor Kai finally loosened his grip on the guard's throat. No. He didn't mean to kill the guard, as such an action would attract unnecessary attraction from the Order's contestants. What Kai was aiming for was to cause a distraction and test out his next skill simultaneously. A skill that would leave the guard in a state worse than death. Chapter 83, The Breath Farming Skill, Dementor's Kiss. Dementor Kai's breath rattled as he activated the most ridiculous skill in his arsenal. Skill Dementor's Kiss activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Dementor's Kiss. Grade, D. Specification, the contestant can suck out the soul of a target, leaving them in a vegetative state. Requirement. 1. SP. 2. The target must be devoid of all happiness and hope. Attributes, the target's soul gets digitized based on its quality and will upgrade the status of the Dementor's blood essence. Effect. 1. SP regeneration rate plus 10% to plus 25%, depending on the soul's quality for 5 minutes. 2. Plus 1 breath upon upgrading the Dementor's blood essence. Note, the attribute points gained through the skill will not be counted within a set's attribute points quota. Kai's heart had come to his throat when he had seen this note for the first time. One must not forget that there were only a fixed number of attribute points one could obtain from a given set, which came under the set quota. Whatever attribute points a contestant gained above that value was a direct result of the risks and opportunities availed during a mission. However, even such an approach had a limit. With Dementor's Kiss, though, Kai could practically farm the attribute points for his breath stat. Not only that, now that his breath stat was taken care of by his Dementor blood essence, he needed not allot any attribute point in this stat, saving him from considering at least one choice. Excited, Kai brought his face near to the guard and sucked. It just like he had done with the breath snatcher. However, this time his intentions were much more sinister and colder than before. A thin trail of purest blue reached from the depth of the guard's body and entered his rotten mouth. It felt like he was drinking the sweetest and the tastiest wine. Kai's entire body thrummed, and Celine hissed, sensing his pleasure. Soul points, plus 0.1. Kai's hideous mouth twitched, seeing the value. This was one of the reasons Kai hadn't devoured the Pokemon Yanma. First, he wanted to confirm what was the difference between soul points granted by normal humans and Pokemon. He needed to know if carrying out a citywide massacre was even worth it. If the difference was too large, then there was no point in risking the descent of a mythical Pokemon. Second, if he devoured Yenma, then he must discard at least one blood essence. However, he still had his elementary snake instinct to level up to the advance, forcing him to hold onto the non-magical blue-tailed boa constrictor blood essence. Third, Kai didn't know how draining a magical beast of its soul would affect his glitch. To spare himself from embarrassing moments like the one with the Ukrainian Iron Belly, he also needed to have an experience with a soulless magical beast. Dropping the guard as if he was a carrot, Kai flew toward the Pokémon. Celine left his shoulder, her forked tongue tasting the Pokémon. The mana serpents had disappeared, but, because of the despair and fear, the magical beast could hardly beat its wings, much less buzz away from the hunters. Master, eat it, Celine hissed. It will give you power. This one is all yours, Celine, Kai hissed back. Then his mouth closed on the Pokémon's little mouth. If that human soul was arbor wine, then the Pokémon's soul was divine mead. Kai's hands couldn't help but go for the creature's wings and crush them in excitement. Soul points, +1. Whoa! Kai exclaimed, noticing the value. The soul points granted by Pokémon were 10 times more than the human Pokémon trainer. Kai looked at the soulless magical food and took out one fong. The human's abnormal state would bring attention, but the Pokémon's disappearance would become a distraction. Both things would spread such chaos that after a week, people would even fear coming out of their homes at night. Celine hissed madly as Kai put the sword's edge on Yenma's head and then lifted the saber, grabbing its hilt in his skeletal fingers. Then the fong descended. Blood showered like a fountain, painting the Dementor's black, tattered robes in green. Asterisk. Asterisk. Afternoon, June. Alto Mare. Lips pressed into a thin line, wearing heavy black shades, a blue cap, white shirt, and blue jeans, Kai roamed around the laneways of the Water City, sensing its joys and distress. Suddenly, a little white bird approached him, flying over the canal. Kai stopped and watched it. The white bird had some type of box clutched under her belly. When she fluttered to just above his head, she dropped the box. Kai caught it, still looking at the bird. He could sense no emotions in her. No life. For feathers, she had thin inconspicuous folds. It was a paper bird. An origami. Quite a unique and useful ability, Kai thought, as he saw the paper bird diving into the canal after serving its purpose. Kai brought the box up to his face. Over it, in bold lettering, was written, Pokémon Cards for Beginners. The information over the box said that it had 50 cards, covering major local Pokémon and their next evolutionary stages. He opened it and took out a card. On one side of this card was the image of Pokémon and its name, and some stats which might as well have been random numbers. But the thing on the other side had much more meaning to him. The backside of the card had the data related to the Pokémon's general abilities, its type, and against which type it was stronger and weaker. It wasn't much, but with no Pokédex, Kai could use it to know what he was dealing with, or if it was worth devouring. Kai stared at the Pokémon Center ahead and continued after a brief pause. He took a deep breath and entered. The sudden surge of emotions and the many magical beasts' presence hit his face as fresh as the morning sea breeze. Nothing seemed to have changed. But only he knew that the drop in his uncontrollable urge to devour all the happiness and blood essences was considerable. Kai walked to a bench in the corner and sat down, spreading the cards on the table in front of him. His teeth clenched tight, and his chest pounding hot, he tried to focus on learning the info on the cards. But even he wasn't unaware of the surrounding tension. If before there was a sweet taste to the happiness in this place like cool river water, then now there was a bitterness mixed in it. A bitterness because of fear. This type of happiness tasted the best as Kai had found out. His hands trembled as he lifted one card after another, memorizing the details, confirming it with the prey he had already fed to Celine. A boy and girl came and sat down close to him. From their clothing, they seemed like local Pokémon trainers, but it was what they were discussing that caught Kai's attention. It happened again last night, the brown-haired boy said, frowning. What's the count now? 5, the green-eyed girl said with apprehension. The boy nodded, taking out a poster issued by the police. Including the one from last night, the boy whispered, the local police have found 3 citizens and 2 foreigners in a complete mental breakdown state. All with their Pokeballs lying by their side and their Pokémon missing. The girl shivered. And she trailed off but continued after a choking gulp. That sign. The R. Dot. The boy turned over the poster where the gruesome image of the sign in question was printed, along with the details. They found the letter R written by their side, in blood, he told her. Some locals are saying it was the Pokémon's blood. She gasped, her hands covering her mouth, and her face going pale in shock and fear. Kai shuddered, sensing her emotion. But why R? She questioned. How can someone be so cruel? So pathetic. The boy shook his head. All Pokémon are so gentle and loving, he said, looking at his Pokeballs. I can't even think of something like that happening to us. Sigh. Yes. That R. Have you heard about Team Rocket? Is it them? The girl cried in shock. But weren't they caught around a year ago? Yes, they were, the boy said, folding the poster and putting it in his back pocket. They say someone from Team Rocket is doing it as revenge. The police haven't released it yet, but my brother told me they found a letter in the morning after the first attack. Oh, no, the girl whimpered. Don't tell me. The boy looked around. Kai dropped his head, minding his own business. Yes, he said meekly. The letter demanded the release of those criminals, Annie and Oakley. Police have yet to comment on it. But my brother thinks it's some evil tactic to distract them. Kai marked this brother as his next victim instantly. Chapter 84, Pokemon Battle with a main storyline character. The boy and the girl weren't the only people talking about these sudden night attacks. All around the town, the same tale of people getting attacked was being passed around with some elements missing and some added drama. It wasn't all for the sake of spreading despair and fear, though. A citywide panic would let him feed upon the people's fear, keeping his HP regeneration rate higher using fear absorption ability. However, it was all in the preparation of the plan he needed to carry out after returning from New Bark Town where Professor Elm was. A more important reason was the soul points. By now, Kai's nightly adventures had given him 3.3 soul points, collectively. Let's go, the boy said. I hope they won't cancel the race. Yeah. The girl trailed off, standing up. Suddenly, she slipped, and fell back. Flailing her hands, she gripped the first thing her fingers came into contact with. Kai's wrist. He could have avoided it if it wasn't for the stiffness because of resisting the urge to devour. For him to master his hunger for the blood essences, Kai must remain calm and composed, without making much movement. This was one way the blood essence cultivators used to master their beastly urges in his previous life. Recognizing that he was going through something like that, Kai hadn't waited to implement his theory. So when her hand came to rest on his wrist, Kai didn't move and just behaved as a normal person. Sorry, the girl said, the boy helping her up. When she let go of Kai's wrist, she brought her hand to her face and touched her cheek. Her green eyes were staring at him hard, Kai could tell. Your hand. She whispered. It's so cold. Kai lifted his head. Behind the black shades, two hazel reptilian slits narrowed. Celine sent out another burst of soul-chilling coldness, preventing his skin from becoming red-hot, and the scalding steam returned to him as summer sweat. Boa Constrictor's blood essence had gotten no rest in the last 3 days. Kai had been using Snake Instinct constantly. Now, he only needed one good battle to level up this ability to advance, he knew. Moreover, Kai needed to learn to use his glitch transformation without being noticed if he would need to. The answer was to let Celine use Soul Chill from time to time with just enough intensity to bring down the rising heat and color of his body. The calming of his voracious appetite to devour Pokemon had come as an unexpected but not unwelcome outcome. Now that Celine was resting just left of the thing within his chest, above his heart, her coldness was also positively affecting the sudden hunger pangs of his glitch. Thank you, the girl said, bowing a little. Kai smiled at her and nodded. Go. Follow them. A mass of silver mist left his back and disappeared underground. Celine didn't need eyes to follow the prey on the ground. Her skill, Earth Vibration Sense, let her sense and differentiate between all vibrations in a 100-meter radius using the sensory organ under her head. Remember the path, Kai hissed out a warning. The next target was already set. Asterisk. Asterisk. 10 p.m., June. Altomare. A half-moon stood proudly in the sky and the water city shone silver under it. Tonight was a special night. It was the time of summer aqua alta, high water, a name for Altomare's exceptional tide peaks that occurred biannually. Certain geological and astronomical reasons would cause partial flooding of the city with overflowing canals. The water on the walkways besides all the canals almost reached the ankles during these times. If someone were to look from the sky, the city would look like a submerged island with houses jutting out of the ocean. The reflection of the moonlight made the town look like nothing short of a celestial city. Sitting at the top of one of the guardian columns of Altomare, Kai marveled at the beautiful sight, and the vistas of horror and terror hidden under the moonlit, watery layer over it. The last 2 days had turned out to be almost uneventful for him. Locals, along with police, had organized a volunteer task force to apprehend the criminals committing such heinous crimes. The result was, in the last 2 days, Kai had only attacked 3 more elderly and careless locals, all with a bug or some flying-type Pokemon, giving him some 1.7 soul points. It was another matter of attacking someone without Pokemon, like the first guard. Now that hundreds of people were voluntarily patrolling the laneways with their Pokemon, Kai had to be more prudent about his prey. Tonight I will compensate for the lost soul points, Kai thought. If it all works out as I have planned, then I will also get a milestone. The period of abstaining from speaking had brought some benefits to him. Now at least when he thought to himself he wasn't using Parseltongue. The issues with his emotions manipulation and blood devour had also curbed substantially. Unlike his fits from the first time, now he could hold his own if he were to be thrown among a crowd of young Pokemon trainers and their Pokemon. The only thing that had come to him as a surprise was the identity of the boy's big brother. Ross. A main storyline character from the movie. In the movie, he was the reigning champion of the Tour de Alto Mare, the water chariot race, before Misty, with the help of her Pokemon, Corsola, broke his winning streak. Ross then gave Ash and his friends a tour of the city on his gondola, a flat-bottomed rowing boat. But these weren't the reasons for Kai to become adamant about hunting this character. It was his Pokemon, Whalemare. In the movie, he had seen it. But the Pokemon card told him much more about it. Whalemare was a water-type Pokemon, looking like a spherical whale with no tail. With a blue top and tan grooves on its underbelly, it was a massive Pokemon weighing over 100 kilograms. It could store water within it and use it to bounce around. Its major attacks were Water Gun, Whirlpool, and Dive. Kai wanted to devour its soul. Then he would store it in his inventory as a long-term food source for Celine. Party member Morning Mist is requesting a video call. Kai frowned. He had specifically instructed Meg last time to only contact him using origami. He couldn't afford to talk to anyone right now. Especially not to a contestant. If she is contacting me despite that, then there must be some good reason, Kai thought and accepted the video call. A holographic video screen appeared in front of him. He could see Meg sitting in her room, surrounded by what seemed like dozens of origamis. Little birds, bugs, and tiny worms were roaming around her. She is a dangerous woman, Kai had concluded. He didn't look down on her because she was weak. No ability was weak, at least not an advanced one. What mattered was how much it suited a contestant. A team of Orders contestants has joined the volunteer task force, Meg said. So? Kai raised an eyebrow. He had no interest in hunting third-floor contestants. This too, he had let her know. I am going for them tonight. If I were to need help, can I count on you? The beauty almost requested. Kai shook his head. Why the hell would he deviate from his plans? He would hunt Ross and his Pokemon, and tomorrow he would leave the town for weeks. Plain and clear. Morning Mist bit her lips. I will pay you. All my experience and knowledge about any world that I know, in exchange for one instance of your help, Meg said, proudly. Kai smiled. That was enough for him. Everything had its price, and these days his time was the costliest. As Meg permitted herself a smile, Kai cut off the video call and stood up. He was wearing a white t-shirt, with the logo of Ian Pokemon. This was the wear of volunteers. He had also joined the volunteer task force, of course. Kai let out a vile grin, looked down, and jumped. Asterisk. Asterisk. Ross was a carefree and passionate young man. But the events of these last few days had scarred his thoughts and his love for this town's history. He rode his gondola, followed by his Pokemon, Whalemare, by his side. Whalemare. The Pokemon came up the canal and expelled a jet of water through the blowhole on the top of its head. What? Ross asked, becoming wary. Did you see something, Whalemare? Whale. The Pokemon gave out 2 low shouts and then swam forward, asking Ross to follow it. After a few turns, finally, Ross heard it too. A shout. Someone was asking for help. He looked back and noticed that he had stirred off from the other volunteers who were following him. No. He couldn't waste time going back. He gave a hard push using the oar and put the nose of his gondola for a run. Help. Here. Then he saw her. No, he saw them. A boy and girl were stranded on a flooded walkway some distance away and were flailing their hands to catch his attention. The moonlight struck their clothing then, and Ross noticed they were volunteers. Taking a sigh of relief, he rode towards them, Whalemare already approaching the edge of the canal. What happened? Ross asked. They seemed unfamiliar. Foreigners, maybe. That's kind of them to help, he thought, noticing the volunteer task force's t-shirts on them. One was a white-haired boy, who smiled joyfully looking at him. The other one was a blonde girl. It was she who had been shouting for help. Oh, thank you, the girl said, smiling. We saw something off the corner and left our gondola at the bank to take a look. When we returned, it wasn't here anymore. I was so scared. Ha. Ross laughed. You don't just leave the gondola at the canal's bank. Come. You two are soaking wet. The white-haired boy said nothing, Ross noticed. He just followed the girl and came over into his gondola. Thank you, the girl said, cheerfully. I am Shay. He is my cousin, Arlen. And you? For the first time, the girl showed some apprehension. Ross couldn't help but shake his head. What had the times come to? Foreigners hesitating to ask for help in Alto Mare. I am Ross, he said, coolly. You must know me from the Tour de Alto Mare. I was the champion from last to last year. The girl gasped. Oh. I know you, she said, looking at her cousin. My cousin is a big fan of the race. That's why we had come to the town. To watch the event. The white-haired boy nodded. Just watch. Ross asked, raising his eyebrows. Come to think of it, why haven't you two taken out your Pokemon? Officer Jenny said we must have our Pokemon out. The girl ruefully smiled. I don't have any, she said. My cousin has one, but it's not a water type. He doesn't like to keep it in the Pokeball, so it's always out. Huh. Ross was shocked. He couldn't see it. Where was the Pokemon? Whalemare. Suddenly Whalemare cried, and Ross lifted his head to the boat's stern. There sat a white snake-like Pokemon, coiled around the boat's curved tip. Wow. It's so beautiful, Ross exclaimed. Which Pokemon is this? Again, the girl answered. It's a ghost serpent from our village, she said. My cousin can't speak. So. Oh. Ross remembered his manners and didn't prod about it too much. Suddenly, the white-haired boy leaned over and nudged the girl's elbow. The girl blushed. She mumbled, hesitating. Ross, Arlen is asking if you are interested in a Pokemon battle. Pokemon battle. Ross frowned. Now. See, I told you, the girl rebuked her cousin. Ugh. Sorry, Ross. Arlen is a battle freak. He was so excited when we came here. But then, these things happened. And now. Sigh. Too much gloom sometimes rises in his head. Don't worry. Ross felt a pang of pain. Why couldn't he see so himself? This was the essence of Pokemon training, wasn't it? Why should they give up on who they were because of some filthy criminal? Of course. Ross said, finally feeling good. Let us battle, why not? For the first time, the white-haired boy grinned. Even the snake-type Pokemon lifted its hood and hissed. It, too, looked as if it was grinning. A creepy, snaky laugh. Chapter 85, An Evolution Milestone. Ghost Serpent vs. Whalemare. Kai was after a milestone. He hadn't known about it from the start. Only the recent circumstances had made him come to face it. Celine had been hunting young Pokemon for days now. Unlike the search for the criminal, no one was searching for her. A wild creature hunting another was as common in this world as any. Yet, he had failed to perceive any obvious changes about her. There was a time when Kai had thought that if he were to feed her enough magical flesh, it would evolve her from E+ to D-. She must have eaten some 10 Pokemon since then, including the ones that Kai had given her, but she remained the same. So Kai had done what he should have done ages ago. Chaos, what are the ways to evolve a growth-type magical beast's grade? He had asked. There were 2 ways, according to the system. First was the same as Kai had thought. Let the magical creature feed on other magical creatures. In this way, the growth would come slowly, but surely. There were no specific numbers as it depended on the size of the hunter and its prey and other crucial factors. It was the second way that had made the blood rush to Kai's brain. Achieve certain world-exclusive milestones. This was not only a quick but also a clear-cut way to upgrade a magical beast. It had very specific and atypical requirements. Though, like most things, it demanded some effort on his part. An effort like coaxing a Pokemon trainer to agree to a Pokemon battle at his will. Milestone, win a Pokemon battle using a magical beast for the first time. The Pokemon trainer must battle voluntarily, without coercion. Conditions to achieve milestone. 1. The magical beast must not injure the Pokemon over 90% of its HP. 2. The contestant must not attack Pokemon trainer directly or indirectly. 3. The Pokemon trainer must accept the defeat. 4. Magical beast's grade must be less than D. Milestone rewards. 1. +1 to all magical beast's attributes. 2. For growth type, evolve the magical beast to its grade group's limit. Note, a grade group consists of 3 levels. For E to E+, with E+ as the group's limit. Warning, if the magical beast is already at its group's limit, then raise the probability of group upgradation by 50%. Kai's Ghost Serpent was already an E+ graded magical beast. Even if he achieved the milestone, Celine wouldn't evolve to D-, he knew. Still, the milestone also rewarded 1 point to each of her attributes, which was more than welcomed. It would also raise her chances to evolve to D by 50%. Without this second reward, Kai didn't know how long she would have taken to evolve to the second group. It seems, Kai had reflected, analyzing the system's notification, this group upgradation is a much bigger deal than I have given it credit for. Is it the same for the contestants? Does becoming a 4th floor contestant or 7th floor contestant bring some qualitative changes to the stats? Kai had remembered heavy block first. Then he had remembered Arlen's reason to not ascend to the second set. Finally, he had recalled how only those who had fulfilled their set's quota could participate in the Tournament of Worth. At the end, he had nodded to himself, confirming his doubts. Since then, Kai had been searching for a Pokemon trainer like Ross, having a massive Pokemon. Massive didn't mean strong, but it did mean more food. Presently. You are at a serious disadvantage, Arlen, Ross shouted, his feet submerged to the ankles in the flooded walkway. Even though your Pokemon can swim, Whalemare is a water-type Pokemon. They had positioned themselves on the opposite banks of the canal. It was Kai's idea. From this distance, Ross wouldn't hear him commanding the ghost serpent. Hiss. Celine flicked out her forked tongue, coiling around Kai's neck. Her blind eyes stared at the whale-like Pokemon with deep fascination and hunger. Do not attack to kill, Kai hissed out, though he shared her look for the Pokemon. It's edible, Celine argued. Kai didn't deign to repeat himself. She would follow his command, he knew. The ghost serpent is an excellent swimmer, Cersei answered Ross, standing close to Kai. Just go all out, Ross. Otherwise, Arlen would make you regret it. These events seemed to have enthralled her enormously, Kai thought in amusement, looking at Cersei. In the last world, she didn't get to do anything other than getting her dress ripped apart by me. She did play a crucial role in my battle against Heavy Block. Though, she had called that brute work. But this is what she truly likes. Manipulating Ross has excited her too much. Sigh. There was a scornful smile on Cersei's lips, looking at Ross in this situation as if none could have done it better than her. When she caught Kai looking at her, the young character almost beamed and the anticipation in her emerald green eyes glistened mystifyingly under the celestial moonlight. She is beautiful, Kai concluded, taking his eyes off her. And she knows it. I am ready when you are, Ross called out, his eager emotions reaching Kai, crossing the overflowing canal. Celine slithered off Kai's shoulder and landed on the water underneath. The moment her tail beat against the shallow water, her speed seemed to double. Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw those illusions of black and yellow pulsating rings on her body not getting affected by the moonlight in the slightest. Can you sense it? Kai asked, knowing well that her earth vibration sense will not work in water as effectively as on the ground. Yes. This food is too noisy, Celine hissed, slithering away from him, and entering the deep waters of the canal. The water current tried to sway her away with it, but the powerful beatings of her tail let her maintain a straight course. Not to mention her streamlined body, even her white draconic scales seemed to work better than her smooth scales which she had lost. Whalemare, are you ready, buddy? Ross asked cheerfully. Let's show them what we are made of, huh? Whalemare, the Pokemon let out a cry, smashing its huge finger-like fins on the water. This smashing of fins had such a power that Kai felt like it could have thrown even him in a single direct hit. Whalemare, start with the water gun. The Pokemon lifted its mouth, lined with baleen plates that resembled teeth, and squirted out a powerful jet of water. Celine lied directly at the end of this attack. Dive, Kai hissed. One moment the ghost serpent was shining silver over the water, and in the next, she was nowhere to be seen. The water gun went far, missing its target. Ross laughed from the other side. It was a mistake, he shouted. Whalemare. Dive. This wasn't just going down into the water to dodge, or to attack. It was a move. And all Pokemon's moves were powerful abilities and skills in the system's terms. A blue light shone around the Pokemon and it plunged into the canal. Kai's eyes squinted, sensing the Pokemon rushing towards Celine. But he didn't tell her any direction to dodge. Whalemare found her, went beyond her, and then from the deep, came back, gaining speed as it swam up. Celine had sensed it coming for her, he knew. But without his command, she wouldn't dare to move. Bang. Like a huge water cannon, Whalemare hit her directly, sending her flying out of the water and then into the air. Hiss. She hissed madly, half in pain and half in anger. Motherfucking, she spat, trying to slither in the air vainly. Kai's jaw fell open. Where the hell did she learn that word? He thought with sheer astonishment. What happened? Cersei asked, gazing at Kai's ridiculous expression. But Ross was in form. Whalemare. Use Whirlpool. Whalemare, the Pokemon let out its loudest cry, and a massive whirlpool appeared over its mouth, its water glistening with a blue shine. The Pokemon sent the churning mass of water towards Celine's falling figure. Even then, Kai didn't give her any commands. Ross was looking at him oddly from the other side, Kai could tell. But less with an accusing look and more in wonder. For all Ross knew, Kai was giving her command without speaking, and that was a matter of legends in itself. When Celine came down, she found herself trapped at the center of the whirlpool, not able to slither in any direction. Her wild thrashing showed her anger, much like Kai's occasional impatient actions. She's just like you, Cersei commented, sneering. Kai scowled at her, and that seemed to have shut her up. This match is ours, Ross proclaimed. Whalemare, use tackle. The monstrosity named Whalemare rushed through the whirlpool effortlessly for the trapped Selene. It was indeed as Ross had said. This match was theirs. A direct hit from the massive figure of Whalemare could break boulders, much less the ghost serpent's tiny figure. Selene hissed, venom dripping off her fangs, melting into the whirling water around her. A big blue mass was almost over her, intending to bury her underwater. It was then Kai commanded. Chapter 86, Ghost Serpent's Minor Evolution, Latias arrives. The command came hissing out of Kai's mouth. Use intangibility. Just when Whalemare was about to hit her, Selene exploded into a swirling mass of silver mist. This was no mere mist that wind or water could affect. No. This was a phantasm that could pass through anything. Whalemare ran into the mist, and the mist entered it. With his second command, Kai finished playing with the childish game. Use Soul Chill at 40% output. Only Kai knew what Selene's Soul Chill could do at its maximum potential. He had used it to freeze his own soul against Dementor's soul-sucking ability. Selene couldn't control this ability before this thoroughly, but Kai making her use this ability for the last 7 days against his glitch's effects had benefited her too. A burst of chill spread outward from within Whalemare's body. The Pokémon lost its momentum and fell into the canal, motionless. In just a moment, a thin layer of icy frost spread over its body, making the blue at its top look bluer. Ross gasped. Wow, he said. It's a ghost, ice, and poison-type Pokémon. But, ice-type moves don't work well against Whalemare. Following Ross' comment, the Pokémon's entire body thrummed. A silver mist escaped its body and materialized into Selene's snaky figure. She was tired, Kai noticed. Whale. Mer, the Pokémon cried, and the ice layer over it broke down into many shards. The water current carried those shards away, and seemingly all chances of Kai's victory along with them. Or so Ross must have thought. For, in the next moment, the Pokémon shook its head as if it was drunk, drowsy, and under the effect of strong sedation. Its body looked stiff as if an ethereal layer of ice was still over it, freezing its metabolism with every passing second. This was the terror of Soul Chill. Its prey wasn't the physical body, but the soul. That layer of icy frost over the physical body was just a consequence of the soul freezing within. Whalemare. Ross cried, seeing the oddness about the Pokémon. Whalemare, come back. But the Pokémon might as well have not heard it. It dulled like a lifeless object, its eyes going vacant like a candle flame about to go out. Whalemare can't fight anymore. Cersei stepped towards the canal and declared with a noble authority. Ross tried a few more times. But when he saw Selene still slithering around Whalemare, he finally shook his head and smiled. Haha, he laughed, approaching his gondola. That was fun. Yes. We admit defeat. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Kai grinned, and Selene shuddered. Ross climbed over his gondola and rushed for Whalemare as Kai approached the ghost serpent, slithering towards him. She was trembling, he could tell even from afar. Water was bubbling off her in a low, continuous rhythm. Hurts, she hissed, shaking her head. Hurts. It hurts so much. Kai had never felt such emotions from her. He frowned as he crouched to pick her up. Then dropped her back into the water right away. She was hot. Seeing her white dragonish scales thrumming like a beetle's shell, no one could have told the temperature of those beautiful things. Kai looked at his palm and saw the burned marks in the shape of those scales. His frown deepened. Hurts. Master, she cried. I thought it would be like the Pokémon evolution, Kai wondered. What's happening? Hey. Is everything all right? Ross shouted a question, rowing the boat towards him. Kai bent down and picked her up again, but this time he didn't drop her. He smiled at Ross and nodded. The plan would come first, pain later. Embracing Selene in his left hand, trying to hide her murderous hisses and trembles, Kai helped Ross's gondola with his right hand. Behind the boat, Whalemare seemed to have come out of the effects of Soul Chill but still looked lethargic. The Pokémon kept bumping into the boat's stern, pushing it over the canal. It was such a good battle, Cersei said, smiling, stepping out from Kai's shadow. Let me help you. Hurts. Shut up, Kai snapped, his hiss burying into Selene's mind. Bear the pain. Dash, Selene didn't hiss anymore, but her coils were becoming tighter around his arm, and the heat had truly become unbearable, almost burning Kai's white full-sleeve t-shirt. I must be quick about this, Kai thought, gritting his teeth and seeing the blood seeping out of Selene's mouth. Ross, beaming because of the battle, reached out to shake Kai's hands. The moment their palms touched each other, Kai snatched away that happiness. His eyes became dark, and when his mouth parted and sucked, a rattling noise reverberated. Ross' knees buckled, and he fell with Kai still sucking out all happiness and hope that the Pokemon trainer had ever known. The black hood of a tattered cloak covered his head as his feet levitated out of the water. Now he was the foul lord of despair, looming over Ross' face, making him remember all that was wrong with him and this world. Wailmare. The Pokemon sensed Kai's presence and roared, but he didn't have any time to spare. "Aw!" Celine hissed so loud that it made Dementor Kai almost put his hands on his ears. Her grip had become tight enough to break bones. His gaze landed on her body, and only then did he realize what was happening. Her white body looked murky, the color of rotten milk. A distinctive layer of skin was peeling off her, starting from her mouth. She kept thrashing her head, here and there, her fangs reaching for anything to just bite, just rip something off. She was shedding. First their souls, Kai thought, ignoring the maddening hisses. He was just about to execute Dementor's kiss when the noise hit him. Bang. The water at the far end of the laneway exploded. Kai raised his head, and saw something rushing towards their position. Something powerful and fast. Incredibly fast. Like a jet. No. Kai trembled, realizing the incomer's identity. Latias. It looked like an invisible jet plane was flying low, just over the canal. Ma, Celine buried a hiss and plunged her fangs into Kai's shoulder. No venom came out, but they went deep, ripping his blood vessels and nerves. That would have been painful, but it broke the trance-like state Kai had slipped into. He looked at Celine and then at Ross and the Pokemon. Behind him, Cersei vanished. A furious rattling scream came out of his mouth and he threw away the Ross' almost lifeless body. Run. The word echoed in his mind. He wasn't prepared to face a legendary Pokemon. Not when two other young Ian Pokemon could have been with the older Latias. He wasn't fast enough, either. But the abnormal condition of Ross and Wailmare would keep Latias busy, he knew. Still, he dashed off with all the speed he could muster. Gliding low over the water layer like a mass of the filthiest black mist, Kai took several turns in succession to throw Latias off if she was chasing him. When the pain from Celine's bite became unbearable, despite the pain reduction, he stopped, canceling his transformation into a dark corner. He grabbed the back of the serpent's mouth and pulled out her fangs, almost ripping out his muscles along with them. The boiling hot skin crackled under his grip, but Kai didn't let go. Soul points. Kai thought, his eyes bloodshot, remembering the massive Pokemon. My soul points. In his embrace, Celine wriggled like a twisted rope under tension. Now she was pulsating, now she was hissing, and now she was puffing. Her scales rattled like the buzz of 100 insects. Then they broke off. Starting with her nose, her old skin came off, and Kai saw the sweetest and most beautiful thing under it. Such a white color even he had never seen before. Celine's tail grabbed Kai's forearm and she pushed herself more. The skin gave away from her mouth, eyes, and then from the gash in between her blind eyes. Time after time she kept pushing, hissing low moans, and her forked tongue flicking out, kissing Kai's burned arm. Like the peel of an orange, the skin left her almost effortlessly once the shedding started. One last push and she was out. Now almost 2 feet long, she hung around Kai like a scarf, panting for air. Kai couldn't take his murderous eyes off her. His hand reached for the head, patting it softly. Sleep, he hissed, controlling the hunger in his chest. Sleep and become stronger. Yes, Celine hissed back and then dozed off without even entering Kai in her mist form. Kai choked a moan as the wound on his back wriggled, healing by itself. The burns on his arms and his chest were so severe that the flesh had charred. But what pained Kai the most was the loss of soul points, and the food supply. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. Your magical beast, Ghost Serpent, has undergone a minor evolution. Rewards, +1, all attributes. Kai was about to check Celine's stats, when another notification followed the first. Party member Morning Mist has shared her location with you. She is requesting an audio call. Do you accept it? Kai stored Celine's shed skin in his MRB and stood up. With a hideous, raging scowl on his face, he brought out the Dementor within him. Let's see how many soul points these puny things will give me, he thought, his breath rattling thunderously. Kai's feet left the water, leaving behind a dark layer of ice, pulsing with foul, murderous emotions. Chapter 87, The Unknown Ghost Serpent and Morning Mist's Mystery. Late afternoon, June. The Seagull. The ferry's fare was cheap. Kai sat in his chair in a room, looking out at the sea through the small round glass window. In front of him lay pages after pages of information on the Pokemon and Harry Potter world. Combined with the things he had got to know from the Thunder faction, he now had a pretty good idea about these two worlds. The soul points he had gotten from 3 third-floor contestants were so low that Kai dared not even think about them lest it would bring out his rage. All they had given him were 600 mission credits, and the return of the title, Murderer. By the morning, Kai had boarded Seagull, along with a depressed Meg, who did not know what had happened last night. Still, she was a shrewd woman, and Kai had an inkling that she had guessed some things after dealing with her abnormal state. No wonder I got all the details so thoroughly, and so soon, Kai reflected. Suddenly he remembered the look of extreme fear on Morning Mist's face while passing the notes. I can acutely sense fear. Why did she fake a fearful appearance? This woman troubled Kai. As he looked at the high and low waves and a flock of Pokemon flying far into the horizon, Kai recalled the things that had happened after coming to the Pokemon world. His snake instinct's proficiency had risen to 95% because of all the continuous activation in the last week. Fear absorption had reached 75%. But the least growth had occurred to Twin Saber style, reaching 80%. It happened when I used White Serpent for the first time, Kai recalled. Reasonable, I guess. If swinging swords could increase proficiencies, then everybody would have possessed them by now. It also made Kai solidify his guess even more. He needed a good battle. His snake instinct and Twin Saber style depended too much on it, including the Slither Footsteps ability. Yet, the most welcoming change had happened to a title. Kai brought out the last notification about it. Your title status is updated. Title, Poacher. Specification, kill 10 magical beasts collectively. The magical beast's grade must be equal to or higher than contestant's equivalent floor number. Status, July 10th. Effect, Agility +1, Perception +1, Charisma. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. He had certainly killed over 5 Pokemon, Kai knew. For the status to rise by only 5 points, there could be only one reason. Some of the Pokemon's grades were lower than his equivalent floor number. So the system didn't count them as his kills. That's okay too, Kai nodded to himself. I am positive I can get this title before going back to Altomare. Food. A hiss made Kai snap his head back. Perched on the bed was Celine, her hood raised high and her forked tongue flicking up and down. This was the thing Kai had been worried about when he had gotten to know the milestone. He knew Celine would need more food of better quality after upgrading, that's why he had specifically gone after Ross and his Pokemon. I am hungry, she hissed again. You just ate, Celine. We have little magical flesh left, Kai hissed. I want to hunt. I smell food. Face hard, Kai told her again what he had been telling her since yesterday. You can't. Celine puffed, yawning, showing her long, venomous fangs. It all seemed like an exasperated sigh to Kai. He looked at her as she went over to the corner where on a plate were a few meatballs. They didn't seem to appease her as much as they once used to after she had tasted the Pokemon. Kai looked at her in pure fascination, and in purer horror. Yes. Horror beyond imagination. For he could see things now that he couldn't when she was smaller. His eyes landed on her left eye. It didn't seem as harmless as before to him. Now that she had grown, he could make out infinite patterns within that eye that seemed to change as she moved. Kai clenched his fists as he found those hideous patterns matching that of the door he had seen in his blood prophecy. Even the eye itself was beyond something Kai could look at for long. One time it looked caved in, depthless, like a deep yellow chasm full of weird geometrical shapes that felt alive. Other times it seemed to bulge out like a telescope as if someone was on the other side looking hard at his magnified face. Then there was her right eye. The illusions of hundreds of worms wriggling inside that black abyss had turned out to be the reality. Kai looked into both of her eyes, not knowing what to do with her. One thought told him to just flung her away into the ocean and be done with her. Other thoughts told him to stuff her with more power first and see what would happen. Of course, that other thought had generated because of Kai's curiosity and her new stats. Beast, Ghost Serpent, Magical Beast. Grade, E+, Growth. Type, Unknown. HP. MP. SP. Attributes. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Abilities. 1. Intangibility. 2. Soul Chill. Skills. 1. Ghost Neurotoxin. 2. Earth Vibration Sense. With only one battle, Celine had gained 6 attribute points. However, this wasn't what attracted Kai to her the most. Despite retaining her abilities and skills, her nature had changed. Unknown. Ghost Serpent's type seemed to scream in Kai's mind, sending a shiver running down his spine. She was 2 feet long now, of the same length as he had seen in his prophecy. That meant things were happening according to how they were meant to happen. Now, Kai couldn't have that, could he? The one thing I don't understand is why in the hell I would chant unknown words, Kai thought, seeing Celine swallowing a meatball. I am not stupid. Kai knew himself, and that's why the knowledge of his future self doing something that stupid struck him the hardest. Will I be forced? He asked himself. Who can force me to do something like that? If no one can force me, then will I do it voluntarily? Yet, the most troublesome thought that kept him awake at night was something else entirely. What will happen when I get the paper and the time comes to chant the things written over it? Kai asked himself for the 100th time. The future is subjected to change as per my actions, the blood prophecy stats have warned me. But if I were to decide to not chant those words, what will happen to my past self? Will it get that abnormal elite ability? Will it get the 50 points of worth stat? And what would happen to Celine's past self? The questions made even Kai run his hands through his hair. He took pride in his knowledge regarding beasts, but this had nothing to do with them. A paradox. That's what it was, and Kai, for the first time, didn't have any idea where to begin. Or, if there was ever a beginning to this chain of events. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning, June. The seagull. Something was odd about Meg. It wasn't the first time Kai had this thought. He had been brooding over it for the last week. He thought about it from all angles, always coming to the same conclusion. Something was disturbingly odd about Meg. With his chair pointed towards the small window, Kai sat there in deep contemplation. In his hands was the false wand he had obtained from Arlen. Despite visiting the Harry Potter random world, now twice, he still had not gotten his hands on the ability required to operate it. Peter was lying on the bed, going through the information which Meg had shared with him. When Kai looked at him, he turned his head to look back. You should throw it in the ocean, the character said, smiling. What's the point of having it if you can't use it? Kai frowned. He looked at the wand and the stats hovering above it. Item, coreless wand. Grade, common. Specification, a false wand lacking a core. Requirement, elementary magical aptitude. Attributes, length, 10 inches, wood, mahogany. Skill, magic duplication. Effect. 1. Contestants can use it to duplicate the effect of genuine wands. 2. After casting spell /S of 200 MP collectively, goes in cooldown of 1 minute. Warning, casting high-level spells can damage the item. Quality, 76%. Kai couldn't help but agree with Peter. Are you still thinking about her? Peter asked, sitting up and straightening his small hair. Kai nodded. Staying quiet had helped him, but the moment he opened his mouth, the hissing came back like an old friend whom he didn't like at all. Let's not think about it in our usual way, Peter mumbled, standing up. Let's think about what she lacks and not about what's odd about her. Kai snapped his head towards Peter as the character paced within the small room. Has he found something? He wondered, knowing well Peter would have never brought up the matter otherwise. What has she done in the last week, pray tell me, my lord? Peter asked, and when Kai opened his mouth to speak, the character chuckled, cutting Kai off. Oh, never mind. I can't understand you, anyway. Hear me out. Kai too stood up, sending the false wand back to his inventory. Nothing, Peter declared. She has done nothing. If it was another third-floor contestant in her place, what would they have done? Certainly not keeping themselves in the room. Arlen is the strongest third-floor contestant we know, my lord. Can you guess the difference between Meg and him? Kai's eyes widened. Yes. Meg wasn't as strong as Arlen, but with her abilities and Pokemon, she was near. Then she had the experience. Too much experience for a mere third-floor contestant. Yet, she lacked one thing. Greed. Kai forced out the word, smothering the hiss. Peter's brows rose and then he nodded. Greed and ambition, he said, completing Kai's words. She lacks both these things one can expect from a lower-floor contestant. Then Kai frowned. Peter guffawed, knowing well what his evil master was thinking about. Why did she go after Order's contestants and ask you to help her? This was also the thing that had puzzled me the most, he agreed. But it's also the easiest to explain. The reason is, you. Kai's hazel pupils shuddered. Your very existence gives birth to curiosity, my lord, Peter said. The way you analyzed her abilities, and the strange nightly events that followed your departure. Then there is the mysterious reason for you playing a mute and the strange vegetative state of your victims. It makes one curious, even if one lacks greed and ambition. She had to know more about you somehow. Kai went back to the chair and sat down, tapping his fingers on the chair's arms. Celine hissed menacingly, sensing his emotions. He knew if Peter had decided to share these things with him, then he already had a plan. Kai's eyes became two reptilian slits as if following an instinct. Peter approached his master, crouching down to Kai's ears from behind. Then the Herald of Chaos whispered his plan. But some whispers were better left unheard. Chapter 88, Morning Mist's Real Identity, the Temple of Hastur's Scheme. Kai and Meg booked a room in a nearby hotel named the Slowpoke. There was no Pokemon Center near the Azalea Town's port, and Kai had already let Morning Mist know he had some business to take care of in the town. Meg wasn't happy about it. Though she didn't dare to object to Kai anymore. I don't understand, she finally said, sitting on a chair across from Kai. The system has given us a time limit of 2 months. That means whatever your mission is, it needs at least that much time of preparation. I agree you should go to Professor Elm to at least try to get your first Pokemon. But spending 3 to 5 days in Azalea Town makes little sense to me. Kai looked at her. She talked like old people who have seen too much, he thought. Peter was right about her. She lacks the thrill of an adventure. She'd rather spend her time walking around Alto Mare's laneways for weeks than using the opportunity to explore the world. Not to mention, Meg continued, unaware of Kai's thoughts, we will have to face a team from the Order, too. Unlike us, they might spend their time reinforcing the defenses, if they have also got to see that movie, don't you think? I don't believe we will return to Alto Mare in time for the water chariot race, either. Now Kai doubted Meg wanted to take part in the race genuinely. But he had already made plans to return to Water City using Seaplane. Though, it would need a lot of Pokemon dollars. He reached into the pocket of his jeans and took out the list of tasks he had prepared Meg to do. The moment he threw the list toward Meg, she got a notification of a side mission. Meg raised her eyebrows. How would I ever steal this much money, she asked. Kai didn't answer. Leaving her in the room, Kai walked out of the hotel and took a deep breath. The port was busy on this sunny morning, with people running about, doing their work. A part of the crowd belonged to the traveling Pokemon trainers. He adjusted his blue cap and headed for the local bus stop. Azalea Town is a major setting in the Pokemon world, Kai recalled. Not only does it have a gym to which Pokemon trainer must go to get the Hive badge, but it is also the hometown of a major main storyline character, Kurt. No wonder the 4th floor Order's contestants didn't go for him and rather kidnapped his granddaughter instead. Kurt lived in the northwest portion of the town, which was accessible by buses. He studied Pokeball mechanics and was known far and wide as the Pokeball expert. Kurt specialized in making custom Pokeballs designed to work more effectively against specific types of Pokemon. Slowpoke Well. Apricorn Forest. East edge of the Ilex Forest. Kai heard the shout of the bus conductors and went for the last one. Everyone knew Kurt in the town. Kai had found out that many Pokemon trainers visited the old man, requesting him to make custom Pokeballs using different apricorns. Kai didn't have the luxury to search for the apricorns and then request something like that. But he did want the famous custom-made Pokeball. Kai took a ticket to the east edge of the Ilex Forest and sat down in a window seat. The bus was full of travelers, Pokemon trainers, and locals. Kai looked at them and couldn't help but recall the thing that he had found quite odd. I didn't get any title unlocking notification after killing the first Pokemon trainer, he thought. I wonder if there are some strict conditions to unlock titles related to the killing. Or is it to prevent massacres by the contestants? The only reason Kai could think of the unavailability of this title was that it was too easy to kill Pokemon trainers in this world, making it highly unnecessary with no benefit. Meg had told him the consequence of killing too many people and Pokemon. He wasn't sure that he wanted to attract the wrath of a mythical Pokemon. Kai enjoyed the odd moment of peace, looking at the hustle and bustle outside as the bus made its way out of the port. There was a smile on his face as if he was just going out to enjoy the town's scenery, like any youth of his age. Though the moment the bus crossed a boundary of some 1 kilometer from the hotel room Kai and Meg had rented, that smile vanished. Kai's face became hard, a bloody, murderous expression replacing the calm in his eyes. Stop! He shouted, controlling his voice as hard as he could. The bus conductor squinted his eyes at him. Next stop is still some distance away, he explained. The bus doesn't stop in between the bus stops. Kai gritted his teeth, trying hard to not hiss. I forgot. He began, uttering one word after another. My Poke-mon belt. The bus conductor gaped at Kai's stuttering admission. Even the other passengers turned their heads to check out his waist. And, yes, there wasn't a belt holding Pokeballs, or any bag there, confirming Kai's words. You will have to go back on foot, young man, the bus conductor said, pulling a chain to ring the bell. The bus stopped, and the conductor looked at Kai with pity as he stepped out. Kai turned around to look at the crowded buildings of the port, starting some 100 meters away. He made sure that no one was watching him before he called out, Peter. Peter walked out of him, wearing a black shirt and black jeans. Are you sure? Kai asked, still looking at the port, almost in the hotel's direction, the Slowpoke. Peter smiled slyly. Almost, he said. We will know soon, anyway. I know women like Meg, my lord. They can hardly wait long when the time is ripe. But she is no Cersei Lannister, much less Peter Baelish. The merest sight of a black tattered cloak of Dementor flickered around Kai, showing his bloodthirst. Something was going on behind the scenes. Something sinister. All schemes were about to come out in the open. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning Mist was old. She had not thought about her age for the last 30 years. But she remembered seeing the fall of an empire like it was a matter of yesterday, and that was some 100 years ago when she had been a youth. It also seemed that only yesterday she had failed her last mission. Now she was unworthy. In the Primordial Tower, all unworthy were doomed to be thrown into the sea of madness. I would have suffered the same fate as others, Meg thought, her hands tightening over her long overcoat. I should have suffered the same fate. She looked outside the room, towards the disappearing sun below the distant horizon. The afternoon had come and gone, yet she had yet to move. When she thought of the reason for her stillness, she shuddered. Red. Meg muttered and gulped heavily. What in chaos' name are you? She couldn't fathom his sheer existence. In one moment, he seemed like any second-floor contestant. Greedy, ambitious, and always in search of more information. In the next, though, he was a shrewd old man, who could see into the very soul of his target and pry out secrets hidden deep. A killer beyond killers. An emotionless, cold, and raw machine. She had seen the many victims of this supposed vengeance-seeking Team Rocket. Their eyes were so vacant and dead as if the thing that had made them humans had been sucked out of them. She had suspected Red behind these actions, then. Though she didn't know how he had been doing such things. I must find out the power behind his confidence, she had thought. And she did. Morning Mist had orchestrated her hunt of 3 Orders contestants to test out Red's capabilities. Never had she thought that she would suffer so much because of that. When the despair had come, overtaking her entire being, it brought out the happiest memories which she had forgotten. Then, she had watched that happiness leaving her, abandoning her, being snatched away from her. Meg trembled, remembering that feeling of helplessness as if she would never be happy again. What are you? She asked again. No wonder they are so interested in you. Suddenly, a bird fluttered into the room through the window. It looked like a hummingbird, with blue and white colors shining over it as the last ray of the sun hit it. When the bird landed over her shoulder, it brought its beak towards her ears. What song it sang into Morning Mist's head, none knew. The blue-white hummingbird then fell lifeless on the floor. Only then one could tell it was a lifeless thing. Not of blood, flesh, and bones, but paper. For a moment, its bulging eyes had seemed to be full of life, but it could have also been an illusion. If Kai had been here, seeing the bird's erratic movements with his eyes, then he would have to admit that he had guessed Meg's ability wrong. It wasn't an advance, but a master ability. If he had seen a master ability before, then he could have guessed it correctly, she thought. Still, for him to have seen or even have an advance ability of his own. Meg dared not think much about it lest her breathing got affected. The sunset seemed to be some sort of signal, for one more bird came to her, again singing a song into her ears. There was no sound, only the mere knowledge that it was passing information. This bird followed another, and then another. They kept coming, one after another, like a flock. When the 100th bird had come, Meg stood up and closed the window. So he's truly gone to Kurt, the Pokeball expert, she thought. How can he waste his time so? She looked around the room, then. It was a simple one. Just a bed in a corner, a table, a chair, a wardrobe, and an attached bathroom. On the wall opposite the bed was a TV, but it was off. On the floor was a red mattress with a blue-green floral design. The clock struck 6, and she knew it was now or never. Her hands flicked, and she took out a fistful of something. Something squirmed within her grip, something almost alive. Go, she said, throwing the things in her hands into the room. Search every corner and every hole for anything hidden. Even under the light of the room, one would have trouble believing about those things' nature. Beetles, mosquitoes, spiders, and ants. All were made of paper and the correct size. Within moments, these thousands of little white things covered the room's insides like paint. Nothing could have hidden from them, and thus, nothing could hide from Morning Mist near her without her knowing about it. The little paper insects soon returned to her, disappearing into her inventory at her merest touch. When the last insect disappeared, singing no song, she took a breath of relief. Meg rolled the mattress over the floor and put it in one corner. Her hands reached for something in the air, taking out a small golden-brown box from the inventory. Her eyes trembled as she looked at it. There was a symbol at the top of the box. An unnatural glyph. Its geometry was so distorted that it neither looked like a character nor any known shape. There was a strange sinisterness about it that made her look away from it. She opened the box and looked at the things within it. It was the oddest collection of things. She remembered the origins of them all. It had taken her over 50 years to collect these things. Most were given to her, and some she had taken by herself. There were different colored empty Pokeballs from Pokemon World. A sling ring from the Marvel world. The tiniest Kyber crystal from the Star Wars world. A tiny gun from the world of Men in Black. 2 ninja scrolls from the Naruto world. And 1 fruit with mysterious shapes over it. A devil fruit. From the One Piece world. There were other things too, but of less importance. Morning Mist took a deep breath as she took her eyes off them. Her hand went into the box and she took out a long candle of the palest yellow color one could have ever seen. She went to the middle of the room and placed the candle on her side. Her hand flicked again, and she took out a dagger. It shone blue as she cut her wrist in one quick slash. The blood streamed down, but before it could run, her other hand went for it, drawing a certain shape. No one knew, and even she didn't know, how she drew that shape. But when she was finished drawing it, it matched the strange glyph at the top of the chest. Her eyes blurred as she kept looking at it, everything going dark. So she broke eye contact. Then, she put the candle in the middle of this glyph and lit it. A pale yellow flame flickered into existence. Under the effect of this flame, even the blood shone yellow. Meg sat down on her knees and calmed herself down as she concentrated her gaze on the flame. It was then she spoke. The dweller in the depths. With her first chant, foul darkness took over the light of the lamps within the room. Only the pale yellow flame seemed to be unaffected, now burning yellower. The bringer of madness and doom. With her second chant, a wind howled around her. It rattled as if uncountable beings were breathing down her neck, just short of choking her, burying her head down into the flame, which had become larger and longer. The king in yellow. With her third chant, all the colors became yellow. This was the color of past, present, and future, the color from beyond. This was yellow. His color. Hastur. I, Priestess Margreta II of House Ingrid, sacrifice my blood and the Kyber crystal, and request a cross-dimensional video call with the High Priest. Margreta reached for the box and took out the Kyber crystal, and placed it just below the candle. The yellow flame bulged as if something had just entered it, making the flame its abode. The Kyber crystal lifted and entered the flame, disappearing eternally. A video screen appeared above the flames then, seemingly made of the flames themselves. And an old voice crawled out from the other side. Ah, Margreta, the High Priest said, his voice shaking like the candle flame. How is he? She knew the sacrifice wasn't good enough for the video to even last for a minute. So she hurriedly told the High Priest the most important thing she had found out. He is blessed by a Dementor, Meg said. He has an advanced ability, and he is too strong for me. Blessing, the High Priest muttered as if things didn't seem as he had expected. Are you certain? I am, Meg answered. Very well, the High Priest said. He knows about the Temple of Hastur. And he has already told someone about it. This Red is too wild. If we cannot reign him, then we must kill him. You know what you must do. But. She hesitated and then steeled herself. But I can't take him on. Humph, the High Priest snorted. Don't forget why are you still alive? It's his mercy. He only took your stats away, Margreta, letting you live an ordinary life in the first set. Now that your services are required, you must serve him. If you do this task, then I can think of letting you go back to the 13th floor. Think about it. 13th floor. Meg blurted out, old memories coming out from older graves. The High Priest grunted. It's time, he said. May his scallop tatters hide heal forever. May his scallop tatters hide heal forever. Margreta echoed with the High Priest, bringing both her hands over her face like putting on a mask. When she took off her hands, the flame had already died. The blood that was red before now looked yellow like pus. The darkness had receded, and the howling wind had gone. Morning mist cleaned the floor and put the box back into her inventory. She threw herself on the bed, thinking of the reward promised to her by the High Priest, and all the rewards that the Temple of Hastur had promised her once, but never given. Time seemed to stretch as tiredness hung, clinging to her eyelashes. As the stars overtook all the sky, she fell asleep. And when her breathing softened, a mass of spectral silver mist left the room unannounced. Chapter 89, The Yellow Sign. The stars shone yellow today. Kai looked at them in pale awe. From constellations to constellations, even the brightest blue star looked sickly blurry. Only one star was beaming red, almost outdoing even the distant moon in brightness. Like the eye of some demon, that red star glared back at him. Kai looked away. They had been waiting to see her for a long time. So, the moment he saw a wisp of silvery mist coming out of the ground and then going back in, he smiled. There was a wooden stick in his hand, using which he kept tapping the ground with a predetermined rhythm. Soon Celine found them and lunged at him. Kai couldn't have afforded to go for her in the ports region, so he had pointed one direction to her to come to after the task was over. The tapping took care of the rest. He wondered what tale Celine would have in store for him. I hope whatever Meg's doing behind my back is a reason enough for the system to allow me to kill her, Kai thought, as Celine solidified in her material form. His thoughts solidified along with her. When Kai held her, he found her trembling, burning with fever, and her left eye swollen, bleeding with red and yellow pus like blood. She coiled herself into his embrace as if something was chasing her, some natural predator who hadn't existed before, but now did. What happened to her? Peter asked, standing in the shadows of the trees. Kai frowned. There was only one way to find out, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to know, either. It would be stupid to deny that Celine, as she was now, was stronger than him. If it wasn't for his glitch, there was nothing on Kai that could have matched her existence, let alone having her as a pet. So the thing that could shake her to this degree, what it would do to him, this thought lingered at the back of his mind like a warning from his ancestors. He would have heeded that warning if it wasn't for Kai's nature. It was power he desired, and it had never come to him without a cost. Tell me, Kai commanded. Celine raised her hood, flicking out her forked tongue. Though she was shaking, defiance rose within her, hearing Kai's command and his murderous voice. Then she told him, one by one, all the things she had heard, hiding in that room. First the flutters of hundreds of wings, and then the crawling of even more insects. No life she had sensed in them, and as she mentioned this, Kai frowned. No life in hundreds of birds and even more insects, Kai repeated. It didn't take long for him to realize what was going on. A master ability. This alone was reason enough to kill Meg. Did he need to hear more? If it was before, then he would have never related this phenomenon to a master ability. Now, after having an elite ability of his own, he could make an educated guess, depending on the scale of ability getting used by someone. Kai looked at Peter and growled out his conclusion word by word, the muscles of his throat bulging out in defiance. By the time he was finished, Kai was panting. I still need time to regain my vocals. Good thing we took a precaution of 1,000 meters, Peter said, smiling. Your instincts were right, my lord. As always. Then she took out a box, Celine hissed, rubbing her left eye over Kai's shirt. Don't do it, Kai snapped, taking out a cloth and cleaning the space around her eye. What was in the box? I don't know, Celine hissed, almost gritting her fangs as if she regretted not having eyes. Powerful things, and some ordinary things. She took out a candle from it. Then she cut herself. I tasted blood. Lots of it. Blood. Kai's face gained a heavy frown as he heard the word. When coupled with the other things Celine just told him, another word popped up into his head. Rituals. Kai felt an odd premonition. Blood prophecy was a ritual, and so were the many things that he had heard about after coming to the Primordial Tower. Where is this going? Kai thought apprehensively. Something's too wrong with what's happening. She then used her blood to draw a shape on the floor. Shape, Kai hissed. What shape? Can you draw it? No. But I can help Master draw it, Celine hissed, almost taking pride in her earth vibration sense. Kai tore out a piece of paper from the notes Meg had given him. Taking out the pen from the random assortments he carried in his mharbi, Kai nudged Celine to go on and do her thing. The blind ghost serpent coiled herself around his right forearm, pressing the underside of her head against the backside of his palm. You draw, Master. I will sense the vibrations to tell you how to proceed. This turned out to be more difficult than Celine had made it sound. 2 hours, 3 hours, and then midnight came and went, as both Kai and Celine kept drawing that odd shape. Finally, well past midnight, into the hour of the wolf, a tired hiss from the serpent told Kai that this was the shape. A shape was what Kai called it, for the lack of a better word. Looking at it rose such disgust from the depths of his heart that he wanted to tear the paper into hundreds of tiny pieces. What was it? A character, a glyph, or a hideous geometrical convulsion of distorted lines? Then a fact originated in Kai's mind, like knowledge from the ancient times passed down as an instinct. It was just a sign, drawn in the wrong color. Kai's eyes blurred as he looked at it. All things seemed to dim around him, their shapes warping into terrifying and repulsive bends. He couldn't say what he was looking at. If it was a sign, how could it have such a disgusting appearance? When Kai thought of describing it to himself, he failed miserably. One moment, it looked like a number 3, with distorted lines. In the very next moment, it felt like a question mark sitting over a tilted P. Kai was sure he saw something curled in the middle of this sign. An illusion of a 1,000-tentacled monster. The queer thing was that Kai didn't remember how he had drawn it at all, despite the hours of slow and meticulous drawing it on the paper. A strange thought struck him, then. What would happen if he could master this sign? He wondered. Is there some hidden power in it? You know what's happening, right? Peter asked, looming over the paper in front of him. You know what will follow it. Kai closed his eyes, fury rising to his face like hot iron. He knew. He knew what was coming and the thing that would follow this sign. His last week had gone in thinking where had he got the paper, and the unknown words his future self had chanted in blood prophecy. Never had he imagined that it was he who would write those words. Search for the chapter title in Google to see the image. Chapter 90, Paradox, Sacrificing to Hastur. Then she said the names. Celine's white dragonish scales trembled as she hissed. Stop, Kai hissed loudly. He needed a moment to think about it. This was the decisive moment, he knew. This was the point of no return. If he went through with it, then there was no point in not chanting those words. Only at this instance, Kai could change the course of his future. Burn the paper, forbid Celine to speak about all of this, and kill Meg as soon as possible. These were the only sane thoughts Kai wanted to have, but had he ever gotten what he wanted so easily? What? Scared, blood demon. A voice sneered within him, testing his courage and what his name stood for. Giving up on power so easily. The elite ability, the worth, you think they are so easy to get? No. They weren't. Having them was also the reason that Kai knew how difficult it was to get them into the primordial world. Kai licked his lips. Sweat had drenched his back, and above his head, the stars shone paler than ever. Tell me, he hissed. Don't speak in one go, though. Pause in between. Kai had no way of telling how these things worked. But if he had learned something from his future self, then he knew the moment he would chant those words, the prophecy would come true. So Celine hissed, breaking her voice now and then, and he kept writing. Words after words appeared on the paper, forming a sentence. When Kai completed the last line, his face crumbled. Kai felt terrified even repeating those words in his mind. He remembered that eldritch sequence of events that had happened after his blood prophecy. The strange yellow patches, and the appearance of words in his mind as if someone had planted them there. That was no mere coincidence, Kai concluded. Then she said, Celine hissed, telling him the strangest string of words that Kai could have imagined. Hastur. Priestess Margreta II of House Ingrid. Sacrifice. Blood. Kyber crystal. And the High Priest. Please do not mention the temples to anyone else. They would know. They always find out. Kai remembered the horror in Selena's voice as she had said those words to him. The only thing that he couldn't make sense of was the relationship between these three sentences and the Temple of Hastur. Tell me the rest in one go, Kai hissed, closing his eyes. Celine hissed for long then, with every change in words, Kai's anger flared, his eyes becoming bloodshot under the lids. His breathing rose, and his knuckles became white as his nails dug deep into his palms. When she finished her hisses, Kai was already standing up, his fangs in his hand. Calm down, Master, Peter said, coming up to him from behind. Tell me what happened. Kai glared at Peter. But then remembered that indeed it was not like him to just barge into something. Especially when things had come to a level beyond his reach. So he wrote the things Celine had told him onto the paper and gave them to Peter. Peter smiled slyly. Do you think it's wise to go to her? He asked. She said she can't take you on. Nowhere did she mention she fears your strength. Then there is this talk of blessing. Didn't Arlen also mention something about it? You think? Kai trailed off. Peter nodded. I think this high priest ordered you to be killed only after hearing this matter of Dementor's blessing, he told Kai. From her wording, it doesn't seem she wants to kill you or has plans to do anything other than monitoring you. We can use these things to manipulate her, you know. Tell me, my lord, what is more important? Her life, or... That box, Kai knew it even before speaking it out. If she had lost everything other than her ability, then only that box was important. You know what you must do now, Peter said, losing his smile. Your past self is waiting for your actions. Kai brought the paper in front of his eyes and nodded. He walked into the light tree line on the roadside with Celine slithering behind him, and his gaze never leaving the paper in his hand. Peter walked alongside him, his head craned up, looking at the stars. He wasn't a part of my blood prophecy, Kai thought, never looking at Peter. A flick of the saber cut a tree from the foot. Kai took out a candle from his MRB. After his first venture into the sewers in Game of Thrones Random World, he had kept the habit of storing a few of them, just in case. Have you thought of what you will ask? Peter asked. Kai hadn't thought of it. He didn't want to ask for something that might be used against him in the future. There wasn't much to think about, then. There was only one thing Kai needed the most in the present. His thoughts wandered to the time when Heavy Block had used that strange power-up technique. I know who I am dealing with this time, he reflected. But I don't know their powers. What will you sacrifice? Peter asked curiously. Kai smirked, taking the Tales of Beetle the Bard item out of his inventory. What? Peter went into a sudden shock. No. I mean. Kai looked at the character, sensing Peter's broken breathing, and smiled. No emotions of their own, he thought. Then where are these expressions coming from? Celine. The ghost serpent burst into a silver mist and went inside him, coiling into a ball just over his heart. Kai took out a jar of Pokemon blood from his MRB then. No way I am gonna use my blood, heh. Kai sneered. If it works, it works. Otherwise, fuck it. He drew the sign on the tree stump and lit the candle after placing it in the middle. Think again, my lord, Peter said, smiling a hollow smile. The book is a major part of your power. Kai ignored him. He enjoyed the slight shaking in Peter's body as he kept thinking about why hadn't he seen Peter in his blood prophecy. Finally, he calmed his mind and prepared himself for what he was about to do. It felt odd, knowing that at this exact time, his past self was suffering because of his current actions. The dweller in the depths. The bringer of madness and doom. The king in yellow. Kai's hisses echoed like hundreds of snakes singing a deadly song. Darkness engulfed both Kai and Peter, as the wind howled around them. Above them, all the stars shone yellow except one which glowed redder. The candle flame grew longer, larger, and bulged at the end as if someone had come, dwelling in it at the end of the sentence. I, Red, sacrifice blood and a coreless wand, and request information about the spinning duos of the Order's 4th floor. The moment Kai hissed it, an odd feeling rose in his heart. He felt like somehow, asking the chaos questions, and then getting answers by paying mission credits was like this. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't see the relationship. Time was not in his favor, either. Kai took out the wand, and as Peter let out an audible sigh, he placed it under the candle. The wand lifted by itself and merged into the candle flame. A video screen flickered into existence above it instantly. Then Kai saw a boy and a girl, standing on the opposite side of the rim of a giant metallic pit. The boy laughed, taking out something like a fist-sized toy from his pocket, and attaching it to the device in his hands. The girl did the same. Are you ready? The boy asked, smiling. Ready when you are, the girl sniggered back at him. The boy shouted then, along with the girl. 3, 2, 1, let it rip. Chapter 91, D, Hidden Mission, Perception Failed. Afternoon, June. East edge of the Ilex Forest. There was a looming silence around Kurt's house. When Kai approached it, he found the lack of zeal he had heard so much about quite apparent. Nowhere were the shouts of a gruff old man, which he was promised. Nor was there any crowd of Pokemon trainers waiting for their orders, or about to place one. The silence had a bitter taste to it of loss and sadness. Kai beamed at this silence, this sense of loss, sadness, and helplessness. There was an opportunity here for him, which he would love to grasp at the merest hint. Knock. Knock. Peter gently announced their presence. Kurt's house had an old Japanese-style touch to it. The outermost gate had a big sliding door through which Kai could have just barged if he wanted to. But he needed Kurt's favor, not anger. As he waited for a reply, Kai looked around at the small settlement. The sun was too hot here, and the ground seemed to sizzle, blurring the farther edges of the fields. The most conspicuous was the presence of the Pokemon, Slowpoke, in a vast number. They were all over the place. But Kai knew better than to hurt any of them. People here worshipped these Pokemon as some kind of rainbringer, and if this place is still standing, then surely there was some hideous reason behind it. Kai would rather not find out that reason. He was here for a specific task, and then he would be on his way, as smoothly as he had come. Knock. Kai banged with his fist. This one attracted a response. Go away, a shout came out. I am not taking orders. Mr. Kurt, Peter said, we are not here to order custom Pokeballs. We are here to help you. The door opened, and Kai and Peter faced a short old man with long gray hair and two bulging eyes. The blackness under his eyes told of the sleepless nights the old man must have passed in these last few days. The Pokeball expert, Kurt, narrowed his eyes. What help? He asked, the slightest hint of hope returning to his eyes. Kai licked his lips, sensing the traces of happiness he could suck out of this man. Peter continued, meanwhile. Mr. Kurt, we are sorry to hear about the grievous news of the kidnapping of your granddaughter, he said sadly. But the moment I heard about it, I contacted my friend here to help you out. Kurt looked at Kai as Peter pointed at him. What can he do when Officer Jenny and another 100 people couldn't find them? The old man rebuked. Who even are you? Peter permitted himself a courteous smile. I am Simon, a big fan of your work, he lied. This young man here is Desmond, a reputed hunter of Pokemon trainers who has turned to the dark side. I haven't heard either of you, Kurt grunted. But Kai could see the old man looking at his face, into his eyes with sheer fascination. Not just anyone could talk to Kurt or enter his confidence. With his charisma, Kai could pretty much walk up to almost all characters to talk with them. Isn't that a good sign? Peter said gently. Our services are better not needed by gentle hearts like yours and your granddaughter. Will you permit us a short meeting? Time is running out while we stand at the door and waste it on mere prodding, don't you think? Kurt gulped, took a deep breath, and turned around. Come then, you two, he said. Robin. Bring tea to the dining room. Robin. Kai's brows rose high on his forehead. There's someone else with the old man in this house. Why didn't I sense his presence with my perception? Suddenly, he remembered his encounter with fourth-floor contestant Sparrow and beads of sweat rolled down his temples. Only one conclusion followed the questions he had asked himself. This Robin was a contestant of a floor so high that the difference between his perception and Kai's was enough to make him invisible. He shared a stunned look with Peter and followed the old man into his home, anyway. No point in making Peter disappear anymore, Kai knew. This man who shared his code name must have already picked up on their presences. There was a large open area inside, with a tree on one side. Kai observed the little white balls dangling from the tree and instantly knew that these were the famous apricorns about which everyone was talking with enthusiasm. Kurt took them inside the house, following a gravel path. He pointed them towards a low table. Kai and Peter sat down on the floor, with Kurt sitting down opposite them. "Be quick about it," the old man said. I have little time to meet their demands." "What are those demands?" Peter asked, gravely. "We have come directly to you, and thus, know little about the current circumstances." 10 pokeballs each of one color, the old man said, gritting his teeth. "There are 7 types of apricorns of different colors, so that makes it 70 pokeballs. They have given me time till the day after tomorrow, then." Sigh. "If I had known that Officer Jenny would fail in finding them, then I would have started making them ages ago. Now. I just hope I am not too late." "Don't worry, good sir," Peter said confidently. "My friend here." Kai sat there as Peter spun the web around Kurt. Outside, he just smiled now and then whenever Peter mentioned how formidable Kai was in dealing with these low vermin who dared to call themselves Pokemon trainers. Within, he had been having immense trouble controlling his heartbeat. "I don't mind if you want to give it a go," Kurt finally said, looking towards the kitchen. "But no harm must come to my granddaughter. Robin. Where's that tea?" Kai didn't focus on the answer. The notification had caught his attention already. "Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a hidden mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Hidden mission, bring back Kurt's granddaughter, Maisie, safely from the kidnappers. Hidden mission grade, D. Hidden mission summary, 2 unknown persons have kidnapped Maisie, and have demanded a huge ransom, which Kurt must give to them by June 13th. The contestant must bring Maisie back to Kurt, making sure no harm comes to her. Hidden mission objective, return of Maisie. Hidden mission time limit, morning, June. Do you accept the hidden mission?" The moment Kai saw the mission grade, he almost forgot about the threat of a higher floor contestant. D. Kai was dumbfounded as he stared at it. He knew hidden missions remained a touch more difficult than main mission. But to surpass an entire grade limit was something else entirely. It didn't need him to analyze that this mission could very well turn out to be even more disastrous than he had previously thought. Suddenly, steps rang across the room, jolting Kai awake from his reverie. His heart thumped wildly as he lifted his neck and looked the incomer. No matter how much Kai tried. No matter how much he willed it to happen. His perception was still saying, everything's alright. No words could have been more terrifying than these two now. Chapter 92, Red Sun, a 9th floor contestant. Kai did not have any idea about the strength of a contestant above 4th floor. All he could do was to make an educated guess based on his experience and the stat, perception. His team members had told him during his initiation mission that the higher the danger, the more susceptible his perception would become to it. So, following that logic, the moment he had entered the house, his perception should have been screaming bloody murder. But Sonia had added more to it. "It's also a double-edged sword," she had told him. "The higher the gap between you and the other contestant, the higher will be the chances for perception to fail. If your attacker has an overwhelming advantage over you in perception, he can easily trick you too." If it was only this, then Kai wouldn't have named Robin a monster. The thing was, Celine was within him. Her perception was even higher than him. It was her second highest stat. Yet, even she had failed to notice a contestant's presence. Then didn't that mean? Kai licked his lips, sweat drenching his back, chest, and ass alike. He looked at Robin, who had stopped after just taking a step out of the kitchen. He was a muscular, green-eyed and red-haired adult, seemingly in his late 20s. He was wearing a loose white t-shirt over airy blue shorts. For a moment, Robin just stood there at door, carrying a tray. Then Kai trembled, waves of emotions bombarding him like never before. His perception had indeed failed. However, the advanced emotions manipulation was still working fine as if it didn't care about the target's power level at all. So, yes. Kai trembled, sensing the exact same emotions oozing out of Robin as those oozing out from himself. Moreover, Robin's green eyes were terrifyingly planted on Peter. Suddenly, something clicked in Kai's mind, his pupils widening beyond imagination. "What happened?" Kurt demanded. "Bring the tea, or have you prepared it for the air?" Robin slowly, taking one small step after another, approached them and placed the tray on the table. There were only 2 teacups on it. "Didn't you look for how many guests there are?" Kurt said gruffly. "Well, it doesn't matter. Serve them first." I will have mine later. Robin did as he was told. He placed both teacups in front of them, but his eyes never left Peter's face. You two drink, Kurt said, standing up. Let me bring the map. Maybe it will be of some help to you. The old man left the room, walking with brisk steps. There was an odd silence in the room, with Robin standing beside the table, looking down at Peter. Kai's heart was thumping wildly, thinking of the conclusion he had just come to. He too looked at Peter, hoping the book's character would stand true to his name, coming to the same conclusion as him. Inside him, Celine shuddered like a leaf, sending tremors after tremors, as goosebumps rose over his skin. Then it happened. Robin suddenly fell to his knees, his head pressing down on the floor. Contestant Red Sun greets his noble presence, Robin whispered, not daring to lift his head. His back was drenched with sweat even more than Kai's. Kai's thoughts screamed in joy as he confirmed his doubts. I was right. He thought, calming down his breathing. Peter doesn't have stats. So, like I couldn't sense Robin's presence, Robin must not have sensed Peter's too. That's why he brought 2 cups of tea. Only when he saw Peter did he realize that there is one more contestant. A contestant whose perception is so high, that even his perception got tricked. The situation was so laughable, and yet equally terrifying, that Kai did not know what to do. One wrong step, one wrong word, and Robin would annihilate them to hide his shame. Kai stared at Peter, who was calm despite the strange turn of events. Don't fuck it up, Peter, he prayed within. Peter turned out to be calmer than Kai had thought him to be. He sipped his tea, looking down at Robin. For a few seconds, he said nothing, and Kai noticed Robin's ears becoming red, and his knuckles going white. Which floor? Peter asked, putting the cup on the table. Robin sighed, standing back up. 9th floor, Sun and Moon Organization, my lord, he said, then trembled, hastily adding more to his words. It's a small organization. You must have not heard of it. Guess my floor, Peter said, smiling. Kai and Robin both shivered, seeing that smile. It had an authority behind it, a sense of unmatched power lingering around at the corner of his mouth. I dare not do such blasphemy, my lord, Robin said, his breathing going awry. I dare not. Do it, Peter said, chuckling. I command it. Take your best shot. Robin bowed. For you to fool my perception, he said meekly, you must be from the 12th floor. Peter laughed. Robin staggered back, his face becoming pale as he saw Peter shaking his head. Good guess, Peter said. But not correct. And that only meant one thing. Peter was from a floor higher than the 12th. The sheer ridiculousness of the lie made Kai tremble. How far could they stretch this lie? The question struck his mind like a hammer. Robin took an audible gulp. I wonder what brought you to this place, my lord, he said, trying to smile. Is he, your disciple? Robin looked at Kai for the first time as if he wasn't even worth a matter of discussion. Peter nodded. This little one has quite a worth, he said, slyly. Robin raised his eyebrows, and realization dawned on him. Oh. So, my lord is preparing him for the tournament of worth, he said, nodding to himself. Well, now I know who will be the winner. But I don't know if throwing him against 3 4th floor contestants is a good idea. 3. Kai's eyes widened. Where's this third one came from? Robin narrowed his eyes at Kai. But that is good too, he said. Only this kind of talent is worthy of being noticed by my lord. How long have you been here? Peter asked. Robin smiled wryly. Well, we must do these things once in a while, he answered. It's been a week this time. Ha ha. Peter laughed. Ah, yes. I remember guarding Ash. That was quite a while ago. Kai's mouth almost twitched. On the other hand, Robin's face lit up in awe, drowning his fear and horror under it. Well, I wish I could help your disciple, my lord, he said. But we know I can't. So here's something as my well wishes to your disciple. I just hope you will remember this one's name. Robin took out a box after saying that, which seemed kind of like a cigarette case. He opened it up for Kai to see. Some 20 red capsules were lined inside it, all gleaming with a low redness. HP capsules. Kai exclaimed, but he didn't dare let any emotion come to his face. The ones that I bought never glowed like this, either. Their quality must be extremely higher than the ones I have consumed. Even then, there was a frown on Peter's face, and that frown made Robin shudder. He hastily reached into his inventory and took out another thing. I think this lucky guy must be looking for completing his attribute points quota. Let me give him a helping hand, Robin said, smiling, and placing a rock on the table. I have only one left, I am afraid. I know it isn't much, but it works perfectly and meets the boy's needs. A rock. Kai thought, confusingly. He so wanted to touch and bring it to his eyes but refrained. Peter didn't humble himself. A rock, he asked, amused by its sight. Ah. My lord, you didn't recognize it. Robin asked. Kai's heart almost gave away. Oh, you must not have been too much to the Harry Potter world. This is no rock. It's a cake. A rock cake, made by Rubeus Hagrid himself. Peter smiled, and Kai had an inkling that he wouldn't ask for more things. The lie was stretched thin, now that they had taken gifts or bribes from this monster. Logic told them to just fuck off from this place as soon as they could. Peter nodded, and Kai put the HP capsules in his MRB and the rock cake in his pocket. Red sun from sun and moon, Robin repeated, seeing the two things disappearing. May I have the honor of knowing your code name, my lord? Peter looked thoughtful. Red sun, I will remember you, he said, after a few seconds. You have the honor of being in the presence of Purple Mist. Purple Mist. Purple Mist. Robin muttered and was about to ask something again when Kurt entered the room, holding many documents and a large map. What are you doing? Kurt rebuked Robin. Go prepare another tea for me. Robin scampered off, not before giving a courteous bow to Peter, ignoring Kai. The old man passed the documents and the map to Peter. Here, take this, he said. Just do nothing stupid. Peter gave an assuring smile. Good sir, trust us, he said, leaning over for a whisper. We have never failed. I think we must go then. The sooner we start, the better. From the corner of his eyes, Kai saw Robin's head peeking out from the kitchen, smiling sheepishly. 9th floor. Kai gulped, looking away. All he wished now was to never ever cross paths with this man again. Chapter 93, Confronting Morning Mist, all cards out. Kai slumped down against the thick trunk of a tree after walking out of the settlement. Never had he felt so troubled and gladdened about something at the same time. This encounter had made him realize his weakness that stuck out like an extra thumb. Everyone, Kai thought, gritting his teeth. Everyone in the Primordial Tower is attached to some organization or backed up by one. Information. I lack information about all the things that even the weakest contestant has access to. This didn't mean that he would stop becoming a loner. Above all else, Kai cherished his freedom. Why did he want absolute power? This was the sole reason. To do what he desired, whenever he desired, and howsoever he desired. Chaos, share my location with party member Morning Mist, Kai hissed. Sharing location. Price deducted, 50 mission credits. Initiate a video call with Morning Mist. Initiating video call. Warning, both distance and time duration will be taken as the measure of the price. A video screen appeared in front of Kai. Meg was standing in some alley, with a bag thrown over her shoulder. Of money, Kai assumed. Yes. Meg asked, raising an eyebrow. Kai wrote his answer and showed it to her. Meet me tomorrow at 10 p.m. at the shared location, the note said. Kai noticed the sudden tremble in Meg's pupils as she nodded in acceptance. The video call cost him 30 mission credits. What are you doing? Peter asked. I told you we can use her to get that box. There is no point in killing her. Kai gave Peter a deep, contemptuous look. Yes. Peter was too shrewd. No denying his cunning surpassed even that of Kai in some areas. But in some matters, Peter Baelish failed miserably, as Kai found out. Cersei would have understood my reason for calling Meg instantly, Kai thought. She believes in cunning, but even more in definite actions. I need Meg, Kai said, taking heavy pauses, his throat muscles bulging out with strain. That I know, my lord, but I. A murderous glare from Kai shut Peter up. No, your place. Selene came out of Kai and hissed so menacingly that Peter took many steps back. The ghost serpent slithered around Kai's shoulders. They both had felt the sheer helplessness of that situation. Being in the presence of Red Sunday, Peter could never understand that feeling, Kai knew. I need Meg, Kai hissed, running his hand over Selene's scales. No. Not her skills. Not her abilities, her powers, her knowledge, or her body. I don't need even that damn box. You need her as you need me, master, Selene hissed back, kissing Kai's chin with her forked tongue. Kai's face lit up. He stared into the serpent's blind eyes as if sensing her intelligence for the first time. A mere beast understood him more than Peter. This thought made him smile, and then laugh. Yes, Kai hissed, patting Selene's head. Yes, I need Meg as I need you. That bitch hasn't shared with me even 0.5% of her experience, I think. I need her in her entirety, Selene. She would compensate for my lack of joining an organization. How to tame a wild horse? Kai asked, grinning vilely at the book's character. You confront it, Kai answered himself, not waiting for Peter's cunning answer. You don't sneak up. He took a deep breath, huffing and puffing. Fuck. You don't sneak up on it, but tire it. Make it realize its helplessness. Show it your dominance. It took him time and words, but finally a smile crept on Peter's face as he realized his master's intentions. Then. Kai scoffed. Then, you ride the motherfucker. Asterisk. Asterisk. 10 p.m., June. Ilex Forest. The wind reeked of murderous thoughts. Over a flattened hill within the forest, Kai stood with his hands behind his back. The Ilex Forest was so dense that light could scarcely penetrate the defensive wall of trees canopies during the day. Much less needed to be said about the layer of dark green blackness that replaced the forest at night. The wind, yes. It was stronger at this height. The hill rose above the trees, but not higher. Its flattened top looked like a bulging mound of earth with a radius of some 100 meters. The middle part of this open area was rocky as if there was an enormous boulder embedded into it. As one walked away from the middle, it became grassy and muddy, and some 150 meters away, the trees stood like sentries, giving out the last warning. Beyond these sentries of trees was a steep slope. Kai amused himself with these details as he waited for Meg's arrival. Not much he had done since the last day. He hadn't gone deep within the forest, either. Just roaming around the boundary and killing some weak Pokemon. They had given him one soul point, collectively, and a much-needed food supply. For his title, Poacher, Kai needed some strong Pokemon to kill, and he wouldn't get them before going deep into the forest. Celine had gone hunting yesterday evening and had just arrived back. Kai wasn't sure what was the exact criteria for her kill to be counted as his 2. He remembered her killing Heavy Block with her venom. Yet, the system had counted as his kill count. But when she killed Pokemon by herself, Kai didn't receive any benefit. There must be some rules, Kai wondered. But Chaos didn't answer when I asked of it. Weird. She's here, Peter said, standing a step behind him to his right. Meg walked out of the trees from the opposite end. There was a grace in her walk, Kai noticed. He also observed her clothing, which seemed to have undergone a bloodier and darker change. A long black cloak with a chin-high collar, and patterned with small red clouds. Kai did not know the need for this drastic change in clothing, and he cared even little. Meg's wild, red hair fluttered loosely behind her as the wind played with them. Her face looked stony and decisive. Beauty oozed out of her wild, brown eyes, but even it couldn't hide the emotion bubbling off her. The emotion of looking down on someone. So, this is her true gaze. Kai thought, sensing the utter air of superiority within her. Meg stopped some 50 meters away from Kai, with the rocky patch of land just in their middle. Kai took a step towards her. Just one step. But before he could place his foot on the ground, Celine's head came out of his soul. The part under her head touched the ground, and as Kai's foot pressed, her head went back inside, turning into a puff of silver mist. The action was so smooth that if Kai wasn't the perpetrator of this action, then even he wouldn't have felt something odd. Meg narrowed her blue eyes at Peter but asked nothing. Now that Kai had met Red Sun, he found it extremely odd. When Morning Mist had first seen Peter, she too must have not sensed him. Yet, there had been no emotion of utter terror on her face then. It was as if she knew Peter couldn't be a higher floor contestant. Or, even if he was, it didn't matter to her. Now that he knew her real identity, Kai believed she had some unknown means to gather info. The tension between them had already reached an unprecedented degree. Kai had an inkling that she knew he had not commanded to come here for any good reason. What is it? Meg demanded. Peter walked forward. He bowed towards her and then smiled slyly. My master has a proposal for you, he said. A rare benevolent one. Master. Meg smiled. Captain, I thought you'd come here to get yourself a custom pokeball. Yet, this worm keeps appearing by your side. What happened to you? Can't speak for yourself. Peter was wearing his signature black doublet over black breeches. The characters from the book could change their clothing to whatever Kai knew thoroughly. That's why when Kai had got a volunteer's t-shirt in Alto Mare, Cersei had come out of the book already wearing the same clothing. To Morning Mist's surprise, the young Peter neither blushed nor felt offended by her calling him a worm. He laughed at Meg's comment. Where are my manners? Let me introduce us all in a new light, Peter said, turning sideways. On my left, we have Red from the first set, also known as the Butcher of the second floor. On my right, we have Priestess Margreta II of House Ingrid, acting under the orders of the High Priest to kill my master. With Peter's every next word, Meg staggered back as if the earth was sliding under her feet. Chapter 94, The Grand Disciple of a Legendary Sannin. Meg's eyes had become so wide that they seemed to pop out in the next moment. Under her cloak, her breasts heaved up and down like air was struggling to stay in her lungs. Kai smiled seeing those expressions. Before Morning Mist could utter a single word, Peter added more, a hint of a smile playing on the corners of his lips. Yes. I am a servant, he said, nodding. You must know me from what you contestants call random worlds. Almost none of you know my young appearance, so it's natural none recognizes me. I am Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger. Does it ring any bell? The shock on Meg's face had turned to appalling horror. No longer she was standing straight with her chin pointed up. The moon shone above them, showing the crumpling of her face. Oh, no. This wasn't an expression. Her face really crumpled, many paper-like folds appearing on it. Then her entire body turned white, becoming nothing but a complex, giant origami. Kai again smiled. He had already known about this little trick of hers. Celine's enhanced earth vibration sense had already scanned a region of a 200-meter radius. She had picked up 2 more presences hiding behind the trees. Even if she hadn't sensed those presences, Kai would have known that the Meg in front of him wasn't real. With his advanced emotions manipulation, he could sense all emotions around him, especially when there was only one target. This paper Meg had expressed herself masterfully, but it had also lacked emotions to back them up. Insects crawled, birds flew, and the leaves rustled as 2 more paper Megs walked out of the darkness. They too were wearing black cloaks with a chin-high collar, patterned with small red clouds. Impossible, one Meg said. What nonsense. Humph. I have to say, you got me to lose my bearings, but that's what it was. A mere shock. No main storyline character can come out of the random worlds. There are no exceptions. I don't care how you got to know about my name and my purpose, but it was a grievous mistake for you to just call me out here, Red. Peter guffawed as the sneer on Kai's lips became too obvious. Let's move on, Peter said, looking at the 2 Megs. Now that we have introduced ourselves, I must put forward the proposal. Margreta II of House Ingrid, serve Red. Become his slave, servant, or whatever you want to name yourself. Serve him as I do. And you will live. A silence slithered over the hills, brushing against the dark leaves. Then, out of nowhere, an eerie laugh echoed, sending a shiver running down all spines. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. The 2 Megs chuckled, sneered, snorted, and pointed at Kai with disdain. Slave. Servant, one Meg said, stepping out. I have thought too highly of you, I am afraid, Red. I thought you were a shrewd person. Your aptitude and deduction skills are beyond your age, I agree. You may be the butcher of the 2nd floor. I couldn't have cared less. You have Dementor's blessing, and you caught me off guard last time. I commend you for that. But you dare to presume that you can take me on and threaten to kill me? Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who I am and what I am capable of? Peter replied to this admonition with a low chuckle of his own. What are you capable of, pray tell? Humph, the 2nd Meg snorted. The little strength you have clouded your eyes, she said. You haven't even recognized my robes, have you? TCH. TCH. The first time I met you, I knew you had grand ambitions, but you are ignorant. Ignorant beyond redemption. Ambition and ignorance have always been a deadly combination, young man. How many contestants like you have I seen dying because they reached out for something, and yet be ignorant about it? I have lost count, to tell the truth. Kai and Peter shared a look. They indeed did not know what she was talking about, and what was the significance of those robes. This is the exact reason my master wants you, Peter said, his face now solid and expressionless. Kneel, my lady. Kneel and serve him as you serve the temple, which cares about you as one cares about shit. The paper Megs went silent. From somewhere, the real Meg was watching him, Kai knew. Yet, even Celine's skill hadn't picked up on her presence. You know nothing, one paper Meg said finally. You may be strong, Red. But haven't you heard? A loud flap of wings made Kai and Peter crane their necks up. High in the sky, the real morning mist was hovering midair, with 2 huge paper wings on her back. It was from her Kai learned the next words, which he would remember for thousands of years to come. Skills make soldiers, abilities make kings. Then the 3 Megs said simultaneously, their voices resonating with each other, power brimming out of their paper mouth like strikes of thunder on a cloudless night. At the height of my career, they said, proudly, I was the personal student of one of the founding members of Akatsuki from the Naruto world, Conan. You lack even the intelligence to show fear upon hearing this name, I know. I am the grand disciple of a legendary Sannin, you fool. I am over 100 years old. Yes, I have lost my stats, skills, my items, and my tiles, but I still have my most potent ability. You think I fear you? Wake up. Kai felt the weight of those meaningless words on his shoulder. But it was the character who rebuked Meg. Words are nothing but wind if one doesn't know what they mean, Peter said. You were this, you were that, but now, you are nothing. You may have been some prominent figure. Yet, now you refuse to see the truth in front of your eyes because it looks absurd and makes little sense. Peter went as far as he could toward Meg. You speak of abilities, he continued, then let me tell you something. My lord has 6 abilities. 4 of them are elementary. 1 is advance. Now, listen it, my lady, and listen it carefully. One of his abilities is elite. Meg gazed at Kai as if he was a monument that had just parted the earth, coming out into the world from an ancient past. She opened his mouth to say something, but Peter didn't give her the chance. If abilities make kings, then my lord here will be an emperor, Peter proclaimed. Kneel before him now, and you will not regret it like you regret your choice of coming into this world at the behest of the high priest. Kai looked at Meg in her shocked silence. He had never thought of fighting her. All Kai wanted was to crush the meaning of existence for Meg. He had handled many enemies, and people like Meg submitted only to a force unimaginably greater than them. A fight had only one result, her death, Kai knew. But in this war of words, he could get much more. These are just claims, Meg said, looking down at Kai. Even if you have these many abilities, and a worth to match them, you can't match the monsters of the higher floors. The high priest would never let me go. It was then Kai knew that the time had come to let her know that he was the only monster she needed to care about right now, and forever. He stepped forward and kept walking until he reached the middle of the open area. Behind him, Peter vanished, and the 3 Megs gawked at the sight. Kai's hand flicked, and a fong appeared in his hand, bringing their attention towards him. Another flick of his hand and a black-colored book came out in the open. When he opened it, Cersei walked out of a smoky veil and sneered contemptuously at the red-haired woman. Then, a mass of silver mist left Kai and materialized as the ghost serpent. Selene slithered around his shoulders, hissing at the emotionless clones. For the first time, Kai opened his mouth, looking up. If you want a reason to bend your knees, then I will give you one, he hissed. The hiss echoed so loudly, terrifyingly, and filled with such potent murderous intent that all the nearby Pokemon cried, leaving their nest. Kai's chest burned hot as he called out the despair hibernating within him. A black cloak appeared around him, as his feet left the ground. The tattered strips of cloth billowed behind him without wind, and an overwhelming sense of despair and depression spread out along with blue frosty cold. Kai looked up towards the sky full of twinkling stars and smiled. It was from him Meg heard the next words, which she would remember for thousands of years to come, until her death. I have Glitch. Chapter 95, Tower Battle, Old Ones, and Soul Blood Oath, A True Servant. A pair of enormous paper wings flapped on Meg's back as she landed. The moment her feet touched the grass, the wings broke off, tiny bits of paper flying away with the wind like snow. Behind her, the 2 paper Megs also crumpled and fell. Morning Mist stepped towards Kai, her eyes glistening like 2 silver pearls under the moonlight. The pride that she had shown before now vanished as she looked up at him. With every step, she trembled, an unknown shaking wreaking havoc inside her. Kai felt drowning in the intense emotions oozing out her. He had expected some kind of reaction from her, but not this, whatever it was. He had wanted to bury the fear of Almighty in her heart by making her know he has a glitch. There was only one thing he had wanted to say by showing her all his cards, either submit or die. There was no other possibility after knowing this much about him. Yet, this chain of events had strayed away from the expected path that he couldn't make any sense of it. Is this true? Meg whispered, looking at the Dementor Kai. Do you really have a glitch? Then it hit him. Out of nowhere, in the sea of emotions, a river of overwhelming happiness just hit him right in the face. The happiness was so potent, in fact, that even him, Dementor Kai, felt he would fail to suck it out. Let's see where it's going first, Kai thought, nodding to Meg. Finally, she muttered, her knees hitting the earth with a thud. Oh. If the high priest knew you had a glitch. Haha. He will regret his command now. Haha. Has she gone mad? Kai wondered. He cancelled the Dementor's transformation and landed on the ground. Selene hissed, slithering around his shoulders, and then burst into a mist, entering his body. Kai looked back. Cersei came striding towards them with one look. Cersei looked at him, her green eyes matching his hazels, and Kai knew she understood what he wanted her to do. This thing he lacked with Peter. There is no shame in bending your knees for someone like my lord, Cersei said, smiling. Lift your head with pride and look into his eyes. All those who serve him will know greatness, Margreta. Serve him with your flesh and soul, and you will get back what was yours, and much more. The corner of Kai's lips twitched upon hearing Cersei's speech. Well, she always presents me as some god, he thought, amusingly, but denied nothing. Cersei knew what she was doing, and he wouldn't steal her thunder if she wanted to show Meg her loyalty to him. Meg shook her head but looked up at him, anyway. Can you? She began but cut her words in between. May I have the honor of seeing your glitch? Presumptuous. Cersei snapped. You dare demand proof from him? Do you not know what awaits you? You should kiss his feet with that mouth of yours and not try to bite him with your blasphemous words. Cough. Kai felt his cheeks going red. Cersei was overacting, and if she wasn't, then things had gone even more serious regarding her. Kai observed the beauty standing on his left with her back straight as if all his power was hers to take pride in, and all his goals were ambitions born of her dreams. This wasn't the time to confront her, though. I dare not, Meg mumbled, staring at Kai's feet. For hundreds of thousands of years, there has never been a chaos contestant with glitch. The mind sees, but the heart wonders. Kai's heart skipped a beat. What? The word boomed in his mind, his eyes widening. What the hell does she mean by hundreds of thousands of years? What about the Tournament of Worth, then? Cersei picked up on Kai's expression. Like Peter, she too knew everything that was to know about Kai and his powers. What do you mean by that? Cersei asked. Surely there are many contestants with high worth stat in the Primordial Tower. Meg snapped her head up towards them. You don't know? She said incredulously. Yes. How would you know? You can only get glitch before entering the Primordial Tower. Then no matter how high the worth stat becomes, it has nothing to do with glitch. This. Kai gaped and realized the mistake he had made by assuming things. A glitch meant a high worth stat, but a high worth stat didn't mean a glitch. Individualities, when manifested into the material plane, are called glitches. The price paid for their freedom is called worth. So the higher the worth, the more price is needed to free the individuality. Kai recalled Chaos words. The price was paid in the beginning, during the resurrection. The rise in worth stat later had nothing to do with this price. Realization dawned on Kai, but one thing still troubled him. Cersei took care of even that. Then what about the Tournament of Worth, she asked. Doesn't the winner get a glitch as a reward? And what are these years you spoke of? Meg took a deep breath as if steeling herself for a future she wasn't sure of. During the last tower battle, unknown ages ago, she said, when the old ones fought for authorities, Chaos lost the authority to pay the price of new contestants' glitches. Since then, only Order has been seen awarding contestants with glitches before their initiation mission. But only the top figures from the temples and the Empire know of it. So, to hide the truth, they let the rumor spread that one can get the glitch by winning the tournament. Tower battle. Old ones. Authorities. Kai understood nothing. The one thing he was sure of was that Meg was a card worth paying a huge amount for if he would have to. There were secrets hidden deep under the simple knowledge of ascending the floors. And Kai wasn't sure how much time it would take to unearth those secrets. Now that he had become involved in these things, he would have to know them eventually. Only Order's contestants can get glitch from the Tournament of Worth after winning it by dying and resurrecting again, Meg continued. The winners from Chaos get hushed by the Empire. They buy their silence by compensating them, to be specific. That's why. I beg you. Show me. Show me and I will swear a soul blood oath to serve you, regardless of the consequences. Kai rubbed his head. Too many things had happened out of his expectations. Too many big words, and too much incomprehensible information. Not that he didn't want it, but he needed to sort out all these things. All he wanted was to overwhelm Meg and force her to become his slave. Though he hadn't heard of his soul blood oath, he had found out from Chaos that he could use slave contracts, performing the same function. The only thing that rocked his head was that showing Meg his glitch meant letting go of the chance of devouring a Pokemon. One step at a time, a voice repeated the words in his mind. One step at a time. Kai looked at Cersei and nodded. The character frowned, not liking that this old woman was forcing him to prove himself, he could tell. And her frown had cost many of their lives. Kai shuddered, thinking about what Cersei was planning now when she smiled a little. Very well, Cersei said, sneering. You want him to prove himself, right? Pay the price for it. And, anything, Meg answered, lifting her head. Take out your Pokemon, Cersei commanded, smiling. A life for your absurd request. That's a good price, I think. Let you know what happens when a servant puts demands on his lord. Kai liked the idea, despite it being cruel. He knew how much Meg liked the Pokemon, and if she would let go of the Pokemon, then he would know she already belonged half to him. Meg trembled, but her hand was already reaching for her inventory. Kai narrowed his eyes, sensing the emotions. The happiness and sadness within her were getting buried by the emotions of servitude. A blue light came out of the Pokeball, materializing into Squirtle. Squirtle! The Pokemon cried joyfully, sensing Meg's presence. Celine slithered out of him and flicked out her forked tongue. It's not food, Kai hissed. Celine yawned, kissed Kai's chin, and went back to sleep. Meg gawked at this sight and at Kai's mouth but said nothing. Well, she didn't show any hesitation in giving up her Pokemon, so I won't torture her, either, Kai thought. He glared at Cersei, who was smiling victoriously as she looked at Meg and her Pokemon. Tell her. He commanded Cersei and reached for the Pokemon. Squirtle, the Pokemon backed away, hopping towards Meg. But the red-haired beauty just looked at Kai, silent tears streaming down her smooth cheeks. Kai grabbed the Pokemon's tail and lifted it as it cried for Meg to give it a command. Squirtle, don't attack, Meg said, her voice breaking. He won't hurt you. The Pokemon calmed down, and Cersei sneered. Marvel at the sight, she told Meg. My master's glitch is Blood Devour. He can devour any beast's blood essence and can get its abilities and skills. You saw his transformation, right? That one was from devouring a Dementor's blood essence. Blood Devour. Meg mumbled, her eyes now red and purple from all the tears. Kai looked into those eyes. Blood Devour. Calculating worth. Glitch Blood Devour is now awakened for 60 minutes in this random world. Red heat erupted uncontrolled out of Kai's body. Both Cersei and Meg had to back away as puffs of steam came out, blurring his figure. A monstrous hunger roared in the language of gluttony inside his chest, and the full brunt of this gluttonous thought fell on Squirtle. The Pokemon's survival instinct kicked in, and it wriggled maniacally, trying to get away. Squirtle took a deep breath, preparing to attack Kai. But then a mass of silver mist left Kai's hand, holding Squirtle's tail, and entered the Pokemon. A burst of cold froze Squirtle's soul, and all resistance died. The thing in Kai's chest squirmed, and a vertical tear ripped apart his skin. Meg's horrified gasps reached his ears as hundreds or thousands of black tendrils lunged at Squirtle. The Pokemon became a blood paste in almost an instant. The notification appeared then. Blood Devours all slots are full. Do you want to replace an existing blood essence? Kai rejected the offer. All the blood essence from the Pokemon became pure HP and MP. Kai felt himself getting drunk from the overflow of power. All his muscles squirmed, hidden injuries melted away, and pleasure coursed through his veins. He felt like he could do anything in this state. Anything. Kneel. Kai roared, not aware of his booming voice. Meg fell to her knees. Her eyes were wide open, and her body shivered in fear and anticipation. Chaos, Morning Mist spoke solemnly. I, Margreta II of House Ingrid, swear a soul blood oath that from now on I live at Red's command and I will die at his command. That all that is mine is now his. And all that will be mine will be his too. I swear this. Swear. 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 Thrice, I swear, in the name of Hastur, he who is the dweller in the depths, the bringer of madness and doom, the king in yellow. The entire world seemed to echo with her words. Kai suddenly looked up and found the stars had again turned pale. Meg lifted her hand and pressed her finger to the middle of her head. Her face twisted with pain as she took off her finger. A dull, sickly yellow-colored drop hovered at the tip of her finger, which she flung at Kai. Kai didn't know what to do with it, but following an instinct, he pointed his finger. It came to stop there and hovered at the tip of his finger. Then he pressed it in the middle of his forehead. Kai could feel the power that he now had over Meg. With one word, he could make her kill herself, destroy her soul, and obliterate her existence. Yes, Kai thought. Now, this is a true, loyal servant. Rise, he told her, his voice still booming. Rise. Not as Margreta or some abandoned priestess. Rise, as if you have always belonged to me. Rise. Meg. Morning Mist rose, her blood clouds patterned cloak bellowing. The fervency and reverence in her eyes had reached so high that even Cersei paled at the sight. Meg greets, Master, Meg proclaimed, her wild brown eyes glistening yellow. What is your command? 55 minutes to Glitch's hibernation. Chapter 96, Time's running out, a reckless Pokemon hunt. Cersei briefed Meg about the ins and outs of Kai's goals and his current strength. All the time, contestant Morning Mist, now Kai's soul-blood slave, kept gawking at the character. Only a few moments ago, she had believed such a feat was impossible. Now, within a few moments since she had learned of her master's glitch, the word impossible was taking a new meaning in her mind. As Meg looked at Cersei, marveling at each word coming out of her mouth regarding Kai, he looked at Morning Mist with pure greed. If it was in his hands, he would rather give up everything and sit down to learn everything that was in Meg's mind. But time was of the essence. He had both his side mission and hidden mission to take care of first. Meg stepped towards him as Cersei finished. The awe on her face hadn't vanished, but it had become even more apparent. The book and its capabilities, the glitch, the ghost serpent, his privileges, and all the deeds that Kai had done after resurrecting in the Primordial Tower had become a sacred tale for her. Even more petrifying were his missions to hunt fourth-floor contestants. Yet, it was Kai's encounter during the blood prophecy and then him getting a reply from Hastur by sacrificing the coreless wand that had shocked her the most. Though, to Kai's dismay, she was as ignorant about the door, the patterns, and the tattered strip of yellow robes as he was. Things hadn't finished there. How can a mere coreless wand be sufficient for a reply? She had mumbled incredulously. Then she had told him that only the most exquisite things could bring a reply out of the prayer upon sacrificing them. Kai didn't know if he should be glad about it or distressed. Meg also had not much to say regarding Red Sun's presence. I've heard of the Sun and Moon organization, she had commented. It's nothing but a group of low-life mercenaries. Red Sun, if I'm not mistaken, is the Lickspittle founding member. Meg had also told him to not eat the rock cake unless Kai couldn't finish his attribute quota of the first set through missions. Otherwise, it would do nothing but waste an attribute point. The best time to eat it would be in the second set, where contestants struggle to complete the quota. Kai smiled after hearing all that. Meg is showing her usefulness quite early, he thought, beaming. I was right about her. There was a tinge of pain hidden behind that smile, too. It was hard to let go of his chance to devour a Pokemon. Not that he could without raising his snake instinct proficiency to 100%, but Kai had been positive that after hunting the 3 contestants, he would have closed the gap significantly. It was then that Meg approached him and kneeled. Master, forgive me, she said sadly. Because of me, you gave up on your chance to devour a Pokemon's blood essence. Kai said nothing. He looked at Cersei, who came up to him and stopped beside him as if she was his queen or something. Well, she is almost useless for now, Kai thought, looking at Cersei. He had decided to not use blood prophecy ever again until he would have the power to break it in between by himself. He'd rather not find him stuck in some unavoidable paradox, like dancing at the fingertips of some unknown and unimaginable eldritch entity. The spinning duo are bladers, according to the reply you have got from him. Then, this third contestant is likely to be a Pokemon trainer. 4th floor Pokemon trainers either have 2 Pokemon or an evolved Pokemon, if they had got their first Pokemon on the 1st floor. Suddenly, Kai's eyes lit up. He already knew what Meg was suggesting him. As of now, all he needed was one good battle. The spinning duo, along with the Pokemon trainer, were certain to give him a beyond challenging fight. By the end of it, he was sure to have leveled up his elementary snake instinct to advance. Then, if he played his cards right, he could devour the Pokemon of the unknown Pokemon trainer. There were too many loopholes in this plan, though. First, if the Pokemon trainer died before the spinning duo, then Kai might not even get the Pokemon. Second, if the Pokemon trainer fled, then he would lose the Pokemon, too. Third, Kai didn't even know which Pokemon the enemy had. None could deny that it was a risk at best. Still, Kai had never feared taking risks. Not to mention, he didn't have a choice, either. So, I counsel, the fallen 13th floor contestant continued, to go to the forest and search for a Pokemon. Meanwhile I will search for those trios' whereabouts. If I see the tiniest possibility of a good Pokemon, then I will share my location with you. Contending against 3 4th floor contestants won't be easy even for you, Master. But I have you as an item now, Kai sneered. Ha. Kai's laughter boomed around the hill. He didn't reply to Meg, but just turned around and dashed for the thick of the ilex forest. Behind him, Cersei disappeared, and hundreds of tiny bugs exploded out of Morning Mist's inventory, spreading in all directions. A reckless hunt was about to begin, making the forest itself bleed. 40 minutes to Glitch's hibernation, asterisk. The trees in Ilex Forest were packed so densely that it was nigh impossible to see the sky through them during the day. At night, it became the synonym for darkness. The buzz of bug-type Pokemon and the stirring of leaves where even the wind couldn't come, brought such a deep sense of terror with it, that few could have coped with it. In this darkness, on the ground covered in dead and rotten vegetation, slithered the foulest creature known across many worlds. Every time this creature breathed, a rattling noise reverberated as if it was trying to suck in more than just air. A black hooded cloak with long tattered strips billowing at the end covered this creature like mist rising from the depths of an unknown realm. This creature was a Dementor. Kai extended his shriveled, skeletal-like right hand. Despite its white-gray appearance, one could see long finger imprints on his forearm where the real Dementor had grabbed him before succumbing to his blood devour. Celine's head came out of his bony palm and touched the ground. "Follow me, Master," she hissed, slithering out of him. Kai glided behind her noiselessly. He could sense it. The sheer amount of mana and breath here was overwhelming. On every corner was life. There. "I can taste it, Master," Celine hissed, coming back to him. Kai was hovering over the ground like a black, horrifying, rippling carpet. He craned his neck up and saw the Pokemon, then. Some 20 meters up, perched on the branch, was an owl-like Pokemon. It was standing on one leg, and its body was round with a brownish color. It was cocking its head in a rhythmic pattern in all directions. "Celine. Go," Kai hissed. The ghost serpent burst into a mass of silver mist and entered the trunk. Simultaneously, Kai glided up as if he was nothing but air. Air froze around Kai, a deathly cold spreading outward. When Kai was some 5 meters below the Pokemon, Celine descended over the Pokemon from above. She hissed so loudly that the Pokémon cried and lunged away from her. It flew downwards. Hoot. Hoot hoot. It was fast. Big and fast, an odd combination. Yet, in its flight running away from the predator, it forgot to sense Kai. Dementikai's fingers touched its feathers. A blue-white layer of frost appeared on the Pokémon, almost freezing it in the clutches of death. Kai brought the wild Pokémon near his face and saw that there was still a fight in its eyes. So he sucked deep. Happiness left the Pokémon as fear and despair replaced everything that it had ever known. One more deep, rattling breath, and fear also abandoned the Pokémon, leaving nothing but pure despair. Chapter 97, Hunting Pokémon, Showdown begin. Before Kai could finish all emotions in it, the round eyes of the 2-foot-large Pokémon shone blue. Ugh! Kai grabbed his head as the Pokémon slipped out of his hand. The pain was unbearable, and all things were becoming blurry. The effect didn't last long, though. Kai shook his head as if he had woken up with the worst imaginable hangover. That was some kind of SP-based attack, he thought, remembering the blue-colored shine in the Pokémon's eyes. There are too many moves I know nothing about. I will make Meg tell me everything once this is over. Kai looked down and saw Celine coiled around the Pokémon. Don't kill it, Kai hissed, approaching them. Skill Dementor's Kiss activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. An unseen, pure trail, like liquefied air, left the Pokémon and entered Kai's mouth. Soul points, plus 1.1. The husk, that was a Pokémon a while ago, looked vacantly at Kai. When he spoke those abysmal words that could put fear in all living things around him, the soulless Pokémon didn't even flinch. Blood. Devour. Kai didn't want this Pokémon's blood essence. However, the boost in strength, agility, and stamina were enough for him to devour it anyway. Celine let go of the Pokémon as Kai's Dementor form receded and his body became red-hot, letting out steam. The tear on his chest appeared, and black tendrils oozed out, lunging at the Pokémon. But the moment they touched the husk, the all-annihilating tendrils returned, the tear on his chest sealing itself as if whatever the Pokémon was now wasn't worth it to even look at. What? Kai's eyes widened. What happened? Blood. Devour, he growled again, gritting his teeth. Right away, the hotness returned, his body steaming along with it. The thing within him ripped his chest apart, tearing it vertically. But this time, it didn't even come out. Not a single tendril. In the next moment, everything went back to normal as it was before. This. What's happening? Kai asked himself, stunned. How can the blood devour fail? No. Wait. The blood devour didn't fail. It worked. It just rejected the magical beast. Kai knew what his glitch failing felt like. So he calmed down and analyzed the queer circumstance. It's soul, master, Celine hissed, repeating Kai's inner thoughts. Yes, Celine. But I never thought blood essence had anything to do with soul, Kai hissed. Now there was one more thing he needed to keep in mind before sucking the soul out of a Pokémon. Frustrated, he took out his fang and plunged it into the Pokémon's heart. Your title status is updated. Title, Poacher. Oh. It was a comparatively strong one, Kai thought, patting Celine's head. Celine took that as Kai's permission to have the food for herself and lunged at it. As she swallowed the Pokémon, Kai recalled the theory behind the blood essence from his previous life. But no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it being mentioned anywhere that the blood essence had some connection with soul. The concept of soul wasn't some unknown and unpracticed in his previous life, where beast essence cultivators cultivated using the principles of yin-yang. This isn't the time, a voice roared in his mind. Hurry. Kai put the matter back to his mind, and the moment the ghost serpent swallowed the Pokémon whole, he called it back into him. Time to move on. Only the hiss slithered for some time at the crime scene as Dementikai glided away for another prey. Asterisk. Asterisk. Piniko. Boom. Boom. Kai got thrown off by the chain of explosions. In front of him, hanging from a tree, were many pine cone-like Pokémon. The moment he tried to suck the soul out of the first sleeping one, all these Pokémon dropped and self-destructed. Fuck. Kai cursed, leaving the blasted area. Celine had gone to sleep after having her meal. So he had decided to just hunt by himself. But his lack of knowledge about Pokémon moves was becoming a great hindrance. Let me get a Pokédex, you stupid creatures. Humph. Kai slithered far in search of the Pokémon he could make sense of. The speed of his gliding was fast too, but compared to the flying-type Pokémon, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Suddenly, a cacophony of tweaking noises reached his ears. Kai glided upwards, his hooded head blending masterfully in the dark shadows. When his head came out of the canopy of the tree, he saw the hundreds of Pokémon flying over a cave, taking sharp turns now and then. Now the nature of these Pokémon was such that even he could tell. Bat-like Pokémon, Kai concluded. They had purple-blue bodies with 2 long tails. With fangs in their open mouths, Kai guessed like any bat-based organic form, they were using echolocation too. The creepiest smile crept on his rotten face. Kai knew the sheer amount of despair he could spread among these Pokemon en masse. His heartbeat sped up as he thought of the number of soul points he could collect. Not even trying to hide anymore, Kai left the trees and flew towards them. He looked like a bloodthirsty wraith as the wind hit him, picking up the tattered strips of his cloak. But before he could enter the thick of this Pokemon colony, a notification popped up. Party member Morning Mist has shared her location with you. She is requesting an audio call. Do you accept it? Kai stopped immediately. He accepted the request, and a map appeared in front of him, as Meg's voice entered his ears. Master, hurry. I found them. The third contestant is indeed a Pokemon trainer, and he has an evolved Pokemon. This is the best Pokemon you can get in this region. I am challenging him so that when you arrive here, it is already out of the Pokeball. I have a plan. If we follow it, you can raise your Snake Instinct's proficiency and devour the Pokemon in the same battle, Meg shouted out her message. Then, as she kept mentioning the plan, Kai's creepy smile vanished. When she was done, Morning Mist cancelled the call, readying herself to attack the targets. Don't die. Kai thought, licking his dry lips, knowing well that she wasn't a match for 3 fourth-floor contestants. He had an idea how she would challenge the Pokemon trainer when she didn't have a Pokemon. Kai turned around and flew to the highest mountain in the distance. That was the location shared by his servant. Kai's heart thumped wildly as he imagined the powers he would gain after devouring an evolved Pokemon. Then, with a prime sense of urgency, he flew over the forest, ignoring all the Pokemon. 15 minutes to Glitch's hibernation, asterisk. Asterisk. Kai flew down to the foot of the mountain where there was an enormous mouth of a cave. Low muffled noises like beasts grunting and snapping at each other were coming from the deep. The cave kept becoming narrower as he went deeper. When he reached some 400 meters in, it had become so narrow that a grown man would have to walk on hands and legs to go further. Kai easily glided through this passage too. The moment he passed a tunnel where one would have to go crawling, lying on their belly, everything suddenly expanded. The noises grew louder, comprehensible, and even the laugh of a boy and a girl was quite distinguishable. For 200 meters, Kai kept flying, keeping himself almost glued to the roof. Then came the grand opening. It had been so dark that Kai had felt like he was going down to the depths of the very hell. But what awaited him at the end of this cave wasn't a quagmire, but a vista of uncanny beauty. Kai found himself looking at a hollow under the mountain. It was mysteriously glowing blue everywhere. The hollow was like a sphere, with a dome-like rocky roof. Hundreds of long protrusions of rock were hanging from the roof, pointing murderously at the ground underneath, and all were glowing blue too. The ground was as big as a football field, and on the leftmost side, there was a waterfall. The water was falling into a small puddle. It was shining blue too. This blue glow was coming from everywhere. From the heavy boulders spread throughout over the ground, from the high walls enclosing the ground, and from the vegetation on his rightmost side. It made it look like it was day within this mountain's womb. Kai stopped at the mouth of this grand wonder. He looked down and saw the scene then. Meg was bloody beyond anyone could get bloodier. She had changed her robe to her usual black greatcoat and black jeans, but even they had been torn apart from everywhere. Just by her side was a Pokemon. It had the body of a canine, with an orange pelt marked by jagged black stripes. Its head, muzzle, and chest were covered in shaggy fur, and its tail was long, furry, and bent from the middle. A paper Pokemon. Kai guessed. From time to time, this Pokemon kept growling under its throat at the beings in front of it. Some 100 meters away from the Pokemon was a boy who looked slightly older than Kai. He had black hair and black eyes and was only wearing blue-colored shorts. Behind him, sitting over a boulder, were a boy and a girl. Kai's eyes narrowed at them. He had already seen them, using the sacrifice. They were the spinning duo, the Bladers. 10 minutes to Glitch's hibernation. Chapter 98, Blood Devour, The Return of Kai's Instincts. Kai couldn't see the Pokemon Meg had mentioned over the video call. Also, despite the sorry state of his servant, he dared not barge onto the stage yet. These weren't the run-of-the-mill contestants whom he had helped Meg kill in Alto Mare. They were fourth-floor contestants. Not only they had high enough perception to pick up his presence if he was not being careful about it, but they were also experienced enough to foil his plans before he even began with them. Time was, of course, of the most essence right now. Equally more important was to not fuck it up, losing his chance to devour an evolved Pokemon. Hand over Arcanine to me, the boy in the shorts said. Look at you, you haven't been able to make it use a single move so far. Carl, that was your name, right? Meg said, catching her breath. Why did you recall your Pokemon? It's my dream, to battle orders Pokemon trainers. Haha. Carl laughed, looking behind him at the boy. Are you seeing this? Didn't I tell you that having me with you can be helpful? The boy said nothing. Carl looked forward, sneering. Dream, he scoffed, taking out a pokeball, nonetheless. You are already dead. What does it matter if you die by my hands or my Pokemon? Heh. Carl threw the pokeball, pressing a button, and a blue ray of light escaped the pokeball with a brilliant flash. Go. Finish her. However, he never really got the chance to utter the Pokemon's name. Time slowed down in Kai's eyes then. This was it. This was the time he had been waiting for. He must act now. Now, or never. With one flick of his hand, he put away the steel brigandine armor back into his inventory. It would hardly be of any use in this battle anyway. Not to mention, it ate away 1 point of his agility. With another flick of his hand, he took out the fangs. Simultaneously, he cancelled his Dementor's transformation, letting the blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essence take over him once more. The snake tattoo coiled up on his right arm, turning the nail of his middle finger, where the snake's tail ended, purple. His hazel, round eyes became reptilian, the engines of snake instinct roaring. This roar echoed like an ethereal boom across the underground, dome-like structure. Heads snapped toward him. First, it was the pair of boy and girl. The Pokemon trainer was a bit late, but still fast enough for him to frown, cutting his words short. Still, it didn't matter now. What happened next was just fast enough for even them to do anything about it. The hands of both the bladers blurred as they took out their Beyblades. Carl, the Pokemon trainer, took half a step back as if preparing to run to them. How would Kai ever give him such a chance, though? Pokemon trainers needed high correspondence. Bladers needed high breath. None of these two types of contestants could afford to be infighting freaks. This much Meg had already told him. Kai took advantage of this info with scientific precision. Boom. The rocky ground under Kai's feet cracked and the narrow cave behind him collapsed, a boom reverberating across the dome. Like a bullet, he ripped the air apart and landed in front of the Pokemon who had taken the shape. His hazel, vertical slits, full of pure greed and hunger, matched the red menacing pupils of the Pokemon. Its body was blue, and it was almost as tall as him. There was a red gem in the middle of its forehead which glowed as Celine at it, leaving Kai's body. The ghost serpent had scarcely covered half the distance between Kai and the Pokemon when an unseen force took hold of it and flung it away. Kai smiled, slithering, his instincts picking up on Pokemon's slightest intention. But Pokemon's intentions weren't the only things his instincts were sensing this time. Within his eyes, the reptilian pupils shook, overloading, as Kai put his all and everything in the snake instinct. He sensed Carl's steps, before they landed. He sensed the boy and the girl taking out Beyblades, before they took them out. He sensed Meg substituting herself with a paper Meg, before she did it. This feeling. Kai's mind rocked, time truly pausing for him now at this moment. Kai wasn't unknown to this feeling of sensing things beforehand. In his previous life, he had invested every moment of his life in preparing himself for the destined battle against Brock Veilheart. And Brock could become invisible, to the point that even the entire world forgot about his presence. How could Kai ever hope to fight someone like that, and kill, if he couldn't even sense things to this degree? In this moment, as he pushed himself beyond his limits, those instincts returned to him. The snake instinct was still stuck at 97% as of now. Advanced Snake Instinct, proficiency 100%, plus 100%. The Advanced Snake Instinct is leveled up to become Master Snake Instinct. This. Kai didn't know how, or why, but in those final moments of regaining his true instincts, the Elementary Snake Instinct had jumped to 100%, bypassing the last few, but the most challenging proficiency gap. Not only that, but then it also gained 100% proficiency, becoming Master Ability. Even among the top-tier contestants scattered across the Primordial Tower, such a jump in proficiency was a matter of myth. Even Meg, a fallen 13th floor contestant, would only say that it was an impossibility, unless he already possessed the ability before. Truth was, Kai had indeed possessed such an ability before in his previous life, but the nature of that ability was much crueler, harsher, and murderous than Snake Instinct. Regardless of the reasons, this was the second time Kai had undergone such an experience. If it wasn't the ridiculous feat of gaining an elite ability, then this could already become a memory of a lifetime. Now Snake Instinct was his, not of the lost blue-tailed boa constrictor's blood essence. Though he didn't need it anymore, Kai couldn't help but think about what it would happen once it became an elite ability. Putting these tumultuous thoughts to the back of his mind, he observed the changes he had gone through. Kai brought up his hands to look at them. They were webbed and had sharp claws. Inside his shoes, he could feel the same webbing in between his toes. Kai's head twisted to look behind. A long, slim but powerful blue tail was snapping furiously attached to him. Crack! He felt it again. The strong spiritual currents. In a zone of the 10-meter radius with him as the center, they were everywhere. The notification appeared then. Blood Essence, Golduck. Grade, D. Specification, one of the fastest swimming Pokemon, Golduck can sense the spiritual waves in its surrounding atmosphere using its gem. Abilities. 1. Elementary Telekinesis, Proficiency, 0%. 2. Elementary Telepathy, Proficiency, 0%. Skills. 1. Hydro Pump, Grade, D. 2. Iron Tail, Grade, D+. 3. Focus Punch, Grade. Locked. Special Effect, Charisma Plus. Kai took a deep breath. He could smell the water and his high affinity for it. He could also sense the smoothness of his body, his rippling muscles. More than anything, he could taste the raging emotions of the Pokemon trainer. What did you do? Carl bellowed, taking out a long sword. Give. Golduck. Back. He lunged at Kai, raising the sword high, his face becoming purple with anger. Behind him, the spinning duo's faces were pale too. Their Beyblades were already in the shooters, ready to be launched. Yet, they held back. It was obvious they wanted to test Kai out using Carl. With his single Pokemon gone, Carl was as useless as the boulder they were standing on. Very well, Kai thought, grinning. Have a taste of it, then. Kai's blue tail thrashed, the rocky ground caving in at the impact. The moment Carl entered within 10 meters, the blood-colored oval gem shone and he found he could control these spiritual currents. A layer of spirituality encased Carl's body, and he left the ground, levitating under the effect of some unknown force. What's happening? The Pokemon trainer shouted. Let me down. Lee, help me. But no matter what or how he roared, Carl couldn't do anything. Like a puppet controlled by unseen strings, he floated towards Kai. Kai let go of the swords in his hands. However, they didn't fall, but stayed right where he had left them, now hovering by his sides like the most loyal sentries. Elementary Telekinesis, Proficiency 1%, plus 1%. Kai grabbed Carl's neck, his long claws digging deep inside his skin. He couldn't help but notice the enormous disparity in physical stats between this Pokemon trainer and Heavy Block. He sucked deep, his breath rattling as he sucked out all the happiness. Then he let go of the prey. Carl's knees buckled and kneeled with a thud. Kai looked at the spinning duos, who were looking at him with a terrifying fascination. This show was for them, and Kai's performance had never steered away from bloodiness and gore. Skill Hydro Pump activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Hydro Pump. Grade, D. Specification, fire a massive water pillar at the target. Requirement, MP 50. Attributes. 1. Accuracy up to 10 meters, 100%. 2. Accuracy decreases because of water pillar breakdown beyond 10 meters. Effect. 1. Minimum base damage, 70 HP, MP 50. 2. Base damage plus 10% with every plus 10 MP consumed over minimum MP consumption. 3. Maximum base damage, 110 HP. 2. Plus 20% base damage against the magical beasts of fire, ground, and rock type. Warning, base damage will decrease with accuracy. Kai parted Carl's mouth using telekinesis. He brought his mouth over Carl's mouth and took a deep breath. All around Kai's body, a light bubbly blue glow appeared as his 50 MP vanished from his backpack instantly. Then he fired it directly into Carl. A thick pillar of water with power over twice that of a fire hose escaped Kai's mouth and blasted into Carl's throat. Carl's neck bent, the back of his head almost touching his back. On and on, the water kept going inside him, his stomach ballooning up at a visible speed. And when it seemed Kai was finished, Carl exploded. Boom. It wasn't exactly a booming sound, but it was more like a bucket of mud bursting apart. Carl's entrails, organs, and bones got washed away along with the water. Kai lifted his head, with his victim's upper half still grasped by the neck. This was enough. Both the boy and the girl jumped off the boulder and stopped some 50 meters away from Kai. The boy had long brown hair tied into a ponytail, and his eyes were brown. He was wearing a black-colored changshan over black trousers. The girl's hair shone almost pink. She was wearing a white changshan with pink stripes at the edges. Her trousers were white, and she had a cat-like appearance. Kai had seen them fighting with each other on the holographic video screen. The things he had first thought of as toys had turned out to be the most lethal weapon he had ever seen after coming here. These things, called Beyblades, housed spirits of magical beasts, which then can be brought out of the Beyblades to enhance their moves or even directly attack the target. Kai had seen the havoc these two had caused, so when he saw them taking the launching pose, he didn't find it funny. Not at all. What are you? Lee asked, his eyes never leaving Kai. What the hell are you? Kai saw their hands were shaking. He threw away the dead contestant and took out an HP capsule, which he flung backward. Meg caught it and ate it immediately. In just a moment, all her injuries healed, and her cheeks became rosy. She approached Kai and looked at him with awe and reverence. The boy is named Lee, Morning Mist told him. The girl is named Mariah. Foolish way to name themselves as it gives away their bitbeast's identity. / you are right / Kai's words echoed in Meg's head directly. His blood-colored gem flashed again. / don't interfere. Just distract them whenever and however you can. I will take care of the rest / Elementary telepathy, proficiency 1%, plus 1%. Meg gaped at Kai. Master, that's telepathy. Kai nodded. Are you ignoring us? Mariah snapped. You think killing that weakling was enough to make us fear you? Humph. Mariah, let's show him that even if he's an abomination, we aren't afraid of him, Lee said, chuckling. Kai noticed their hands had become steady, and there were weird, fiery spiritual waves exploding out of them. Is that the fighting spirit? Kai wondered, reaching out to hold his fangs. Yeah. Mariah nodded, beaming. We have overcome great odds, together. 3. Lee began, a monstrous amount of spiritual power and mana bursting out of him. Kai dashed. Why would he give them a chance to launch? Master. Meg shouted. Wait. The duo smiled. Bang. Kai's head slammed directly into an invisible wall. Ugh. What the? He shook off the pain and found the boy sneering at him. You cannot stop the Beyblade launch, fool, Lee said mockingly. It's the Beyblade world restriction, valid in all random worlds. 2. Mariah continued. 1. Then the spinning duos both roared together. Let it rip. A black Beyblade spun like a dark star, and a pink Beyblade followed it, spinning around it in spirals. Danger. Kai felt it before he could see it. Go, Galleon. Go, Galax. The world thundered as a blood-curdling roar came out of some unknown dimension, bringing with it a black lightning bolt. Along with it, the loud hissing of a demonic cat shuddered the bones. The Beyblades came towards Kai like two unstoppable beasts, chipping away the rocky ground under them. The destined battle had begun. Chapter 100, Golduck Kai vs. Beybladers, Viper Strike. 1. The top of the Beyblades glowed black and pink. Kai had seen them coming out on the holographic screen, but the actual sight surpassed the awe and the might of the pressure radiated by them on the night of sacrifice. From the black-colored Beyblade, an ominous glow burst out, and along with it came a towering bitbeast. It had a black body and a long, curved white mane. It was over 3 meters tall, and the moment it stretched itself, it let out a roar, full of fury and raw, wild ferocity. From the pink-colored one came out a deep, unsettling, and demonic mountain cat, washed in the color of pink, bordering purple. It hissed and growled, lunging over the black tiger. Galleon and Galax, Kai remembered their names, eyeing them with a shivering fascination. The fist-sized Beyblades were faster than him, even after considering his agility. They rushed at him, leaving a trail on the rocky ground as if it were mud. Kai's heart thumped, but he didn't run away. He had made a preliminary plan to deal with these two contestants, after seeing their fighting style. But at that time, he didn't have the Golduck blood essence. Now, he had better options. As the two bitbeasts charged at him, and came within 10 meters, the blood-colored oval gem on his forehead shone devilishly. A red-colored outline covered the Beyblades and the bitbeasts alike, stopping them from advancing further. But what didn't stop, or Kai failed to stop, was their rotation. Kai gritted his teeth, knowing well that he had just got the telekinesis ability and it would be extremely hard to constrict these monstrous things outright. Blue-purple veins popped up on his face and head, as Kai put all his concentration on controlling the Beyblades. But they were still coming towards him, slowly but steadily. The glowing beasts over them were growling furiously, trying to break out of this unseen prison. From afar, the spinning duos laughed. Galax. Mariah shouted. Cat slice. The pink bitbeast hissed demonically, and Kai felt unbearable pain in the region around the oval gem as if someone was trying to pull it out. The telekinesis broke and Kai staggered back, a severe headache replacing his ability to even think. Elementary telekinesis, proficiency 5%, plus 4%. Galax came charging towards him, raising her long, sharp claws. Cat slice. Kai wasn't among those who were foolish enough to make himself incapacitated during a fight. He needed to know for how long he could restrict the Beyblades, though. It would have been impossible before, but not now. Not when he had a servant backing him up. Meg's paper Arcanine rushed by him, putting itself in between Kai and Galax. The pink Beyblade struck head-on with the Pokémon, and under the shocked gasps of the spinning duos, ripped apart the Pokémon unobstructed. More paper birds, paper Squirtless, and paper Megs followed the now destroyed Arcanine and got sliced into tiny bits of paper. It was enough for Kai to come out of his momentary dizziness. He dashed toward the boy and the girl in a wide arc, avoiding the incoming Beyblades. This was the weakness Kai had found out after seeing them fighting. The video screen had shown them practicing their Beyblade's attacks, and that had looked destructive enough for him to put them alongside Heavy Block. Avoid the Beyblades and attack the Bladers, Kai had thought. They are nothing without the defense of their Beyblades. However, in the next moment, as Lee and Mariah saw Kai slithering towards them with sabers in his hands, and their Beyblades getting overshadowed by the sheer number of paper creatures, they broke apart with an agility not less than Kai himself. Well, Mariah laughed, dashing from boulder to boulder away from him. You think we are a bunch of Carls? Humph. Abominations have less intelligence, Mariah, Lee quipped. Let's show them why we are the strongest duos below the 5th floor. He rushed at Meg, taking out a metallic chain over 5 meters long at the end of which the steel of a long scimitar flashed gray-blue. Following Lee's command, Mariah hopped up to the boulder at the top of the hole from where the water was coming into the chamber, falling into the puddle on the ground. Her hand flicked, and she took out what seemed like a multi-barrel Gatling gun. Take this, she hissed, aiming the thing at Kai. Oh, shit. Kai thought, already running away for the cover. Trrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Kai hid behind a boulder, but in the next moment, the bullets blasted it apart, throwing him off. He again slithered off, zigzagging magnificently, using his long, powerful tail. It was then the shout came. Galleon. Tiger Claw. The dark Beyblade had freed itself from the suicidal paper creatures. Kai saw the black tiger bit beast lunging at him from his right with its long claws ready to rip him apart. A long trail of hundreds of bullets blocked his left, killing his escape route. In the distance, he saw Lee hacking at Meg with his metallic rope scimitar as Galax sliced up the tangle of the remaining paper creatures. He must take this attack head-on, the realization dawned on Kai. A red shine covered the fangs and Kai let go of them. It felt like the sabers were arrows, getting pulled behind Kai by someone using a flexible, powerful string. You could feel the sheer tension over them. The swords were shuddering as Kai gritted his teeth, pressuring them as much as he could using telekinesis. Roar. Just as Galleon brought down its massive claws, Kai reversed the telekinesis pressured pull to exponential pull. Twin saber style. The sabers tore through the air, humming. In fact, the swords were so fast that even Lee and Mariah, keeping an eye on him from a distance, couldn't see them anymore. Kai couldn't see them, either. However, his slitted, hazel pupils suddenly widened. He saw them coming. He saw their instantaneous locations changing, frame by frame. As if he was grabbing ghosts, Kai's hands lunged and grabbed the hilts of the two sabers. Then, using their shocking momentum, he spun in the air and met Galleon's giant claw with his fangs. Viper strike. Boom. A black Beyblade got thrown back from the center of impact. It landed on the ground afar, wobbled a bit, but then resumed its mind-numbing rotation as if it wasn't the one who had faced the strike. The bit beast over it skidded, going beyond the Beyblade's range. On the other side, a blue, bleeding figure rolled on the ground. With a flick of his tail, Kai landed on his feet, his hands shaking. Blood was running down from his nose, the part of his head around the red gem throbbing with unbearable pain. Elementary telekinesis, proficiency 15%, plus 10%. Elementary twin saber style, proficiency 100%, plus 12%. The elementary twin saber style is leveled up to become advanced twin saber style. Elementary slither footsteps, proficiency 100%, plus 6%. The elementary slither footsteps is leveled up to become advanced slither footsteps. With the headache blurring his vision, Kai didn't have the time to celebrate. Then the bullets rained down on him. Chapter 101, Golduck Kai vs. Beybladers, White Tiger Resonance. 2. Kai slithered away from the rain of the bullets as if there was no end to them. From the other end, Galleon had gained momentum, the bit beast growling as it chased him. Fuck. Kai cursed, lunging from one boulder to another. If things remained like this, then he would surely lose this war, despite winning the battle. There was only one solution he could see now. One of them must die. Far away from him, Lee was overwhelming Meg with his long-range weapon. Then there was the bit beast, Galax, who had just ripped apart the last bits of paper creatures. The pink Beyblade came blasting out of the shredded paper and rushed to join Lee against the old woman. Galax. Cat scratch. Maria cried, her high-pitched voice echoing off the round chamber's walls. The lynx-like mountain cat mewed, raising its front paws in a hugging gesture. Two enormous paper wings spawned on Meg's back, and she took to the air, dodging the fatal hug. But then Lee descended from above, rotating the chained scimitar. He slashed at her, letting out a powerful shout. Morning mist flapped her wings, backing away, going out of the blader's reach. Lee grinned, and his grip on the metallic chain loosened. More chain links passed through his hand like losing the reel of a kite, and the scimitar, which should have missed Meg, sliced her from the middle, passing through her in a clean arc. Haha. Gotcha, bitch. Lee laughed. Mariah's horrified gasp followed it. 4. The red-haired woman, whom Lee had just sliced in half, turned into a paper doll and fell. This meant that none had any idea where the real Meg was. Ah. Maria shrieked, firing her Gatling gun in all directions. Galax. Slice apart everything. The pink Beyblade spun crazily. The entire earth vibrated as it blurred and then vanished. Long pink slashes appeared here and there, cutting boulders in half in search of Meg. Kai saw his chance. Using all his strength, Kai rushed in a beeline toward Mariah. Unfortunately, Lee noticed him. Oh, no. No, 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 he muttered, laughing witlessly. You aren't going anywhere. Galleon. Dark lightning. The dark Beyblade suddenly rumbled and spit out an enormous mass of black lightning. Its speed doubled, and it caught up with Kai's rushing figure. The Beyblade rolled around him in a 20-meter radius, well away from his spiritual wave's sensing limit. Black lightning bolts thundered, trapping him in a lightning cage. Mariah. Lee bellowed. Now. Mariah came to her senses and aimed the Gatling gun at the trapped blue figure. Kai saw her face had become extremely pale as if her life had been sucked out of her. Just as Mariah's finger was about to press the trigger, the uppermost layer of the foaming puddle, where the waterfall was crashing down, crumpled. For a moment, it felt like the water itself was breaking down. Even if Mariah had noticed something odd, it would have been too late. Meg's figure erupted out of the water, holding a massive paper shuriken. This shuriken didn't seem like paper, though. A metallic shine was flickering over it under the dancing blue glow within the chamber. Hurling herself horizontally, Meg threw the shuriken. The distance between them wasn't that much, to begin with. In an instant, the blurry outline of the whirling shuriken struck the Gatling gun and cut the barrels in half. It also cut Mariah's hands along with the barrels. Ah! The girl let out a ghastly shriek of pain and anger. Away from her, Meg vomited out a bucketful of blood and fell back into the water. Mariah. Lee roared, already lunging for the girl. Kai smiled. His shoes dug into the ground as he pushed himself into a run. Black lightning bolts struck his back like dark lances, but they failed to annihilate that vile, demonic grin off his face. The flesh on his back sizzled before getting ripped apart. You could see the bone there now, but they too cracked under the lightning barrage. It wouldn't be long until they hacked him down into pieces. Blood Demon's grin widened, reaching his ears. Kai took out the HP capsule given to him by Red Sun and threw it in his mouth. Suddenly, his entire blue existence turned red as if he was burning under the reddest fire. Instantly, all his HP was restored. Not only that, the HP regeneration rate soared by a full 100%. Kai burst out of the lightning cage, fully intact. He rushed, slithering like the snake who had waited long for this chance. Lee threw the chain scimitar at Kai from afar to break his rush. The gem on Kai's forehead glowed as he used telekinesis to fling the weapon away before it could even touch him. The boy landed beside Mariah, and ran away to the chamber's middle, lifting her into his arms. Kai was hot on their heels. The puddle under the waterfall had become red from Meg's blood, but he ignored both the color and the servant completely. He could sense it, the bubbling emotions. If he could just approach them. Kill them. Mariah shrieked. I will kill them both. Lee. Kill them. Lee gritted his teeth, his face becoming red, blue, and then purple. Let's do this, he said, standing up. Mariah pushed herself up too, her murderous eyes planted on Kai's incoming figure. There was still some 50-meter gap between them and him. Too far, Kai reflected, yet the grin didn't go away. Galleon. Galax. Both Lee and Mariah roared together and a horrendous fighting spirit exploded out of them. White Tiger Resonance. The dark bit beast burst with such a roar that the rocky lances hanging from the roof of the chamber fell, slamming all over the ground. The raging, pink demonic bit beast disappeared like wind and appeared in front of the duo. Galleon appeared like a phantom shortly after it. The Beyblades started to revolve around Lee and Mariah in the opposite direction. The towering bit beasts over them resonated with each other. A massive dark gray tornado took shape around them. Black lightning thundered, trailing up and down over this tornado, and purple demonic winds howled, cutting apart whatever came into contact with them. Lee and Mariah disappeared into the eye of the tornado as it expanded at an exponential rate, ripping apart everything in its path. Kai almost burst out with laughter. This was the exact skill he had been waiting for them to use. Because, from the holographic video, he had found out that at this moment, Lee and Mariah were at their weakest, taking pills to heal themselves up. Kai would never give them that chance. White. Kai raised the fangs once more and poured all his MP into them, saving 5 points. Instantly, the sabers lengthened over 5 times their length. A blinding, whitish glow oozed out from them, coiling around them like smoke. The reptilian eyes on the blade's flat sides blinked furiously, and a burst of cold escaped them, freezing the water in their surroundings. Kai's muscles bulged, veins wriggling under his blue skin, and he hacked. Serpent. Skill, White Serpent. Skill effect. 1. HP consumption, 50. 2. MP consumption, 100. 3. Lengthens the blade by 5 to 10 times, depending upon HP supplied. 4. MP consumption is in correspondence with HP consumption. 5. Shoots out mana serpents upon slashing at the target that wraps around the target, binding them from head to toe. 2. White mana serpents shot toward the massive tornado of lightning and slithered right into it, ignoring it as if it didn't exist there. Within the tornado, Lee and Mariah were seeing to their injuries. Hiss. The mana serpents lunged at them, giving them no time to even think. In a matter of moments, they coiled around them, each serpent binding Lee and Mariah from head to toe. With their lack of physical attributes, they couldn't even put up a resistance. The tornado had sucked them dry of their mana and spirituality, keeping the Beyblades occupied. They had no choice but to call the Bit Beasts back. Outside, Kai's mind phased in and out of blackness. Then, the tornado which was still coming at him popped out of existence like a bubble. Kai saw the spinning duos, restricted by the mana serpents. The Beyblades were rushing back toward them to help them out. Ha, ha, ha. Kai laughed like a maniac, throwing an MP capsule into his mouth. It would restore only half of its rated value, as he had already used an MP capsule within the last 3 hours, but he didn't need full MP, either. The act, Relentless Love, could already be considered a broken skill. Titan's buff. The hiss rang in the duo's ears like a death knell. A bronze-colored Spartan helmet appeared on Kai's head, and he rocketed towards the duo like a blue comet. Lee pushed Mariah back, putting himself in between her and Kai. Even the Beyblades changed directions and rushed towards Kai, trying to break his momentum. Under Lee and Mariah's urgent call, the Beyblades brought out the tornado almost instantaneously. Yes, almost instantaneously. Just not before Celine's mist form could freeze Mariah's soul. Like her master, the Ghost Serpent too had been waiting for her turn. She had always been underground, waiting for the chance. Kai hadn't even talked or commanded her. Moreover, Lee and Mariah's perception was just too high to catch them off guard openly. Mariah's skin turned blue, matching Kai's Golduck figure. The pink Beyblade wobbled. And when Celine oozed out of the girl, took her material form, and plunged her venomous fangs into Mariah's neck, the Beyblade vanished. The gem on Kai's forehead flashed bloodiest. Still dashing like a bronze blur, blood ran down his nose and eyes as he flung the incoming dark Beyblade and the Bit Beast away from Lee. The boy was so stunned he couldn't even move when Kai approached him. /love. The happiness of mutual care and concern. Ah. This is the best, /. Kai's words echoed in the boy's mind telepathically. Then he breathed. A breath that rattled as he sucked deep. Deep and deeper, drowning Lee in the deepest ocean of despair. Chapter 102, Aftermath, Galleon Attacker and Hidden Missions Rewards. As Lee's eyes lost all reasons to live, a frown replaced the grin on Kai's bloody mouth. Soul points, +0. This was the amount Lee's soul had given him. After seeing the number, Kai didn't regret not sucking out Carl and Mariah's souls, either. Celine, kill him, Kai hissed. The moment he let go of the 4th floor's contestant, Kai's knees buckled and he fell to the ground, panting, a severe headache rocking his brain. Master, Celine hissed, after giving a quick love bite to the soulless Lee. Kai didn't get up. He laid back on the ground, taking deep breaths. Too many things had happened, and he needed to sort them out. Well, Boa Constrictor's blood essence is gone, he thought. So is my armor. During the fight, Kai had re-equipped the Steelbone Brigandine armor once. However, it had been ripped out of existence by the barrage of lightning. The armor wasn't strong enough to handle the might of degraded skills, to begin with. When that last black lightning bolt hit him, it had finally vanished for good. Moreover, both of his fangs had lost 2% qualities in this battle. The move, Tiger Claw, had done some massive damage to them. Not to mention, the new move of the Twin Saber style, Viper Strike, also promised a massive strain on the swords upon hitting the target, especially if the target didn't get cut into 3 pieces instantly. That was it, though. The losses couldn't even be compared to the gains. The new skills and abilities given to him by Golduck's blood essence. His original abilities leveling up to become advanced abilities. The 3% increase in advanced emotions manipulation, finally. These, in themselves, could justify all the risks he had taken so far to come here. However, the biggest, unparalleled gain remained the return of his instincts. His abilities were the closest that could represent his innate power. Yet, even those couldn't compare to his instincts which even the systems hadn't mentioned in the stats after his resurrection. Kai could feel it. If chaos could give him twin saber style and slither steps from his previous life, then why not his instincts? There was something here, a mystery. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Then came the notification of his side mission. You have killed 3 Orders contestants. Side mission, kill the spinning duos. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards, 350 mission credits. Your kill count is updated. Floor, 3, first set. Kill count, 40/100. Water splashed behind him, then. Kai twisted his head and saw Meg crawling out of the puddle under the waterfall. It must have cost her an enormous price to use that shuriken, Kai could tell. Even then, he didn't give her any more HP capsules. 2 of the 20 had already gone, and from his experiences, Kai knew how big a difference their presence could become in a fatal fight. Let her heal by herself, Kai sneered, standing up. We have plenty of time now. He clutched his head, his eyes struggling to keep themselves open. The headache was now banging against his skull. He didn't know the exact reason behind this headache, but he knew it was related to Golduck's blood essence and his new abilities. So he let go of the transformation. Kai's skin regained its color as his wounds began healing. Yet, what didn't change, or could never return to their original appearance now, were his reptilian, hazel pupils. Celine slithered up to his shoulders and kissed his chin. Master, is this food? She hissed, pointing at Lee with her mouth. Kai twisted his neck and looked at Lee and Mariah. Of course. Celine hissed in excitement. She burst into a mass of silver mist and entered his head. Using Soul Chill, she sent out tiny bursts of cold. Kai almost moaned as he sensed his headache receding little by little. It was still there, but the coldness was keeping it at bay. I need food and a night of good sleep, Kai reflected. But the rewards come first. Lee's dead body was lying on the ground. Kai looked at it and thought if he should try his luck or not. After struggling with it for some time, he decided to at least go for the loot of one of the 3 contestants. A holographic key appeared over the boy. With a click, it opened the treasure chest, and then both the treasure chest and the key vanished. Kai waited for a few moments before scanning his inventory for a worthless item. But when he saw what he had taken out of Lee's inventory, his breathing sped up. His hand almost trembled in excitement. Kai reached into the inventory and took out the item. It was fist-sized, and if he hadn't seen the absolute destruction it was capable of, Kai would have thought it was just a toy. The black blades over its rim glistened ominously dark under the blue glow of the chamber. My, Kai hissed in pleasure. Item, Galleon Attacker. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, Galleon Attacker is a balance-type Beyblade and was the first Beyblade of the main storyline character, Lee. Requirement. 1. Elementary Blader. 2. Beyblade Launcher. Attributes. 1. Type, Balance. 2. Attack Ring, War Lion. 3. White Disc, 8 Heavy. 4. System, Spin Gear. 5. Bit Chip Status, Empty. Skill, Locked. Effect. 1. Store Magical Beast's Soul, up to D+, in the Bit Chip. 2. Invulnerability during the Beyblade launching. 3. Beyblade must be launched within 5 seconds of equipping it to launcher. 4. Base damage, 65 HP. 4. Bitbeast MP regeneration rate, plus 50%. 5. Bitbeast SP regeneration rate, plus 50%. Quality, 85%. Note. 1. The item upgrades itself upon storing a Bitbeast. 2. Depending upon Magical Beast's soul grade, max upgrade, top level uncommon. Warning. 1. Skill is locked until a Bitbeast is stored in the Bit Chip. 2. If Magical Beast's soul is lacking in grade, further upgrade is subjected to failure. Kai was a bit disappointed upon seeing that the Bitbeast was gone, but he had expected it. The major issue was getting the Beyblade itself, and for that, Kai was truly grateful for the extra 2 points of his luck because of the title, Coin Master. Not taking any more chances with his luck, Kai got himself 2,700 mission credits from Mariah and Carl. Every day his mission credits were abandoning him, and he needed them to compress the mission time limit at the end of the main mission. The more he got, the better his chances of not falling short. Or so Kai pacified himself with this excuse. Kai's eyelids were becoming heavy, but he needed to do one last thing. The granddaughter of the Pokeball expert, Kurt. Kai must find the girl, Maisie, before the morning. His hidden mission depended on it. Asterisk. Asterisk. Morning. They had locked her into an underground chamber inside an iron cage, Peter told Kurt, as the old man and the girl embraced each other. You can see that she is not harmed. She is just a little shaken up by the events. Kurt lifted his head to look at Kai and Peter. The old man looked at Kai a bit more, who was now wearing black glasses, hiding his slitted eyes. Behind Kurt, from a window, Red Sun gawked at them, his mouth open wide. It was apparent that he hadn't believed Kai could handle 3 fourth-floor contestants by himself. Peter waved his hand at the red-haired man. The 9th-floor contestant backed away, determined not to give any more gifts. "Thank you," Kurt said, crying tears of joy. "Here, take this as my thanks to you too." Kurt took out a belt. On the belt, 3 little balls shone in 3 different colors. Kai and Peter exchanged a look, and then suddenly the notification appeared. Hidden mission, bring back Kurt's granddaughter, Maisie, safely from the kidnappers. Hidden mission status, success. Hidden mission rewards. 1, +3 custom pokeballs. 2, +2 attribute points. 3, charisma plus. This mind-gobbling reward marked the end of Kai's adventure into Azalea Town with a wide grin on his face. Chapter 103, One Path to the Peak, Multiverse Interdependency. 1. N. Please keep this writing structure in mind for dialogues. Parseltongue, XYZ. Telepathy, //XYZ/. Thoughts, XYZ, you will be able to easily tell if it's a thought or just an emphasized sentence. Memories, XYZ. Dialogues, XYZ. Chapter begins. Afternoon, June. Wavebreaker. The ship would drop them at the port of the new bark town on the morning of June 20th. Golduck was sitting on a chair opposite Meg, his blue tail flailing non-stop left and right. Their eyes were bloodshot, and dark shades under their eyes marked their lack of sleep. For 3 days, none of them had left the room and none of them had had a dream. 3 days. The time was too much to just talk. They could cover a lot of things in 3 days, but not an entire life. Meg indeed had a lot to talk about. Over 80 years of her life as an active contestant, and around 30 years of ideal life on the first set. The first thing Kai did after booking a luxurious room on the ship was to make her tell everything about all the worlds she had been to. That alone had taken the first 2 days to cover. Then Kai had made her tell about all the Primordial Tower and all the floors she had been to. That lasted for the better part of the 3rd day. At last, Kai had asked her to tell him everything about the temples. There, he had met his first roadblock. All the priests and the priestess have a seal placed in their mind that forbids them to talk about the temple's secrets, Meg had told him. Only the high priest had the authority to break it. Without it gone, the moment I think of telling even a trifle thing, I forget about them. As the high priest was a 5th set contestant, Kai had to give up on the plan of breaking the seal on Meg's memories for the foreseeable future. He had instead pointed out the ritual to her then. The words she had spoken, and the names she had uttered before talking to the high priest, Kai wanted to know the significance of all of them. That is not a secret, Meg had explained. Almost everyone on the upper floors knows about these sacrificing rituals. Only on the lower floors, generally below the 3rd set, the knowledge about them is controlled and monitored. That's why the moment you had spoken Haster in the Primordial Tower, the temple had gotten to know about it. In the random worlds, taking the name doesn't stir any old powers, though. So, they sent me to spy on you. Everything is possible with mission credits and a suitable sacrifice. Selena's face had flashed by Kai's memories, hearing these words. She had warned him about speaking or discussing anything about the temples. However, her warnings had seemed more of a panic than something with substance behind them. That's why Kai had ignored those warnings. He didn't regret it, but if he had known that the high priest would just outright decide to kill him, then he would have been a touch more prudent about it. Kai had then asked about what were the original orders from the high priest. They follow the protocol in these cases, Morning Mist had told him. If you were worthy to join the temple, then once you had reached the Primordial Tower, a priest of Haster would have contacted you, asking you to become a part of the temple. In case you had refused to join, or I had declared you unworthy, then the same priest would have changed your memory using magic. Now that I have betrayed the temple, I am afraid that fate will be worse for me. The high priest will stop at nothing but destroying us. / Can the higher floors contestants come down to the lower floors and kill just anyone? / Kai had asked naturally, remembering Sarah Morgan's presence on the 1st floor when he was a 2nd floor contestant. No. That was the word Meg had said with iron certainty. For example, the system would place too many restrictions on a contestant of the 4th floor if they wanted to descend to the 3rd floor, she had explained. The bigger the gap between one's current floor and the descent floor, the more unrealistic and absurd the restrictions would be. No higher floor contestant would descend over 2 or 3 floors below him, as it makes them vulnerable to assassinations, leaving them powerless. To that, she had added more. However, the priests of Bayaguna are notoriously known to descend to the lowest floors. Some of them even restrict their stats and enter low-graded missions in search of worthy future priests. Quite foolish, I agree. But that's how they are, a bunch of weird contestants of the weirdest cult known in the Primordial Tower, the Temple of Bayaguna, or the Many-Faced God. Kai had fallen into silence then. Simon had kept appearing in his mind like ghostly thoughts. It seems Simon, or Simons, is trying to recruit me as Many-Faced God's priest, Kai had reasoned. Maybe the Simon I met in my initiation mission was a higher floor contestant, too. Forget about us, with his perception, he could have fooled even the 4th or 5th floor's contestants. But this is something I will never know now. Meg's right, I guess. These priests of Bayaguna are weird, and I like it. Haha. It would have been pointless to ask her more about the other temples when she couldn't even tell him the secrets of her own. Then came Kai's turn. Kai had told her everything. Not because of trust, but because she was his servant, bound to him with soul blood oath. If he wanted her to suggest something, then she needed to know his strengths and weaknesses. Slowly and steadily, using telepathy, Kai had told her about his glitch in death, his worth, the missions he had completed, and the things he had done during those missions. His items, his encounters, both in and out of the random worlds, and his titles. Then he had told her about his main mission and the plan he and Peter had come up with. If the words, reverential fear, had a face, then it must have looked like that of Meg's. With every next word, Morning Mist had gasped, frowned, blushed, and paled. This was the tale of a contestant with a glitch and a shocking worth. These were the deeds of Kai Stormborn. This tale and his deeds hid the ambitions of the blood demon. Not just anyone could hear them and still hold on to their sanity. That brought them to the current time. Presently. Meg closed her tired eyes and mind for a moment and then snapped open as if she had resolved herself to say something that she didn't want to. It's a little late now, Meg began, but I must tell you about this. Kai's reptilian eyes narrowed. He was seated leisurely on the chair, his feet stretched out on the table. A single marble levitated over his right palm as he practiced his telekinesis. This was the major point of making her his servant, wasn't it? To learn all he had learned and hear her counsel based on her experiences. Why wouldn't he listen to her? He would even let his enemy blather if there was a benefit in it. Kai nodded to Meg. I know you want power, Master, the red-haired beauty said, reverentially. There is only one known way to become one of the most feared contestants in the Primordial Tower. A chill ran down Kai's spine. It was one thing to have an idea of a path leading to the peak of absolute power. It was another thing entirely for it to be known by all. It must mean that this path Meg was speaking of wasn't some twisted myth, but a tested reality. What is it, / Kai asked, taking his feet off the table. Meg collected herself and said, multiverse interdependency. Multiverse interdependency. The words repeated themselves in his mind several times. Kai knew these words meant something extraordinary the moment he heard them. Why does it feel like I have heard of them before? The odd familiarity with an unknown concept bewildered him. Now, more than ever, Kai wanted to these words meant and signified. Meg's next words ended his restlessness and opened a whole, new path for him. Chapter 104, One Path to the Peak, Multiverse Interdependency. 2. The air around Golduck Kai and Meg reeked of excitement and greed. There are infinite random worlds each with their own infinite versions, Morning Mist began. The systems have a simple way to tell which world you have been to before, using Multiverse ID or MID. So, the contestants, who have access to an MID, can ask to carry out their missions in a random world they have already been to in the past. Kai could tell the benefit of knowing such a thing. If he could, then he would too like to go back to the Game of Thrones random world where he had been during his last main mission. Similarly, if wanted to avoid that particular random world, then also he would need to know that world's MID. All in all, it was a great thing to know, Kai concluded. Now, the many versions of the same worlds share the same set of laws, she continued. For example, all Pokemon worlds will share the same history, same Pokemon, same evolutionary stages, and the main storyline characters. Within this set of laws, there are certain laws, which match the laws of other random worlds that have nothing to do with Pokemon. These shared laws become the basis of what we call multiverse interdependency. The mystery was unraveling itself in Kai's mind, and though he was curious, he didn't force Meg to make haste. Peter, pour us some wine, / he ordered, the oval, red gem glowing on his forehead. Peter was in bed, his eyes half opened. It didn't seem he was paying any attention to their conversation. Like Kai and Meg, Peter too hadn't left his position for a single moment. He got off the bed and took a vintage wine bottle out of the mini-fridge. Now, he wasn't some trained sommelier. Even then, there was a grace in Peter pouring wine in the cups that Kai couldn't help but admire. After Peter had handed over the wine and poured one for himself, Kai gently nodded, gesturing Meg to go on. Let me elaborate all this with many examples, the servant said, sipping the wine, and easing herself onto the chair. Naruto and Avatar worlds share the laws regarding elemental affinities. So, the contestants who have been to the Avatar world and have over one elemental affinity often would have over one elemental chakra in the Naruto world too. Again, Naruto and Beyblade worlds share the laws regarding spirits. The tailed beasts in the Naruto world are nothing but chakra forms or spiritual forms, not unlike the bit beasts of the Beyblade worlds. So contestants can use the sealing jutsus from the Naruto world to seal the bit beasts within themselves, making them some kind of false Jinchuriki. False, yes. But not weak at all. Kai's slitted pupils widened. This was a path in his life that had just appeared and yet became the most important one. It was like dawn, whose color was spread across the brightest pigments of the visible spectrum. If he hadn't known what these words, which Meg had just spoken, meant, then he would have had trouble understanding the significance of all this. The last 3 days of sleeplessness and the excellent discourses were paying off. By now, Kai had already made Meg take out her famous box. Inside that, there were 2 custom pokeballs. There was a sling ring, which he had instantly recognized. Unlike his item, though, Meg couldn't use hers. This sling ring was also tailor-made for someone else. Moreover, Kai doubted Simon would help him regarding this if he asked. The rivalry between the 3 temples ran deeper than any perceivable depths, as he had found out. Then there was a tiny gun, which lacked the fuel to fire. Not to mention the ninja scrolls, which could only be opened by a genin or upper-class ninja. The most conspicuous and extraordinary was the devil fruit. Kai's heart had palpitated when Meg had told him about these power-granting fruits. Though he didn't like the idea of drowning like a rock in all the oceans across the multiverse, he did want one for himself. A powerful one. A fruit that could bring destruction and death. This particular devil fruit was named Mind's fruit. As told to him by Meg, the user of this fruit could use telepathy. So, that's why she had looked at me so incredulously in the chamber, Kai had thought bitterly. She knew then that this devil fruit was useless to me then. Even if he wanted to eat it, Kai couldn't. To eat the devil fruit, a contestant was required to have the title of pirate or marine. Or he must have spent over 3 years collectively in the One Piece world. The requirements were too crazy to even think about them. To sum it up, these things were what Meg had collected them for. Sacrifices. They still hadn't figured out why Kai could get a reply with a mere coreless wand, though. Kai gulped down the entire cup of wine and savored its strong taste as Meg continued. Another major connection between different worlds is regarding the laws of powers, Morning Mist said. Master, do you recall the 3 Hakis I've told you about from the One Piece world? Kai did. How could he forget about them? Those were the only powers Kai had forced into his heart. Those were the only powers in Kai's opinion that truly belonged to a person, independent of all external factors. In terms of the observation Haki, the One Piece world shares laws with the Star Wars world, Meg explained. In the Star Wars world, one can use the Force to train themselves and do feats the same as the user of the observation Haki in the One Piece world. So the monsters on the upper floors, who are Jedi or Sith in the Star Wars world, are also a great user of Hakis in the One Piece world. Kai tapped his finger on the arm of the chair as he listened to all this. Master, to rise to the top, Meg said, finishing her wine, you must find out these unique laws shared among random worlds. Generally, a contestant can find them in the first set itself. That's why major organizations above the 12th floor recommend contestants with great potential to pass the first set as slowly as they can, taking as much time as possible, and teleporting to all the different worlds. So it's crucial beyond measure to understand which worlds have the highest affinity to you, and use them to your advantage. /highest affinity, / Kai frowned. Meg nodded. These are the random worlds that repeat themselves the most to a contestant, she expounded. In your case, Master, these worlds are Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and I think Pokemon. Though logic dictates, seeing your initial elementary abilities, that your initiation mission should have been into the Bleach world. I don't know why Chaos sent you to the Harry Potter world instead. It wasn't Chaos who had sent him to the Harry Potter world. Both systems together had sent me, Kai recalled. Now that he thought about it, it did make little sense. Given his starter correspondence, there was no point in sending him to any other world than Bleach. Kai didn't ask Meg about these doubts, though. His thoughts were already lingering over the 2 words with the nastiest grip. Multiverse interdependency, Kai muttered again, closing his eyes. Well, now at least I have a direction to go. Kai couldn't open his eyes again. A creepy, and yet genuine, smile hung over his blue-skinned face, his eyes fluttering under the eyelids. The world of dreams had already welcomed him. Chapter 105, Old Ones, Brienne Stormborn, and Life Halt. 1. Evening, June. Wavebreaker. Kai woke up ready to kill. There was scarcely any night when he didn't dream. Nightmares, that's the word one should use in his case. Incompressible and incoherent scenes of killing, and killing. A shout of power now and then, and that's it. These were his dreams. Kai had made his deal with it. He stood up, yawned, and stretched himself. He was lying on the bed, he suddenly realized. Master, freshen up, a honeyed voice entered his ringing ears. I have ordered dinner. Kai grunted a reply and threw himself off the bed with a flick of his tail. With Parseltongue making him incapable of normal speech, Kai had opted to keep the Golduck's transformation in an activated mode permanently for now. Not only did it let him communicate swiftly and discreetly, but it also let him work on his telepathy proficiency, which had no other way to increase. The newly gained elementary telepathy had risen to 5% already. After some 15 minutes, by the grace of a cold shower, Kai's eyes flashed brightly in the spacious room. All tiredness of the continuous hunting, fighting with 3 fourth-floor contestants, and talking non-stop for 3 days using telepathy seemed to have left him alone. When Kai came out of the shower, wearing a pair of blue t-shirt and black jeans, his stomach grumbled at the sight of the sumptuous meal. Meg must have sent the waiter away, for now, she was serving the food on the table from the food trolley. Kai took a seat at the table and nodded at her. Sit down. Join me for the dinner, /. It must be said about Kai that though he now dwelt in filth and the heinous ways of killing, in his previous life, he was a noble of House Stormborn. The traces of this nobility were weak and blurry in his veins, but they were there, nonetheless. So, when Kai sat down and commanded, it left little choice for any listener. But who will serve the dinner? Kai raised his hand and cut off Meg's excuse. When his hand fell back, there was a book in his hand. Runes flashed over the cover like scores of twisted organic lives. Cersei walked out from the smoky veil, a red gown of unmatched beauty gracing her youthful figure. 2 little earrings on her glowed golden under the well-lit lamps of the room. Her golden hair was falling low to her waist and would have felt silky if one were to run their hands across them. When she saw Kai, with his wet, white hair, smooth, blue skin, and his reptilian, hazel eyes examining her, Cersei's face reddened, her green eyes looking away in search of something. You look good /, Kai complimented, smiling. Now serve us dinner. I am so hungry I can eat a horse. Haha, /. Serve dinner? Cersei asked, confusingly. Then her eyes went to the food trolley and Meg, sitting at the table opposite Kai in her usual black overcoat and black trousers. Anger flashed across Cersei's face, and she snapped. You want me to serve a servant? I should have called Peter, Kai thought. I should have known from her last speech that she would take offense to doing something like this. Sigh. If she is a servant, then what are you, /, Kai asked, not unkindly. But his words had a stony bluntness to them. Cersei, remember that you are an item too. By definition, that makes you Meg's sister. Now serve the dinner, as befit the time, or disappear. I have no use and need for items that can't do my bidding, /. Cersei audibly gulped. Meg's head was down as if she had heard nothing, and other than Kai's naked feet under the table, nothing could interest her more. The character said nothing and lined the table with the appetizers first. Fresh fruit medley, grilled mushrooms, escargot, chilled strawberry bisque soup, Magikarp medallions, sushi, and grilled tomatoes. Saliva flooded Kai's mouth, and he helped himself to a portion of each. Soon, the strikes of spoons and forks filled the room as Cersei poured them wine. Have you recalled anything, /, Kai asked Meg, but he didn't keep the spiritual currents from reaching Cersei, either. About that luck epithet of Hastur, /. Meg was eating the lightest portion of everything. When Kai's question rang in her mind, she frowned, her eyes narrowing. No, master, Meg said, shaking her head. I was a priestess of Hastur for some 75 years before I got your blessing and was reborn as Meg. I have never heard of this epithet before. The priest you mentioned, of House Sanderson, I am afraid I don't know about him too. It must have been a matter when I was on the first floor. After sending me down to the first set, the temple didn't keep me in the circle of their innermost hidden workings. I am sorry. The feelings of apology in her words were genuine. Kai had told her about his encounter with Little Hao and Selena and how he knew about the temples. But when he told her about the epithet, the devourer of all luck, Meg refused to believe that there was such a chant regarding Hastur. She was a priestess on the 13th fucking floor, and if she said that there were only 3 known epithets of Hastur, then there must be some reason behind it. Kai thought about all this and decided to give a visit to the mother-son duo one last time. I never heard Hastur has any relation to luck, the ex-priestess added. Not only Hastur but there is no old one who is known to manipulate a contestant's stats. Kai paused a little upon hearing that but resumed the dinner instantly. By now, he had a pretty good idea of who or what these old ones were. These were the cosmic beings, as told to him by Meg, that had always been in the Primordial Tower since the beginning of time if there was a beginning to all this. Not much was known about them, as prying their secrets and mysteries could bring unimaginable horrors and disasters. Kai remembered the repulsive pattern door from his blood prophecy and completely agreed with the statement. Their influences on the material world, inside and outside the Primordial Towers, were known as their authorities. Even about that, only prominent figures within the temple knew a little, let alone ordinary priests and priestesses. The only open knowledge was that you could sacrifice items to these old ones, to get answers. But there was no guarantee to it, and if they didn't like the sacrifice, or found one betraying the faith, then contestants were known to face a fate worse than death. A double-edged sword, Kai had called it. Meg lingered in between these two edges. She had failed her mission and was about to be discarded by chaos when she sacrificed everything to get another chance. Fortunately, or unfortunately, her sacrifice was accepted. That's how a 13th floor monster fell to become a rat on the first floor. When the appetizers were finished, Cersei served them a plate of classic green salad. He heard the barest whisper coming out of Cersei's mouth. Useless servant. Kai amused himself with the look on her face and ignored it. Tell me about this Stormborn Empire / Kai asked casually. I am interested in the Empress' sudden rise in power / Meg lifted her head to look at Kai. There is nothing sudden about her, master, she said, with plain fear and awe. Brienne Stormborn is an over 1,000 years old monster. Food almost fell out of Kai's mouth. Chapter 106, Old Ones, Brienne Stormborn, and Life Halt. 2. For a moment, Kai couldn't believe what he was hearing. How can this be? He thought, gaping. Didn't Marine Roland tell me she reached the top some 100 years ago and toppled the empire by herself? The Empress was never a noble or a set lord, Meg told Kai. So, it isn't a surprise that none knows much about her. As I have told you, master, the first set is called Baron set, and the second set is called Viscount. Then comes Count, Marquis, Duke, King, and Emperor. Brienne Stormborn was already a king-level contestant on the 18th floor when, some 100 years ago, madness possessed her. I don't know how. Nobody knows how, but she just ascended to the 21st floor, and brought about such slaughter and destruction that for the next 10 years blood dripped to the first floor of the Order's peak. Kai's bones shuddered. In the back of his mind, he could see a towering monster holding a spear and brandishing it like a death whip. Blood running down like gurgling rivers, and flowing off the very world's boundaries. This was the absolute power that Kai so dearly desired. What kind of level would he need to just go up and claim the throne for himself? He wanted it. He wanted it more than he had ever admitted it to himself. This blood, this power, this pure invincibility. Even if he had to wash the entire tower with blood on this path, so what of it? Kai licked his lips, and someone gasped. The sudden noise snapped him out of his severe murderous state. Kai looked up and saw the appalling horror on Meg's face. Pardon me, / he said, finishing his salad. Meg's face had gone blue, her wild brown widening in pure terror. What thick bloodlust, she thought, looking at her fingers. The spoon she was holding in her hand was shaking beyond measure. It took her all her experiences and status to return to her normal state. I. Meg stuttered, catching her breath. They say. She even wiped out the name of the last empire from the memories of every single contestant. Such was her hatred. That's why no one can recall the name of the last empire. This made Kai raise his eyebrows. Oh. You can do that? Wiping out a part of the memories of all the contestants in the Primordial Tower, I mean. Isn't she an Orders contestant, / Now Kai could understand why there was such awe on Meg's lips when she talked about the Empress. Meg shook her head, placing her cutlery on the plate. Logic doesn't apply to the contestants above the 5th set, she said, smiling wryly. And if anyone could do such an impossible thing, then it would be none other than the Empress. She has a glitch and is known to have the highest worth in the Primordial Tower. Some even say. Meg trailed off as if steeling herself to say the next words. Some even say that her starting worth after the resurrection was well over 1,000. What? Kai forgot to breathe, an ugly expression replacing the tranquility on his face. He sat there in stunned silence for some time, imagining the consequences of having such a worth. Involuntarily, his hand lifted and rubbed his chest as if trying to get some deepest hidden answers from the thing churning inside him. Alas, he was bound to be disappointed. 1,000, Kai's chanted in his mind. Over 1,000 worth. What kind of abominable glitch does she have? Curiosity took over his thoughts with such a depth that even he had never thought it could have. Primordial Tower worth stat ranking. 3rd, red. Kai remembered the notification he had received from Chaos. With him being in the 3rd position, he could now guess who occupied the 1st. There could be someone else at the top, he knew. But his instincts were screaming it was her. The way he had heard her name, and then now hearing about her again. It all just made sense to him somehow. So, you can now tell, Master, Meg whispered. When I heard you have a glitch, it wasn't just a matter of shock. Only that couldn't have made me discard everything and come under your service. It was the destiny that is attached to those who have glitched that made me lose all my bearings. And though all must serve you irresistibly, I won't recommend you reveal that you have a glitch to anyone else. For so many years, no Chaos contestant had possessed a glitch. And many, more than many, would like to let things remain so. Kai wasn't stupid enough to think otherwise. Meg was the only special case. He had such a grip on her fate, that if she hadn't become his servant, he would have killed her. Now that he had her, there was no point in risking the knowledge of Glitch at least before reaching the 13th floor. None spoke much after this topic. Cersei cleaned the salad plates and finally came to the main course. The entrees served on the cruise, Wavebreaker, were decadent and delicious. Pasta, ducklet à l'orange, grilled corfish tail, beef Wellington, roast pigiato, pitove with berry sauce, and classic veal piccata soon decorated the dinner table. Kai let himself get drunk on the smell before diving into them. Cersei didn't leave Kai's side the entire time, always ready to refill his plates with just the slightest look. Meg ate a bite of everything and then sat back comfortably, watching Kai clean the food off the plates like some gluttonous beast. When the plates almost shone like there was never any food on them, Kai used telekinesis to dump them in a corner. He rubbed the grease off from the corner of his mouth and tapped his heart. A mass of silver mist left him and solidified into Celene's figure. She slithered around him, eyeing the clean plates, Meg, and Cersei. Dinner, she hissed in Kai's ears, yawning. To the eyes of others, it looked like she was about to plunge those fangs into his neck. Kai chuckled, seeing Meg almost getting up, her face as hard as iron. Look at her. She is nervous, Kai hissed, patting Celene's head. The ghost serpent hissed menacingly at Meg and then looked away. She is weak, Selene declared. Ha. Ha ha. Kai guffawed. Baffled at the exchange of these hisses, Cersei served the last item of the dinner. Desserts. Chocolate mousse, raspberry cheesecake, and classic apple pie were among the many sweet dishes. Before going in, Kai took out the corpse of a fish-type Pokemon he had bought from the cruise's kitchen and let Selene dine over it. As the cake melted in Kai's mouth, he suddenly recalled an important matter. I know that the life expectancy rises on the higher floors / Kai addressed Meg. But I don't know the exact details / Unlike the previous dishes, Meg was eating dessert happily. Master has asked you a question, servant. Cersei chided icily. You dare keep him waiting for the answer. Kai didn't interfere. Sometimes it was best to let the spark of rivalry remain among the servants. It helped in the long run, he had learned. Meg's face flushed. She put down the spoon and looked at Kai. Forgive me, master, she apologized. The more popular term is life halt. It first happens when you ascend to the 3rd set. The system will bless you with 30 years of life halt. So, if you were 25 years old, then you won't age for the next 30 years. After 30 years, though, if you haven't ascended to the next set, your original life cycle will continue until you die. Life halt, Kai repeated the word. Interesting. The life halt stacks upon ascending sets, Meg continued. For example, if you have 10 years left from your 30 years life halt on the 3rd set, and you ascend to the 4th set, then not only you will get a fresh life halt of 100 years, but the leftover span of 10 years will also be added to it, making it 110 years. Haha, / Kai couldn't help himself, realizing the obvious bait. So this stacking is just the system's way to sway the contestants from sitting idly and reaching the next set as soon as possible, / Meg nodded. Kai examined her smooth skin, her curves, and the obvious beauty she possessed. Cersei's face went from Kai to Meg and then back to Kai. A primal fury flashed across her face, and the wineglass in her hand burst apart in hundreds of tiny shards. Kai ignored all the sounds. He looked Meg up and down, taking her in her entirety. He felt attracted, but somehow, he felt nothing more than that. Desire, yes. Kai put it into words. He lacked desire for Meg. Weird, Kai thought, now picking up on this obvious lack of emotion. So, how old were you when you ascended to the 3rd set, / he asked, curiously. 27, Meg answered. I was 27 years old when I ascended to the 3rd set. I reached the 5th set within my life halt. I still have some 530 years of life halt remaining, I guess. Wow. Kai shook his head, amusingly. She really is over 100 years old. Good, / he said, finally noticing the look on Cersei's blazing face. After this, don't disturb me before reaching the new Bark Town, / Now that he was done chatting with Meg, it was time to become a Pokemon trainer. An. First set, 1 to 3 floors, Baron, set Lord will have the title of Baron. Second set, 4 to 6 floors, Viscount. Third set, 7 to 9 floors, Count, life halt, plus 30 years. Fourth set, 10 to 12 floors, Marquis, life halt, plus 100 years. Fifth set, 13 to 15 floors, Duke, life halt, plus 500 years. Sixth set, 16 to 18 floors, King, life halt. Seventh set, 19 to 21 floors, Emperor, life halt. Chapter 107, Custom Pokeballs, Visiting a Professor of the Pokemon World. Afternoon, June. New Bark Town. A brilliant, cloudless sky shone gray in Kai's hazel, reptilian eyes behind the glasses. The sound of Pokemon was at every corner. There was a Pokemon Center in the middle of the town, and at the town's western entrance was Professor Elm's lab. Kai's gaze moved down to the mansion. He was wearing Indiana Jones-like clothing. A brown hat over his head, a dusty white shirt, and brown pants. His belt showcased the shrank version of the 3 custom-made Pokeballs. The first of the 3 was a red, yellow, and white Pokeball. Item, Fastball, Generation 2. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, a ball for catching fast Pokemon. Requirement. 1. Elementary Pokemon Trainer. 2. 50 MP per use. Attributes. 1. Pokemon Catch Rate, 15% to 45%. 2. Catch Rate Modifier, X4, Magical Beast's Agility greater than 20. 3. Current Status, Empty. Skill, not applicable. Effect. 1. Store magical beasts by converting them from matter to energy. 2. The beasts within the item will become friendly with the contestant. 3. Only E- to D+ graded magical beasts can be captured. 4. Any type of magical beast can be stored. 5. Magical beasts HP, MP, and SP regeneration plus 100% within the item. 6. Pokemon catch rate depends on the beast's stats while being captured. Quality, 97%. The second of the 3 custom Pokeballs was red, blue, and white, with 3 yellow stripes. Item, Lure Ball, Generation 2. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, a Pokeball for catching Pokemon hooked by a rod when fishing. Requirement. 1. Elementary Pokemon Trainer. 2. 50 MP per use. Attributes. 1. Pokemon Catch Rate, 15% to 45%. 2. Catch Rate Modifier, X3, if the Pokemon is caught while fishing. 3. Current Status, Empty. Quality, 97%. All 3 custom Pokeballs shared the same effects. But Kai liked the last one the best. Item, Level Ball, Generation 2. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, a Pokeball that makes it easier to catch Pokemon that are at a lower level than your own Pokemon. Requirement. 1. Elementary Pokemon Trainer. 2. 50 MP per use. Attributes. 1. Pokemon Catch Rate, 15% to 45%. 2. Catch Rate Modifier, X2, for 1 grade of gap between your and wild Pokemon. 3. Catch Rate Modifier, X4, for 2 grades of gap between your and wild Pokemon. 4. Catch Rate Modifier, X6, for 3 grades of gap between your and wild Pokemon. 5. Current Status, Empty. Quality, 97%. Kai tapped the 3 Pokeballs with a smile on his face and looked at his left. In a plain yellow cassock, was Meg. Her hair blazed like a fiery fireball as it sat on her head, tied in a neat bun. Her breasts were challenging the looseness of the cassock, and her brown eyes kept looking around, in search of any trouble. Tiny paper insects kept leaving and coming to her, now and then. "Shall I knock, then?" a voice came from Kai's right. Kai adjusted his head and saw Peter clad in formal black suits and pants with a bowler hat. There was a cane embedded with gems in his hand, which he had requested Kai to buy for him. They had come here with a plan, knowing well that there might be contestants from the second set, or above, watching over Professor Elm with him being a main storyline character. Kai had many things to do and all of them were centered on Professor Elm. Days ago, the moment he got to know about this scientist, Kai had searched him and his area of research using the internet. Professor Elm specialized in Pokemon breeding and was credited for the discovery of Pokemon eggs. According to the famous Professor Oak, Professor Elm was the best in the research of Pokemon evolution. Kai's needs matched Elm's area of expertise perfectly. He had both the eggs and a matter of evolution that he needed him to look at. Not to mention the obvious task of getting a Pokemon and the Pokédex. But not just anyone could request the professor's attention. Our plan should take care of that, Kai thought, amusingly, and nodded to Peter. Peter knocked twice, and all waited for a response. The wait didn't last long. The light wooden doors creaked as they opened, and lo and behold, they found themselves facing a contestant in a butler's garb. Kai choked on the sheer amount of mana. Still, compared to Red Sun, this contestant felt lacking. Just why someone like him, a 9th-floor contestant, is watching over Kurt, Kai wondered, gritting his teeth. The man standing in front of him was powerful, but no way he was from a floor above the second set. So, it puzzled Kai the most. There's some mystery about Red Sunday. This contestant was a white-haired and white-bearded old man. Like Red Sun, he too couldn't look away from Peter after opening the doors. Peter's eyes were closed as if he couldn't have cared less about what was happening around him. It was Meg who spoke, her voice crisp, sharp, and condemning. "Temple business," she hissed coolly. "Fuck off." Only then did the monster turn his head to give Meg a look. He said nothing, but Kai could see the clatter of his teeth and the tremble of his jawline. Kai could guess what the old man was thinking about Meg and Peter. A priestess and a contestant from above the third set. Both looked like someone who had come down to a low-grade mission by restricting their stats. The silence lasted for a while before the contestant gave a last, but disgusting, look to Kai and welcomed them in. "Wait here," he said, sneering. "Professor Elm is in his laboratory. I would let him know about your unannounced visit." The moment he disappeared behind a turn at the end of a long corridor, Meg sighed. "He should have kneeled at the merest sight of my clothing," she commented. "I wouldn't have cursed him then." "What's done is done / Kai told her telepathically, keeping Peter in the loop. / Peter. Remember to hit on Professor Elm's obsession /. "Oh, I know where and when to hit," Peter said, slyly. "Don't worry, my lord. / if I have guessed Professor Elm's nature right, then he won't come to see us /. Kai couldn't have been more right. Only a few moments had passed when the butler returned. Alone. "Professor is busy," he said, scornfully. "He won't be seeing anyone. His research can last for days, so." "Heh." Kai sneered. "He wants to say to us fuck off, too." "Young man," Peter said, opening his eyes for the first time. "Go tell him we have found a new Pokemon species." The old man didn't dare to smile while looking at Peter. After a few seconds, he bowed and went back to convey the message. "We are walking on thin ice, Master," Meg whispered, sweat drenching her back. Contestants on missions like these don't care about anything other than the main storyline character's safety. But it won't prevent us from facing his wrath, either. Let's hope he won't persist in remaining with us during our meeting. Kai was a little worried about that too. There wasn't much they could do about it, though. The noise of hurried footsteps reached them before they could see anyone this time. Professor Elm appeared in the corridor, taking big strides toward them. He was wearing a large white lab coat over green pants and brown shoes. His brown hair was messy and a pair of brown eyes greeted them from behind the huge, round glasses. "Where is it?" he asked excitedly. "Hello, I am Professor Elm." "And you are?" Kai could tell the absent-mindedness of the professor from his jumbled way of talking. It was as he had predicted. Professor Elm was just on the borderline of being called a mad scientist. It was the good crowd around him, and his being seclusive, that was preventing Professor Elm from going off course. The shaking came suddenly. Kai had been waiting for it. He had told Meg that he wanted to devour Daenerys' tail, as he was bound to meet her at the end of his mission. The Mother of Dragons seemed like the worthiest tale to him when he had read about her from the data of Thunder faction. "She is useless," Meg had said bluntly. "She would be a child when you would meet her, Master." So the devoured tale would be about a girl, who escaped from the clutches of her enemies and is now sold to a Dothraki lord. That's it. Professor Elm is a better alternative. The best would have been Professor Oak, but we won't have time to go to him and return on time, I think. The thought had excited Kai too much. So, yes. There was this reason too for him to come here. To devour Professor Elm's tail. Chapter 108, Fooling Professor Elm, Kai's Essence. Peter stepped forward and shook Professor's hand. "I am Simon, an ancient Pokemon enthusiast," the character told Elm. "This here is my good friend, Desmond Jones, a great, yet quite a humble explorer of the ancient ruins and histories. On his side is Priestess Shay of the ancient Temple of White Snake. We have made quite a discovery on an island, hidden far away in the ocean, and have come right away to you. If it wasn't for saving Pokeball expert Kurt's granddaughter from some evil people who had kidnapped her, we would have arrived here sooner. Quite a grateful man, Kurt. See, he even gifted Desmond a set of custom-made Pokeballs." Professor Elm didn't give a damn if they had arrived late, Kai could tell. But the mention of saving Kurt's granddaughter did bring some change to his youthful face. Professor Elm's eyes went to the belt on Kai's waist. The butler was already looking at them, and exclaimed. "Oh. Are these the Pokeballs made from the apricorns?" Kai smiled and nodded. "May I see the Pokemon now?" Professor Elm suddenly snapped back to the topic. It seemed nothing other than his research could occupy him for long. Kai admired this attitude from his heart. The smile on Peter's face vanished. "The Pokemon's state is quite grievous, Professor," Peter said gravely. "I don't think it's a good idea for us to take it out here in the open." "Oh, yes," Professor Elm agreed. "Come to my lab. Bert, don't let anyone in, and shift all appointments to tomorrow." The butler didn't seem happy about it but bowed and left the group. Meg let out an audible sigh in Kai's ears. They followed Elm to his lab. It was a large spacious hall filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment. For the first time, after resurrecting, Kai felt a touch of home from this place. He took a deep breath and his mind wandered to the time when his mother had used to teach him to operate pieces of equipment. Though it wasn't like she had any other choice, Kai could remember. But his curiosity was so high that often she had found him wandering around her lab, gawking. "Here," Professor Elm said, hurriedly passing some stools. "Now, can I see it?" Kai looked at Meg, who crouched to pick up the paper insects and nodded at him. Peter didn't speak this time. Yet, a voice rang in all minds, nonetheless. // Professor Elm, / Kai said, smiling, a silver mist bursting out of him. / let me introduce you to the ghost serpent, / Professor Elm jerked up from his seat. A tingling sensation crawled across Kai's body as Celine materialized and slithered around his shoulders, keeping most of her body towards the group. She hissed, yawned, turned her head from left to right, and then up and down as if showcasing her figure. It was all according to the plan. There was such a shock and awe on Professor Elm's face that Kai almost felt bad about interrupting his thoughts. / Professor Elm, on that island, there was an old village whose people worshipped the white snake, / Kai said, and finally caught the professor's attention. "How are you doing this?" Elm asked, more curious than afraid. "How are you speaking directly into my head? Is it some kind of telepathic ability? Are you even human?" Kai smiled ruefully. Peter tapped his cane, and the heads turned towards him. "I would request you to sit down, Professor Elm," he said, smiling. "You do want to know the origins of the snake-type Pokemon, don't you?" Elm's head snapped to the slithering snake and nodded. He took his seat, but his eyes never left Celine's odd movements. / I said was because now it is destroyed, / Kai said and gestured at Meg, lying through his teeth. / Only Priestess Shay of the ancient temple of White Snake is left of those people of the old ways. You see, the temple that the villagers worshipped was a burial ground and went deeper than any untrained and poorly equipped explorer could go. When Simon told me about this place, I could hear the call of an adventure like never before. So I went there immediately. / It wasn't easy to convince the villagers to allow me to explore the temple, though. I stumbled upon a narrow cave system, running deep into the temple. The villagers believed that the white snake came out of those tunnels during the full moon. I had some other notions. So, going against the villagers' wishes, I descended through the tunnels. / Now, I won't waste our time by mentioning all the props and the traps, and the hideous hieroglyphic imprints which suggested anything but a benevolent identity's presence down there. At the bottommost chamber, I found 3 petrified eggs. This ghost serpent is the hatchling from the biggest of them, / Peter was just waiting for this fantastic but utter fiasco of a tale to be completed. He again tapped his cane. This snake-type Pokemon bonded with Desmond Jones, Peter said, pointing at Celine using the cane. Now, Desmond here is a mute, but the Pokemon somehow allows him to talk to others using telepathy. It seems the Pokemon hears Desmond's thoughts and then transfers them to those to whom Desmond wants to speak. Am I correct, Priestess Shay? Meg nodded, almost rolling her eyes. The moment Dr. Desmond picked up the eggs, she said sadly, it must have triggered some kind of mechanism, secreting a fatal chemical on the island. It froze all of them to death. The only reason I survived was that I had secretly followed him into the tunnels, hoping to see the glory of the white snake with my own eyes. A few drops of tears trickled down her face. Professor Elm's expression softened for a moment, and then he suddenly asked, "Doctor?" Peter chuckled. "Desmond here isn't an ordinary explorer, Professor," he said, leaning forward. "He is a man of science, not much unlike you." Before dwelling into the old myths, Desmond was widely known as Dr. Desmond Jones. Professor Elm beamed upon hearing this information. "I must admit, I have never heard of your name, Dr. Desmond," he said, standing up. "May I know what field you specialize in?" / Men like us shouldn't dwell too much on social necessities, Professor, / Kai said, smiling. / My expertise includes but is not limited to evolutionary biology and evolutionary genetics. Viral and bacterial evolution, molecular and genome evolution, genetics of speciation, analysis of quantitative trait variation, host-parasite coevolution, sexual selection, and sexual conflict, natural selection in the wild, and a bit of this and a bit of that, / With every field mentioned by Kai, Professor Elm's breathing sped up visibly. At first, he had looked at Kai with a mere glance, as demanded by social interactions. Now, though, a fervor and admiring glow was beaming out of him. There was a smile on that youthful face that must have shocked the crowd who knew him if they were to see it. Not only Professor Elm but even Meg was also gobsmacked, her mouth wide open. From the way Kai had mentioned his specializations, it didn't seem he was bluffing. If he wasn't, then didn't it mean he was as qualified as a multi-doctorate scientist at the mere age of 17 or 18? This was Kai Stormborn. He might not have the brightest cunning like that of Peter. He might not have the greatest sanity left after the death of his mother. Yet, even if one were to rip him off of all his powers, this one thing one could never snatch off him. His knowledge. The knowledge that was given to him by his parents was like the breast milk down the throat of a toddler. If there was an essence to him, then it was this knowledge. The weight of an entire world's expectations and future used to lie on the shoulders of a boy when he was still in his mother's womb. And that weight had ultimately crushed him. The one who was destined to seek knowledge was forced to seek absolute power. The one who was fated to become the Messiah became the blood demon to annihilate it instead. Chapter 109, Researching Ghost Serpent's DNA with Professor Elm. The stunned silence broke away with Kai's renewed grave expression. That's why I requested Simon to bring me to you, Professor, he said. I lack the equipment to find out what is wrong with the last Pokemon of its species. This ghost serpent is blind. No matter how I looked at them, I couldn't find anything about the rest of the 2 eggs either. Priestess Shay, please take out the 2 eggs for the professor to see, Kai approached Professor Elm and blocked his sight. Behind him, Meg took 2 eggs out of her miscellaneous rent box, which Kai had already passed to her. One egg was fist-sized, red-blue-brown stripes running over its dusty, rock-like shell. The other was a golden egg the size of a thumb. Meg handed both of them to Kai as Professor Elm ran his fingers over Celine's dragon-like scales. If it wasn't for Kai's strict command to let the professor do as he wished, the ghost serpent would have killed him already. You are right, Professor Elm said. There are many things out of place. Professor Elm, Kai said, his eyes glowing with expectation. How about you let me assist you in finding the exact nature of the Pokemon and these eggs? I have some days to spare, If it was before, this kind of request would have seemed nothing but a jest. Professor Elm grinned at the notion. Of course, Dr. Desmond, he said, already taking out glass cylinders to store the eggs. I would be glad to hear your point of view regarding Pokemon evolution and their breeding habits. Professor Elm passed a white lab coat to Kai, ignoring the existence of Peter and Meg entirely. Kai rubbed the coat, as memories of a time he had buried deep tried to resurface. He threw off his hat, keeping the sunglasses on his face, and donned the coat as if it were meant for him. It was then the notification popped up. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, develop friendly relations with a professor in the Pokemon world. Milestone rewards, correspondence plus. Kai smiled. Whether he was smiling at the reward, or at his nostalgic thoughts, who knew? Asterisk. Evening, June. Professor Elm's laboratory. Sleep seemed to have abandoned Kai and Elm. With the barest amount of napping, the duo had managed to bury themselves in the research for the last 4 days. Professor Elm had come out to be as every bit odd as it was known about him. Not once he had asked about Meg and Peter's presence in the lab. Nor did he ask about arranging quarters for them. Food came on time, but unlike Kai, he had eaten little. Meg had told Kai that Professor Elm was so oblivious to his surroundings when carrying out his research that Team Rocket had stolen his Pokemon from right behind him once. Jesse and James had asked him if they could take away his Pokemon. In reply, Professor Elm had replied with yes, of course, take it away. Thrice the old butler had come, knocking on the lab's door, asking for Elm's health. Kai had persuaded the professor to send the butler away without letting him in every time. My God! Elm exclaimed, nudging the glasses over his bloodshot eyes. Look at this, Professor Desmond. Kai followed Elm's gaze to the screen and saw the data. His eyes narrowed. For a long time, they had been waiting to see the results. On the screen, there was a DNA structure, slowly rotating. Half of the base pairs, the links connecting the spirals, also called the backbones, were blue, and half were white. Overall, those colors gave the entire DNA structure a ghostly and icy appearance. The trouble began beyond those colors. Are you seeing what I am seeing, Professor? Professor Elm addressed Kai, pointing at the nano-sized black tendrils on the blue half. It looks like some kind of foreign pathogens trying to force their way into the DNA. Elm's voice was incredulous. Kai shared his colleague's ecstasy, but his eyes weren't only on the black tendrils. Opposite the tendrils, towards the white side of the DNA structure, there were even tinier yellow rings. If Kai wasn't so susceptible to everything yellow, even he would have ignored them. /Elm, Kai said, looking back at the glass-encased Celine. /zoom on those yellow rings on the white half, /. Celine lifted her hood and hissed, flicking out her tongue. Master, I want to hunt, she said, slithering into the confined space. How much longer? Not long, Kai hissed back the same 2 words for the umpteenth time. Yellow rings. Professor Elm muttered, adjusting his glasses. Oh my. I didn't notice them. When the screen zoomed in, Kai saw what he had feared the most. The rhythm of his breathing broke, and blood rose to his head in sheer horror. Unlike the black tendrils' obvious attempt to assimilate themselves into the DNA, the yellow rings were inconspicuous about their attempts. Not to mention the disgusting geometric patterns that made little sense and birthed such a repulsion upon seeing them that Kai's entire face crumpled. // a forced genome modification, / Kai declared. Professor Elm snapped his head. How can that be? He exclaimed, refusing to believe the possibility. I have devoted my entire life to the genome modification Pokemon goes upon evolving. There is no one more mysterious and mind-baffling phenomenon. And yet. / yet, in front of our eyes, something is trying to modify the ghost serpent's genome, / Kai completed the words as Professor Elm trailed off. / the question is not what is this external agent, Professor. The question is what is keeping them from going in / Indeed, Elm agreed. Seeing their number, and how these black tendrils and patterned yellow rings are being kept at the bay, there must be something that is naturally resisting them. / is it possible, / Kai wondered, / that these half-successful attempts had blinded the Pokemon. And that bulge, / By now, Kai and Elm had already scanned Celine and the bulge in between her blind eyes, using all the means possible. One time would have been enough to conclude, but what they had found was so bizarre that they had to doubt the results and start the scanning anew using another method. To Kai's dismay, the result hadn't changed, though. The bulge was the mass of tissues, the beginning of an evolutionary stage of an eye. A third eye. Not only that, Professor Desmond, Elm said as if he had figured out something. But I think the change is irrevocable. If whatever that is keeping the Pokemon's genome from being modified doesn't stop, this struggle against these pathogens can permanently damage the subject. A true mad scientist, Kai thought. He looked at Professor Elm with wide eyes. / you aren't suggesting what I think you are suggesting, right, / Elm nudged his glasses, almost behaving like he hadn't heard or seen Kai. I think we should push the pathogens in. Studying the change in DNA structure and the evolutionary stages of an ancient species can become the mightiest leap for science in the history of this world. Kai wasn't sure about it. It was one thing, Celine becoming useless and Kai devouring her as a blood essence. It was another thing entirely to see what would happen once both the children of his glitch, the black tendrils, and spawns of Haster, the yellow rings, had corrupted Celine. What kind of creature would come into being after that? Kai shuddered at the thought. At last, curiosity came out to be victorious, trampling all hesitation in Kai's heart. Better a monster than a useless worm, he thought, rubbing his hands through his white hair. Professor Elm's next words pushed Kai beyond the line of no return. If we follow the known data on the current Pokemon species, he began, mulling over every single word, then I think a potent stimulant should do the trick. An extremely strong stimulant. Kai's eyes shone with realization. / like eating a legendary Pokemon, / Chapter 110, A Magical Contract with Professor Elm. Eating a legendary Pokemon. Huh. Professor Elm looked terrified at the suggestion. That. Yes, that might work. / I am just joking, Professor, / Kai said, laughing. / there are other ways to replicate the effects of the results of that statement, / If there were, Professor Elm surely didn't know, for he said nothing in reply to Kai's joke. / I must say, / Kai said, reminiscing, / these last few days have made me recall many old memories. I am honored to assist you in this research, Elm, / Kai extended his hand and shook Elm's hand. You say you are much older than you look, Desmond, Professor Elm said, zooming out of the screen. Well, it might be true. But I am not sure who assisted whom in this research. The two scientists laughed, sharing a smile between them. ****. Morning, June. Professor's Elm Laboratory. After a much-needed sleep, both found themselves again in the same old lab. Are you sure you don't want to stay longer, Professor Desmond? Elm asked, frowning. Kai chuckled. */ it has been fun, working alongside you, Professor, / he said. */ but if it wasn't for the ancient Pokemon's unusual state and the eggs, I wouldn't have come out of retirement. The next adventure is calling me. I even dreamt about it, / Professor Elm shook his head. By now, Kai and Elm had already experimented on the two eggs rigorously, trying to incubate them. The answer they had found was to put them in a solution that would break their stony outer layer, gradually, and resume the embryo's development. The only problem was that the contents of the solution were based on the rare minerals and bacteria found in the Pokemon world. Not to mention that they needed to change the solution every other week. So, even if he wanted to, Kai couldn't take away two solutions tanks with him. Behind him, Meg looked more haggard than either of him and Elm. The constant vigilance she had shown in the last five days was not something a mere first-set contestant could replicate. Kai exchanged a look with her. They had discussed the problem and had already come to a solution. Now, it was time to take care of the prime reasons for his visit. Before leaving, Professor Kai said, smiling, I have a piece of good and bad news for you, and a request if you would grant me the honor to ask it. Usually, Professor Elm would have never cared about this much talk. But Kai had left such an imprint in his memory that the young professor couldn't help but weigh each of his words carefully. What could be worse than you not continuing this research with me? Professor Elm said, his eyes reflecting deep sadness. Still, let's hear the bad one first, Professor Desmond. Kai felt a tinge of pity for Elm. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like the professor. Their area of expertise overlapped, and so did their thought process. Like Kai, Elm cared little about the consequences if it could benefit the research, and their personalities matched their ambitions. If I wasn't a contestant, then we could have been friends, Kai bitterly thought. But now, I must use you, and for that, Professor Elm, you must know a little about despair. Kai's breath rattled as he sucked out Professor Elm's happiness, and the sadness on the character's face spread even more. I must take the ghost serpent away with me, Kai said, as Elm gasped. Hear me out first, Elm. We both know she needs a potent stimulant, which we have no means to give to her. Not in the ethical ways possible. I travel all over the planet, searching for ruins and Pokemon history. So, who knows, I might stumble upon something more extraordinary that could help her. Last, but not least, she has bonded with me. And I have with her. I hope you would understand my concerns, Professor /. If Kai hadn't needed Elm's help in getting the Pokemon, he would have never explained this much to him. Elm went into a stunned silence. But the lack of happiness within him prevented him from reacting too much against it. I understand, he told Kai. It's your good nature that you didn't add your ability to talk to people through her in your reasoning. Oh, I forgot that, Kai thought, recalling the telepathic ability. I must be careful to not let it develop into an issue. He had become so used to it, that with his inability to talk without hissing, he kept forgetting that it wasn't natural for all to talk into others' minds. Now the good news, Kai said, beaming. Here, eat this chocolate, Professor. It would cheer you up, After the bulk of info dumped on him by Meg, it would have been foolish to not add chocolates to his arsenal. Professor Elm's sadness prevented an angry and ecstatic reaction to the bad news. Now Kai wanted him to react with joy instead. As Kai saw Elm's eyes gaining some life upon eating the chocolate, he pointed at the 2 eggs. I have talked to Priestess Shay, he said, and she has permitted me to leave the eggs with you for incubation, Professor Elm snapped his head up towards Meg. Is it true? He asked incredulously. Oh. That's wonderful. I agree to watch over them, only if I get to keep the Pokemon. That's out of. Meg almost refused the offer, but one look from Kai shut her up. He could see the stubbornness on Elm's face. The look wasn't unlike his own when he used to see a potential benefit. He won't change his mind, Kai concluded. And I can't attack him, either. A higher floor contestant would always be here watching over him. We are alive not only because of Peter's fiasco and the mention of the temple but also because the old butler has sensed no danger to Elm. I agree, Kai said. I agree to let you have 1 egg, Professor Elm. The golden egg was the most secure of the 3, so I guess it's also the most valuable. Am I right, Priestess Shay, Kai did not know that the goblin, Snaglock, had also shown the most interest in the golden egg. The only thing he knew was that Celine had shown an interest in the egg with colorful stripes, making it the egg he wanted the most now. Meg wasn't some naive bimbo to not take the hint. Her shrewdness outmatched most of the top contestants. Not just anyone could have hoodwinked Kai and got the better of him. Yes, she said solemnly. The golden egg represents the birth of the cosmos. The other one represents the cycle of emotions. I wasn't with Professor Desmond when he took the egg, but it makes sense that the golden egg was the most secure one. Professor Elm ate the chocolate and mulled over the hogwash fed to him by Meg. At last, he smiled at Kai and nodded. The notification came up then. A magical contract is established between contestant Kai Stormborn and Professor Elm of the New Bark Town. The terms of the contract are: 1. Professor Elm will incubate the 2 eggs, keeping the magical beast from the golden egg for himself upon hatching. The contestant will get the magical beast from the other egg. 2. The contestant can request to teleport to this world timeline once in 3 months, paying no mission credits for 3 hours. Warning. 1. Failing the contract will be deemed unworthy and will have serious consequences. 2. The time limit of visitation is unchangeable. Chapter 111, Milestones After Milestones, Becoming a Pokemon Trainer. Kai beamed and shook Professor Elm's hand. It was more than he had expected. Without Elm's assistance, and his resources, who knew for how long these 2 eggs would rot in his inventory? It was better to grab the opportunity when it was the best time to grab it. One more thing, Elm Kai said, smiling, as Meg and Peter joined him. One more thing, then I will be on my way. As you are aware, most of my adventures take me to some island deep into the chaotic ocean south of the main landmass. I encounter Pokemon on an almost daily basis but do not know their capabilities. So, I was hoping you could give me a Pokemon and a Pokédex. I am old, just not that old to not be a Pokemon trainer, Kai's heart was racing. This was the decisive moment. This was the prime reason for which they had come here. To their surprise, Professor Elm laughed. It was odd to see him laughing when Kai had scarcely seen him smile. Why not? Professor Elm replied. I also give the starter Pokemon in the Johto region. Generally, I don't give Pokédex to the trainers because of their low supply. I have one, though, and I can give it to you if you can accept a request of mine in return. Kai could do nothing but nod. I know you travel far and into the strangest of places, Elm proposed, so, I would like you to collect the data on unknown Pokemon into the Pokédex. I know you would find the task challenging. Do we have a deal? Kai didn't know. This request had no clear numbers. Nor did it mention the time and the exact nature of the request. Then he had no clue where he would find an unknown Pokemon. Kai took a deep breath and nodded. The notification came up again. Your magical contract with Professor Elm is updated. The terms of the contract are: 1. Professor Elm will incubate the 2 eggs, keeping the magical beast from the golden egg for himself upon hatching. The contestant will get the magical beast from the other egg. 2. Professor Elm will give a Pokédex to the contestant. In return, the contestant must store the data of 50 magical beasts, unknown to the Pokemon world, within 3 years, primordial world time. Once a year, the contestant must show the progress to Professor Elm. No less than 10 magical beasts at the end of the first year, and 25 magical beasts at the end of the second year, are required to be shown to the professor. Failure to meet these limits will be counted as breaching the contract. 3. The contestant can request to teleport to this world timeline once in 3 months, paying no mission credits for 3 hours. Warning, failing the contract will be deemed unworthy and will have serious consequences. The time limit of visitation is unchangeable. Kai let out an inaudible sigh of relief and smiled. Professor Elm went to a cabinet and took out a device. It looked like a flippable mobile phone, orange-colored, and there was a glassy black bulge over its top flat side. As many of the Pokemon native to Johto are also native to the Kanto region, Professor Elm said, handing over the Pokédex, this Pokédex will provide you data on both regions' Pokemon. The moment Kai held the Pokédex, a notification appeared over it. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, get your first Pokédex. Milestone rewards. 1. Live location in the Pokemon world, covering the regions of Pokédex entries. 2. Charisma plus. 3. Luck plus. 4. Worth plus. Item, Regional Pokédex. Grade, Uncommon. Specification, introduced in Generation 2, it contains the list of Pokemon, putting the Johto starter Pokemon first, and following them with Pokemon native to both Kanto and Johto in a different order, according to their evolution. It also includes fossil Pokemon and legendary Pokemon from both the regions. Requirement. 1. Elementary Pokemon Trainer. 2. MP. Attributes. 1. Total number of Pokemon. 2. Weight, 250 grams. 3. Mode, Pokemon, Map, New Data Storage. 4. Empty slots available, 0/50ths. Skill, not applicable. Effect. 1. Gives data on the recorded Pokemon upon pointing at it, distance, 100 feet. 2. Stores a magical beast data upon capturing it, capture time limit, 3 days. 3. Show live location on the map of the Johto and Kanto region. Quality, 94%. Warning. 1. Live location isn't available on worlds other than Pokemon. 2. The magical beast must not die or escape within the capture time limit. Only sheer willpower was holding Kai back from laughing out loud. If it was before, he would have never known how big a feat it was to get a Pokédex. Meg had opened doors for Kai, which would have taken years to even show themselves to him naturally. Come with me, Professor Elm said. The Pokemon are too energetic to allow them into the lab. Kai and the others followed Elm out of the lab and to the small, open, garden-like area behind the mansion. The orange sun was almost glowing yellow, perched over the horizon like a fruit. All around them, the smell of morning and wet grass lingered, riding the wind, galloping away and towards them now and then. Splashing noises came from a water puddle that gleamed like a crystal-clear lake, reflecting the sunlight. The Pokemon came running toward Professor Elm, suddenly. Chico. Chico. Cinda, Quill. Totodile. on the leftmost, and the fastest to come was a pale green Pokemon with dark green buds around its neck. It was 2 feet high, and its head was larger in proportion compared to its body. On its head was a large green leaf. It was the grass-type Pokemon, Chikorita. Meg had already told him much about the 3 starter Pokemon. She and Kai had decided on the water type as it would let them participate in the water chariot race. If it was in Kai's hands, he'd rather not have any of these 3. But he must get one to have the Pokemon trainer ability. The most energetic, and the Pokemon of their choice, was the rightmost one. Totodile, a blue-colored crocodile-like Pokemon. It was bipedal and had a height of just over 2 feet. Several sharp teeth lined its long jaw, and there was a V-shaped yellow marking on its chest. The 2 lively Pokemon were followed by a blue and cream, timid fire-type Pokemon, Cyndaquil. It had a long snout and on its back were 4 red circles. As Totodile rushed toward Professor Elm, it tried to bite Chikorita several times in between. Professor Elm laughed, welcoming all 3 of them. Desmond, look, Elm said, crouching, and separating Chikorita and Totodile. You will find a brilliant partner in Totodile. I know it's quite feisty and dynamic, but an adventurer like you won't have any problem with that, right? For the first time in the last 5 days, Kai realized the difference between him and Elm, as he saw and felt the genuine happiness brimming out of the professor. He could see the love Professor Elm had for the Pokemon, and how he enjoyed their company truly. Kai couldn't fathom these feelings. He couldn't understand the reasoning or the purpose and benefit of it. When Kai looked at the 3 Pokemon, the only thing he saw was nothing but 3 potential food sources. / of course, / Kai beamed at Elm, crouching down beside him. / hello, Totodile. Are you ready to go on an adventure with me, / The sudden voice in its head baffled the Pokemon. It looked around, but it was then its intelligence shone. Totodile didn't take long to figure out who was speaking, and it snapped his jaw at Kai. There was a playfulness in its bite, though. That seemed to be enough for the system. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, get acknowledged by a Pokemon. Milestone rewards, elementary Pokemon trainer. Warning. 1. Contestants with elementary Pokemon trainer ability can only bond with 2 Pokemon at max. It doesn't count magical beasts of other random worlds. 2. To capture a Pokemon, the contestant must defeat it using his own Pokemon. 3. Catch rate for the 3rd Pokemon, 0%. 4. Only Pokeballs that are items can take the Pokemon out of the random world. 5. A Pokemon can be traded only once. 6. Disapproval from the Pokemon can affect the proficiency. 7. If a Pokemon leaves the trainer willingly, then proficiency, minus 50%. It looks like Totodile has already taken a liking to you, Professor Elm smiled. Kai took out his Pokeball unseen to Elm's eyes. Before he could use it, Totodile himself came running and heat-butted the red and white ball. Then the tiny figure of the Pokemon turned into a mass of blue light and it disappeared into the Pokeball. Beep. 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 A light trembling of the Pokeball followed every red flashing beep. It didn't seem like the sign of struggle Meg had told him, Kai recalled. After the 3rd beep, the Pokeball gave the last sound and all the beeping stopped. Today is the day of notifications, Kai thought amusingly. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Milestone, get your first Pokemon. Milestone rewards. 1. Elementary Pokemon trainer, proficiency 25%, plus 25%. 2. Correspondence plus. Heh. Kai smirked inside. It seems I don't need to worry about my set quota now at least. With this attribute point, he only needed 3 more points now. The increase in proficiency was a pleasant surprise. Kai stood up and saw Cyndaquil jumping around Meg. On her left, Peter was playing with Chikorita with his cane. What happened next became the biggest surprise of today. Chapter 112, The Book's Shuddering, Kai's Gravest Mistake. Professor Elm smiled as he looked at Meg and Cyndaquil. You have shown great faith in me by letting me keep an egg, miss, he told Meg, surprising Kai. I think I should return the favor, no. Haha. Meg's eyes flickered, moistening instantly. In the next moment, she snapped back to reality. She shifted her gaze and looked at Kai, asking for his permission. Kai ignored the gaze. / quite generous of you, Elm, / he said. / I am sure Meg's having a hard time controlling her emotions now. Haha, / inside, he thought, come on. Give the 3rd Pokemon to Peter now. Haha. You are right. Professor Elm laughed back. Kai's mouth twitched ruefully. On the other side, Meg's face gained the brightest smile, gaining a new Pokemon. She took out her Pokeball and let Cyndaquil fill its empty status. I truly hoped you could prolong your stay, Professor Desmond, Elm said, putting his hands in his pants. but I won't stop you from doing what you love to do. Take care of Totodile and Chikorita for me. Let us complete the paperwork, then you can be on your way soon. Kai smiled and followed the professor back to the lab. He didn't even correct Elm. By now, he had figured out Elm's personality. Taking the name of the wrong Pokemon was nothing compared to what Kai had seen the professor ignoring and blundering. It has been worthwhile, exploring the world and interacting with main storyline characters unlike the last random world, Kai thought. Now just one more thing is left to do. As he noticed Meg closing the main door of the lab, Kai nodded at Peter. The character disappeared, and Meg caught his gem-embedded cane. Professor Elm was already typing on the PC, filling out details. With him being so airheaded, he didn't even notice the Peter's disappearance. Kai had been putting away this task for a long time. But his interaction with Professor Elm had helped him in deciding one thing: Professor Oak didn't suit his needs. Professor Oak specialized in Pokemon-human relations, a field that Kai had no interest in. Professor Elm, though, not only matched his area of interest, but even his personality was favorable to him. Sometimes, it's not the best option, but the most suitable one that matters, Kai reflected, taking out the shuddering book. Making sure that he was within 10 feet of Professor Elm, Kai flipped the book open to the page next to the Herald of Chaos. The skill, the Song of History, would write Professor Elm's tale anytime now, Kai knew. With bated breath, he waited, almost grinning. Then with a bang, the book closed itself. Where was the tale? Why did the book shut itself? Why was it shuddering before then? All these questions echoed, as one fact planted itself in his mind like a tree, its roots distorting Kai's face in an ugly rage and maliciousness. That fact was: Thousand Tails Parasite had just rejected Professor Elm's tale. Asterisk. Asterisk. Evening, June. Pokemon Center. New Bark Town. There was pin-drop silence in the room. After saying a strange goodbye to his friend, Kai and Meg had come to the Pokemon Center. New Bark Town was a hub for Pokemon trainers, and thus, they found it unnecessary to go to Alto Mare before the 27th. Meg had already registered herself as a contestant for the Water Chariot race. Even the plans Kai and Peter had made before leaving the Water Town had undergone earth-shattering changes after the things Meg had told him regarding all the worlds, especially multiverse interdependency. But let us return to the silence. This pin-drop silence choked the joy of getting all the things they had gotten in New Bark Town. Kai was on a chair, wearing a black night suit, and facing the window. Stunned and stupefied. Behind him, on the bed, sat Meg. She, too, looked troubled as her eyes roamed about Kai. A blue velvet night suit, patterned with pink flowers, had replaced her yellow priestess garb. And her long loose red hair felt like fire dancing over the water. / I don't understand, / Kai thought openly. / never have I desired to devour a tale so badly, and yet, I couldn't. Why? The book shuddered, God damn it. It shuddered for 5 days, / Silence, answered Kai. The stars twinkled outside. Tweets and cries of some wild Pokemon came now and then, lingering no longer than they were welcomed. There was sadness on Kai's charming face, and a mirror on Kai's right reflected this sadness to Meg. Master, may I have a look at the book? She asked. Kai snapped his head towards his right. In the mirror, he saw her sitting on the bed gracefully. However, the breasts trying to pop out her smooth shirt buttons, and her long full legs, almost betrayed that gracefulness. Still no desire for her. Kai realized, frowning. She was his servant, but he had never wanted a mute and mindless servitude. With the soul blood drop that gave him all the power over her, Kai would never hamper her growth, let alone her words. /why, / Kai asked, not unkindly. / what's the point of that, / I have had growth-type items, Morning Mist explained. I have seen many such items of others too. But the tales of Beetle the Bard seems to have toppled my understanding of growth-type items. I want to see what's so special about it. / curious, / Kai said, raising an eyebrow. Meg nodded. Kai's hand flicked, and he took out the book. Giving her item won't make it hers, he knew. Until he dies, the book would always belong to him. Though if Meg could use its axe or not, Kai wasn't sure. He threw the book, and she caught it with a cat's agility. Let's see what the 100-year-old monster has to say about my most prized item, Kai thought, permitting himself the tiniest hint of a smile. He observed her as she examined the book's stats. The tiny smile became full when he saw her eyes widening with every passing moment. Her breathing had sped up, her breasts vividly heaving up and down out of rhythm. She is reading about the Thousand Tails Parasite, Kai guessed, when Meg suddenly lifted her head to look at him. Their eyes matched through the realm of the mirrors before she plunged her thoughts back into the book. Kai felt her riling emotions, her shock, and her incredulous amazement. He licked his lips. Now, this he did desire. He wanted to suck her dry of her happiness. He had a taste of her hoard in the town, Alto Mare. Happiness, hoarded for over 100 years, had a taste Kai could never forget. Master. Meg's sharp call brought Kai out of his reverie. /yes, / Kai said. / I know about the hidden dangers of it. You don't have to repeat them to me, /. Opposite to Kai's expectations, Meg just shook her head. No, master, she whispered. I know a contestant of your caliber must have already thought of everything that needed to be contemplated. No point in wasting time on those things. But I just wanted to ask one thing. Kai frowned. He stood up, fed up with looking at her through the mirror, and faced her. / go on, then / Kai permitted. / ask / I went through the book stats over twice, Meg began. But I couldn't find any mention of what this shuddering you talked about. Kai silently laughed. / no, it's not mentioned / he explained to her. / it's like an unwritten phenomenon. Whenever I meet a character, whose tale is worthy enough to be devoured, the book shudders to let me know /. Then Kai told her about all the shuddering he had felt, and about the moments when he had met John Aaron and Lisa Aaron but had gotten no response from the book. Meg became silent for a while, listening to all that. After a few moments of deep brooding over something, she stood up and approached Kai. She was almost as tall as him, he realized. The smell of thousands of roses hit Kai when she came to a stop in front of him. Meg returned the book and took a deep breath. I will not sweeten my words, master, she said bluntly. But have you considered that all this talk of the book shuddering to let you know of a worthy tale is just rubbish? It seems you have mistaken an unusual response of the item to be some kind of signal. I have no means to verify what you have told me, other than that it's your assumption. And assumptions, by nature, are dubious, even if they have come from scientists of high intellect. Kai's face paled instantly. Old memories bombarded his mind. Now it was the turn of his breathing to speed up. He remembered the first vibrations. It was him seeing Prince Joffrey, and the Hound, Sandor Clegane. He remembered the second shuddering. It was him seeing the king and the queen. And then he remembered them all. Yes, it was true. All the time he had found himself facing a major main storyline character the book had shuddered. But the statement, it had shuddered to let him know he could devour their tale, was nothing but what Meg had thrown at his face. An assumption. Oh, no. The words rumbled in Kai's mind. What have I done? Chapter 113, Seeking Knowledge Above All, Kai's Vow. Kai stood there with a horrified face as if he was seeing the door for a second time. Only men of science like him could fathom how grievous a blunder it was to assume something without considering all plausible explanations. It was a horror beyond the hideously patterned yellow door from his blood prophecy. It put a question mark on his very intelligence and cunningness. Kai almost staggered to the bed, his mouth open. Meg sat down beside him. I have never heard of an item influencing the outer world before unless it's out of the inventory, she said, her sweet voice entering his ears. If even the topmost contestants were in your place, they would have made the same mistake, I am sure. Her words meant nothing to him now. Kai never compared himself to others like this. His ambition forbade him. He was the one who would stand at the peak of absolute power alone. Others could afford to make a mistake like that. Not Blood Demon. With every second, anger welled up in his heart. How could he not see it before? Not knowing what your skills and items could do was a rookie mistake. Was he some run-of-the-mill newbie? Had he fallen so low that he now lived on his momentary assumptions? Kai's face became red with shame, blood rising to his eyes, aiming for his brain. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. Yes, just like that, son, a voice sang within him. Every mistake opens a door to a hidden opportunity. Remember that those who have never blundered can never know the actual taste of victory. Kai calmed down and snapped the book open. /Peter, /. Peter walked out, wearing a night suit similar to Kai. What's the difference between John Aaron, Cersei Lannister, Peter Baelish, Pokeball expert Kurt, and Professor Elm, /, he asked, keeping Meg in conversation. But he had already found the answer. The reason for the book's vibrations was hidden within it. The obvious difference is their names, my lord, Peter quipped slyly. That's an odd question to test my intelligence. Kai glared at him. If there was ever a look that said he would kill Peter, then it was this. Peter chuckled. I was wondering when you will ask me this question, he said, his tone becoming grave. John Aaron is a match. You light this match, and boom, now you have a story. His tale is words forced together on the corner of a piece of paper. Kurt and Professor Elm are more than that. They are the torches that light the path when one walks through a story. Yes, they are important, and their existence is crucial to the story. But they are nothing more than that. Kai gritted his teeth. The book shuddered not to tell him he could devour the tale. It shuddered whenever he met a significant main storyline character. It shuddered in excitement as it included these significant characters in the tale it was writing. A hidden tale of Kai Stormborn. It was the fucking Thousand Tales parasite, Kai cursed. Peter continued. Cersei Lannister and Peter Baelish, he said, smiling, well, my lord, surely you must have guessed by now. They are not matches to begin a story, and they are not torches, either. They. Peter trailed off. Kai stood up, walked to the window, and completed Peter's words. / they are the story, / For long Kai gazed out, looking at the stars, his thoughts going beyond them. This was a moment that would either make him the most powerful contestant in the Primordial Tower or a nobody. This idea that had just come to him after going through these emotional upheavals would dictate his destiny. Not his glitch, his skills, or his abilities. It would be this sudden moment of realization, Kai knew. When he turned back, Kai was again himself. His face was calmer than it had ever been. / I have decided, / Kai declared to himself. / I will devour the tales of all the most significant scientists spread across the multiverse. Characters of science who won't be a match or a torch, but who would be a story by themselves. This will be the multiverse interdependency unique to me, / Meg stood up and fell to her knees. Command me, master, she said, her voice shaking. / prepare a list, my servant, / Kai said calmly, but his voice boomed. / prepare a list of such characters. And put Orochimaru at its top, / Asterisk. Asterisk. Afternoon, June. Pokemon Center. New Bark Town. Cersei passed down a look of deep loathing and disappeared. On the floor, Meg was no better than a corpse. Her face had paled so much that it seemed all her blood had been sucked out of her. Saliva dripped from her mouth as if she were prey clutched in the jaws of a predator. These were the aftereffects of the blood prophecy. When an idea took root in Kai's mind, he scarcely waited to test out the theory. He had wondered whether Meg could use the axe from the book or not. It turned out she could, to her misfortune. Her fate had nothing to do with Kai. But she was still his servant and was bound to stay with him. Not to mention, he needed to see if that foreign being would again infiltrate the blood world or not. Kai certainly won't risk facing that hideous, patterned door again. So, the responsibility fell on Meg's shoulders. Unlike him, though, she didn't have the fear manipulation or Titan's buff to give her HP regeneration rate a boost. So Kai took out another HP capsule and stuffed it in her mouth. The capsule showed its potent nature instantly. Such was its power that streams of blood ran down her nose. Meg coughed profusely and sat up, facing Kai. She struggled to find words, recalling the scenes from the blood world. I saw myself getting crushed to death under the coils of a massive snake. Kai's eyebrows raised. He turned to look to his left and saw Celine slithering on the floor playfully. No. Meg said, rubbing away the blood. It was bigger. Bigger than even me. / a snake-type Pokemon, / Kai asked, his eyes gleaming with blatant expectation. Meg nodded. Oh, I am so sorry, master, she apologized, a massive amount of sadness overcoming the tiredness on her face. If I hadn't made you devour Golduck, then you could have devoured this Pokemon's blood essence. Kai snorted out a laugh. / what are you on about, / he said incredulously. / is there any point in regretting things I had no way to know before? There aren't many snake-type Pokemon, to begin with. So, it is Arbok or Sevapur, I reckon. In either case, you would face a fourth-floor contestant. But why were you facing off with a contestant like that in the blood prophecy? Unless I would make you do so, / Meg gaped as Kai, word after word, kept dissecting the blood prophecy. Something seemed to have changed about him after his declaration. Before, Kai had a goal. To become the most powerful contestant. But it was so far away, both in space and time, that even though Kai's will was strong, he was just flailing his hands in the darkness, hoping to stumble upon some pillar for stability. The tales he had vowed to devour were now acting as major checkpoints between his ambition and his current state. Not only did it make things easier for him but also cleared his thought process. The results were more than obvious. Kai closed his eyes for a second. Then he smiled. / rejoice, my servant, / he said, smiling. / if I am right, then we will soon meet another Carl, / Master, you mean? Meg trailed off. Kai nodded, turning away from her. / it's time for another hunt, / he said. / chaos, create a side mission to kill the nearest fourth-floor contestant of order. Adjust the mission summary accordingly, / Analyzing the contestant's stats. Analyzation complete. Creating side mission. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, the Legend of Thunder. Side mission summary, Northman is tasked with protecting Pokemon trainer Jimmy, a main storyline character. Young Jimmy's adventure has yet to begin, and he lives with his family at number 64, Surfer Street, near New Barktown's port. Side mission objective, kill Northman and destroy Jimmy's home. Side mission time limit, before June 27th. Do you accept the side mission? Chapter 114, 7 Tails and the Graveyard of Kings. Kai beamed as he saw the side mission's time limit. /rest, /, he told Meg. / you will have your part to play tonight, /. Yes, master, she grunted a reply, helping herself to the bed. First, let me write the names. Kai snapped his head back at her. /o, /, he exclaimed, obsessively. / have you thought them through? Remember, I won't tolerate any more surprises like Professor Elm. Take your time, if you aren't sure. I will not rush it, /. Meg seemed to have decided. Waiting longer is pointless, master, she said, picking up paper and pen. I was a 13th floor contestant once. Though I didn't ascend to the 6th set, my knowledge isn't lacking compared to those monsters. Being a priestess had its own merits too. Meg scribbled down on the paper hastily but deliberately as she addressed Kai. When she was finished and flicked away the pen, Kai couldn't control himself any longer. He rushed to her and snatched the paper off her hands. His heart was thumping against his bones. He walked to the chair, which was shining golden under the full brunt of the noon sun, and sat down. The first name was according to his instructions. In front of those names, she had mentioned their worlds. 7 Tails to rule the world. First, Orochimaru from the Naruto world, master. Meg's words reached Kai. Second, Mayuri Kuratsuchi from Bleach. Third, Kisuke Urahara, also from Bleach. Fourth, Rintaro Okabe from Steins Gate. Fifth, Reed Richards from Marvel Universe. Sixth. Kai picked up from there. /6th, Senku Ishigami from Dr. Stone, /, he said telepathically. / and 7th, Dexter from. What the fuck? Which random world is this? You never mentioned it to me before, /. Meg took a deep breath. The Graveyard of Kings, she blurted out. I didn't mention it before because I didn't think that even you could survive a single hour in that world, master. Kai's eyes widened. What did you just say? In the multiverse, only the Graveyard of Kings is a cluster of different random worlds, Meg continued. Its name was given to it by contestants, not by the systems. The reason is simple, no matter how absurd it looks. Hundreds of king-level contestants are known to never clear the missions from this place, dying there like pigs. All their power, skills, items, and abilities are useless when faced with the logic of those worlds. Kai's soul shuddered. What place could be so terrifying that could claim the lives of so many top-class contestants? They were kings. Kings. Kai couldn't even fathom their power, much less the nature of this place Meg was talking about. / what is it, /, Kai asked, steeling himself. / which random worlds can be so dangerous that they even changed the name of this group to such a horrifying degree? What twisted logic are you talking about, /? Meg's half-closed eyes matched Kai's. She was trembling before even uttering the words. The worlds of cartoons. Meg's voice echoed as a lone cloud slid under the sun, darkening the room. Everything is useless when one faces the cartoon logic, the killer of kings. Asterisk. 11 p.m., June 26th. Number 64, Surfer Street, near New Barktown's port. / tell me what you can and cannot do, again, / Kai said, his breath rattling around him. The moon was grinning thinly today. Bright yellow street lights lit up Surfer Street like tiny suns lined on a single path. Far at the end of the street, into a corner claimed by the shadows for themselves, Dementikai's tattered robes billowed noiselessly behind him. He levitated above the ground like a mass of foul black mist, as a thin layer of frost crawled about him, freezing anything and everything. Meg was standing behind him, lost in awe of Kai's appearance. She had her signature Akatsuki robes on her, the color of her hair matching the blood-red clouds perfectly. There was a time when Kai did not know the meaning of these robes. Now that he did, he wondered if he would have handled things differently. No. The answer was a plain no. Her master had commanded her, and she must reply. Such thoughts passed through her head as Meg snapped out of her mooning expression. I have a master ability, she told Kai. I can control paper figurines within a radius of 800 meters, depending on the size and their numbers. There is no limit on numbers, either. Once given an initial command, they can function on their own. To get live feedback, though, I must use a combination of MP and SP. // a skill, / Kai asked. Meg shook her head. No, master, she answered. In elementary abilities, you lay the foundation. In advanced abilities, you explore the depths of the ability. The further one can explore the advanced ability, the better one will become. Master abilities are the cornerstone of the higher floor's contestant's power. In this stage, one must learn to combine the ability with stats and skills. Before I fell to the first floor, I had just mastered imbuing chakra and mana into my paper figurines. No wonder, Kai reflected. No wonder she is so strong. If I haven't lost my chakra manipulation and magical aptitude abilities, I could do much more using my paper dolls, Meg continued. Now, they are only good for fooling and spying. I can use my HP to solidify one paper figurine, though. Kai remembered the huge shuriken and how it had cut the Gatling gun's barrels and Mariah's hands like butter. Then, one more possibility struck him. / can you make paper dolls of me, / Kai asked, expectantly. The things he could do with a bunch of him running around an enemy. His breath rattled unknowingly. The dark of the night hid the blush on Meg's rosy cheeks. I can, she whispered. But I must examine every single detail of your body first, master. How you walk, sit, run, think, and the many facial expressions. I must take every little detail of your body, from head to toe, into account. Even then, I am not sure about the results. I have never done it before. It's easy to make paper clones of oneself. I had Arcanine Pokemon before, so I know it too. But Kai had already stopped listening to her. He smiled. / do whatever it takes. Before that time comes, you must have at least one paper clone of all my forms, / Meg kneeled, accepting the command gracefully. Suddenly, hundreds of tiny paper insects came crawling from all directions. They went to Meg and whispered in some unknown language into her ears, before disappearing into her inventory. No, they weren't items, or so Meg had told him. The size of her inventory was already big enough to surpass an entire mansion. The only things she lacked were items to fill it up. It's a man, Meg told Kai the obvious first. He is on the number 64 house's roof. A moist, salty night breeze found the corner they were hiding in. Kai turned to look at her from under his hood. She stepped back. / bring him out, / Kai said, melting into the shadows. Asterisk. Asterisk. Ha. I didn't know I would have big tits for dinner today. A thick, manly voice echoed in the surroundings. Meg, wearing a black overcoat and black trousers, was running down the alley, close to Jimmy's house. A brown-haired, gaunt man chased her, catching up to her with every next step. There was a pokeball in his hand, just on the verge of being thrown out. Stop, he shouted. Don't make me do this, love, or both of us will regret it. Meg sent back a disgusting look. When it seemed like she was about to take a turn, she paused and threw a pokeball. Cyndaquil, I choose you. Surprised, the Order's contestant threw his pokeball too. Come out, Sevapur. Both Pokemon materialized out of a blue flash. This end of the street was deserted, with only one lamp lit some dozens of meters away. It wasn't dark, but the vision wasn't clear enough to notice the exact coloring of the Pokemon, either. Cyndaquil. The Pokemon squeaked timidly but stood his ground. From the opposite end, a hiss echoed. Sevapur. This hiss had come from over 8-foot-tall snake-like Pokemon. It was covered in black scales, with several markings on its body that looked like yellow hexagons and purple-colored scars. It had elongated red fangs that protruded from its upper jaw and fierce red eyes. Its tail was partially red and had a blade-like shape. The Pokemon trainers shout out almost simultaneously. Cyndaquil, use Flamethrower. Sevapur, dodge, and use Poison Tail. A long, powerful stream of flames shot out from Cyndaquil's mouth. But Sevapur slithered away effortlessly. Its long body covered the distance between them in one long sweep, and then it whirled, lashing out with its tail, which was now glowing purple. The tail hit Cyndaquil head-on and sent him flying. Chapter 115, Power of an Elite Ability, Darkrai, and Order's Defense. Ha! Northman bellowed. That's it. Come with me, slut. I will be gentle with you. Meg rushed to help the Pokemon stand up. Cyndaquil. Are you okay? She asked concernedly. Come back. You did great. A blue ray of light hit the magical beast from the empty Pokeball, and it vanished to its security. Meg snapped her head toward Northman. Never, she said spitefully. Oh. You still have some fire left in you. Northman jested, licking his lips. Maybe after seeing this, you won't refuse me. The moment Northman finished, a cloudy, vacant look took over his eyes, and he sat down. Sevapur, who was hissing wildly before, suddenly looked conscious of things more than a magical beast should have. Some 300 meters in the air, Kai observed these changes. The real Meg hovered beside him on her huge paper wings. A skin changer, she exclaimed. He must be from a powerful organization to know this multiverse interdependency. Fortunately, Kai wasn't clueless about these terms anymore. Skin changer was an ability one could get in the Game of Thrones random world. These contestants could enter the mind of a beast and control its actions. As he recalled this info, he saw Sevaper's slithering becoming deliberate, and an evil intent filling its hisses. It's almost like a cheap copy of my slither steps and elementary snake language, Kai concluded. The conclusion brought out his anger and disgust. As Sevaper wrapped itself around the paper Meg on the ground, its tail tearing at her clothes, Kai plunged in a dive toward the Pokemon. The paper Meg couldn't resist for a second and crumpled instantly. Sevaper/Northman hissed confusingly, his hisses maddening with every passing moment. It was then Kai landed in between the Pokemon and Northman's true body. A mass of silver mist burst out of him, solidifying into Selene. How dare you taint the name of serpents, Kai hissed furiously, sucking out Pokemon's happiness with every breath. How dare you let a human take over your consciousness? Unworthy beast, Selene snapped, agreeing with an angry hiss of her own. Sevaper hissed in denial, thrashing its tail and head here and there. Kai could feel Northman losing control over the beast at that moment, horrified, hearing the language coming out of Kai's mouth. Know what you are, Kai hissed sharply, gliding towards the Pokemon. Remember. Remember. Or die, Selene's hiss had an edge sharper than Kai's. Sevaper gave out the last struggle and fell, the skin changer within its mind bombarding against the walls of the beast's consciousness. Sevaper hissed, looking up at the dark tattered robe of Kai, billowing behind him. I remember. They caught me, made me their slave, forcing me to do their bidding. I have fallen. Kai's shriveled, skeletal hand reached for the Pokemon's head and rubbed its black scales. Worry not, he hissed, spreading despair to the Pokemon's bones. I will free you from all these worldly desires. I will redeem you. I am redemption, Selene hissed, lunging at the Pokemon. Behind them, Northman screamed, shouting out words that sounded like incomprehensible hideous hisses. Asterisk. Asterisk. Early morning, June 28th. Pokemon Center. Alto Mare. Kai was standing naked in the room. Meg was hopping all around him, touching him now and then, and taking measures using her fingers. She was every bit professional about it. Kai's thoughts wandered to the time of his meeting with the Northman. Not counting the contestant's soul, Kai had got 1.2 soul points from Sevaper. The status of his poacher title had increased by 1 as well, becoming 9. Now he needed to kill one more good Pokemon to get the title. Kai hadn't gambled on his enhanced luck, either. Mission credits were becoming his priority, now that he was approaching the main mission's completion. So Kai had exchanged his rewards for 1550 mission credits. But the most rewarding was not something immaterial but Sevaper's corpse, which Kai had reserved entirely for Selene. She had already eaten half of it and was now sleeping noiselessly within him. The least interesting part had been destroying Jimmy's house. If it weren't for completing the side mission and its reward of 250 mission credits, Kai wouldn't have even returned there after killing Northman. He hadn't stayed there to count the bodies, but from the screams that had woken up the entire neighborhood, he could tell that at least someone had died. 5 more to go, Kai reflected, thinking about his kill count. I am done, Meg said, making Kai open his eyes. With this, now I know all your forms, Master. But knowing your bodies won't be convincing enough by itself. We don't have time for more than that. / it would suffice, / Kai told her, putting on clothes. / with the water chariot race going on, I am sure the adult Latias and the young pair of Latios and Latias will also be there, roaming around the canal pathways in their invisible forms like in the movie. It gives me the perfect opportunity to begin our plan, / So, it's time, Meg whispered. It's happening tonight. / it is, / Kai grinned, devilishly. / the town of Alto Mare will remember this night. Let them all know happiness now, / Meg nodded. She took the Pokeball, containing Totodile, from Kai and walked out of the room. Kai looked out through the window and observed the smiling faces and cheery calls. Let them get drunk on happiness, he sneered. The more the joy, the more drastic will be their fear. Ha ha. Asterisk. It was as if nothing bad had ever happened in the town. Water still ran in the canals, foaming at the banks. The alleys were packed with Pokemon trainers. Some Pokemon were walking with their trainers, admiring the taste of the town with deep sniffs. To Kai, it felt like just yesterday he had spread the despair, putting a never-ending terror in the locals' hearts. 20 days seemed to be enough for the people to forget about me, he mused himself. People indeed had forgotten about him, but the town remembered. The walls, the water, and the air remembered him and the hope he had snatched out of them. All over the town, there were posters of a black-hooded, wraith-like figure. Some were glued to the wall, the canal's current carried with them a few, and some even found themselves flying, clutched in the claws of a stray gust of air. Unknown Pokemon, inform Officer Jenny at the site. Do not confront. Kai looked at the poster in his hands, and the bold letters, through the sunglasses. He choked on a laugh. At the bottom, they had mentioned that the Pokemon might be related to the elusive attempts at the revenge of the infamous Team Rocket. There was more information under that, too. Rows, describing the victims of evil Pokemon. The bottommost row told of town favorite Ross, who was the last known victim, and the worst case among all. Oh! Kai exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Lost the will to talk, it says. He only mentioned the picture of this dark, hooded Pokemon with white hair, who resembles a Darkrai. Darkrai. Kai repeated the name. A Pokemon. Now curious, he took out his Pokédex to check the data but found no such Pokemon. A Pokemon from some foreign region, Kai concluded. Yet, to even compare his deeds to a Pokemon meant this Pokemon was extraordinary. He would have made Peter ask about the Pokemon from someone else if he wasn't walking alone right now. The place he was headed to needed him to be alone. He was wearing a loose pink shirt, patterned with rising waves, and white pants over brown shoes. Overall, it gave him a funny, touristy appeal. But when all were going to see the water chariot race, Kai was going in the other direction. His goal was a warehouse. Yes, the same warehouse from the movie where the museum curator, Lorenzo, had his gondola workshop. The same warehouse that had the hidden entrance to the secret garden, the place where the legendary Pokemon lived. The same secret garden that also had the precious soul dew, set to contain the dead Latio's soul, current Latia's brother from the movie, as well as the power to destroy Alto Mare, housed in a pool of pure water. If Order has sent contestants to save the city, then their first line of defense must be around the warehouse, monitoring all activities around it, Kai, Peter, and Meg had concluded. But only Kai had mentioned that there might be a fourth-floor contestant among them, as anyone lower than that wouldn't make sense against him. Kai crumpled the wanted poster and threw it away in a dustbin. Then, he took out a leaflet. It was about the water chariot race. Time passed, and soon Kai found himself near the warehouse, just 100 meters away. He stopped. Kai closed his eyes, and for the first time, focused on all his abilities, simultaneously. Emotions manipulation, telekinesis, instincts, all were churning furiously, trying to pick up on any presence nearby. Then he felt them. Steel-like wires had surrounded the warehouse, like a meticulously woven web. He could feel the cool air around him getting cut from 100 directions, telling him of their vast numbers. Only when he opened his eyes and saw the nearest, almost invisible, wires shining silver under the morning sun that he realized they weren't wires at all. Hair. They were hair. Sharp, flexible, and resilient than steel hair was used to make an intricate castle around the warehouse. Kai looked back and noticed that this castle was stretched to over 300 meters around the warehouse. He was already standing in the thick of it. He was like a fly who had been caught in the web, before knowing of it himself. So, Kai amusingly thought. Where is the spider, then? Hello, a sweet, inquiring voice reached him. How may I help you? Kai looked to his left, toward the water canal. On the bank stood a girl, wearing the white volunteer t-shirt, which had images of the Ian Pokemon, over blue denim shorts. Her long black boots were reaching her knees, and behind them dangled the ends of her long black hair. Kai followed them up and saw that there was a yellow Pikachu ear plush headband on her head, keeping her hair away from her round face. Her eyes were two blue pearls. AA, AAA. Kai let out two quick noises, pretending to be mute. He pointed at his mouth, and then at the leaflet in his hands. The girl smiled. It's okay, she told him. I understand. You just turn around and walk straight to the T-point at the end of this alley, okay? There you will find the board which will show you the way to the race. Kai smiled. He nodded, bowed, and did as was told to him. With every step, the surrounding hair made way to let him pass. This he didn't need to feel to know. He would have never left the place if the hair hadn't moved away. It was a plain fact. When Kai reached the T-point, he looked back. The girl was nowhere to be seen. The smile on his face vanished, and his heart thumped. What the hell was that creature? Kai asked himself incredulously. Dementor's blood essence had made him susceptible to the changes in spiritual energy around him. The girl had been standing near enough for him to examine hers by stimulating his glitch. There lay the problem. For the first time, Kai failed to find a single drop of spiritual energy from someone. Only one kind of beings in Kai's perspective didn't have any spirituality. He knew them like the back of his hands because he made them. Or that's how his victims ended up after Kai sucked out their souls. So he asked himself again. What the hell was that soulless creature? Chapter 116, Water Chariot Race, Phase 1 of Kai's plan. Go, Misty. Go Totodile. Show them what you got, buddy. This shout had come from the least expected source. Peter Baelish. He was standing among the crowd on a high arching overbridge of the canal. Kai was on his left, watching the race enthusiastically. The water chariot race needed the participants to make 2 laps on a predetermined long map of canals, using chariots, kind of like large bowls, tied to a water-type Pokemon. When Kai had come to the spot, the first lap was just about to be over. The thing was that Meg and Totodile were in the lead. For a tiny, weak Pokemon, Kai reflected, Totodile is doing a fine job in the water. Meg had told him that there was a steep learning curve in training the young Pokemon. It took me 3 years to train Squirtle to the level of E+ graded magical beasts, she had told Kai, giving an antidote to Cyndaquil after their nightly visit to Jimmy's house. I think he would have evolved this time, if... Suddenly, the crowd burst into loud cheers. Kai saw Meg, standing on a yellow-striped water chariot, and getting pulled by Totodile like a speedboat. They had just passed down from under the bridge. From the whistles, it seemed all the boys and men were cheering her on, despite the obvious difference between her and other participants' age. Well, it's expected of someone whose charisma stands at 65, Kai thought, sneering. Even becoming unworthy couldn't seem to have snatched that away from her. Did you see her looking at you, my lord? Peter whispered in Kai's ears. I have seen only blood redder than the color on her face when she found you standing here. Don't tell me. Should I call her mistress from now on or my lady? Kai didn't deign to answer. More pressing thoughts occupied his mind as he saw her urging Totodile to go faster and faster, like a queen riding a war chariot over the waves, heading for an oceanic battle. Her red hair blazed almost golden under the sun before disappearing behind a turn. What's her name? Kai heard a young man asking a boy. The commentators are calling her Misty, aren't they? The boy replied. Isn't that the name of the winner from last year? Peter added, joining the conversation effortlessly. Who said there can't be 2 beauties with the same name? The young man chuckled. Speaking of last year's winner, Peter mumbled, didn't her group have a friendly relationship with curator, Lorenzo, and his granddaughter? What was her name again? Friendly, the boy guffawed. They saved the city from Team Rocket. Even the Ian Pokemon favored them. I have never seen Latias myself. A real bummer, right? The young man patted the boy. They remain invisible, he told the boy. It's hard to spot them. Don't worry. Ah, yes. Her name is Bianca. Quite a beauty, haha. Peter laughed sheepishly with them. Any chance I can find her today, he said, leaning in as if he was a long-lost friend of the two. I quite fancy her. Heard a lot about her, you know. The boy grinned. There she is, he told Peter. The one with brown hair and hairstyle like Latia's wings. Kai followed Peter's gaze and saw her, then. Despite knowing about her from the movie, he had no way to pinpoint who Bianca was. It was one thing to see an animated movie, and another thing entirely to identify the live human version of the anime characters. Who are the 2 boys on either side of her? Peter asked, frowning. They seem close. You don't have to think too much about them, the young man said. They are part of the volunteer task force permitted by Officer Jenny to prowl the alleys at night. You know, in case the evil Pokemon returns. Both the young man and the boy shuddered. Peter shuddered the most. You don't say, he exclaimed. But what can only 2 boys do against you know who? They are trained professionals, the boy chimed in. And they are a team of 5. 3 girls and 2 boys. The boys only prance around Bianca, though, like 2 Houndour. TCH. The young man and the boy shared their annoyance with the 2 boys guarding Bianca, as Kai and Peter exchanged a hidden look between them. The commentators' voices raised in volume, rising above the already deafening crows. Dash, and here comes Misty with her Totodile followed by Nick and his brother, Ross Pokemon, Whalemare. Nick is looking as courageous as his older brother, who had remained champion for 3 years in a row until a girl named Misty stole the crown last year. Now we have another Misty among us. Can she defeat the veteran Pokemon and its new trainer? The second commentator followed it. Dash, I think she can, and she will. Look at her go. That Totodile is quite something, huh? Here they come. Oh. Nick has snatched the lead. Whalemare is finally showing the true power of its experience. Totodile is struggling, caught in the wake of the bigger Pokemon. Wait. What is she doing? She is gone. Misty has gone underwater along with her Pokemon. The young boy seems confused by his chaser's disappearance. It happened then. Kai's eyes almost widened as Totodile came bursting out of the water, followed by a drenched Meg on her water chariot like a fire goddess leaving Atlantis. The bridge he was standing on was high, but the pair went even above that in a long but powerful arc, like a cannonball. The scene was so mystifying and confounding that the crowd had lapsed into a stunned silence. Totodile and the water chariot landed back on the water with a loud bang, splashing water all around. And their landing decided the winner. Meg had just won the water chariot race of the Alto Mare town. The crowd erupted with such a cacophony that even the max-raised volume of the commentators vanished among them. Kai smiled, and his eyes narrowed. Now. A voice screamed in his mind. The engines of his slither steps ability roared at their full capacity. He slid through the crowd as if he was a snake, touching all, and yet not standing out. The two third-floor contestants, guarding Bianca, sensed the danger. It was too late. Kai's breath rattled as he sucked out the happiness of the three individuals. Their knees buckled as despair took over their minds and hearts, fear bubbling within them like boiling water. He could see the horrifying look in the contestants' eyes as they gazed back at him in stupefying horror. The gaze couldn't last even for a moment. Kai's breath rattled a second time as he took a deep breath, emptying them of all hope, too. Selene lunged out of him, entering their bodies one by one, freezing their souls. Meanwhile, Kai's hand wrapped over Bianca's mouth. The girl couldn't even resist and Kai merged back into the crowd. Phase 1 of the plan, success. Chapter 117, The True Identity of Order's Defense, Hair Demon. 9 p.m., June 28th. Alto Mare. Kai examined the first-place glass medallion won by Meg. It had reliefs of the Ian Pokemon carved over it, and even in the dark, it threatened to burst out with a silver glow. Meg had plans to only get the milestone for taking part in the race. Those plans had changed last night, though. Not only Kai had commanded her to put all her efforts into winning the race but also to be as pompous about it as she could. Kai's first target was none other than the girl, lying beside him with her mouth gagged and her hands and legs tied. Bianca. The closest friend of the adult Latias. From the movie, and guessing the defenses of the Order's contestants, Kai had analyzed that if there was a sure way to enter the secret garden without alerting the entire town, then that was this girl. That's why, after checking out the impenetrable security around the warehouse, Kai hadn't waited to put his plans into action. They had made an educated guess that Bianca would come to the water chariot race. They had also guessed that Order's contestants would guard her, and as these guards could call for help instantly using mission credits, Kai needed a distraction. When in the crowd, use the crowd, Kai had commented. First, Peter will find out Bianca's location from some strangers. Then I will use the ruckus caused by you winning the race, and ambush the guards if she would have them around her. So, you must win the race. Meg had frowned at that command. It will be extremely difficult, she had told him. Totodile is almost untrained and I have no practice whatsoever, either. I will try my best, master, but if I see I cannot win, then still you can count on me. You will have your distraction. Kai hadn't asked her what was this other way. Nor was he interested. His servant had accepted the command, and that meant he wouldn't have to care about it anymore. But surprisingly, she won. Kai had used the minuscule time frame perfectly, kidnapping Bianca from under the noses of the invisible legendary Pokemon, which he was sure were there all the time, enjoying the race along with the audience. / what did you get for it, / Kai asked Meg, throwing the medallion back to her. / 2 milestones in 1 day, not bad. Not bad at all, / Meg nodded in agreement. Though by now all the minor and major contestants in this town know I was a contestant, she answered, it was still worth the risk. For participating in the race, I got a plus 20% chance to encounter a wild, evolved water-type Pokemon. Winning the race got me 2 correspondence points, 1 charisma, and the medallion. I can use this thing to get in favor of the many major main storyline characters from the Pokemon random world. It also enhances the base damage of water-type Pokemon up to D+ grade by 20%. That's quite a lot, Kai reflected. / I also have a congratulatory gift for you, / he told her, amusing himself at Meg's shocked expression. / seeing that you have such chemistry with Totodile, it would be better to let you have the Pokemon, / Master. Meg fumbled for words, but Kai cut her off. / take it as a command, / he said coolly. / Totodile is a weak Pokemon, and I have seen Selene flicking her tongue at it whenever I had taken it out of the Pokeball. I am afraid one day we'll wake up and won't find even a trace of its existence. / the only reason for getting the Pokemon was the elementary ability, anyway. I know I can only catch a wild Pokemon by defeating it in a Pokemon battle, using my own Pokemon. But you can do that too after getting Totodile, can't you? Take it, evolve the 2 Pokemon, and use it to catch some good Pokemon from me, instead, / Meg kneeled. As you command, Master, she said. Kai could feel the bubbling happiness in her heart, but it wasn't the time to play with her emotions. / have you recalled something, / he asked her. After kidnapping Bianca, they had met each other just a few minutes before. Kai had taken Bianca into the sewers to hide for the day, and Meg had returned to the room. If the legendary Pokemon were searching for Bianca, then they wouldn't have found her anywhere. The first thing Kai had done after meeting her was to tell her about the strange web of hair around the warehouse. He had hoped to get an answer instantly, but it seemed he had hoped for too much. Not entirely, Meg answered, pressing her brows. A soulless creature that can weave a web of hair. I don't know, Master. / can it be that thing, / Kai added, helping her thoughtful expression. / the Horcrux or something, / The moment he had learned about them, Kai had imprinted them on his heart. No. Not to replicate the idea, as he had found it extremely stupid to break apart one's soul. The teachings from his previous world told that leaving even one aspect of body, mind, and soul could be dangerous in controlling a beast's blood essence. It wasn't a great analogy, but it was true. The reason he was interested in it was something entirely else. Meg giggled before Kai's thoughts could wander far. It can't be that, she told him. It's top-level magic. Not to mention that you couldn't sense even a trace of a soul from her. So it can't be that. Wouldn't it be stupid to hide her soul in an item? Meg couldn't finish her words. Kai saw her eyes widening mid-sentence. For a moment, he even thought Latias had found them without him knowing about it. Wait a minute, she mumbled to herself. Soulless. Can control hair and make a web out of them. Why haven't I thought of it before? I think I know what we are facing, Master. You weren't right about Horcrux, but you weren't completely wrong either. She is soulless because her soul lies in another item. Kai stood up as Bianca wriggled behind him like a worm. / what is she, / It was as you had guessed, she declared. She is a fourth-floor contestant. As I told you on the cruise to New Bark Town, I know little about this world, for it is completely out of my expertise. But I know the basics. Our enemy seems to have a part of the powers of Sakasagami no Yura, the hair demon, also known as Yura of the demon hair. / which random world, / Kai asked expectantly. Meg smiled. One of your favorites, Master, she told him. The world of Inuyasha. And, do Red guys. Now, first let's clear how many Ian Pokemon are, otherwise, it might confuse readers who haven't watched the movie. The original Latios, he was mentioned in the movie as a background setting. Some evil Pokemon had attacked the city, and then this Latios had sacrificed himself to save the city. The Soul Dew which is shown in the movie, and then got destroyed by Team Rocket, belonged to this Latios soul. The Ian Pokemon, main Pokemon of the movie when the original Latios died, he left behind two children. Latios, brother, and Latias, sister. At the end of the movie, the destruction of their father's Soul Dew caused a tsunami. To save the city, this Latios, the brother, sacrificed himself. Now his soul became the next Soul Dew, the one which Kai is after. Only Latias, the sister, survived. The young Ian Pokemon, at the very end of the movie, Latias, the sister, was seen flying in the sky, followed by two young Latios and Latias, probably brother and sister too. Now I do not know about any incest. So don't ask. Ahem. Anyway, so we have 3 legendary Pokemon with us now. 1. Adult Latias, the sister from the movie. 2. Young Latios. 3. Young Latias. Chapter 118, Manipulating the Ian Pokemon. An hour later. Altomare. The second phase of Kai's plan was to force the adult Latias to take him to the secret garden, where the Soul Dew was lying in the pool of sacred water. The Ian Pokemon were legendary not only in name but also in their moves. Kai wasn't afraid of them, not more than he was afraid of death. Fear and knowledge of one's capabilities were two different things. He wasn't her, Latia's, match, Kai knew. Especially not when she had 2 young Latias and Latios to back her up. But an even bigger reason was something else entirely. Why worry about the legendary Pokemon when my mission isn't to fight them? Kai had quipped. Why go after the 3 legendary Pokemon from the beginning, when we can manipulate them freely? Yes. Kai's mission was to use the Soul Dew, following the instructions and data given to him by the movie, and use it to get the egg. That's it. Everything else was secondary. That's where Bianca came in. Kai had seen the special bond she had with the legendary Pokemon in the movie. If he was right, which he knew he was, then he could coerce Latias to do his bidding, using Bianca's life as a bargain. What a fantastic weakness these creatures have, Kai thought, heavy gusts of wind hitting him across his face. So powerful, and yet weak hearts. Love brings strength, they say. Fools. Love brings nothing but weakness. Let me show the world that though I am not a match for Latias, I can still treat her like my bitch. Heh. Kai was hovering high in the sky, well above the reach of all eyes. Even if someone were to squint their eyes to see, they wouldn't have found him. The wind was angry up there, trying to rip his foul tattered robes for no apparent reason. But the wind was bound to fail. This was the foulest creature, a mass of black, rotten mist, for lack of a better description. This was Dementor Kai. Clutched under his skeletal arms was Bianca, shivering, her pants already wet from peeing several times. This was a natural response from a normal human. Kai didn't look down on the young girl for this. He had refrained himself from sucking out her happiness too much. Kidnapping her to force the legendary Pokemon was already pushing the things to limit. He won't give the unrealistically powerful magical beasts any reason to attack him. At least not before approaching the end of Phase 2, Kai amused himself, waiting for Latias to show herself. So, that's what he was doing, levitating so far up from the city. Kai had spent the day in the sewers, hiding from the Pokemon. Now that he didn't want to hide anymore, he still needed to prevent Order's contestants from interfering with his business. All fights and slaughter will have to wait, Kai reminded himself. He looked up at the stars from under his hood and saw the darkness about them. Suddenly, his mind went to the Pokemon he had recently come to desire, even more than killing and sex. Darkrai, Kai hissed, and Bianca twitched and winced like a half-dead prey. I will have you. It is beyond even thinking, Master, Meg had dared to say it to his face. Darkrai is an infamous dark-type mythical Pokemon. To even think you can devour it by any means is a suicidal thought. You told me you had met Latias before fleeing from Alto Mare that night, right? What did it feel like? Could you have taken her on, even if you had twice the strength? No. I will strongly advise you against going after Darkrai and its traces, then. That road is better left untrodden for now, Master. Kai had stared at her with unparalleled fury, but Meg hadn't looked away, either. How could he scorn her, when this was the exact thing he admired about her? For anything related to Kai's plans and path, she was blunt to an unmatched degree. Meg's next words had made him give up on his thoughts altogether. Remember what you told me, Master? She had asked him, not unkindly. Remember the list. That's our primary goal now. Need I remind you of it every day? As declared by you, we will aim to devour the tails of the most prominent scientists in the multiverse. Opportunities to gain power will come to us by themselves. It's like clearing the concepts of maths. Once you understand the fundamentals, all problems can be solved by applying them in one way or another. Celine sent a cold burst, sensing Kai's pulsating emotions. Meg is right, he concluded, rubbing his chest. I will walk on the path of that list, and whatever comes in that path, I will gobble it up too. Suddenly, the wind changed colors. A monstrous amount of life-threatening danger struck him like a chain of lightning bolts. He felt himself drowning in a quagmire, his feet stuck deep into the concrete like mud. Even the billowing strips of his dark tattered robes behind him struggled to flap. Kai felt them then. Their emotions were too strong for him to not notice these presences. For a moment, he doubted if he could even suck out their happiness or not. But he soon buried that doubt within him, and let out a confident, rattling chuckle. // make a move, and she dies, // he told the invisible legendary Pokemon, letting out his bloodlust. / I've been waiting for you for a long time, friends. Show yourself, // The thick, moist wind was now roiling around him like a tornado. Kai got no response. Celine, Kai hissed menacingly. A mass of silver mist came out of Kai and materialized into Celine's figure. Her dragonish scales shone silver, and her tongue flicked out, matching the intensity of Kai's threats. She lunged at Bianca, coiling herself around her neck, and yawned. / show yourself, / Kai told them again, chuckling, and sensing the wind losing its power. / or she will die. You are fast, I know, but are you faster than death, /? The silence was deafening. Then, as if space had given birth to them, the Pokemon appeared around Kai. He heard their low, strange calls, as he saw their colors. The largest of them was red, and it was also the strongest. Latias, Kai nodded to himself, before gazing at the other two. The young red Latias and blue Latios were half of adult Latias' size, but together they were almost as powerful as her. /you, / Kai pointed at the adult Latias. / come closer, /. His heart was racing. One moment of recklessness, and he would face certain death, he knew. Though Kai failed to imagine that the Pokemon might not kill him, it wasn't a matter of discussion for now. The adult Latias cooed, her call gaining pitch, and then, like a jet, she came at him. Kai couldn't even follow her flight path, let alone keep an eye on her. She stopped in front of him, her head touching Bianca's hair. Celine hissed at Latias murderously. Kai could see through Celine's facade, though. She was as nervous as him. But like Kai, she too was keeping her nervousness hidden well behind her sneering hisses. Her fangs, dripping with venom, were just short of entering Bianca's neck. It was then Kai felt it. The emotions. It was like a deep well, the depths of which Kai failed to fathom. But they were there. A sea of happiness, floating above an ocean of sorrow. Kai had expected it after seeing the movie, and the fate of her brother, Latios. Yet, the real thing surpassed all his expectations. Kai's breath rattled, and he sucked deep. Latias trembled. A thin trail of happiness and hope left her, as Kai traded it for despair. But he soon faced the problem, too. Latias' emotions were like a thick, pulpy mango shake, and his advance emotions manipulation was a thin straw. There wasn't much he could take out of her, even if he tried. But when combined with Latias' trauma of losing her brother, this negligible sucking seemed to be enough. Despair claimed her thoughts little by little, Kai could tell. Her gaze was melting in concern for Bianca, and the idea that Kai would indeed kill her if she did not meet his demands, weakened the highly intelligent Pokémon's reasoning. The two young Pokémon sensed the adult Latias' odd state, and they stirred their wings to come at Kai. Celine's fangs touched Bianca's skin then. The Latias near Kai cried with such intensity that he almost got thrown back. Then he laughed. / that's right, / he sneered. / keep them off me. Now you know what will happen if you refuse my commands. Take me to the secret garden. Now, / Latias gave him a deep look of loathing and disgust and cooed again, turning around. The two young Ian Pokémon came to hover on Kai's flanks. Then they all dived, the Pokémon speed matching Kai's. When they were just about to hit the ground, the adult Latia's eyes flashed blue, opening a big, round portal. Kai couldn't help but let out an evil, rattling chuckle. Chapter 119, Kai vs 3 Legendary Pokémon. 1. Kai felt the overwhelming joy brimming out from everything as he landed on the grass. Other than the obvious threat of the legendary Pokémon going insane and attacking him, nothing could hinder Phase 2 now. No one, not Order's contestants, not Officer Jenny and her squad, not even Bianca's grandfather, Lorenzo, would have in their wildest imagination thought that Kai could enter the secret garden like this. If I didn't have Dementor's blood essence, then it would not have been so easy, Kai thought, sneering, and looking around. Even though it was nighttime, the secret garden was more than alive. In the movie, this place was the home of Latias and Latios, bursting with wild Pokémon. Immense stone walls surrounded it, with brick fountains decorating its pathways. The entire field within the garden was grassy, and hundreds of fresh flowers swayed in passing gusts of gentle wind. Both natural and artificial ponds were glistening black and blue, and the sizes of trees varied from 10 to 100 feet. All this gave the secret garden quite a Venetian gardens type of look. For Kai, the most beautiful thing, or better to say a beautiful fact, was that only a few people knew of this location. He and Meg had concluded that even though Order's contestants might have information regarding this place, they wouldn't be allowed to come just because they were volunteers recommended by Officer Jenny. So they would center all their defenses on either the warehouse or the museum. Go to the museum and clear the area, Kai had commanded Meg after discussing all these points. When I come there, I must find no one other than the 4th floor contestant. Do not fight her by yourself. You are not her match in your current state. Well, Kai thought, his eyes landing on the 3 legendary Pokémon staring at him. Let's hurry, I think. He smiled, still holding Bianca like a rag doll with Celine coiled around her neck, and glided towards the tallest and grandest pool shimmering under the light of stars. When he neared the pool, he put Bianca on the ground. / attack me and she will die, / Kai warned the 3 Pokémon, before gliding off to the showering pillar of water. He could feel the adult Latias closing in on Bianca, who was almost in a state of comatose but only smiled to himself at that. The pool he was looking at was enclosed in a decorative metal cage of iron bars. The water in it had a distinct unearthly and spiritual glow, and it was falling into an open pond some 20 feet below the pool. This spiritual water seemed to be circulated throughout the secret garden through this pool. Fascinating. Kai thought, and then his gaze landed on the altar, submerged at the bottom of the pool. It wasn't deep enough for him to not recognize the thing sitting over the altar. It was a fist-sized, dark blue glassy ball. Thousands of silver ghostly light were twinkling inside it as if there was a river of stars within it. Soul Dew, Kai recalled the name, feeling immense waves of breath emanating out of it. As he looked at it, his eyes beamed under his hood, and his breath rattled. This object was the cornerstone of Kai's plans. But the grin on his face, causing his dry lips to reach his ears, told that Kai had a more hideous and heaven-shaking scheme in his mind. The 2 young Ian Pokémon were almost letting a growling coo. Kai ignored them. His eyes shone with an imperceptible red glow, and the Soul Dew lodged out from the altar using telekinesis. Like a bullet, it flew towards Kai and he snatched it out of the air. Now, he hissed out of the blue. All things happened simultaneously and instantly. Celine, who was already hissing furiously at the approaching adult Latias, suddenly let go of Bianca and lunged at the Pokémon. Taken aback by this surprising action, the adult Latias flew back. But the distance between her and Celine was short enough for the ghost serpent to outmatch the Pokémon's reaction. Celine's figure burst into a mass of silver mist, disappearing into adult Latia's body, and then, she exploded with a soul chill at her maximum capacity. Never had this secret garden known such a horrendous and agonizing cry, a scream of pure agony. A frosty layer of white-blue color crawled its way around the red adult Latias, as she fell to the ground, crashing, thrashing her wings and her hands. From the other side, the two young Ian Pokemon let out furious cooing noises. All the secret garden had come awake, suddenly. The water had lost its luster after Kai had taken out the soul dew too. Pokemon were coming out of the ponds, down from the trees, and out of the bushes. Kai recognized Yanma, Butterfree, and Poliwag among many others. But he didn't have the time to do anything else. Again, he hissed. For the first time, the world got to know the horror named Celine, the so-proclaimed goddess of moonless nights. Soul Chill, like intangibility, was her ability. It could momentarily freeze a legendary Pokemon's soul, but it couldn't prevent it from healing and shaking its effect off. Kai wouldn't have used this move on the adult Latias if that had been the case. But constant bursts of Soul Chill at maximum output. Now that was something else. Yes. It put quite a strain on the ghost serpent for her to do so continuously, but that was her job. All items must serve their purpose, he had told Celine. To that, Celine had just nodded, flicking out her tongue, as if Kai's cruel words were the most casual statement. The adult Latias cried again, her coos becoming shriller with every next burst. The young legendary Pokemon came to action, then. They couldn't do anything about the adult Latias, so like two immense powerful jets, they dashed towards Kai. An unprecedented amount of danger rocked his mind from all around, but in return, he just smiled. He wasn't nearly as fast as them, and he wasn't equipped with monstrous moves as them, either. But he had one thing, which these young Pokemon lacked. Brutality. All their life, the young Ian Pokemon had known only happiness and joy. Kai could tell this from the way these Pokemon lived in the movie, and he had just the thing to counter those emotions. Other than his advanced emotions manipulation, Kai had nothing he could use to thwart the incoming Pokemon. Even if he could run, slithering, hiding among the trees and bushes, that wasn't his plan needed of him. If he wanted to dodge Latios' tackle, then he would have glided away by now. Kai's intentions were bloodier than that. Just as the young Latios had banged into his chest, he took out 3 HP capsules and threw them down his throat. Simultaneously, he took a deep breath, deeper than he had ever had, sucking out Latios' overflowing happiness, hidden under his anger. Boom. Chapter 120, Kai vs 3 Legendary Pokemon. 2. Kai was thrown off, his dark, rotten chest, bursting apart with a tearing noise. But even the notification of low HP couldn't come into existence faster than the HP boost given to him by 3 HP capsules, given to him by Red Sun, a 9th-floor contestant. All tears, ruptures, and cracks within him vanished. It was then that young Latia's tackle struck him in the chest. Boom. Again Kai sucked deep, snatching her happiness. But this time, the aftereffects of the 3 HP capsules were enough to prevent any injury. Both Ian Pokemon shook their heads, as despair clutched at their throats. Behind them, the adult Latias kept crying in pain. It seemed to have angered the young Latios, and his eyes shone blue, matching the colored stripes on his body. Kai felt a powerful wave of spiritual current coming for him. He had been attacked with the same move before, he suddenly remembered. The All-type Pokemon, Hoot Hoot, had used confusion on him, as he found out later through Meg. But this confusion was of a higher degree and could inflict serious damage to his mind. If Kai had not devoured Golduck's blood essence, he wouldn't have survived this attack unscathed. The Dementor's filthiness vanished off him as his skin turned blue, a red gem appearing on his forehead. His tail thrashed like a whip behind him and his slitted eyes narrowed, a grin flashing across his face. The blood demon was ready to face the Ian Pokemon. Kai's eyes let out a red glow as he used telekinesis and telepathy to influence the spiritual waves around him. A massive headache welled up inside his head as blood streamed out of his nose. But the move, confusion, failed to approach him. Kai couldn't let go of this chance. The young Latias was nearest to him. He glided towards her, but the moment she saw him coming for her, the Pokemon turned invisible and flew away. Kai snapped his head at the young Latios, but couldn't find him. The male Pokemon too seemed to have turned invisible. Kai was the last person who would have worried about their invisibility. The moment invisible Latios came to attack him with his powerful wings from an unknown direction, an image manifested itself in his mind, following an instinct. A fountain of blood spurted out from his shoulder as Kai sucked more happiness out of Latios. The young legendary Pokemon didn't seem to have a better hold on their emotions, unlike the adult Latias. Kai's second attempt at stealing the happiness and hope out of young Latios made it come out of its invisibility. It struggled to keep itself in the air, as despair made it tremble, sending it into a world of darkness. The young Latias appeared by its side, coming out of her invisible state. She cooed at her brother, concernedly, and then they both turned their heads to look at Kai. Their mouths opened, and Kai felt mana from all around him and from beyond the limits he could perceive, rushing at the tip of their mouths, condensing into some kind of ball. Dragon Pulse. Kai guessed the move, his heart thumping, and yet, the smile was still on his face. /haha, / he sneered, his breath rattling, but his words were directed at the adult Latias lying on the ground. / I have all the time. One by one, I will capture you both, / Kai was a hideous manipulator, to begin with. He knew he couldn't keep fighting the young Ian Pokemon if they decided to go all out. So, he purposely let the adult Latias hear his words, feigning confidence. The only thing that remained now was to let Pokemon's motherly nature kick in. For that, he needed her to speak. Following this scornful laugh and comment, Kai hissed, "Celine, slow down for a second." The moment Celine's soul chill dropped in intensity, the adult Latias lifted her head, and bellowed at the two young Pokemon, cooing at them, and looking at the unconscious Bianca. The young Pokemon cried back at her in defiance, but the adult Latia's voice seemed to have more power over them. Well, Kai amusingly thought, clutching his head. I knew I could replicate this scene from the movie. In the events of the movie, which happened a year ago, the members of Team Rocket had also injured Latios, now dead. Later, the captured and injured Latios had convinced his sister, Latias, to abandon him and get help from Ash and his friends. Kai used the same tactic. To run the DMA machine at the museum, he needed both Soul Dew and one of the Ian Pokemon. But Kai had plans beyond that. For those plans to work, he needed the two young legendary Pokemon to escape from the secret garden. Celine, attack her at full output once again, and then drop it to 50%, Kai hissed. The adult Latias let out an ear-deafening cry, and then slumped down, struggling to breathe. The two young Pokemon trembled, and forgetting about Kai, rushed for Bianca. Kai heard their cries as if they were gritting their teeth in anger, and then saw them taking away Bianca through a portal opened in midair. Kai sneered but didn't drop his guard. He waited, hovering above the ground. But no one came from the massive entrance of the secret garden. That entrance was connected to the hidden door into the warehouse that Kai had visited before. Meg has done it, Kai concluded, smiling. One reason for him commanding her to attack the museum was to make the enemy concentrate their defenses around the DMA, leaving the warehouse to the web of hair. Finally, Kai cancelled the Golduck's transformation. The HP capsules had healed his injuries, but like his tiredness, they couldn't affect his headache, either. Kai laughed, pushing himself to his feet. He approached the adult Latias, who was suffering from constant pain, her soul freezing and unfreezing continuously. Celine is giving it her all, Kai noted. Keep varying the soul chill's output between 20% and 80%, he hissed, commanding Celine. We don't want her getting used to this feeling, do we? When you feel she is becoming immune to the freezing, hit her with a soul chill at 100%. Celine said nothing, but Kai knew she had heard him. Only then did Kai give his attention to the soul dew in his hand and the notification in front of his eyes. Congratulations Kai Stormborn on finding an artifact. Artifact, Soul Dew. Your title status is updated. Title, Novice Collector. Specification, collect 10 different artifacts from any random world and timeline. Status, April 10th. Effect, Luck +3, Correspondence +3, Breath +. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. Things didn't end there. More notifications popped up, to Kai's surprise. Advanced Emotions Manipulation, Proficiency 10%, +7%. Elementary Telekinesis, Proficiency 25%, +10%. Elementary Telepathy, Proficiency 10%, +5%. Kai could instinctively tell that the increase in the proficiencies of his telepathy and telekinesis was because he had withstood the young Latios' move, Confusion. He looked down at the adult Latias, and grinned, putting his foot on her head. / would you like to visit the museum now, my lady, / he asked her, cackling evilly. His cackle was a mixed broken laugh, overflowing with hisses. Phase 2 of the plan. Success. Chapter 121, Essence Drunk, the beginning of Phase 3. An hour after midnight. The water gurgled and splashed as a massive red-blue creature leaped out of the canal near the museum. It had a long blue tail, 2 large red wings, 4 hands, 2 legs, 2 fins, and 2 faces. Quite an odd creature. Especially when its one face was of a human with an oval blood-colored gem embedded in the middle of the forehead, and the other face looked like the legendary Pokemon, Latias. Not giving the watching ghosts a heart attack from this hideous sight that suggested a horrifying attempt at breeding humans and Pokemon, Golduck Kai let the adult Latias slide off his back. With the web of hair surrounding the warehouse, he couldn't have come out from the hidden entrance without alerting the 4th floor contestant. She might not have picked up the disturbance around the warehouse from the museum, but Kai didn't want to take chances with the Pokemon, Latias, on his back. There was only one known way to enter the secret garden, through the warehouse. The other way needed the Ian Pokemon to open a portal to that place. But unlike going in, there was a third way to go out of the garden, as revealed in the movie. The tunnels of the canals. They ran from the garden to the city outside. After escaping from the secret garden in the movie, Latias had taken the same route to reach Ash in the Pokemon Center. Now, those tunnels were filled with water and ran deep with no opening. The stats allowed Kai to possess greater power than an average adult contestant, but he was still human. Golduck Kai was another matter, though. One of the fastest swimming Pokemon, this was recorded in the Pokédex Kai had gotten from Professor Elm. It was true. With his webbed hands and feet, and using the long, powerful tail, Kai felt like a bird in the sky. The Dementor Kai could fly too. Yes. But its flying bordered gliding at max. It was nigh impossible for Dementor Kai to match a flying-type Pokemon's speed. Not to mention, Dementor Kai was restricted by agility. Golduck Kai had no such limitations. No longer was he obstructed by such constraints after diving into the waters. Depending on the activities performed underwater, he could hold his breath for hours. He could swim as fast as any Pokemon, and faster sometimes. He felt freer in the water than walking on the ground. Kai was getting essence drunk, an official term his mother had invented in his previous life to describe the uncontrolled effects after fusing with the blood essence. He was aware of it, and that's why the smile of unforgettable satisfaction on his face only annoyed him more. I just want it to be over, Kai thought. I've waited a long time to get my hands on the things that I desire. He looked down at Latias. Drops of water had frozen on her body, and long trails of icicles shimmered dark blue over her feathers. All over her body, a frost was lingering like a living ghost. The Pokemon kept letting out tiny whimpering coos, trembling with every use of soul chill within her. Kai wondered for how long Celine could keep it up. Now that he could feed her the flesh of a legendary Pokemon, he didn't want her to die. He wanted to see what would happen if he were to stimulate those pathogens into the ghost serpent's genome. Will there be a fight between my Glitch's tendrils and the yellow corruptive, patterned rings? Who would win? Can she survive that kind of change? And if she can, what will be the outcome? Questions like these hadn't stopped bubbling in Kai's mind like boiled water. Professor Elm had fanned the flame of curiosity within him, and he had been adding fuel to it since then. But I can't harm Latias before taking out the egg, Kai reminded himself. So the sooner I get my hands on the DMA, the better. Kai looked to his right, and some 300 meters away, he saw the museum, as dark as a Dementor's tattered robes. He did not know the canal pathways for him to swim here from the secret garden. But he had a map that pointed to something else. Or someone. / took you long enough, / Kai said telepathically. / are all dead, / Meg kneeled by his feet. Yes, master, she said, her chest heaving up and down. As you had commanded, I have taken care of the loose runts. Kai could see no contestants, squad members of Officer Jenny, or any other local security force. That meant she had completed the mission perfectly. Kai had even tried to give her a side mission to bring him water. As one could expect, that attempt had failed. Kai wasn't sure Chaos would accept which missions, so he had just decided to use the worst, and yet the best, method available for these situations. Hit and trial. / what about inside the museum, / Kai asked. / has anyone gone in or come out, / Meg stood up. No, she answered. I sent many paper bugs and birds inside. None returned. It's those damned hares, I know. They sense everything. The random world of Inuyasha had already interested him when Meg had mentioned the various mind-baffling swords in that world like Bleach. Kai knew this contestant would be the strongest fourth-floor contestant he would face after resurrecting. Not because she was about to ascend to the 5th floor, as Meg had predicted. But because her lack of a soul had nullified 2 of Kai's strongest weapons. Celine and Dementor Kai. Celine could kill a top 4th-floor contestant with one bite. Her soul neurotoxin had a potency that even Kai was used to getting drenched with sweat while milking her. Any accidental nick could become fatal. He wasn't even sure if he could make an antidote of soul neurotoxin, as it poisoned the soul, not the flesh. That's why it was deadlier than light neurotoxin. Getting antibodies for an ethereal venom was already a futile task, he knew. Not to mention that making an antidote was a painstaking, resource-intensive, and time-consuming process. Time which Kai had severely lacked. Otherwise, Kai could have stored many of those by now. Then there was the matter of the Dementor's powers. Kai had strong doubts that his emotions manipulation would work on this hair demon. Of body, mind, and soul, emotions were the product of 2 of them, mind and soul. At least it was like that in my previous world, Kai thought, pressing his brows. That left him with Misdreavus and Golduck's blood essences. His fangs and newly gained skills and abilities. I will have to use all my power to kill her, Kai noted, taking a deep breath. A little help won't make me any less shameless. Heh. I will go in alone, / Kai told his servant. / take out the paper Golduck Kai and control it from outside the museum. You just have to do one thing using it. Timing. Yes, timing will be of the essence. Listen carefully, / Kai's words rumbled in Meg's mind, and her eyes widened, her lips arching up with every passing moment. Phase 3 of the plan had just started. Chapter 122, Blood Demon vs. Hair Demon, The Defeated Fangs. 1. Kai walked into the museum with Latias on his back. The entire museum had been turned into a fortress with hair everywhere. Kai could see some that were not meant to be invisible, but the deadliest hid from his vision, sprouting from places where one least expected them. My recollection is foggy, Meg had told him. In the anime series, Yura of the Demon Hair was a main storyline character. She could manipulate hair and use it in many strange ways. She could control humans, like puppets using hair, and she could combine many hairs to make pillars, but they remained flexible. Once caught by them, there was almost no escaping. But the strangest fact was that her human form was just a shell. Her soul was in a red comb and a skull, hidden within a thick tower of hair. This was enough for Kai. He was sure that this contestant must have surrounded the DMA with her hair and put the item containing her soul within it. It didn't matter to her whether Kai had caught a legendary Pokemon. Unless Kai got to the machine, he couldn't do anything. It was an irrefutable fact. Kai had to get to the DMA, though. The defense mechanism of Alto Mare was a machine from the movie through which Kai could control the entire city and the water in its canals, using Soul Dew and one of the Ian Pokemon. This was Phase 3 of his plan. Use the Soul Dew and Latias to take control of the city and bring out the egg from the depths of the museum. Yes. By the end of Phase 3, Kai would be ready to leave the world of Pokemon. There was just one thing keeping him from carrying out his plan. She was staring right at him. I've been waiting for you, her voice boomed off the high walls of the museum. Have you also seen the movie? Kai looked around, not replying immediately. Unlike outside, there was light in the main hall. He could see millions of long strands of hair running from one wall to the other, like an endless web. As he had predicted, in front of him, there was a towering cylindrical formation made of hair covering the entire DMA machine. She was standing at its top. Kai still didn't reply. He looked down and saw the two images that looked like bones embedded in the floor. These were the fossils of Pokemon, Aerodactyl and Kabutops, who were resurrected in the movie by the two Team Rocket members using DMA. Both Pokemon once belonged to an evil Pokemon trainer who had terrorized the town, it was mentioned in the movie setting. The original Latios then had come to the city and using his powers, it had drowned the evil Pokemon and turned the streets into canals. That's how the first Soul Dew had formed, which was destroyed in the movie. The current Soul Dew in Kai's possession was a product of the sacrifice of the original Latios son. Kai then looked for the circle where he needed to put Latia's body to start the machine. But strands of hair also guarded it heavily. I let you come in because I was getting bored, her voice again found him. Your appearance has fascinated me. What are you? Some kind of fishman from One Piece. Come on, let's chat a little. You can call me Naira. Kai finally lifted his head to give Naira a hard look. She was still wearing the same clothes from the morning. The Pikachu ears headband stood out with all that black background. Now that he focused on her, he could see that she wasn't exactly standing at the top of the tower, but hovering above it. Kai seriously doubted that she could levitate. Using hair as footing. Kai guessed, squinting his eyes. Unlike what Naira had thought, there was only one reason for him to not answer her. She was too far away for his telepathy. Sigh. Kai let out a breath. No point in talking when we have only murder in our minds. Kai dropped Latia's body on the floor. The Pokemon let out a whimpering coo. Her entire body trembled now and then as Celine varied the output of soul chill within her. His hand flicked, and he took out the fangs. Kai looked at his poison-smeared sabers and frowned, knowing that the poison was useless in this case. I miss my armor, he thought bitterly. Kai wasn't among those who depended on external things too much. But the life he had lived had forced him to depend on a fighting style that needed him to have absurd armor on him. Take wounds, snatch lives. That was his motto. The death bout started with no bells. For a first-set contestant, Kai's stats were already in the top bracket. However, the stats were nothing by themselves. They needed to be paired with equally potent skills and abilities, too. The thing was, having a glitch let Kai hoard skills and abilities that would have put even the third-set contestants to shame. Things had become so ridiculous now, especially after devouring Golduck's blood essence, that any fourth-floor contestant depending upon physic-based combat was no match against him. Not to mention, Kai still had 2 unassigned attribute points on him. Like a serpent, he was waiting to use them with patience. Scores of people flew toward him like raindrops, hair attached to the back of their necks. From all directions, they came at him holding one weapon or other. Naira laughed demonically, controlling her puppets from afar. The weapons won't damage you much, as they are from the first set, she said, laughing. But I have enough of them. She thinks I am a fourth-floor contestant too, Kai realized, slithering away from dozens of swords hacking at him at once. Twin saber style. Kai danced, slithering between the attacking crowd like a snake, his sabers dancing along with him like two black blurs. Dance of the giant serpent. Ararara. Naira snickered, her hands flickering like that of a puppeteer's. You just killed them like that. Well, what else could I expect from a filthy chaos abomination? As headless bodies rained down around him, Kai saw Naira jumping off the tower of hair. A dense mass of hair came from all around, becoming pillars as thick as Kai's waist. Naira took out a short sword and controlled the hair to trap Kai. Thick bundles of hair came from Kai's right and left, and mixed within them were thin strands, trying to trip him, making him lose his footing. Kai had to use his fang's inherent freezing ability and his instincts to slither out of them. From above, Naira descended over him, brandishing her weapon. Steel clanked against steel, two sabers kissing a short sword. Kai's heart came up to his mouth. Tink. The reptilian eyes on the saber's flat edges bled. Kai could feel the pain coursing through the fangs as if they had been struck by not a short sword but a top-level uncommon hammer of some sort. And when his gaze fell upon the notification, he already knew something was wrong. Fong, proficiency 50%, minus 25%. Fong, proficiency 50%, minus 25%. What? Chapter 123, Blood Demon vs. Hair Demon, Blessing and Named Items. 2. The sudden tink making the saber shudder surprised not only Kai but also the hair demon. Kai gawked at the fangs in his hand, distancing himself from Naira, who had stopped midair, standing on a thin strand of hair. This made little sense to him. He had used these sabers against Beyblades, and they were uncommon graded items. If he had lost a percentage or two of quality, then Kai would have made his peace with it. To lose 25% quality, of both sabers, and in one move. It was beyond imagination. Era. Naira giggled coquettishly, putting her hand over her mouth. Fighting me without a named item. TCH. Here I thought you recognized my powers when you marched into the museum with that confident walk of yours. Wasn't it you who was sending those pathetic paper creatures to spy on me? You do know that I have a blessing, right? Kai's heart thumped. Meg had told him about these blessings. Exceptional members of elite organizations or priests and priestesses from the various temples could have these powers. Blessings generally were a part of a power that belonged to some main storyline character or some magical beast, yet their potencies were vastly higher than any equivalent graded skill. That's why when Kai had sucked out Meg's happiness the first time, she had wrongly thought of that as a blessing. That was also the reason for the high priest to order her to kill him, Meg had guessed. As they already knew Kai wasn't a member of some major organization, then in their opinion, Kai was definitely a rookie reared by another temple. And the rivalries between all the temples ran deep in Chaos Valley. Then there were named items. These items weren't the replicas collected from the random worlds, or crafted by the contestants in the Primordial Tower, but these were the original items possessed by the main storyline characters in their respective random worlds. There were strict conditions to turn such items into named items. Still, given the same grade, nothing could match a named item on the same footing. Yes, her having a blessing explains this named item, Kai thought, his lips pressing into a thin line. It must be the same sword that the original character Yura had from the random world of Inuyasha. One thing you must never forget, Master, Meg had told him. 9 out of 10 times, only a named item can match another named item. So if you are to face someone with a named item in the future, always go for the owner and not the item. Crimson Mist, Naira told him, flashing the steel in his eyes. It can cut through all flesh and bones in a single slash. Now die. She lunged at him, raising the sword high. The irony was that Kai also had named item. Several, to be precise. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, original. The 3 custom Pokeballs. The regional Pokédex. Even the rock cake, though it was a consumable item and didn't belong to him. However, contrary to the definition, only those items that directly contributed to the offensive or defensive abilities of a contestant were called named items. Once again, if one needed to make sure if the item was named or not, the Primordial Tower trade market was the greatest and most trustworthy platform. Kai gritted his teeth and sent the fangs back into inventory. These were the only sabers he had for now, and the best available for him in the Primordial Tower trade market. He couldn't afford to spend mission credits and get something better if these sabers were to disappear. At least not until he was done with this main mission. Thick pillars of hair came at Kai, trying to bind his hands and legs. He slithered away effortlessly from them, but then more and more hair kept coming. Naira was within 10 meters of him, but there was nothing he could do to her. His telekinesis was useless without weapons to control, and on a strong opponent like her when he had yet to master his new ability fully. He could use skill, but if he failed to kill her in 30 seconds, then the cooldown of 5 minutes would be his death. I didn't expect that I would lose the use of my sabers, Kai thought, dodging the puppets hacking at him. Good thing the fangs were just one part of my plan. Kai's hand flicked, and he took out 4 kunais, 2 in each hand. As he slithered out of hair pillars, he threw them at the incoming Naira. Surprised, she was about to run head-on into them. Suddenly, one of the hair pillars chasing Kai changed direction and became a wall between the kunais and her. The kunai hit the hair wall and fell to the ground, making a crunching noise. They were paper kunais. Kai couldn't store Meg's origami in his inventory, as they weren't items. So he had emptied his marbi and stuffed it with many origamis instead. These origamis were the most important part of dealing with this hair demon. Naira laughed. So it was you indeed, she said, looking at the crumpled papers. What it is? Elementary origami creation. Kai didn't reply. He dashed away from her, took out an origami sword, and threw it at her. Humph. Naira harumphed. I have enough of your bluffs. One hair pillar flicked at the sword, and it fell apart, bits of paper raining down like snow. Kai didn't wait for her to catch up to him, though. He kept throwing kunais, daggers, and even needles at her. The hair pillars flicked them away. After one point, she even stopped defending against them. They just hit her and fell, not even tickling her. Naira snickered. You think I am dumb, don't you? She asked, jesting. All you men are the same. What gives you the right to think highly of yourself when you are at my mercy? You think you will mix real kunais or items with fake ones, and that would fool me. Do you even have that many items? Would you like to see me using them? Kai felt the danger before he could even see it. From all around, thin strands of hair lifted like dozens of feet tall snakes. At the tip of those hairs were kunais, the black iron glistening gray in the dark. But things didn't end there, to Kai's dismay. Tied at the end of those kunais were strips of paper with runic characters and symbols on them. Explosive kunai. The name thundered in Kai's mind. There was a time when he had wondered how much death and destruction he could cause with a dozen of them. Never had he thought he would be at the receiving end of it. Like a rain of arrows, all the explosive kunais got thrown at him, leaving him no direction to dodge. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Naira backing away, laughing and sneering at him. Kai's face showed the utmost fear when all the paper strips lit up simultaneously. But the moment the first explosion blinded Naira's vision, he smiled, the corners of his lips arching like that of a demon. It wasn't a chain of explosions. A massive boom shook the entire museum, rocking its foundation. Kai was around the wall opposite the DMA machine with Naira hovering on hair in between. That wall came down too, rubble falling, rolling all over the museum's great hall. The rest of the explosion went toward Naira, with a destructive power not less than with which it had brought down the wall. A humongous wall of hair came between her and the incoming explosion. It trembled, hair scorching from the fire. The explosion destroyed more than half of it, but it couldn't go through the wall's thickness. The wall, though, had done more than save Naira from her own explosion. It made her blind to what was going on behind the wall. Not even Kai could have survived so many explosive kunais. Not without a powerful armor to enhance his defense at least. But these days, Kai had a better and more potent alternative. A charred figure threw one red capsule in its mouth, and in an instant, a red glow washed over it. Every burnt part healed, a blue skin reappearing, glistening silver under the fire flickering around him. Not even the reduced HP regeneration rate could prevent him from standing up and taking a deep breath, throwing a piece of the wall off him. The thick smell of burnt hair spread across the museum and entered his nose. Kai's eyes snapped open. The smile that had vanished after the explosion returned. His hand flicked again. But this time, he didn't take out any weapon. It was another blue figure. The paper form of Golduck Kai. Chapter 124, Blood Demon vs. Hair Demon, Disc of Destruction. 3. The wall in front of Naira vanished as the hairs untangled themselves. What she must have expected to see was nothing. No corpse, no blood, and not even the smell of burning flesh. The explosion was potent enough to wipe out all signs of the abomination, irrespective of any inhuman transformation. So, the look on her face when she saw not one but two Kais glaring back at her, with not even a single wound or burn mark on them, was a thing to be painted and sold for thousands of mission credits. Naira's jaw fell, her eyes widened, and the Pikachu's plush headband on her head slipped off her head. How are you still alive? She bellowed, raging and screaming out of her lungs. You think a paper clone can save you? Huh. Naira brandished her named sword, Crimson Mist, in a violent arc of fury. On the ground, one Kai was standing in front of the other. Then, the Kai who was being protected by others, shifted his posture, letting Naira see the thing in his hand. It was only fist-sized but had an ominous glow. The surrounding fire made the item flash in Naira's eyes, even though she was far into the air. It was a Beyblade. Naira gasped. You are a blader, she exclaimed, and then she crouched, waves of hair coming to form an enormous bow in front of her instantly. You think I will let you use it? Fool. The front Kai, who had nothing in his hands, dashed towards the DMA. The back Kai moved his hand as if taking a launching posture. It was evident that with launching the Beyblade, he was aiming for inherent invincibility. Time seemed to slow down. No hair came to become an arrow. Naira was the arrow herself. A thin strand of bow acted as a bowstring, and she put her feet on it. The bow bent and the string got pulled back until it couldn't anymore. Then, with a twang, she shot herself at him. Naira's figure blurred. Don't have time to waste on clones. Boom. She was already faster than Kai. With this shocking technique, she surpassed anything that he could perceive. The front Kai, still dashing in a zigzag manner towards her, only heard a buzz in his ears before a sword passed through his waist, cutting him in half. Squelch. Only when she had plunged her short sword into back Kai's heart did Naira's figure appear for all to see. The named sword, Crimson Mist, was so sharp that not even a drop of blood had tainted it. The Beyblade fell out of this Kai's hand. Naira smiled victoriously. It was then that two earth-toppling and heaven-shattering sounds rang in her ears. First was a low, moist swallow, which had come from her back. The second was a light crumple, which had come from the Kai whose heart had been pierced. Naira's head snapped back. There, the Kai, who should have been cut in two, was surrounded by a red glow, his severed waist healing visibly at an unimaginable rate. Impossible, she muttered. You were the original. Then the clone. Some 200 meters away from the museum, Meg was sitting in a meditative position. The moment Naira realized she was standing next to the paper clone of Golduck Kai, Meg's eyes snapped open. She smiled, and then coughed out a bucketful of blood, her face becoming pale. Inside the museum, the entire body of the clone trembled. Its body was crumbling before, but suddenly, a steel-like strength coursed through its body. Before Naira could take the sword out of it, the clone wrapped her figure in a body-crushing hug. Ah, she screamed, twisting her sword, trying to force the clone to let her go. The clone only smiled back at her. Kai looked at Meg's origami and chuckled. She could only solidify one origami before becoming useless. So he had gambled it all at this moment. Force the hair demon to go closer to the clone, and then trap her. This was the essence of his scheme against her. The Beyblade was nothing but bait. Not wasting any more time, Kai dashed towards the hair tower. Behind him, Naira's screams were getting shriller. You can't go past my hair, she bellowed. Ha. You aren't strong enough. Your clone can't hold me here for long, either. Wait. Wait for me too. Oh. She was right, Kai found out as he looked back. The hair pillars had surrounded the paper clone, trying to pry open his steel-like arms off her. I must be fast, Kai thought, slithering away from the incoming hair. No. I must be faster. The two unassigned attribute points vanished, becoming a part of his agility. Naira was wrong about one thing, though. Kai already knew that he would have to use a powerful move to destroy the defenses behind which lay Naira's soul in an item. It turned out he had just the skills for it. Act, Relentless Love. Peter's figure, hidden within Kai, disappeared. A Spartan helmet covered his head, making his entire body shine red and bronze. Titan's buff. Kai's webbed legs pressed into the floor, and, as he pushed himself up, the tiles shattered. Crack. With an agility of 16 backing him up, along with telekinesis to keep him stable, Kai appeared to a stop directly above the hair tower. Naira was watching him all the time, getting crushed by the clone. Oh, no, you don't, she snapped. The hairs, which were tangled around the machine forming the tower, churned, untangling themselves. They rearranged themselves into the shape of a drill, whose tip was pointed at Kai. The drill then shot towards him like an arrow, not slower than a real one. Up in the air, Kai looked at the incoming massive hair drill with a stony expression. His mouth parted and words came out for the first time in a while. Iron Tail. Iron Tail was a full grade higher than Hydro Pump, though its reach was low. Iron Tail had one thing that even Hydro Pump couldn't match. That was its nature. It was a charge-triggered skill. Skill Iron Tail activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Skill, Iron Tail. Grade, D. Specification, give the tail a steel-like magical property. Requirement, HP, 0, MP. Attributes. 1. Consume HP and MP to give the tail a magical steel-like property. 2. For every point of MP, 2 points of HP will be consumed. Effect. 1. Base damage, 50 HP, 30 MP. 2. For every 10 MP consumption, base damage plus 10, HP, plus 5, MP. Warning, base damage limit, 200 HP. The hair drill charged up, and Kai came down whirling. His long blue tail kept becoming bluer and bluer until it shone silver. Kai had some 100 MP that he could let his absurd skill consume freely before becoming dizzy, but even after using Titan's buff, he didn't have the HP to match that MP consumption. He did have another way to cheat the system, though. The moment his HP was about to come down below 10%, he threw another HP capsule in his mouth. His HP bar hit the limit instantly. The color of his tail, which should have stopped getting shinier, became almost ominous black. No longer did it look like some silver steel, but with Kai's whirling figure, it felt more like a black disk of destruction. Then, under the stunned gaze of Naira, this disk of destruction kissed the massive hair drill. No sound came, no bang, and no boom. Like cutting hair with a scissor, the black disk passed through it, parting the drill in two. Naira screamed, tearing her hands off to get out of the clone's death hug. But it was too late. There was a red skull sitting at the top of the machine. Hairs were running down from the skull, disappearing into the distance. The disk of destruction kissed once more. This time, a sound echoed in the museum. It was like snapping a biscuit in two from the middle. Naira screamed before breaking down into ash flakes. Thud. Kai unfurled his dark tail and landed on the floor with utmost grace, his slitted pupils shining red under the halo of the oval gem on his forehead. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have killed one Order's contestant. Chapter 125, Looting the Strongest Fourth Floor Contestant, Cuteness Overload. A crack resounded as Kai flicked his tail like a whip, cracking his neck. The hairs were vanishing all around him, turning into tiny blue globules. Near him lay pieces of a broken red skull and a dull red hairpin broken in two, which once could have glowed demonically. Not anymore. Kai's chest heaved up and down as he took deep breaths. This entire mission had cost him a vast supply of HP capsules given to him by Red Sun, the ninth floor contestant. From what Meg had told him, the HP capsules restored 250 per pill. It was a ridiculous amount. If a contestant were to take the second HP/MP/SP capsule within a 3-hour window after taking the first capsule, then he would get only half the original amount the capsule would have restored after the cooldown was over. Despite this restriction, Kai could take 2 pills back to back without worrying about the loss of HP. The second HP capsule he had taken, to heal his charred self after the explosion, had given him only 125 HP, but it was still well over his HP. Now, he only had 12 of these capsules left. There was no other choice, Kai thought, consoling himself. I could have saved them if I had the time to do these things in a roundabout way. That would have taken much time, though. Using these HP capsules was the shortest and most effective way to get to the things I had planned without losing time. When Kai shook off the drowsiness creeping over him, he looked at the notification. Advanced Slither Footsteps, Proficiency 2%, plus 2%. Elementary Telekinesis, Proficiency 40%, plus 15%. Your kill count is updated. Floor 3, first set. Kill count, 60/100. Kai wasn't surprised to see the 15% boost in elementary telekinesis. After jumping to the top of Hair Tower, he had forced this ability beyond his limits, pushing against all objects to stabilize himself. Otherwise, without the ability to fly, he couldn't have used the Iron Tail with such precision in midair. Kai neared the broken red hairpin then and lifted it. It looked ordinary to him after breaking in two, but in the scant moment when his Iron Tail had broken it, he had felt the demonic aura hidden within it. Now only a holographic treasure chest hovered over it. Kai stared at the treasure chest with greedy fascination. 2, that was his luck value when he had started his journey. Not much time had passed since then. Some 3 months, to put a number. At this time, his luck had risen to 5 with the help of Title, Coin Master. To gamble on luck or not, had always been a question Kai asked himself at these times. He could get some regeneration capsules, explosive kunais, or even the named sword. Cough. Kai smiled wryly. Too far. I have gotten too far in wishing that. Still, out of the 6 fourth floor contestants he had killed so far, he had only tried his luck out with Lee, getting the Beyblade, though without its bit beast. Naira was the strongest contestant he had fought so far and killed single-handedly. Now that Meg was his slave, she was but another item in his arsenal. If he could store her in his inventory, then he would have done so by now. Let's do it. Kai nodded to himself, feeling a touch anxious. The holographic key went into the treasure box. Then both the holographs disappeared, becoming shiny, golden blobs. Kai instantly looked into his inventory. No smile. No frown. No emotion. Behind him, the tail stopped flicking itself. Kai took out the item he had looted off Naira's non-existent corpse and stared at it. Finally, he took a deep breath and sighed. Asterisk. Asterisk. From the corridor, Meg walked in, staggering, and blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth. Even before she could speak, approaching the blue figure standing in front of her, her master threw something at her. She caught it instinctively. Then her eyes widened. It was a plush hat, designed in the form of Pokemon, Pikachu. In the ordinary case, receiving such a thing from Kai would have already shocked her. It wasn't the ordinary case, though. Hovering over the plush's head were words in a dull gray color. It was an item. Item, Pikachu plush hat. Grade, common. Specification, super soft warm hat. Wanna look cute? Put it on. Requirement, a head. Attributes, not applicable. Effect. 1. Charisma plus. 2. Chance of encountering a wild Pikachu plus 3%. 3. Chance of encountering an electric-type wild Pokemon plus 7%. 4. Chance of getting Ash's favor, when encountered, plus 10%. Skill, cuteness overload. Skill effect. 1. Charisma plus. 2. Active time, 5 minutes. 3. Cooldown, 15 minutes. 4. MP consumed, 10/activation. Warning, if the contestant is already ugly, then the skill can backfire or is subjected to failure. Quality, 76%. 4. Me. Meg stared at the hat, then looked up at Kai, and then back at the hat, a blush surfacing on her bloody face. Standing opposite her, Kai frowned. He had thrown the item because it was useless, not as a reward. TCH. Whatever. Kai looked to his left then. Now that the hair weren't coiling around it, forming a tower, he could see the machine entirely. Its structure and components matched what he had seen in the movie. It was surrounded by protective metal pillars which resembled thick iron fingers, clawing at it from the ground. Kai adjusted his head to look towards the entrance. The wall just by the corridor had gone, becoming rubble on the ground. In one corner, the adult Latias whimpered, a distant fire threatening to lick its red feathers. Even from this distance, Kai could see a bluish frost over it, trying to compensate for the effects of the surrounding heat. She had a named sword, Kai told Meg. Crimson Mist, it was called. My fangs lost 25% proficiencies instantly. Meg looked up. She had already put the hat on. With her red hair to contract the yellowness of the Pikachu plush, she looked even more cute than Naira had ever. Please repeat it, Meg said. You spoke in parcel tongue. Kai pressed his brows. He was so fucking tired he couldn't remember which language he had just used. Anyway, he repeated the words telepathically, the gem on his forehead pulsing red. Oh, that's reasonable, Meg said, approaching him. If they hadn't, then it would have made little sense. I think the named sword was an uncommon item and of a level lower than your sabers, master. Otherwise, there's no way your items would have lost only proficiencies. Kai imagined the worst, then. His fangs shattering into black shards. // thank you, / he said, frowning at Meg's bluntness. Meg smiled, the sarcasm going over her head. Thank you, master. Kai's mouth twitched. Only now he noticed the blood on her servant. Meg had already served her purpose in his plans. As he didn't need her to be in full health anymore, Kai didn't waste an HP capsule on her. / let's finish our missions then, / he commented, going for the legendary Pokemon. Though tired and dizzy, Kai still lifted the legendary Pokemon easily. He took it to the circular marked area, following the scenes from the movie, and threw the Pokemon at its center. Celine, Kai hissed. Come out. A silver mass left the adult Latias and solidified into Celine's material form. Kai frowned as he looked at her. She looked like a beautiful rope, but a rope, nonetheless. After coming out of Latia's body, she couldn't even lift her head, let alone slither. Kai crouched and picked her up in an embrace. You will have your food soon, he hissed, not unkindly. Remember to not die before showing me what you can become. Celine's tongue flicked out, kissing Kai's hand in reply. The moment he left the circular marked area, swirling rings appeared from the ground, taking the adult Latias high in the air. From the ground, the entire setup looked like a gyroscope as the rings swirled around her. From the circular marked region, many electric circuit type of lines were running to the DMA. Suddenly, the swirling rings picked up the pace, rotating faster and faster, until they became a blur. The electric circuits lit up with a red ominous glow, then. In the movie, these circuits absorbed Latia's power, using it to run the machine, Kai recalled. True to those scenes, the protective metal pillars lifted off the machine with a booming mechanical noise and mystically disappeared into the ground. Kai approached the machine and placed the Soul Dew at the top of the designated holder. The moment blue twinkling Soul Dew got covered with a red shine, the entire machine thrummed. The defense mechanism of Alto Mare had again come to life. Only the devilish grin on Kai's face could tell what a nightmare it would bring this time. Chapter 126, Going Beyond the Mission, Return of Evil Fossil Pokemon. Miserable cries of the legendary Pokemon, Latias, woke up the old ghosts of the museum. The circular rings hovering high in the air and around the Pokemon spun furiously, chewing out her power and then transferring it to the DMA, using the huge red glowing electric circuits that ran from the circular mark to the machine. With every passing moment, the dark blue Soul Dew was gaining an evil, murky red color, as the DMA used it to influence the material world. A metal arm on the DMA, at the end of which was a hollow spherical ball big enough for a grown man to sit, spun, and came down to stop in front of Kai. This was the control panel of the machine. Kai didn't know how to operate it, though. In the movie, the two members of Team Rocket had just shown using it, and not explaining the procedure behind it. The system took care of this conundrum for him. The control panel of DMA is now activated. Please take the seat to have access to its function. Kai climbed into the spherical shell. The metal arm spun again, taking him high into the air. Now he was almost at the height of the DMA's top and could see the sky from the top windows. It looked more blue than dark, a hint of whiteness lingering in the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. A holographic blank screen appeared in front of him then, words flashing on it as if someone was typing them. You now have access to a panoramic view of the entire town. The user can zoom in and out of any individual area freely. The following are the options available to the contestant. 1. Revive the fossil Pokemon, time limit 15 minutes. 2. Lock the entire city, time limit 30 minutes. 3. Take control of the water within the city, time limit 5 minutes. 4. Take out the egg buried deep under the foundation of the museum. The moment the cursor on the screen stopped flashing, another screen appeared over this one. Kai could see the entire town as if he was hovering high above it. First thing first, Kai thought. /option 4 / he said, not bothering with the lack of voice. A drumming noise came from the DMA. The adult Latias let out a soul-shaking howl, and the entire museum quaked. The floor lit up golden as if it was not solid but a lake, and then surreal ripples appeared over this golden lake. Starting with a round, scaly tip, a cream golden dragon's egg came out. It was beautiful, but dull, like a stone. This was the second of the 3 petrified eggs Kai needed to collect. The egg of Viserion, the dragon. Phase 3 of the plan, success. Now what? It was all over at this moment. Kai just had to climb down and hold the egg. The side mission success notification would come up and let him teleport to the next world, giving him a time limit of 1 minute. But Kai wanted more. I want more out of this mission, he had told Peter and Meg. The Soul Dew. I want the Soul Dew. Meg had shaken her head at that. I am positive that the Soul Dew in the secret garden is an artifact with no stats, Master, she had told him bluntly. You can use it for your title and your side mission, but not take it out of the world. This was where Meg lacked, Kai had found out. It was actually Peter who had realized Kai's intentions. If we can't take the current Soul Dew with us, Peter had said slyly, reading Kai's thoughts, then why not make our own? Meg had gasped. You mean? She had commented after a long silence. You mean to use the adult Latias to replicate the events from the movie and create another Soul Dew? Creating an item. Yes. It can be done, I guess. That's where this desire to obtain an item that couldn't be obtained ordinarily had come from. Capture the adult Latias, but let the young Latias and Latios escape. When they would come to rescue the adult Latias, the DMA would go haywire, like in the movie, causing a tsunami. To save the town, the adult Latias must sacrifice herself, and that would cause her soul to become the next Soul Dew. This was how Peter had summarized Kai's plan. But Peter, too, had failed to fathom the depths of Kai's cunning and his ambition. Yes. Kai wanted that new Soul Dew. But why have a Soul Dew made of 1 soul, when he could have a Soul Dew made of 3 legendary Pokemon souls? The grin on Kai's face trembled as he recalled the next steps of his plans. The trick to this phase was to incapacitate all 3 legendary Pokemon to such a heinous degree that not one of them could sacrifice oneself alone to save the city from the impending peril. Kai looked at them all with a stony expression. There was no mercy in his heart. No sympathy, no empathy, no love, and no hate. These were magical beasts, and even if they were magical humans, he would have used them the same. At this moment, it didn't matter why they had come into this world, for what purpose, and for what holy reason. All that mattered to Kai was that they must die together. /lock the entire city, / he ordered as Meg stored the egg in her MRB. / show me the current location of both young Latios and Latias, / Metal bars sprouted magically in the alleyways of the city, blocking every entrance and exit. The screen in front of Kai shook and a new scene appeared on it. The young Latios and Latios were coming towards the museum, like 2 small but powerful jets. Bianca was with them too, riding on the back of young Latias. Kai chuckled inwardly. He motioned Meg to hide, and she scurried away, staggering all the while. Just as Meg disappeared into a corridor, the loud sonic booms blasted their way into the museum. The young legendary Pokemon had arrived. Loud coos came bellowing out of their mouths when they heard the heart-wrenching howls of the adult Latias, caged within the blurry spherical layer, the metallic rings rotating at high speed. Latias! Bianca shouted, and the young Latias let her down on the ground. Grandfather! Grandfather, where are you? He is dead, Kai thought, sneering at her. He saw the Pokemon, young Latios, glaring at him, as his sister went to help the adult Latias. Unlike before, Kai had no hostage to save himself. He had nothing that could save him from facing the full brunt of young Latios' fury. The Pokemon flew towards Kai like a bullet, the wind whistling away from him. Only then did Kai call out in his mind. /revive the fossil Pokemon, /. The adult Latias let out another painful howl as DMA sucked out over half of her remaining power. The floor area, where the fossils of the ancient Pokemon were embedded into the stones, lit up with an uncanny, ghostly blue light, and the fossils left the floor, taking the shape of their previous self, which once had terrorized the town. These were the fossil Pokemon, Aerodactyl and Kabutops. Aerodactyl was a dual rock and flying type fossil Pokemon. It was a pterosaurian, bipedal Pokemon, with several draconic features. Kabutops, on the other hand, was a rock and water type fossil Pokemon with 2 long sickle-like claws. Both fossil Pokemon let out trembling roars as they gained shape. Phase 4, Going Beyond the Side Mission, begins. Chapter 127, Unlocking a New Stat, Cosmic Authority. Aerodactyl took itself to air as if none was worthy enough to fly in its presence. Kabutops buzzed, brandishing its razor-sharp claws, cutting the very air. It let out a rattling noise through its exoskeleton, and disappeared, leaving behind a brownish shadow, such was its speed. The fossil Pokemon have been resurrected for 15 minutes. The user can only give one order to each of them in the beginning for the rest of their time limit. So this is how it is, Kai noted. Well, I already have individual orders ready for them. The screen in front of him lit up as if waiting for his orders. Kai took a deep breath and word by word commanded the fossil Pokemon. /Aerodactyl, keep attacking the young Latios without mortally wounding him. Make sure it doesn't get to help his sister and the adult Latias, /. To Kabutops he said, /stand by near the circular mark under the adult Latias. The moment she comes out of the cage of metallic rings, sever her arms and wings, /. Both fossil Pokemon roared in acceptance. Aerodactyl stirred itself, firing a hyper beam to cut the young Latios' flight path. It then followed with powerful bites, several wing slashes, and then another hyper beam. Like a machine, it let itself loose in pursuit of the young Latios, injuring the legendary Pokemon whenever it slipped up. Kabutops was more silent. It flashed from its position and appeared where Kai had ordered it to appear. It spread its sickle-like arms wide and became a statue, waiting for the exact moment of the adult Latia's escape. Kai leaned back on his spherical seat and marveled at the chaos born by his actions. Now he needed to wait. His gaze went down to the Soul Dew and saw that the red hue about it had almost overpowered its natural shimmering blue color. The moment the adult Latias would escape her prison forcefully, it would cause a short circuit, overloading the DMA. The Soul Dew would then turn completely red, becoming an evil, demonic item rather than a sacred jewel. In the movie, when one member of Team Rocket had touched that red Soul Dew, it had burst apart, resulting in the tsunami. Kai lusted for that moment. He leisurely observed Bianca running around here and there, throwing rocks at the blurry, spherical boundary that was keeping the adult Latias imprisoned within it. The young Latias kept bombarding the same boundary with her head, wings, arms, and several moves, tiring herself out. On the other side, Aerodactyl had shown the young Latios who was the true lord of the skies. The fossil Pokemon's steel-like legs had gripped Latios' neck, slamming into a wall. Ah, Kai hissed in pleasure. This is bliss, isn't it, Celine? Celine was within him, her life dwindling by a thread, he could feel it. But Kai wasn't overly worried about it. She had served him well. She was his item, his saber. And Kai knew well enough how to keep an edge on his sabers. Kai closed his eyes for one fleeting moment, and the time skipped itself. A loud bang jolted him out of his nap, his eyes moist but clear. Kai rubbed the drool at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand as he saw the young Latios getting blasted away by a hyper beam. Aerodactyl hadn't come unscathed out of this fight, either. Its body was covered with ice, and there were signs of scorched flesh all over its body. But Kai's interest lay in the events happening on the ground. The combined efforts of Bianca and a haggard-looking young Latias had breached the rotating metallic rings. The cage had come down to the ground but hadn't stopped working yet. However, there was a gap in its blurry boundary, through which they were pulling out the adult Latias little by little. Kai beamed, licking his lips. The moment seemed to have arrived. Kai knew the fossil Pokemon would disappear once the DMA machine lost its power source, whether the time limit of 15 minutes was over, or not. He just hoped Kabutops would live up to its name and the rumored sharpness of its claws. He jumped off the control panel, knowing well that it was dangerous with the DMA going haywire after the short circuit. His long, blue tail smashed on the ground, crushing rubble at the merest touch. Come on. Bianca pulled with her entire strength, helping the young Latias. Ugh. One last pull and the adult Latias almost got thrown out. All things happened at once then. Red lightning thundered around the DMA as it went haywire, losing its power source abruptly. Kabutops, its figure becoming blurry, dashed, brandishing its claws, and hacked at the fallen adult Latias. The legendary Pokémon wailed shrilly, as thick blood spurted out, painting Bianca's face red. No. Bianca's throat burst into a saddened and horrified roar upon seeing that. Both young legendary Pokémon let out hoarse, painful coos, rushing toward the adult Latias. The fossil Pokémon vanished, becoming small ghostly, blue blobs of light. Kai approached the Soul Dew, which was now letting out a menacing, red, demonic light. From afar, it felt like a red bubble, just on the verge of bursting out with a loud pop. From the movie, he knew it required a human touch for it to blow up. He steeled himself and extended his hand. What are you doing? Bianca bellowed from his left, her eyes shaking at his appearance. Don't touch it. It will cause disaster. Silly girl. Kai sneered, his finger touching the evil jewel. Haven't you realized yet? I am disaster. Boom. Asterisk. Asterisk. Kai coughed out blood as he got slammed into the wall. He slid down and fell face front on the floor. He couldn't fathom why the blast was so powerful, as he thumped his chest for air. In the movie, touching the evil Soul Dew had thrown the Team Rocket member only a few dozen feet away. Kai shook his head heavily and stood up. He had lost half his HP in this single blast, but he decided against taking another HP capsule, as there was no immediate need for it. Yet, the tiredness was distorting his expressions now, becoming a mask of annoyance on his face. He dragged his feet towards the DMA. Red lightning bolts were thundering around it, and all traces of any Soul Dew had vanished. Kai looked towards the group of legendary Pokémon then and frowned. The adult Latias was bleeding profusely, but it seemed Kabutops had failed to cut her arms. Only her wings were lying on the ground beside her. The two young legendary Pokémon hovered around her, cooing, their flight path dwindling as if they could fall to the ground at any moment. Kai had finally tired all of them out. The adult Latias cooed meekly, looking at the two young Pokémon. Bianca's tears knew no bounds, flowing out like unending rivers. Her arms were around Latias, her head almost buried in her feathers. Latias cooed again, now more determined than before. Kai guessed she was urging them to take her outside when he saw the young pair of Latios and Latias landing on the ground. Bianca helped the adult legendary Pokémon climb the backs of the two young Pokémon. It took both the smaller Pokémon to lift the larger Latias, even after she had lost her wings. They flew her out of the museum, followed by a hopeless Bianca. Kai followed her, but not before storing the huge red wings of the Latias in his mihrab, preserving the flesh and the magical blood within them. The city seemed to have woken up with people coming out of their homes. The horror on their faces was only lower than the terror in their eyes. Once again after a year, the water was receding, abandoning the city for the greater mass of the water outside its boundary. The ocean had called for it. But they knew the water would return, and it would return with such a fury that there would be no surviving it. When they could even see the seafloor surrounding the city, the entire city quaked. From the distant horizon, Kai saw a white sheet rising towards the sky. The sky had gained a purple-orange hue, and the first red-golden light of the day was just on the horizon. But the white sheet buried that light too. The ground rumbled more and more, as the distant white became blue and then bluer. It didn't take long for all to see a stupendously high wave coming for the town, charging at it like the cavalry riding on seahorses. It was their inevitable doom, their nightmare. It was a tsunami. Latias, no. Don't go. Bianca cried. Please don't. Kai smirked. Finally, his plans were coming to fruition. If he wasn't so damn tired, then he wondered if he could even hold back a laugh. High in the air, the three legendary Pokémon turned to give Bianca a deary look, cooing at her lovingly. A goodbye. Blood dripped off the adult Latia's stumps where her wings used to be. The ground quaked again, and now they could hear a distant rumble as if thousands of humongous beasts were coming towards them. The two young Pokémon gave a last look to Bianca and then flew away, carrying the adult Latias on their back. The scene almost touched Kai's heart. Maybe I should have killed this girl too, he thought, sneering. They wouldn't have wasted so much time then. Kai took some solace upon seeing that the Pokémon were glowing silver like three tiny stars as they rushed towards the tsunami, which seemed to have reached an incomprehensible height, blotting the sky. All sounds became a low buzz in people's ears now that they could see the tsunami as clearly as anything. The wall of water felt almost reaching for the clouds, and what lay in its path it would annihilate without precedence. All knew. None screamed, though. No single local ran away. No child cried, and no couple embraced themselves in a last hug. Such belief. Kai was astounded as he sensed the enormous faith of the townspeople in the Ian Pokemon. How foolish. The 3 tiny stars then became one point of hope and merged into the tsunami. Kai's eyes squinted as that point expanded, becoming a massive star, shining silver and blue. The entire length of the giant wave broke apart as people let out hysterical, booming cheers. The water from the ocean returned in many small waves, flooding the entire city. In the distance, the massive silver star blurred, losing its shine. When it looked as if it would go out, an even brighter pillar of light exploded out of it, going up and beyond the bluish sky. Kai smiled upon seeing that. This pillar of light meant that the legendary Pokemon had sacrificed themselves. He had made sure that the adult Latias was in no state to thwart the tsunami by sacrificing herself alone. So either all 3 had seemed to sacrifice themselves or 2 of the 3. It doesn't matter, Kai snickered. As long as I get to have a stronger soul do. Suddenly, a harsh, admonishing voice reached Kai's ears. It was you. Bianca cried, her eyes almost red and dry. You creature. What have you done? What did Latias ever do to you? What are you, monster? You evil Pokemon. Kai's eyes widened. His jaw fell open, and his entire body shivered. His flailing tail came to a sudden stunned stop. Kai's lips parted, but no sound came out. Nor a hiss. Never had Kai been shocked by something before in such a dumbfounded manner. These changes weren't because of Bianca's gaze or her words. They were because of the notification flashing in front of his eyes. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked a new stat. Cosmic Authority, Outer 1, 1/3. 1. The Evil Pokemon of Altomare. Lore of the Evil Pokemon of Altomare. The Devastating Despair. The Blue-Skinned Demon. The Unforgivable Cursed One. What the? Chapter 128, a top-level item. Water blasted apart as a blue humanoid aquatic creature with a long tail leaped out in a brilliant parabolic arc. Kai took in a lungful of air before diving back into the ocean. The moment his entire figure entered the water, his tongue tasting the salinity of the ocean, Kai's tail rippled furiously, and his webbed hands and legs flailed. Like a bullet, he shot towards the disappearing pillar of silver light in a straight line, ignoring the undulating silhouettes of small and large oceanic Pokemon alike. He was in a race. A race against time, and against the dozens of speedboats rushing in the same direction. By now, all the townsmen knew that the Ian Pokemon had sacrificed themselves to save the Water City. So they were headed towards the Pillar of Light for the same purpose as that of Kai. To collect the new Soul Dew. Kai's instincts told him he must not let the characters, no matter how inconsequential to the main storyline, touch the new Soul Dew. He had no way to be sure about it, but he could almost tell that if anyone other than a contestant were to touch the Soul Dew, it wouldn't remain an item anymore if it was one now. For a moment, Kai had even deliberated upon killing all the pursuers. But he had already killed quite a few people and Pokemon, and Meg's warning about the mythical Pokemon's appearance still crawled like half-dead worms in his mind. He won't fuck things up. Not now when he was so close to having his hands on one of the most prized rewards of this mission. Well, most prized, if I were to ignore those absurd notifications, Kai snickered, kicking the water. Cosmic Authority. Outer 1. How am I to make sense of them? Kai was more skeptical about the sudden unannounced and unexpected notifications than glad about them. There was nothing in those notifications that suggested an immediate benefit. Yet, he wasn't a fool to not realize what kind of abnormal and unrealistic gold he had struck. Though he knew nothing about the Cosmic Authority, he wasn't ignorant about the style of the lore, as Kai had chanted words in that style before. Haster's epithets are in that style too, Kai recalled, a chilled shiver running down his spine. What kind of heaven-trampling thing I have stumbled onto? First, it clearly stated he had got a new stat. Second, it was the lore, mentioning 3 lines. Kai guessed they were related to him, though he couldn't make sense of the third line, no matter how he tossed it around in his head. Then there was the outer one, thinking of which sent Kai into a grave silence. The strange thing was its requirement and reward. But the thing that made the least sense to him was the name of the stat itself. By now Kai had become quite knowledgeable about these things, and he knew that this new stat, Cosmic Authority, was neither an attribute nor a title or ability. Moreover, Meg had told him the names of an item's possible grades. There were 7, to be exact: common, uncommon, rare, epic, heroic, legendary, and mythical. Cosmic wasn't among them. Cosmic. Kai repeated the word like a chant, firing himself through the water. I must ask Meg about it. But if she knew about something like this, then she would have told me already, right? Kai shook his head and put all the thoughts about the new stat to the back of his mind. There was no point in being pleased about it if he didn't even know it was a good thing or bad. In no time, a glance out of the waves told Kai that he had come to his destination. The sky had turned almost bluish-orange as the first ray of sunlight came ripping apart the gloom left behind the pillar of silver light. He looked over his shoulder and couldn't see any speedboat. A smile crept upon his face, taking pride in the strength of his Golduck's blood essence. Kai swam around the location, searching for the soul dew, but couldn't find anything. Don't tell me it has sunk to the ocean's floor. The thought struck Kai like a hammer. No matter how much he took pride in his newest blood essence, not once did he believe he could swim to the ocean's floor, and still survive to live another day. The pressure at the bottom of the ocean was no joke. Despite his appearance, Kai was still a human, borrowing the power of a water-type Pokemon. Like everything, this form too had its limits. Kai's face became ugly with every passing moment. For long he searched, but couldn't find a trace of the soul dew. It was then he heard it. A distant call. Kai snapped his head up and saw a black dot against the blue background. His eyes widened. The black dot looked round and was flashing rhythmically, the color of which seemed to spread across the visible spectrum. It was the soul dew. Kai's heart thumped wildly. His tail thrashed as he dived back into the ocean, and when he reached a depth of some dozens of meters, he doubled back. He kicked the water hard, and with a loud bang, shot out the ocean. The moment he cleared off the high waves, his body changed. The blues on his body became black, and a dark, foul, tattered robe replaced his visage. Demented Kai flew towards the item of his dreams in a single, straight beeline. As Kai got closer, rising hundreds of meters into the air, he could see a fist-sized ball glistening with thousands of different colors. He beamed, licking his lips. There were no more effects or otherworldly sounds. Kai waited for nothing. His shriveled, skeletal hand reached for the jewel and grabbed it. Suddenly, his eyes shone with multicolored light. Kai felt an illusion of leaving the planet and watching it from outside. The black space behind him tried to devour him, but then 3 imperceptible points of light came to revolve around him. After making 2 quick, but mysterious rounds, the 3 points of light rushed toward Kai and merged into him. Kai's eyes snapped open. The soul dew was still in his hands, but it wasn't shimmering with multicolored light anymore. There was only one color that looked even more brilliant than the crown of the sun, rising above the horizon. Yellow. Nothing but pure yellow. But Kai's eyes were planted on the stats with such a dumbfounded look that he didn't even see this change. The soul dew almost fell out of his grip, his body shaking as if he had encountered something beyond extraordinary. The strips of his tattered robes billowed noiselessly behind him. And Kai's breath rattled as he read the item's stats again. Item, Ian Soul Dew, Corrupt. Grade, Rare, Growth. Subgrade, Top Level. Chapter 129, Ian Soul Dew, Corrupt Summoning. Late evening, June 29th. Alto Mare. Inside a room, Kai, Meg, and Peter were sitting on the floor around a small round table. This room was in a building that had been abandoned by the locals for maintenance because of the flood. Even when they were confined by the musty walls around them, they could feel the heavy gloom of the town. But none of them cared for anything other than the fist-sized jewel placed on the table. The jewel was glowing with a light yellow color as if there were millions of stars within it, forming a yellow river of death. It was the rare graded item. Ian Soul Dew. Despite its obvious sickly, perverted color, there was an unearthly charm to this jewel that had caused the occupants of the room to lapse into an astounding silence. Yes, all occupants. Other than the low hissing Celine on Kai's side. More, master, she hissed, almost panting. I want more. Without taking his eyes off the item, Kai used telekinesis to scoop up the last chunk of minced meat from a bowl on his right. Celine smelled the food and opened her fanged mouth wide, venom dripping off her fangs like saliva. With a gentle force, Kai thrust the magical flesh of the adult Latias down Celine's throat. This was the first thing Kai had done after rendezvousing with Meg. Celine's state was worse than he had thought. He could tell with one fleeting look that if she had feet, then they would have already crossed the doors of death. What had been keeping her alive before Kai hastily chopped Latia's wings and fed them to her, he couldn't say. The second thing Kai had done was to tell Meg about his new stat, hoping that she could shine some light on the twisted reward, strange lore, and incomprehensible third epithet. I have never heard of it, master, Meg had told him, without taking her eyes off Kai's face as if she wasn't looking at a human anymore, but some ancient demon. It seems to be related to your actions that have irreversibly changed the foundations of an entire timeline. I wonder if I can pray to you now, using those 3 minor epithets rewarded by the cosmic authority. Kai had refused her blatantly. The horror and helplessness of falling into the inescapable grip of a time paradox still lingered like a wraith in his mind. Without knowing what the result would be, Kai would never let Meg chant those words as a prayer. Who knew just what kind of eldritch entity would invade his mind this time? Kai never feared taking risks, but even his deadliest of the risks had some substance backing them up. This was a risk that had neither a beginning nor an end. He just hoped he would get to know what it was before the time came when he would have to use the stat, anyway. // touch it, / Kai told Meg. Meg lifted her head and looked at Kai with the utmost reverence. Her hand trembled as she went for the item. As if holding something precious that could break with the slightest pressure, she caressed the jewel with her long, slender fingers. --anything, / Kai asked expectantly. Meg shook her head. I can't even see the stats. Kai frowned. A red shine covered the Ian Soul Dew, making the item fly towards him. He snatched it out of the air and looked at the stats once more. Item, Ian Soul Dew, corrupt. Grade, rare, growth. Subgrade, top level. Specification, a soul seed formed because of the sacrifice of 3 Ian Pokemon and using the primal chaos as the source. Because of the legendary Pokemon Resentment, the item has diverted from its pure form, getting corrupted. Requirements, the blue-skinned demon. Attributes. 1. Devour the souls of the legendary Pokemon to upgrade itself. 2. The legendary Pokemon must be of different species. 3. The legendary Pokemon grade must be C or C. 4. Current status, 2/. Skill, corrupt summoning. Skill requirements. 1. Correspondence. 2. Breath. 3. Stamina. 4. Perception. Skill effects. 1. Summon the soul of a devoured legendary Pokemon for 30 seconds. 2. Summon's grade will be lower than the devoured Pokemon. 3. Consumption per summon, 150 MP, 150 SP, 50 HP. 4. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Note. 1. Further skills will be revealed with upgradation. 2. Skills will upgrade themselves with upgradation. Warning, as a soul seed, the item may corrupt/consume the contestant's soul unless taken precautionary measures. Quality, 100%. If only Meg could use it, then Kai could have ignored the warning. She was not the blue-skinned demon, though. Moreover, if he hadn't got the new stat, then he would have never known who the fuck this blue-skinned demon was and where had he come from, either. Now that he knew, it angered him even more. --why not all items mention subgrades in their stats, /. Lack of info is also info, master, Meg commented. No subgrade means the item is of the lowest level, unless, of course, the item's level is upgraded later. Like your fangs. For the rest of them, subgrade is generally mentioned. Meg's eyes reflected the Ian Soul Dew as if it had taken over her senses. She sighed. Even among contestants of the third set, Meg said, her eyes down, a rare grade item is something that can only be desired and not obtained. One can't just have them on a wish. Power and status mean nothing for items of rare grade and beyond, master. It's their uniqueness that makes them special. A top-level rare grade item of growth type. She just shook her head, lacking words. --and why are you so happy, /, Kai asked, feeling the bubbling happiness in her heart. --is my helplessness in using my own rewards arousing you, Meg, /. The red-haired beauty fell to her knees, her voice shaking. Never, master, she croaked. I would never. From Kai's side, Peter chuckled. He had been silent for the entire time, but it seemed he couldn't hold himself back any longer. My lady, he addressed Meg, our master is just messing with you. Kai snorted out a laugh along with him. Meg snapped her head up and realizing it was indeed a jest, her face became red with shame. Her flustered expression caught Kai's attention, as he bounced the Ian Soul Dew up and down. --it's just an item like you, /, he told her, sending it to his inventory. --so what if I can't use it now? I will figure it out, eventually. We just need to figure out what these precautionary measures are, no. It's not a big deal. Moreover, the fact that I can use corrupt summoning, given I meet its stats requirements later, means that it is the item's most basic skill. It has yet to show its true capabilities, no. Very well. Let's see the 2 legendary Pokemon, /. Just as Kai was about to finish his words, Celine hissed maniacally by his side. Inside her, unseen, but not entirely unknown to Kai, the black tendrils and the patterned yellow rings seemed to tremble and pulse. A thick blue-red substance approached and got sucked by them. Suddenly, their efforts to break into Celine's gene structure shot through the roof. With an ethereal cracking noise, they merged into the genes. But in the middle of this gene structure, where the black tendrils and the yellow rings came into contact with each other, a dull grayish new substance took form. Not only did this substance keep the black tendrils and the yellow rings on either side, preventing them from coming into contact further, but it also spread throughout Celine's genome, becoming a part of her gene structure. The spiral gene structure, which once had looked blue and white, now glowed with 3 colors. The leftmost part was covered with black tendrils, which flailed about like millions of live gluttonous tentacles. The rightmost part had patterned yellow rings. They made it impossible to look at them without losing one's mind to the ever-changing, hideous patterns and the convoluted geometrical shapes. In the middle of these two parts ran a dull river of gray color across the entire length of the gene structure. Outside, Celine's hisses had caused a deathly alarm. Kai's ears buzzed from her shouts, as he saw her eyes bleeding, and her dragon-like scales rattling like the call of a billion bugs. Then she burst out with a blinding flash. Chapter 130, Celine Evolves, The Birth of Ghost Basilisk. When the flash receded, they saw a silver mist had filled the entire room. Mixed in the silver mist were tiny black, yellow, and gray particles like different colored smoke. The entire mist roiled, churned, and then, with no sign, became a whirlpool. All the mist, from all directions, condensed onto a single point and outlined the figure of a serpent. Danger banged Kai's mind. He closed his eyes not knowing why. Such was the difference between his perception and the arriving death. The extremities of his fingers and toes throbbed, as anxiety, bordering fright, took over his mind. Behind him, Meg had done the same. She had even turned her head away, her eyelids pressing so hard that they looked like hard, black lines. Peter wasn't blessed with perception or any sense of danger, though. A 6-feet-long, viper-like serpent with pure white draconic scales slithered into existence. Its tongue flicked out of its mouth, and when it moved, illusory black and yellow rings seemed to travel across its body. The serpent's eyes snapped open then. The right eye was jet black, and only when one looked deep enough that one could see a sea of black tendrils. They were coiling around and over each other, their hunger seemed to know no bounds. The left eye was murky yellow. Uncountable and nonsensical geometrical patterns ran in that eye, like unsolvable equations of mathematics accompanied by many-dimensional geometrical figures. When it seemed it was over, the bulge between her two eyes parted vertically. It was as if someone had surgically planted a wet, gray stone into her head. Peter stared into the third eye. Celine stared back. Then, Peter became stone, his entire body gaining a dull, gray color of eternal petrification. Kai had shut his eyes so hard that it felt like someone was trying to gouge them out. Celine's hissings were ringing in his ears like the cries of a newborn baby. He wanted to take her in his arms to marvel at her evolved state, but the light crackling sound and Peter's gasps foretold an unavoidable danger beyond a perceivable source, making him think better of it. "Master, Master," she called out to him. "Master, I can see. I can see." Kai felt maturity in her hisses, mixed with power and her will to prove herself to him. He could feel her happiness, and once more he found himself facing a being whose happiness he could not snatch. Meg had shown the same happiness when she found out about his glitch. What Celine had found for her to show such deep and apparent emotion while calling out to him baffled Kai. "Good. Good," Kai hissed, failing to think of something better to say. "I am proud of you." To Kai's surprise, Celine's hisses became ecstatic, her scales rattling like the pattering of raindrops amidst a rainstorm. "Yes, Master." "Yes," she hissed, beaming. "Now I am your strongest power. I am more beneficial than her." Kai noticed the menace hidden behind that her. There was only one her other than Celine with him in the room, and he wondered what Meg had done to earn Celine's quirky ire. "Calm down," he hissed. "Are you using a skill?" He must find the reason for the danger first, Kai reasoned. There were only 3 beings in the room who could be the source. He was not, Kai knew. Meg's state was worse than his, he knew that too, given that her perception was lower than him. "Yes," Celine hissed cheerily. "I didn't like how he was looking at me, Master. So I killed him." "Killed?" The words thundered in Kai's mind. But even more absurd was their implication. What did she say? She killed Peter because she didn't like how he looked at her. Even Kai, with all his insanity and convoluted thoughts and reasoning, killed no one just because he didn't like how they looked at him. Every kill must have a potential benefit, such words were the basis for him to hold on to his ever-elusive sanity. Kai shuddered. He must not let this go on any longer. "Cancel the skill," Kai hissed authoritatively. "And I forbid you to kill anyone without my exclusive permission." The absence of Celine's hisses unnerved Kai. Then Celine said something that Kai would never forget. "I will kill anyone I want," she hissed, snapping back at him with an attitude. But then her tone changed almost instantly. "Yes, as Master commands, I am canceling the skill." To Kai's astonishment, her tone changed once more after that. "Maybe we should just go back to sleep, as there is no benefit in staying up when our master has no use for us." She lapsed into silence with this last hiss. What the actual fuck is happening? Kai had never been so perplexed by something. It felt to him as if there wasn't one Celine, but many versions of her hissing at each other, trying to come to a single rational conclusion. The danger receded as Celine stopped hissing. Kai, though still wary of an uninvited and unexpected impending danger, opened his eyes. As he had guessed, there was no sign of Peter. If he hadn't known that Peter was nothing but memories given substance, then he might have frowned at his absence. Then his eyes landed on the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. She was color come to life. She was white, and white was her. All colors around Celine seemed to bow in defeat and shame. She had gained length again, Kai observed. Celine was around 6 feet long, but she was on the leaner side. She seemed more like a viper and less like a cobra or any other snake species to him. But there were elements to her that Kai failed to rule out. A new species. Kai concluded with utter fascination. She raised her head, flicked out her tongue, and then looked up at him. Kai's eyes narrowed. "You still can't see," he hissed, questioning what seemed obvious to him. "Didn't you tell me you can see now?" Her right eye had become darker than before, now looking like an ocean of black blood to him. Her left eye was pale, murky yellow, with millions of geometrical forms and incomprehensible many-dimensional patterns rippling within it. It repulsed him, Kai found to his distaste. Her dragon-like scales rattled with every tiny slither, and illusory black and yellow alternative rings traveled across her slim and sleek body now and then. "I can, master," Celine hissed, defensively. "I can see only with my third eye. But my skill activates itself if I were to open it." Behind him, Meg slowly turned her head, and Celine's head snapped in her direction. Kai's instincts roared, prophesying a deadly but certain outcome. "Celine," Kai hissed angrily. "You will know your place." Celine stared at Meg with her blind eyes for a moment before looking away. Kai could swear he saw the vertical tear in the middle of her forehead tremble. Despite the unmatched fury on his face and in his words, within him, his heart was racing with wild excitement. Kai was more than happy. There was scarcely a word in the dictionary that could describe his feelings right now. One more being had just become a part of his power. And though in his inventory now dwelt 2 absurd items, Kai knew in battle prowess, even Meg wasn't the match for Celine now. "What? What is she, master?" Meg asked, utterly bewildered by all the hisses and the evolved serpent. "She looks different." "She feels different, / Kai said, completing Meg's words. / let's find out what has she become after being corrupted by 2 alien parasites, / He crouched down. Celine didn't need any command to slither toward him. She yawned, her mouth as black as the abyss. Then she kissed his chin, with the same familiarity as before, her forked tongue moistening his skin. Kai ran his hands over her scales, caressing her, as a hidden attachment welled up inside him. This was his bond with her. Celine slithered off the floor, her long body coiling around his waist and chest, and finally came to rest after taking a turn around his neck. She put her head on his shoulder, and within a moment, went to the realm of dreams. Kai felt the strength hidden in her muscles and adjusted his eyes to look at her stats. Beast, Ghost Basilisk, Magical Beast. Grade, D, Growth. Type, Unknown. HP. MP. SP. Attributes. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Abilities. 1. Intangibility. 2. Soul Chill. 3. Lunatic Corruption. Skills. 1. Ghost Neurotoxin. 2. Earth Vibration Sense. 3. Petrification. "Yes," Kai hissed, gently. "I am proud of you." Celine squirmed, turning into glistening silver mist, and melted into Kai's body. Chapter 131, The Herald of Chaos Strikes Again. A heavy gust of cool sea breeze hit them across their faces as Kai and Meg stood atop one of the guardian columns of Alto Mare. Kai shivered. He was wearing a pink shirt imprinted with foaming waves and Meg had a blue frock over her curvaceous figure, her long hair blowing in the wind like thin strands of red silk. They had come to this height to say a last goodbye to this unfortunate town that had gifted them so much. Kai looked down and saw the entire town was almost underwater. If it was before, by now the entire town would have lit up under the bright light of many street lamps, making it impossible to realize that the night was approaching. It would take a lot of time and unending efforts to go back to the same lifestyle as before, he knew. He could already see many of the residents migrating to the main landmass in their ferries. / I have seen enough, / Kai declared. Meg sat down first, her long legs dangling down from the column's edge. Kai lay down on his back and put his head on her lap. He sighed and then whiffed deeply. She smelled of the wet earth after the pitter-patter of the first rain. He stared at the sky beyond her face and looked at the stars, as thousands of questions related to the things that had happened in the last month ran havoc in his mind. / Are you sure I can't store you in my inventory, / Kai asked Meg, adjusting his eyes to look into hers. The question felt too absurd to ask even to him, let alone to Meg, who couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing that. Yet Kai's intention was plain. She was his item now, and Kai would do anything to get his hands on a way to store a live contestant in his inventory. If there was such a way, then Meg didn't know it. No. She shook her head bluntly. You can't, master. But there is another way to have me with you in your next side mission. Is it related to me becoming a captain of guard, / Kai guessed. When Kai had come to this world, the system had changed his side mission to an officer qualifying mission. Kai later found out that the high priest of the Temple of Hastur was behind this change. Then he had sent Meg to monitor Kai, and if necessary, kill him. Kai had turned all that into a mummers show by making Meg betray the temple instead. Now that she was his slave, it made little sense to even think what her response would be at the end of this mission. Kai already considered himself a captain of guard. Though, in reality, he would only get the rank after leaving this world. Meg nodded. A captain of guard can form a party of up to 4 members, Master, she reminded him. You can ask Chaos to add me as a party member, to which I will assent despite being in the Primordial Tower. The next steps are simple, Meg continued, biting her lower lip. After 2 weeks, you can create a side mission, specifying that you need the help of a team. In these cases, party members of the Captain of Guard are given priority. Chaos would send me to you with that side mission as my floor ascension mission. The timing should match, though. So you must wait for at least 2 weeks. It was a straightforward process, Kai realized. He just wondered why someone like Arlen did not have party members with him during his initiation mission. Arlen Silvas is a man of 100 secrets, Kai thought, taking his eyes off her. Whenever I think I have figured him out, there always surfaces something new and baffling about him. He is not an ordinary noble, that I am sure of. / 2 weeks are too much, / Kai told her. / Can't you complete your kill count in a single battle? They are just a bunch of third-floor rats, aren't they, / Meg giggled womanly. Only in these kinds of moments, and often when she bluntly rebuked him as if he was but a child in her eyes, did Kai recall she was not as she seemed. She was over 100 years old, and though in the grand scheme of things, 100 years was too little, it was still a gap not small enough to ignore. Another gust of playful wind brought some loose hair in front of her eyes. I am but a supportive contestant, Master, she told him, curling back those hairs behind her ear. I assist other Chaos contestants in battle. The system then counts my assists, those that result in successful kills, as part of my kill count. Without my other abilities, it's too hard for me to kill that many in a single battle by myself. Meg had already told him about these things. It was indeed as she said, Kai reflected. For her, killing so many Order contestants in 1 week was stretching things too far. Kai lifted his head off her lap, his face becoming hard. / I want you there in 1 week, / he told her, his hand flicking to take some things out of his MRB. / First, as you told me, the High Priest will send contestants after you. I know you can look after yourself, but now you belong to me. So you must have all the means to kill anyone whenever and however you desire. Second, I want us to reach the 4th floor together. I am sick of having items I can't use, / An even more important fact was that Kai needed to complete his last side mission as soon as possible. However, he didn't tell Meg that. Not yet. It wasn't in his nature to reveal all his cards to a single person. No matter if that person was his slave. 2 little boxes appeared in his hands and Kai placed them in between him and Meg. He opened the first one. It had little bone fragments that looked like finger joints and long strands of bright white tendons. Meg gasped, looking at them. These were the bone fragments Kai had taken out of the wings. The wings of the legendary Pokemon, Latias. The anatomy of Latias had bemused Kai. As he had cut her wings open, instead of finding a detailed bone structure as one could expect from a bird species, he had found these bone fragments. They were spread across her wings, connected with thin but extremely powerful tendons. So these are the reasons for her unflappable wings, Kai had guessed then. The number of these fragments was so low that Kai could neither use them to get himself a saber nor use them for some armor. Though Kai couldn't see Latia's grade in systems terms, as she was a main storyline magical beast like the Ukrainian Ironbelly, she was still a legendary Pokemon. After seeing the 2 legendary Pokemon souls, now imprisoned in the Aeon Soul Dew, Meg had guessed the injured Latias was at least a C+ graded magical beast. The grades of the same magical beasts varied with different timelines allotted at different floors of the Primordial Tower. / Take them, / Kai told Meg. / Get yourself a bow. Yes. A bow should be your first choice. Remember to dispose of the smith after using him or her. We don't want high-floor contestants to keep pestering us, do we, / Master, I. Meg gasped, her cheeks going pink. / Shut up, / He passed the box to her. Then he opened the second box. This time Meg neither gasped nor hinted of any refusal. Kai nodded to himself, seeing that. In the second box, there were 2 rows of tiny glass vials with 5 in each row. One row of glass vials had blue corks over them, and the other had white. Kai took out 3 blue-corked vials and 1 white-corked vial. All vials had colorless liquid rippling within them. He gave them to her. The blue corked vials have light neurotoxin, / he told her. / I have already told you about it thoroughly before. Smear them on the arrows, and you won't have to worry about accuracy too much. We will worry about getting you an ability related to archery later, / Meg nodded solemnly. Yes, master, she said. And this other vial? Kai closed the box, putting it back into his MRB. / that's only for drastic measures, / he explained. / it has Selene's soul neurotoxin. Don't let it touch your skin, otherwise, it will melt into you. Find yourself a way to use it in a better manner. You are a smart woman, / Meg took the compliment with a smile. / okay, / Kai said, standing up, and Meg followed him. / this will let you kill as many as you want in your next battle. You have no more excuses now. Meg. Mission over, / Meg kneeled and instantly a blue shimmer surrounded her. Her hands flicked, taking out the cream golden egg that Kai had yet to touch. She put it on the stone floor and lifted her head to look at Kai. Their eyes matched. The blues became bluer, and accompanied by another salty gust, she vanished. Kai stood there for a long time afterward, thinking about who knows what. But scarcely he brooded over something so much, and with such uninterrupted focus. / what do you think, / he asked a few minutes later. Peter's figure walked out of him. What is there to think, my lord, he jested. You should have claimed her maidenhood, as I suggested to you. Women like her are often weirdly attached to men they lose their maidenhead to. Virginity is both an enticing and frightening thing. And a juicy fruit like her won't ripen anymore but would only go stale. Meg had told her that the Temple of Hastur's priests and priestess needed to practice celibacy for the first 100 years. Kai pondered over those words and compared them to his lack of sexual interest in Meg. / no / he shook his head. / there is something wrong here, Peter. Not having feelings for her is one thing. Not getting my dick up despite all the physical stimulations is another thing entirely. The Temple of Hastur only takes virgins as its members. The mystery lies here somewhere, / There was always a reason behind Kai's actions, even those actions that made him seem a lecher. Kai crouched down and touched the egg, waiting no longer. Side mission, the birth of Viserion. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards. 1. 300 mission credits. 2. +2 attribute points. You can teleport to the next world now, contestant Kai Stormborn. Time limit, 1 minute. A blue shine covered Kai, marking his impending departure. From his side, Peter chuckled. / what's so funny, / Kai asked casually. The question is not where the mystery lies, my lord, Peter told Kai. Rather, where lies her loyalty. Kai snapped his head, his eyes narrowing. / she is mine, / he told Peter. / even now I can feel my absolute control over her soul and flesh. Not to mention she has already betrayed the Temple of Hastur, / This time Peter guffawed. His figure became blurry, but he did manage to pass his next words to Kai's ears. The Temple of Hastur is not Hastur, my lord, Peter said coolly. Can't you recall in whose name she swore the soul blood oath? The Herald of Chaos disappeared. Kai craned his neck, brooding over Peter's question, and gazed at the stars. They were bright, with no shadow of any yellowness about them. The blues of teleportation covered his figure, too. As his figure blurred, the corner of his lips lifted into an imperceptible smile. Volume 6, The Blue-Skinned Demon, ends. Chapter 132, Return to the Game of Thrones, Seamanship and Captain of Guard. 1. Kai found himself swinging in a hammock, staring up at the musty and moist wooden roof. He sat up and saw that he was wearing a thin, loose shirt over torn shorts. His feet were damp and naked. Then he looked around. It was a big hall crammed up with many dusty yellow hammocks, which gave a hint that they might have been white a few ages ago. The floor was also wooden, long, soggy timber running across from one side of the hall to the other. Wooden casks were lying about in 2 of the 4 corners, and the entire hall reeked of a strong, bitter smell of booze and piss. A sudden creaking noise from his right caught Kai's attention. Kai was on one side of the hall, with nothing but a wooden wall on his right, and now, words were appearing on the wood as if someone was scratching them out using a sharp knife. Even the noise had an edge, he realized, wincing with every letter. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, elementary seamanship. Side mission summary, Black Betha, a galley captained by Ser Davos Seaworth, is stationed at Dragonstone's harbor. In the absence of the Onion Knight, the ship is under the command of the quartermaster Mathos, Ser Davos' son. You are a newly hired ship's boy who is apprenticed to be trained in the ways of seamen. The second mate, Raoul, will oversee your training and will assign you all the work any seaman ought to do on the ship. Once the second mate deems you worthy enough, he will present you to the quartermaster for inspection. You must get Mathos acknowledgement to proceed to the third part of your main mission. Side mission objective, get elementary seamanship ability. Side mission time limit, 1 week. Do you accept the side mission? Wow. Kai was gobsmacked. The systems itself is rewarding an elementary ability directly through a side mission. From what Meg had told him, only the most luckiest and worthiest contestants chanced upon abilities, and that too through hidden missions or as the reward of main missions. Then there was the elementary seamanship. It was one of the most sought-after abilities for those who wanted to make a name for themselves in the random worlds of One Piece and the Pirates of the Caribbean. Kai also noticed that there was no introductory notification this time. Maybe I will get it after completing this mission, he guessed and accepted the mission. The black bar of abnormality limiter has returned, though. After the mission's acceptance, all the words etched on the wood disappeared. More rows of words followed this disappearance, whose structure suggested a personal nature. Congratulations Kai Stormborn on completing your officer qualifying mission. Reward, Captain of Guard. As an officer, your post grants you the following privileges. 1. Plus 10% mission credits, all rewards, subject to change with higher posts. 2. Plus 5% chance to get a second random item as a loot. 3. Can form a party of up to 4 members. 4. Free party mission assignment once a main mission. Notes. 1. Party mission assignments must be initiated by the Captain of Guard. 2. Party members can join an ongoing mission of the Captain of Guard, given the mission assigned to them by the Captain matches their equivalent floors. 3. Party members from floors higher than the Captain of Guard's floor will have their stats restricted to match the mission grade assigned to the Captain. 4. Captain of Guard cannot kill a party member without presenting an exclusive side mission related to it and after its subsequent approval by the system. It was quite a lengthy description, Kai noted. He went through the notification, being afraid not to catch all the hidden meanings behind those sentences. So, Kai thought after a few moments of deliberation, if I were to add a 6th floor contestant into my party and make him come to my mission, then the system would restrict his stats. Reasonable. It was reasonable, indeed, but Kai could also tell the obvious advantage of it. The top-class organizations could rear many captains of guard by adding higher floor contestants to their party. Sure, the system would restrict their stats, but it couldn't restrict their experiences. It's a typical young master advantage, Kai reflected, sneering. It was then the voice boomed from outside. Ship's boy, a powerful, manly voice called out. Come out, you fucking whoreson. The smile vanished. Kai's eyes narrowed, and in utter seriousness, he contemplated what would happen if he were to just go out and kill this person. He jumped out of the hammock like a snake and donned the shoes lying on the floor. With brisk steps, he walked out, and was greeted by a man twice his size. He was bearded, broad-shouldered, and had a receding hairline. Behind him, Kai could see a towering mountain, bellowing out thick, gray smoke. Under the mountain was an even magnificent castle. Kai wasn't an ignorant contestant anymore. He had a powerful item that served as a knowledge bank. Meg had already told him about all the things he needed to know regarding this world. That mountain was Dragonmont. And that castle was one of the major settings in the world of Game of Thrones. The Castle of Dragonstone. Asterisk. Asterisk. Evening, day 3rd. Black Betha. A smack at the back of his head sent Kai rolling on the deck. This is how you tie the knot, eh? Raoul asked, throwing the rope at Kai. Get up. Do it again. Get up, I say or. Kai pushed himself to a crouch and picked up the rope again. Someone had tattled on him, he knew. He wasn't a welcome sight on the ship. Not when they didn't need a ship's boy who had the charms of a perfumed lady. His charisma seemed to have run away, and Kai, after many smacks and curses, realized that this attribute was a fucking unreliable cunt. That he was a mute hadn't acted in his favor, too. Every joint in his body ached as if someone was stabbing them with needles. Kai had thought that him being a contestant and having so many high attributes would let him have a peaceful time following the orders and do an incredible job. Oh, how wrong he was. Kai shuddered upon recalling those arrogant thoughts. Not that the stats hadn't helped him, but the relentless work they made him do had made them almost useless. Meg had told him repeatedly that before reaching the 3rd set, contestants were nothing but a stronger version of their human self, kind of like super athletes. It was their items and skills that made them stand out too much from the normal humans. Kai learned that truth bitterly. In the last 2 days, the heaviness had clung to his eyes like an anchor to a ship. One moment of relief, and he had woken up with a smack, like the one banging inside his head now. And God, they hurt. Kai grimaced in pain. What troubled him the most was that he could not even try to resist the beating, as it wasn't expected of a 14-year-old to get hit by the giant man and remain standing. Only once he had remained on his feet after Raoul had kicked him for not climbing the foremast quickly, and that had brought down his abnormality limiter by over 25%. I should have known that it isn't easy to get an elementary ability, Kai thought, somehow tying the right knot. It needed me to fool a higher floor contestant to get the elementary Pokemon trainer. TCH. The outwardly simple nature of getting Pokemon trainer has made me go soft. Big mistake. When he shifted to give the knot to Raoul, he found the second mate had already gone. Fuck. Kai cursed, hurrying off to do the next chore. Chapter 133, Return to the Game of Thrones, White Serpent and the Devastating Despair. 2. It had been an excruciating 3 days for him. The things expected of him included managing sails, extending, reefing, unfurling, and then sewing in case of any cut, all required him to go up and down the masts. By now, Kai had been to all 3 masts of the galley so many times that he had even forgotten the count. Raoul had to just grunt in Kai's direction for him to know that it was time to go to the crow's nest once more. His thighs were chafed raw, and the blisters had come and popped, turning his soles into what seemed like hard leather. One thing that had been nodded at by almost all seamen was Kai's serpent-like nimbleness. Life at sea was a life of youth and vigor. It demanded harsh ways, and harsher men besides. All had noticed Kai's swift reactions, his slippery, gluey footing on the mast and the deck. Though he hadn't gotten even a hint of any nod from Raoul, Kai could sense the emotions of all. He knew he was heading in the right direction, and that seemed to have been sufficient for him, at least for now. The chores also included rope work, canvas work, boat work, and correct stowage of stores and supplies. It scarcely felt like the work of a single man. Kai did it all with his mouth shut and his body sweltering in the heat of the thick, humid air. Then there was the almost hourly work of cleaning one part of the deck or the other. After helping the cook serve the food to all crew and the first and second mate, Kai returned to his hammock to get some shut-eye. No matter how much he ate, the hunger didn't go away. He regretted not storing more of the Pokemon meat in his MRB. Whatever was there, he had already finished it on the first day. His MRB wasn't that spacious, to begin with. Now, with one more egg, it was becoming difficult to store miscellaneous things in it. I need a serious inventory expansion, Kai resolved, shutting his eyes. Unfortunately, it can only be done outside the random worlds because of the MRB. Snores of men were already buzzing into the crew quarters. A few of the men were going out with hushed steps, hissing, whispering, and cursing each other to hurry. Booze had corrupted their brains, and now, only whoring was on their mind. Kai remembered Meg's words, then. He had been holding back from forming a party just in case something untoward happened. 3 days had already passed, though. He had waited enough. /chaos, Kai said, / I want to add third floor contestant, codenamed Morning Mist, to my party, /. Sending the request to contestant Morning Mist. Request accepted. Assign a name to your party. Kai scratched his head as he looked at the notification. Name. I did not know I would have to give the party a name. Let's see. Kai felt a sudden burst of coldness in his chest. He looked down, his hand already lifting to rub the skin over his heart. Celine, Kai hissed coolly. Sleep. I don't need you for now. The ghost basilisk squirmed within him and went back to sleep as if it had never awakened. It did leave behind an idea for Kai. Or better would be to say, it left behind a name. /White Serpent /. Assigning the name. Party, White Serpent. Party leader, Red, Captain of Guard. Party members. 1. Morning Mist, 3rd floor. Kai smiled. Just when he was about to go to the lands of dreams, someone nudged his feet. Kai adjusted his tired neck and noticed the fat seaman, Jared. He remembered him. If he was right, then it was this fatty who had gossiped about him tying a wrong knot to Raoul, Kai thought exasperatedly. Kai flicked his chin up, asking what he wanted. Jared spit. Wanna join us boi, the fatty said, leering at him. Ye, first whore on us, huh? Black Betha stayed at the harbor. All the supplies that were needed to be stored were already there. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, and brother to King Robert had banned prostitution in Dragonstone. So men slid off the deck in the thick of the night to get some, hoping no guard would find them, and even if someone were to find them, then they wouldn't rat them out. Everyone knew it, everyone did it, and yet none spoke about it. Kai stared into Jared's eyes. Jared was well past the age of 50, and the grease in his joints had dried years before. The only reason he was in the war galley was that Ser Davos had taken pity on him. Kai did not know if socializing with the crew could affect the outcome of the quartermaster's acknowledgement, but he did know that it was nigh impossible to be called a seaman without knowing the seaman. And this was a great opportunity to at least have a taste of what it felt like to be a real man of sea and salt. Cursing all the way, Kai slid out of his hammock and followed Jared and the other crew members off the ship. They kept taking glances at him, passing jokes and jests at each other. Suddenly, Jared put his fat arms around his neck and blubbered in his ears, his mouth smelling of roasted onions, garlic, and alcohol. "Here boy," he said, pointing in a different direction from where the rest of the crew were headed. "Best whore for ye there." Jared wasn't as much asking Kai as pulling him along. He took him to a secluded corner hidden behind the towering ships. The darkness danced here with every roll of the ships. When they were well out of earshot and sight of others, Jared grabbed the back of Kai's neck and threw him down. Kai choked a laugh down as he saw Jared fumbling to take out a long, rusty knife. "Pants down boy." Jared threatened Kai, pointing the knife at him, his hand shaking half in fear and half in lust. "Come on. Ye fucking mute." Kai stood up and chuckled. I was wondering how many soul points a soul from this world would give me, / he said, his breath already rattling. Let's find out, shall we, / Jared couldn't see what Kai did. Nor did he hear the words in his mind. His eyes rolled back, his knees buckled, and with a thump, he fell. Happiness and hope abandoned the senior seaman as old and buried sadness resurfaced in his mind. The devastating despair let out its true form as dark, foul, tattered robes bellowed noiselessly behind it. Its murderous, unforgiving eyes stared at its prey. One deep, rattling breath, shriveled, dry lips touching the fat lips, and Jared's soul left his body. The men got the kiss if not anything else. Chapter 134, The Red Woman Arrives. On the morning of the 5th day, the first mate, Grant, told the crew that Black Betha would take to the sea in the afternoon for a routine patrol. Kai was overjoyed. The prospects of getting Mathos acknowledgement would rise if he were to do as good a job out in the sea as he was doing now. In the last 2 days, he had grown and learned so much that now his abnormality limiter kept flickering between 80 to 90, never truly becoming the normal 100%. No longer was the crew looking at him as if he was a mere gutless, charming bastard of some high lord. Raoul, the second mate, still hit him, smacking now and then, and sending him rolling on the deck. But his smacks lacked heart, and the laughs these hits brought out of the seamen were more admiring than sneering. In just 5 days, Kai had made all forget that he was still technically a ship's boy. Such was his charisma, his mastery of grasping all things, and his physical prowess. Such was his fear. Yes. Most of the credit for him enjoying himself without worrying about any bullying and interference went to the senior seaman, Jared. They had found him lying witless on the next morning where Kai had left him. Like all his victims, Jared had become a husk, a walking human skin. They had all wondered and shivered to see Jared's lifeless eyes. Most sickened and terrified among all Black Betha's crew were 5 seamen who had gone off the ship that night. They had seen Jared taking Kai in a dark, secluded corner, but at the time of interrogation, not one of them told anything to the first mate. The maester had then come out of pure curiosity, as Jared wasn't important enough to garner High Lord's attention. Nevertheless, the fat seaman was one of the Ser Davos crewmen, and thus, the case caught much more attention than it would have otherwise. The fear on the 5 seamen's faces had become a corporeal mask when even Maester Crescent showed his inability to put his finger on Jared's abnormality. But, on a ship, there was no such thing as a secret among the crew. The eyes with which those 5 crewmen had looked at Kai, soon others started to look at him with those eyes too. Mostly there was fear, and in some rare eyes was admiration and apprehension. It did nothing to Kai, other than solidifying his place on the war galley. After getting the first mate's orders, the crew scampered off, checking on everything before the ship set sail. Kai flinched, remembering the soul points given to him by Jared's soul, as he went to check on the stows. The soul points weren't even in 2 decimal places but in 3. Now, Kai regretted not achieving this requirement in the Pokemon random world itself. I could have devoured the young Ladio's soul at least, Kai thought, fastening the rope around loose Cask's footing. I wonder how much he would have given me. An integer maybe? Kai was indeed disappointed. But the major reason behind his sullen expression wasn't his finding of inferior quality of souls in this world, but the world itself. In the last 2 days, Kai's skills had earned him a place in late-night drinking and japery. The seamen were indifferent to him but hadn't shooed him away, either. Even without using words, Kai had a way to manipulate and direct the conversation in a particular direction. A direction at the end of which lay the late hand, John Aaron. Kai recalled last night's jest as he ran to the lowermost compartment to check on the bilge water, the worst job on the ship, according to what Kai had learned so far. His wife rode him so hard that the old man had a heart attack, one seaman, Tank the Toothless, had mocked, as the other laughed out of their teeth. The speech hadn't been so elegant and comprehensible either, as the words had been exchanged in many slobbers and stutters. No, another young seaman, Pryt, had rejected the statement brusquely. It was gas. Kai's eyes had narrowed then. Maybe it was the sewers they were talking about, he had thought, and then soon had found that he was wrong. Gas? Tank had asked, booze spilling from the gap of his missing teeth. Yes. Pryt had nodded with all the seriousness a drunken fool could muster in a clown party. The hand had eaten some pie. He farted his ass to death. Ha ha. One smack to the back of Pryt's head had shut him up. Raoul had stood over them, taking no particular notice of Kai. It's some stomach disease that took the old man, he had added then, snatching the drink from tank, and taking 2 big gulps, almost emptying the green glass bottle. King Robert has gone north. They say Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, will be the new hand. Kai had listened to that with a stony expression. By the time Raoul had marched off, he was sure that this wasn't the same timeline. There was no talking of any kidnapping, no story of murderous sewers. After checking the condition of the pump, and making sure it was okay, Kai ran up to the deck and was about to climb the mainmast when Grant bellowed as if a massive bull was roaring, standing on a cliff. All hands on deck. The shout made almost all seamen and the other officers leave whatever they were doing and gather on the deck. Even the rowers left their inspection of the oars and rushed to join the other crewmates. Squished among the men, Kai wondered what could keep the first mate from putting a brake on all legs just hours before they were supposed to leave the harbor. The reason shocked the living breath out of Kai. In a few moments, Grant said slowly, but clearly, Lady Melisandre is about to join us on the ship, accompanied by Quartermaster. She has some questions to ask you all regarding Jared and his strange state. You will answer her properly if asked, I tell you. Or whatever you might have heard of her, I will make sure it comes true. All on the deck buzzed up with suppressed whispers. Kai saw many taking furtive glances at him, fidgeting like the lambs who were about to be slaughtered. Well, Kai thought amusingly. Now, this is an unexpected encounter. Just as Kai had this thought, he heard the buzz becoming a stunned and scared hush. He saw a young man, most probably the quartermaster, Mathos, helping a woman come up on the deck. A long red gown was adorning her from top to bottom, and a scarlet cloak bellowed behind her listlessly. Around her neck, Kai noticed the most fabled red gold choker, containing a ruby. Meg had told him about her and had also warned him to not even for a moment think of harming her. Otherwise, more often than not, she would have seen it in the fire beforehand. Lady Melisandre, or the Red Woman, as all were calling her under their breath, had a beauty that couldn't be put on paper. Words lacked in putting enough effort into describing her gracefulness. Her hair was the color of deep burnished copper, her eyes were unsettling red, and her skin was pale honeyed milk come alive. She was slender and almost a head taller than Kai. He looked at her full breasts, her elegant walk, and her narrow waist, and Kai's throat became dry. He took a deep breath to steady himself. It was the long dry spell without sex and constant fighting that was making him lust for this woman, Kai thought, giving himself 100 excuses. Meg had also told him another fact about the Red Woman. Among all the timelines known to the contestants, 2 versions of Lady Melisandre were most the famous ones. Her first version was an old witch, taking the shape of a beautiful woman using the ruby in her choker. This version was based on the TV series. Her second version was more truthful, with the ruby in her choker only amplifying her magic, not giving her young appearance. In this case, her beauty truly belonged to her, not because of the effect of some old magic. Of course, the second version was more popular among the contestants. Kai had been thinking about which version of the Red Woman he was looking at, when, suddenly, her head snapped towards him. Kai's heart skipped a bit, more in terror than in lust. Chapter 135, The Horror Hidden in Melisandre's Eyes. Lady Melisandre approached him as if the fire itself was lashing out with a fiery tongue. Meg had told him about her beauty and how it was known among contestants that charisma backfires when coming into contact with her. No denying her features had perplexed Kai, but he also wanted to have nothing to do with her. Stay away from her, Meg had warned. Not even higher floor contestants liked to be around her for any security mission. By now, Kai, with Meg's help, had figured out this strange appearance of contestants around some main storyline characters. The characters who were directly related to his main mission won't have any security, he had concluded. Only those who had nothing to do with the direct mission would have contestants watching over them. Kai still didn't know how the system adjusted these things, though. John Aaron was a main storyline character and a major one at that, and yet he didn't have any security. Meg had made Kai recall giving examples. The Queen most probably had, but her security must have thought of you as nothing more than a bug, I guess. Similarly, Bianca and the adult Latias didn't have security despite them being the main storyline characters. Yet, Pokeball expert Kurt and Professor Elm both had because they had nothing to do with your main mission, Master. Kai had found those explanations extremely reasonable. That's why, when he saw the Red Woman towering in front of him, he had to control his breathing from not racing lest any higher floor contestant, if one was near, might sense something. There was magic around her, Kai realized. But he also felt as if its existence was too great for him to grasp. Head down, he stared at her feet, her toes, and the rippling gown showing her sweet, shiny ankles. Who is this, Mathos? Her voice was deep and melodic. He doesn't seem to be of a low birth. The quartermaster hurried toward them, and Kai's mind was racing. A sudden thought had just made him shudder with unknown fright. The book. The tales of Beetle the Bard had not trembled. Kai had already concluded that the book shook within his inventory whenever he met a significant character. Who could be more significant than the Red Woman? Kai asked himself. He struggled to think of any justifiable reason for this abnormality. Desmond, the ship's boy, my lady, Mathos whispered. He is mute. A mute. Melisandre showed surprise. Look up, boy. Look at me. Kai's lips were getting dry. If he had known that the vegetative state of a single nobody could catch her attention, then he would have been more discreet about all that. Too late for regrets now. Kai lifted his head, and his hazel eyes matched her red. Kai saw a sea of fire in those eyes, blazing eternally. He could sense her soul, a massive fire tornado, wreaking havoc on the far lands of perpetual darkness. But there was something else too. Beyond her unfathomable emotions, her soul, and the darkness she was trying to keep at bay, Kai could feel someone looking back at him. The horror took him by surprise. Inside him, Celine shuddered in terror. They both had felt this feeling once before. It hadn't been that long, as they had encountered this destructive sensation recently. That encounter had changed both of their lives. For good or for bad, they had yet to find out. Yes. They were thinking of the yellow door, patterned with hideous geometric configurations, and the one strip of a tattered yellow robe that had almost come out to meet Kai during the blood prophecy. Deep in Melisandre's eyes, deeper than even she could have probably known, there was someone of that level, who had noticed Kai's presence. If Kai hadn't already come to face this sensation, he would have never compared the two. Kai wanted to run. He had already decided to have nothing to do with these eldritch figures until he had the power to defend himself against them. Yet, here he was, looking through the eyes of a magnificent beauty at some incomprehensible existence by the grace of an unlucky encounter. Fire burned strong in this one, Lady Melisandre declared, smiling. The Lord of Light has more need for him than this ship. I am taking him with me. Fuck. Kai cursed within. In the open, his face showed confusion, fear, and reluctance. Beg your pardon, my lady, Raoul, the second mate, said, hurrying towards them. Desmond is about to complete his apprenticeship in 2 days. I wanted to see how he would fare out in the sea today. The guards who had come with the lady suddenly unsheathed their swords. Step away, one guard warned, eyeing Raoul menacingly. The other guard didn't even say anything, but took a step forward himself, raising the sword. Lady Melisandre gave them a look and lifted her hand, stopping both guards at their places. No need for violence where it's not needed. She turned around, looked at all, and smiled. Raoul, Mathos, and pretty much everyone shivered. And what is your assessment of him based on the last 5 days? She asked Raoul. Raoul gulped. Desmond has all the qualities to become an excellent seaman, my lady, he told her. He just needs more experience and time. Mathos, Lady Melisandre called. I leave it to you then. Send him to me after 2 days. Mathos bowed in acceptance. Kai was having a hard time believing that she had given up on claiming him for herself just because Raoul wanted to let him complete his apprenticeship. Something was off about her, and her thoughts, he reflected. It was like she had already guessed this proceeding. The Red Priestess turned to give Kai a fleeting look. Her hand reached for his long white hair and she brushed them off his face. You will do Lawler great service, boy, she told Kai, a hint of a smile lingering on her angelic face. Be careful. For the night is dark and full of terrors. Kai saw her leaving, his back drenched with sweat. Even her swaying hips failed to make him think of doing anything but run in the opposite direction wherever she would be. Kai was almost sure that even though she didn't look powerful, he couldn't even harm a single hair on her head. Then there was that sensation of someone watching through her red eyes, peering out into the material world. Kai promised to himself then. No matter how much he wanted her in her tail, he would stay as far as possible from Melisandre. Sometimes it was best to go with instincts. For the night was indeed dark and full of terrors. Terrors like Hastur, the king in yellow, Kai remembered, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 136, Seaman, the Birth of Drogon. The dusk of the 7th day found Kai facing the door to the officer's cabin. Black Betha had stayed in the sea for a day, circling the volcanic island. Kai had proved himself as skilled as Raoul had proclaimed him to be and much more. Whatever the mates ordered him to do, and was expected of him to do, he had done that with mastery as befitting a beginner seaman. He still had a long way to him get named as an experienced seaman, but for his age, and looking at the time of his training, he had already outsmarted over half of the crew. Now was the decisive moment, Kai knew. Doubtlessly he would get Mathos' approval, what with Melisandre's words and the queer interest she had openly shown in him. The thing that troubled him was the guards stationed on the deck, fully armed and alive, to take him to the Red Woman. Worst comes to worst, I will just kill everyone, Kai thought, pressing his brows. Meg warned me against carrying out unnecessary slaughters, though. Abnormality limiter. Any happenstance of someone seeing me doing something extraordinary can cause my instant death. TCH. Don't be nervous, Raoul told him, towering to his left. You have done a fine job. There is the slight problem of you not getting along with other crew members, but we won't need to worry about it, I guess. The pity in the brute's voice was too much to ignore. Kai lifted his face and attempted a smile. Mathos' voice seeped out from the closed door then. Come in. The doors creaked as Raoul entered, followed by Kai, who closed them after stepping in. The quartermaster's cabin was the only other cabin on the ship that housed a single occupant other than the captain's. Both the mates bunked together, followed by other officers who also shared a room. The rest of the crew bunked towards the ship's bow, congested into a single giant hall. Privacy only existed until words were within mouths and dicks within pants. The ship and the sea knew everything else, every little secret and every petty gossip. Ah. Mathos exclaimed knowingly. Desmond, is it? His apprenticeship is over, then. Mathos was in his early 20s, Kai noticed. Short hair, black eyes, and gaunt stature. The first and second mates both were older than Mathos, yet none of the crew had any issue with accepting orders from the young men. It seemed to Kai that Mathos shared his father's instinct and talent. Though, from what Meg had told him, the young man wasn't half as wise as the Onion Knight, Ser Davos Seaworth. Yes, sir, Raoul replied for Kai. The boy lacks the experience for me to call him a sailor. Other than that, he is a nice young lad. The best thing is he doesn't scowl or talk back. Raoul and Mathos shared a laugh as Kai sheepishly grinned along with them. After a few moments of deliberation, Mathos' face became solemn, befitting his rank, and he looked at Kai with the eyes of a quartermaster. As per custom, he began, mustering the heaviness in his voice, we rarely raise a ship's boy to a seaman before a few long sea tours, am I right? Raoul nodded. But our second mate thinks there is no point in you being called a ship's boy when you are doing the work of over one seaman by yourself. I agree with him. Kai beamed. Mathos stood up, approached Kai, and looked into his eyes. So he continued, Mathos Seaworth, quartermaster, and son of Ser Davos Seaworth, captain of Black Betha, honors you with the post of seaman. The appearance of the notification was instantaneous. Side mission, elementary seamanship. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards. 1. 300 mission credits. 2. Elementary seamanship. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, the birth of Drogon. Side mission summary, Dragonstone, the volcanic island at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, created by the active volcano, Dragonmont, once was the seat of Valyrians, even before the doom of Valyria. The Valyrians had brought with them magic, shaping the mountain and rocks, and birthing the castle of Dragonstone. For long House Targaryen ruled this island, growing their dragons in Dragonstone's fire pits and hatcheries. Now Stannis of House Baratheon goes by the name of Lord of Dragonstone, and ages have come and gone since Dragonmont's fiery, sulfuric breath had kissed a dragon's lungs. One thing hasn't changed, though. It had been here before the Valyrians, and it will remain here for unseen ages to come. The lava. It runs in the veins of this island like blood. Within the tunnels of the Dragonmont are rich chunks of dragonglass, or obsidian, of many colors. It is known. What is not known is that there is one stone that has no name outside, and whose nature remains magical despite the ordinary times. Lady Alyssa Farman had once stolen 3 eggs from the Targaryen dragon's hatcheries on the island and had successfully smuggled them off into the lands beyond the narrow sea. Unknown and untold to everyone, Lady Alyssa had stolen not 3 but 4 eggs, the 4th being the biggest one. But in haste and carelessness, the egg had slipped from the thief's grasp, falling into the lava vein that runs deep under the island's skin. Side mission objective, find the missing egg. Side mission time limit, 1 month. Do you accept the side mission? A loud smack at the back of Kai's head brought him out of his reverie. Well, 7 hells. Raoul bellowed. Bow, you bloody idiot. Kai gave a courteous bow, massaging his head. It didn't hurt, but not doing anything would bring his abnormality limiter down. Mathos returned to his chair, glancing at the map spread out on the table. Now that you are a seaman, Desmond, he said, without looking at Kai, you have 2 choices. 1. You can stay at Black Betha, where you will be at the lowest in the crew ranking. 2. You can seek crewmanship on a sailing ship, with my handwritten recommendation letter, of course. So, what will it be? Raoul said nothing. Kai could tell he was looking at him, but he wouldn't recommend anything, not in Mathos' presence at least. But Kai's cunning and intelligence knew no bounds. He wasn't a match for Peter, true. But the events happening around him weren't so complex for him to not squeeze the meaning out of them. If I choose the first option, Kai thought, squinting his eyes in a thoughtful expression, then I would probably get a milestone, the Black Betha being a ship mentioned in the books, major ships covered in his sessions with Meg. The second option has many possibilities too. After a moment of repeating this thought, Kai raised 2 fingers, telling his choice. Both Raoul and Mathos smiled. Chapter 137, Recommendation Letter, Celine's Ravings. The quartermaster took out a scroll. He unscrolled it and then used a quill to sign it. It seemed they had stored many recommendation letters beforehand. Raoul went to take the scroll and then passed it to Kai. Another notification popped up, not entirely unexpected by him. Item, recommendation letter, consumable. Grade, uncommon. Specification, recommendation letter issued by Black Betha's quartermaster, Mathos. Requirement, elementary seamanship. Attributes, chance of the contestant being recruited on a ship as a seaman, plus 80%. Skill, not applicable. Warning, the item will disappear after using it once. Quality, 98%. Kai stuffed the scroll under the cloth tied around his waist. Now, Mathos said, twiddling his thumbs, Raoul will take you to the guards, who then will escort you to Lady Melisandre. If she has seen potential in you, Desmond, then surely you are destined to do great things in the service of the Lord of Light. You can deliberate on what to do next after reporting to her. Okay. Kai nodded solemnly, ignoring Raoul, who had just taken a nervous gulp. Go on, then, Mathos commanded, flicking his hand. If you see my father, then don't forget to give him the captain's courtesy. Dismiss. Raoul, not waiting for a moment, put his thick-fingered hands on Kai's left shoulder and took him out the cabin's door. His every next step seemed heavier than before as he approached the stairs leading up to the main deck. Kai had already planned his escape after leaving the ship with guards. So he walked quietly with Raoul, and when the second mate stopped under the stairs, he stopped with him. They stood there for a few moments, making Kai wonder if the brute had forgotten something. Desmond, Raoul said with a hushed voice, you are a good kid. I don't know what you did to Jared. Yeah, I've heard the rumors. But unlike those Hormingers, I know it was not something any human could do. I heard the Red, Lady Melisandre and the quartermaster talking about it. I was there. She said, Jared's fire had gone out. Some monstrous abomination had used dark magic on him to suck out his soul. She called it the work of a dark creature who stands opposite to the Lord of Light. Kai was dumbfounded. He did not know that the red bitch could figure out the darkest magic used by one of the foulest creatures known across the multiverse. He could see Raoul shivering too, and with his size, it felt like a massive storm was trying to upend a thick, old tree. Where's it going? Kai thought, seeing Raoul taking a deep breath. I won't let her have you, Raoul said, squeezing Kai's shoulder. I have talked about this with Grant, and we've both agreed on this. Quartermaster is, well, changed. But we know Captain Davos will side with us if it comes to that. I will fake getting hit by you, catching the guard's attention. You must run away at that chance. Find a ship leaving the harbor, and show the recommendation letter to that ship's captain. By the time they would come for you, you would already be gone. Kai gawked at Raoul. He nodded immediately. What happened next was smooth. Smoother than at least what Raoul must have had in his mind. The moment Raoul and Kai reached the main deck, Raoul shoved Kai towards a corner and roared out of his lungs, falling back down into the officer's compartment. The crew was still busy at work. The moment Raoul's scream echoed out, they came rushing towards the scene, and the 3 well-armored guards followed them. The fucker tripped me. Raoul bellowed from down there. That fucking mute son of a whore. The guards shoved the crew aside, taking out their swords, and fumbled to do a panicked search of the main deck. One of them went off the ship to let other patrolling guards know about Kai when they couldn't find even a single hint of him. It was as if Kai had vanished into thin air. But unbeknownst to Raoul, Kai hadn't made a run for the other ship. Nor he had run off the ship on foot. He had jumped into the sea. On the opposite side of the island, where the rocks were 1,000 knives, and the waves were soldiers marching en masse, bleeding thick white blood upon the impact, a blue creature leaped out like a fish determined to conquer the land. The moment it left the water, though, its blue tail vanished, and its figure squirmed, becoming a mass of nothing but dark, foul mist. Or that's how Dementor Kai looked when seen from some 100 meters away in the night. Kai had used his Golduck transformation to swim around the island, cutting out any possible interference. His side mission needed him to search for the last egg in the lava tunnels, spreading out like an enormous and complex web. There was no point in remaining in human contact for that. Kai did not know how any other contestant in his place would have tackled this mission, as even third-set contestants couldn't remain alive after diving into the lava if he was right about all this. Without powerful and ridiculous skills and items, no ability could help any contestant, either. But Kai was a different and almost a standalone case. He had an item that could swim into the lava as if it wasn't there. Celine, Kai hissed, landing on the rocky beach. Come out. A silver mass burst out of him and materialized into a 6-feet-long white serpent. It had 3 eyes, 1 black, 1 yellow, and a third that was closed as if someone had used a knife to open a vertical gash in the middle of her head in between her eyes. Its dragon-like white scales rattled as it slithered around Kai's shoulder, illusory, alternate rings of black and yellow running across its length. "Master, it's hot," Selene hissed, flicking out her tongue and kissing Kai's chin. "It's better for me to remain in my intangible form." That's a quite rational thought, Kai reflected, flying towards the volcano's mouth. But then, almost immediately, she hissed again, sounding utterly different, vile and evil. "I will kill that bitch," she hissed furiously, spitting out the venom. "She dares threaten you, master." Kai's face was stone. This sudden and involuntary, but equally mad ravings were annoying him. Is this her new ability? He reflected, burying the annoyance bubbling in his heart. Lunatic corruption. Is she even aware that she is using it? This wasn't the end, though. She hissed once more. Now more dreamy than murderous, and more visionary than calculative. "I can spend eternity on your shoulders, master," she hissed reminiscently. "Nothing will make me happier than trampling the peak of absolute power along with you." Kai ran his shriveled skeleton hands through his hair under the hood. He did not know how he could use this ability in a battle, but for now, it was truly pushing him towards lunacy. "Less talk, more action," he hissed in a tone that meant now. "Listen." Then he whispered what he wanted her to do. To Kai's surprise, Selene hissed, which sounded to him as if she was cackling evilly. "Search for an egg in the tunnels running underground," she hissed, almost sneering. "That's a piece of cake, master." One moment she was coiled around him. In the other, Selene became a silver ghost, seeping into the lava. Chapter 138, The Mysteries of Kai's Initiation Mission. A few hours later, Kai snapped open his eyes. He had cancelled the Dementor's form and was now sitting over a boulder. The surroundings smelled of ash and sulfur, as a cool sea breeze fought a never-ending battle with the heat. It was impossible to tell that there was an ancient town and castle on the opposite slope of this volcano. Wherever Kai turned his head, he could only see raw, wild nature. Kai hadn't been idling, waiting for Selene to show up. Though she had made slight of the problem, he knew it would need her an excruciating search, time, and effort to stumble upon the egg. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. She could chance upon the last egg in the next second, or not even after a week. There was no way to tell. In the past week, Kai had asked Chaos about the hiring of team members. He pulled up the notification to give it another look. A captain of guard must refer to the following points before asking for a team. 1. The privilege of requesting team members is available once during a main mission. The privilege fee is divided into 2 parts. A one-time privilege accessing fee of 300 mission credits and a privilege recruitment fee, for any request about the member's nature. 2. Minimum team members, 2. Maximum team members. 3. Price/member, newbie, 10 MC, first floor, 20 MC, second floor, 50 MC, third floor, 100 MC, party member, 0 MC. 4. The order of team members' appearance in the random world can be stretched up to 1 week. 5. The main mission objective of all the members from the same floor must be the same. These 5 points had solved many mysteries for Kai regarding his initiation mission. Moreover, the biggest mystery of his initiation mission wasn't some fact or thing, but a person. Shay, Kai remembered, sneering. I wondered why such a useless contestant was there along with other monsters. Now that Kai could see the first point, and from the fact that he could dictate the nature of members by paying a recruitment fee, he could tell that his old friend, Arlen Silvas, must have specifically asked for a pretty, blonde newbie, irrespective of her stats in that mission. It seemed incredibly stupid and creepy to do so. Not to mention, Kai had no way to tell if Arlen had even asked for a team or not. But when Kai recalled the constant annoyance Arlen had shown in his simpering behavior around Shay, he couldn't help but accept this theory with iron certainty. No wonder, Kai thought, shaking his head. No fucking wonder that he hated me for flirting with her. Who knows how many mission credits he must have paid as a recruitment fee to get her on his team. Arlen, oh Arlen, even I, with all my lust for older women, couldn't have thought of doing so. TCH. Well, that's one mystery solved, I guess. Another mystery, and of a more personal nature, was the room where Kai had appeared after teleportation. He had always wondered why he never returned to that timeless room in his subsequent missions. The 4th point untangled that mystery for him. Arlen must have asked for a team 2 days before my appearance, Kai analyzed. He remembered Arlen had mentioned to him that they had come to the world 2 days before the Kai and Shay. So, he kept the newbie separated from the experienced contestants by letting Desmond, Sonia, and Simon teleport into the random world almost instantaneously, and keeping me and Shay on hold for 2 days. It all seemed reasonable to him, but he had deciphered more out of his analysis. If I am right, Kai thought, tapping his finger on the boulder, then I could have stayed in that timeless room for max 2 days, as intended by Arlen. But the moment I stepped out of the room, the system compressed the remaining time. So, I can say that I jumped 1.5 a day into the future. Time travel. Kai shuddered, thinking of that. Not because he had unknowingly traveled through time even before entering the Primordial Tower, but because of his intentions of compressing time at the end of this main mission. By compressing the time, Kai reflected, his brows sweating, I will jump over that much amount of time. The cost. How much the system will fucking cost me for this service? Kai gulped audibly, and he wondered if the mission credits he had stowed would be enough for the task or not. If not for Chaos putting an unimaginable price on this information, then he would have already got the answer to this question. I would only know the price just before compressing the rest of the time, Kai thought, nodding to himself, and rubbing the sweat away from falling into his eyes. Not wasting any time, Kai used his privilege, as Meg must have been waiting for him to do so in the Primordial Tower. /chaos, he called out telepathically, deliberating his next words. /assign a team of 2 members, both from the 3rd floor, including party member, Morning Mist. Their main mission objective would be to assist me in delivering the last egg to Daenerys Targaryen. Keep them on hold for 1 week, /. Kai gave a last nod to his words, and the notification followed. Checking on party member's status. Status, available. Assigning a random 3rd floor contestant. Assigning main mission. Main mission assigned. Price, 400 mission credits. Kai paid the price, not without wincing. Captain of Guard, Kai Stormborn, your team members have arrived in Dragonseed Inn at the western port on Dragonstone. They will be allowed to come out after 1 week. In case you are dead, or unavailable to accept their proof letters, their mission would be deemed successful with no rewards. That's quite fast, Kai thought and then sighed. At first, he wanted to let Meg appear right now on the island. But now he desired to know if his theory that the system would keep her in a timeless room for 1 week was true or not. I just hope that Meg would guess my intention and won't step out of the room, Kai thought. Because in that case, she would lose this free 1 week time and would just appear 1 week in the future. Suddenly, Celine's intangible form slithered out of the ground beside him. She was burned, and her dragon-like white scales were glowing red as if they were of metal, Kai observed. Her eyes were closed, as he had already ordered her to not open her 3rd eye without his permission. I need mana to go on, she hissed calmly and calculatingly. Then her hisses became dreamy. I wonder how far could I have pushed myself before dying in your service, Master. Kai said nothing. He was waiting for one last hiss. And, yes. There it was, more menacing and vile. I want to hunt, she hissed murderously. Let's start with that red bitch. Kai threw a fish toward her and wondered about the mystery named Ghost Basilisk. Chapter 139, Training, the Future of Telekinesis. Morning, 14th day. Rocky shores of the Dragonmont volcano. Kai had had a busy week. To keep Celine in the best of her state had become his priority in the last few days. The raw heat of the lava had been troubling her despite her searching for the egg in her intangible form, he had found out. It was a weakness he had expected but not tested, what with her having a combination of ghost and ice-type powers. He could see the obvious, but equally grave and perplexing, effect on her white dragon-like scales that would glow white-red, like hot iron, after every excursion into the depths of the volcano. Celine was extraordinarily vulnerable against heat, Kai had concluded, and by extrapolation, against anything related to fire and its infinite forms. So most of his time had gone into hunting fish for himself and Celine. She had eaten not one of his catches without severely and dismissively hissing at him, though. I must hunt by myself, she had grumbled every time, swallowing the fish whole. I must always. Kai couldn't have that. It had been already becoming a task more than he could chew with Celine's every tired and burned return. He couldn't afford her idling in the seawater, slithering, and chasing after some fish, a case in which he could outmatch her easily in his Golduck form. All this had made him realize one thing which demanded no refusal and objection. He must have a mobile lab on him. All the time. Moving on with the decision, he had concentrated his efforts on his abilities. Golduck Kai was sitting over the same boulder, but now his hair looked rough, and there was a darker tinge to his blue skin. His eyes were closed, his pupils fluttering under the eyelids as if he was having some terrible nightmare. The gem on his forehead kept pulsating with red flashes. Several sharp-edged pebbles were hovering around him in a 10-meter radius. Sometimes they were revolving clockwise, sometimes they halted before resuming their revolution in the opposite direction. A few of them halted longer than the others as if they were trying to cling in the same direction of a clockwise revolution but ultimately failed. With no one to guide him, Kai had devised a plan to increase his telekinesis proficiency with his own methods. Using the knowledge he had attained, and the methods of cultivation, from his previous life, Kai decided to work on his telekinesis with the phases of elements as the basis. In the elementary phase, he would work on controlling solid matter, with the size, shape, and weight increasing with the proficiency. Not only these, but he must also control the coordinates and motions precisely. For example, right now, Kai was working on keeping the pebbles still at their places while simultaneously revolving them on their axis. Where he did fail, though, was rotating some clockwise and rest anticlockwise. Kai believed when the time came he could do this effortlessly, he would already be nearing the advanced level of this ability. Similarly, in the advanced phase, he would work on controlling the liquid matter. The master phase would be the most difficult, he knew. Not only because it was master, but also because he would need to control the air itself. Still, Kai rather have the variable decided by him than remain unknown to them. The oval gem on his forehead let out a brilliant flash, then Kai, who was still seated on the boulder, lifted, hovering a few inches in the air. It differed from the moment in the Pokemon random world when he had pushed against many solid surfaces to balance himself midair using telekinesis. Here, he had only the ground to work with, pushing and stretching his command over the ability to the limits. Kai gritted his teeth, pushing the ground in a conical volume to balance himself. Suddenly, a few pebbles jolted as his control loosened. With small thuds, the pebbles fell one by one. Kai fell with them. My fucking head, he cursed, clutching his head with both hands. It felt like someone was hammering it from both inside and outside, while simultaneously stabbing it with needles, swords, and screws. Elementary telekinesis, proficiency 45%, plus 5%. Kai had been tortured before, but this was something else entirely. For physical pain, he could rely on his experience and pain factor to bite it down. The pain stemming from using the telekinesis seeped into his very soul. As he fought through the pain, Kai accidentally touched the red gem. Was it his imagination? Or the gem felt bigger than it had been before? Before Kai could ruminate over it more, a painful, yet thrilled, hissing sound enraptured his attention out of the blue, overpowering the loud crashing of the waves down on the rocky beach. Selene. The hiss exploded out of his mouth. He stood up so fast that he almost lost his footing, and darkness covered his eyes momentarily. When vision graced itself to his eyes, Kai saw a black, charred, 6-feet-long figure slithering towards him. Its burned scales looked ashy black, and he could see a red hue of lava stuck under the scales, which he guessed were scales because he couldn't distinguish them from the figure anymore. In the middle of the figure, there was a huge bulge as if someone had stuffed a big rock down its throat. The figure flicked out a forked tongue and tasted the scent of blood, and Kai flashed in the figure's direction, taking out an HP capsule. What happened to you, Selene? Kai hissed, pushing the capsule down her throat. What happened to you, Master? Selene hissed, lingering on the brink of death. The same nature of their questions threw them off guard, and Kai couldn't help but let out a smile, as a red shine engulfed Selene, healing her instantly. I was just having fun, Kai told her, his gaze fumbling around the bulge in her stomach. I had to materialize into my actual form to swallow the egg, Selene hissed back, explaining the cause of her fatal injuries. So she was within the lava for a few moments, Kai thought incredulously. Does that mean she even swallowed a bit of lava? How is she still alive? To Kai's surprise, Selene complained about nothing. Instead, she cursed, taking deep breaths. One day, Master, she hissed murderously. One day I would come back and blast this island from the face of the earth. Humph. Kai let her go through the changes in her personality calmly. He could find no other reason for her to act so. He already had an idea, but being a scientist, he had made no solid conclusion without rigorous assessments. It did seem plain enough to him, though. There wasn't one Selene in her body anymore, but 3, Kai had concluded. Any more conclusions and findings would need countless experiments and time. All of which have to wait for him to have the luxury of indulging himself in something other than his mission. Suddenly, her entire body let out a crackling noise, and Kai's eyes widened. He was wondering why the HP capsule hadn't healed her charred external shell when Selene wriggled her way out of it. A pure white serpent slithered out, its white scales rattling, shining like freshly found pearls. Shedding. Kai exclaimed. Chapter 140, Set Quota Complete, The Return of Simon. The ghost basilisk was shedding. The last time it had happened, her grade had changed, Kai remembered. He reached for the burned, flaky reptilian skin when Selene's hiss reached his ears. It's useless, Master, she said, calculatingly. My normal shedding has nothing magical about it. She sounds more mature and detached in this state, Kai reflected, taking his hand back. Once more Selene opened her mouth like a maw of a black abyss and pushed the bulge in her stomach outwards. In a few moments, a moist, red-brown egg slid out of her mouth. It looked like the fire had solidified as the scaled egg ages ago. The slimy liquid over it evaporated in no time, and no one could tell if the egg was once within her at all. What havoc it must have been wreaking inside her. Kai asked himself, disbelievingly. He crouched and lifted the egg. It was hot. Side mission, the birth of Drogon. Side mission status, success. Side mission rewards. 1. 350 mission credits. 2. +2 attribute points. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved your first set quota of attribute points. Kai beamed. Not only he had achieved his quota, but he had already surpassed it. Now he had 4 unassigned attribute points, waiting to be poured into his active stats. With such a momentous occasion on his hands, Kai couldn't help but bring his stats forward. Status of contestant, Kai Stormborn. Code name, Red. Officer rank, Captain of Guard. System, Chaos. Cosmic Authority, Outer 1, 1/3. Lore, the evil Pokemon of Altomare. Equipped title, Coin Master, Charisma +2, Luck +2, Worth +1. Equipable titles. Coin Master. Unequipable titles. Trader, 2 out of 10. Poacher, 9 out of 10. Novice Collector, 4 out of 10. Adulterer, 1/3. Books Connoisseur, 2/10. Rich Gentleman, 1 out of 10. Mission Credits. HP. MP. SP. Active Attributes, First Set Quota, 21/20ths, Unassigned Points, 4. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Perception. Correspondence. Breath. Passive Attributes. Charisma, 34, +2. Luck, 5, +2. Worth, 189, +1. Abilities. Elementary Fear Absorption, Proficiency, 80%. Elementary Telekinesis, Proficiency, 45%. Elementary Telepathy, Proficiency, 15%. Elementary Pokemon Trainer, Proficiency, 25%. Elementary Seamanship, Proficiency, 27%. Advanced Emotions Manipulation, Proficiency, 15%. Advanced Slither Footsteps, Proficiency, 4%. Advanced Twin Saber Style, Proficiency, 2%. Master Snake Instinct, Proficiency, 1%. Parseltongue. Skills, NA. Glitch, Blood Devour. Mischievous, Magical. Dementor, Magical. Golduck, Magical. Items. Pokeball, Generation 1, 73%. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, Original, 100%. Sling Ring, 73%. Fong, X2, 50%. 9th Floor HP Capsules, 11/20ths, Restore 250 HP. Rock Cake, 98%. Galleon Attacker, 85%. Fastball, Generation 2, 97%. Lure Ball, Generation 2, 97%. Level Ball, Generation 2, 97%. Regional Pokédex, 94%. Pikachu Plush Hat, 76%. Ian Soul Dew, Corrupt, 100%. Recommendation Letter, Consumable, 98%. Miscellaneous Rent Box, 0.25 cubic meter, 250 kilograms. Pain Factor, 0, Inventory, 1 cubic meter, 1000 kg. A couple months. Kai realized, looking at stats. It doesn't feel like it, seeing all this. Where people struggled not months, but years to complete their kill count, ascend floors, acquire even a single item or skill, and pray to get at least one ability in an entire set, looking at Kai's stats would have made them all cough out blood on the spot. Such ridiculous things happened when you were worthy. Such stunning things happened when you had glitch. A new notification appeared then. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have triggered a side mission. Main mission, 3 heads of the Targaryen dragon. Side mission, Mother of Dragons. Side mission summary, voyage through the narrow sea and reach the free city, Pentos. There you would find the celebrations of a wedding already rumbling the city. Daenerys Targaryen will be the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea. You must gift her all 3 eggs on or after her wedding day. Side mission objective, hand over the eggs to Daenerys Targaryen. Side mission time limit, 46 days. Do you accept the side mission? Kai nodded, storing the egg in his MRB. Now he had 4 unassigned attribute points, but he didn't allocate them to any attribute. Like before, he had decided to wait for the right time to assign them to the most needed attribute according to the situation. Not only would it give him a boost, but it would also catch the enemy by surprise. It was quite an evil way of thinking and handling things. All the reasons for Kai to like it even more. Celine reached up to his shoulders, coiling herself around him. She brushed her scales against his neck and face affectionately, and then flicked out her tongue, kissing his chin. I found the answer to my doubt, Master, she hissed in a dreamy tone. I'd wondered how far I could push myself before dying in your service. She had indeed, Kai remembered, caressing and running his fingers across her length. This was her thoughtful personality who was speaking now, he concluded. Full of intellectual reasoning and, strangely, most affectionate towards Kai. What is the answer? Kai hissed, a hint of a vile grin lifting the corner of his lips. She hissed in his ears before melting inside him. Just a step beyond the furthest boundary. Kai couldn't hold back his outrageous, wicked laugh. Asterisk. Asterisk. Evenfall. Dragon Seed Inn. Kai was sitting far in a corner inside the inn, drinking a sailor's wine. The smell of booze and salt was the thickest here. The inn's hall was filled with traders, seamen, guards, and serving wenches. All were looking at them hungrily as if in the next moment they would pound on the girls and rip their clothes apart. None dared to do anything more than leer at them. Dragonstone was the seat of Lord Stannis Baratheon, and raping was a crime punishable by death here. Now death could scare most of the men from groping the breasts and full hips of the giggling girls, but it wasn't enough for the lowest of the men hidden among the crowd. The thoughts of being burned alive by the Red Woman, though, were sufficient for the worst and the best men alike. Kai could still see seamen slipping 1 or 2 coins into the girls' hands when no one was looking. Only to those who were willingly accepting them. It wasn't a payment, Kai knew, but a kind of booking. It was their way of ensuring that the girls would keep it moist when they would visit them at night for a quickie. The guards noticed it, but they ignored it, anyway. Kai took another bitter sip, and pressed his cowl downwards, hiding his slitted eyes. For the entire time, when he was on board Black Betha, he had used Celine's mist form to blur his eyelids. However, this method wasn't a sure way to deal with the issue. It only worked on the ship because he was a mere boy and of no particular importance. Did the Red Woman notice something? Kai suddenly thought, gulping. No. Probably not. Otherwise, there was no way she would have delayed taking me away. It was different there, though. He wasn't the only one wearing a hooded robe, so he didn't stand out much. Highborns usually wore these cowls for fear of getting wet. A sign of cowardice, as they used to say on the ship. So other than occasional looks of disgust and spitting remarks, he was left pretty much alone to himself. It was then a figure walked down the stairs. Old, back hunched, and hands fumbling to find a hold. Her hair was white, and thin, gray strands on her head were grasping for their dear lives here and there. Her garb bordered rags, and her gaze seemed cloudy. The only thing that stood out, and could only be noticed by the likes of Kai, was the deliberation in her movement. She was waiting for something. Or for someone. She was Meg. Layering herself under her origami, she had taken the appearance of some 60 or 70-year-old helpless woman. Kai needed no proof letter, no hint, and no questions to know that it was his servant he was looking at. The soul blood drop resting in the middle of the forehead, and the feeling that he could snatch her life with one thought were proofs in themselves. The same went for Meg. The old woman snapped her head toward him as fast as permitted by natural constraints expected of a woman of her age. She smiled. Even from this distance, Kai could feel the bubbling heat of the pure, raw emotions within her. An ecstasy, anxiety, and affection that he had only felt from Celine so far. Who wouldn't want weapons like these? Kai thought, taking pride in his items. I can taste her happiness. All seemed to have gone smoothly, then. Let's see what kind of item she had got using the bones and tendons of a legendary Pokemon. Meg approached him with as much grace as she could muster, but slowly. She bowed and sat down against him. Just as Kai saw her opening her mouth, and imagined her full breasts and blazing red hair that he'd rather look at than this old hag, another person walked down the stairs. Only sheer will that he had gained from all the killing in his battle-trained mind kept him from standing up and bringing down heaven's wrath on the middle-aged man he was looking at now. This man's back was also hunched by a noticeable amount. He was lean, and his face was full of freckles. As he walked, it felt like a pheasant was darting around, hopping now and then. It was his eyes that stood out the most, however. Of which, he had only one. A black emotionless gem, embedded into a most ordinary face. If it was before, Kai would have felt nothing more than shock. But now he knew who or what he was looking at. Simon. Simon, a shared identity among a particular group of contestants known for their eccentricity and secretiveness. The Faceless Priests of Bayaguna. Chapter 141, The Temple of Bayaguna, A Warning. As he stared at the stew, Kai recalled the Simon he had met during his initiation mission and waited for the Faceless Men to speak. He didn't know Simon's actual identity then, but he strongly doubted that even Arlen was oblivious to it, what with him being the Set Lord's blood brother. Nevertheless, Kai had noticed the oddity about Simon, despite him not finding out the reason for it. Then, on the very next mission, he had met him again. Kai had instinctively felt that the second and the first Simon were different, but only after listening to Meg's explanation about the faceless men of the Temple of Bayaguna did he learn the cause behind those instincts. Now, once again, the same instincts were prickling his mind. Those monstrous instincts screamed this Simon was neither the first nor the second, but a third person different from all, entirely. These instincts had no base, but had they ever let him down before? No. It was then Simon lifted the mug and spoke. "A man met you during your initiation mission," he told Kai, drinking a mouthful of wine. "Based on what a man saw, your code name got reported as a potential priest. Now, more often than not, a man waits before checking up on the growth of the potential candidates. What happened next was entirely unexpected. A man met you again in this world, a different timeline of course, and then reported your inexplicable and unexpected growth to the temple. / that Simon was different / Kai said brusquely. / besides, the second Simon didn't even recognize me / The faceless cackled. A man is Simon, and Simon is a man, Red, he told him, breaking a piece of bread and dipping it into the scalding broth of the stew. A man had never expected you to be there in the sewers. A man had also not expected you to be the kidnapper. Anyway, checking for tempered memories is a fairly common routine. Kai stared hard at the one-eyed man who blew on the morsel before putting it in his mouth. The faceless man continued. The temple upped you on the list by quite an amount after that, almost to the top, he said, chewing at the same time. Meg threw a nasty look at him. A man was waiting for a chance meeting, but then something happened which no one had expected. It was the most bizarre of the news. Kai waited for him to swallow the food. The high priest of the Temple of Hastur has sent a fallen priestess to monitor contestant Red, he whispered, smiling slyly. Meg couldn't hold herself back. Impossible, she snapped, her voice matching her age, hoarse and feeble. He is lying, Captain. This matter was only discussed among the top priests and the high priests. Ask him how he got to know it. Kai didn't need to ask. The faceless man cut off Meg's words, answering her doubt. A man hears things, ex-priestess Margreta II of House Ingrid, he said to her, sipping the wine. A man is everywhere. Kai gulped. For the first time, he could sense a hint of apprehension bordering on fear. If he were to believe this Simon, then there were not one but many faceless priests of Bayaguna, hidden in the other temples. How must it feel not knowing if the man who was standing next to you had another face? Kai asked himself. Not knowing that the person you thought to be your friend had already died, and now someone else was playing his character. Or not knowing if that friend had ever even existed. Questions rang in Kai's mind, and from the gaped mouth of the old woman sitting opposite him, he could tell that Meg was also questioning herself and her existence. The faceless man let the silence run its course before continuing. A man had considered you dead, then, honestly, he said casually. A man even regretted not giving you that gift himself. Nothing would have given a man more pleasure. However, when it seemed it was all over, and nothing a man could do about it, another event happened that even shocked the high priest of our temple. The priestess, who was supposed to kill you, betrayed the temple. It must be said, never has a man faced so many surprises from a single contestant before. Since then, a man has been waiting to meet you. But our high priest seemed to have other thoughts. He found you worthy enough for him to sacrifice to the many-faced god and get the details of your mission. The only answer he got was that you would soon ask for a team. So here we are. And a man is here with a warning. A warning for both of you. Kai mulled over all that this man had told them. Not one thing he believed, but dare he ignore the warning that this faceless man had come to deliver after his claims of sacrifices to an old one. Meg had more to say about it, though. For me, she sneered like an old hag. You claim to know me, my name, and the reason for me to be here. Why would a piece of twisted garbage like you warn me of anything? The corners of Kai's lips twitched at hearing that. She hadn't downplayed when she told me that the rivalries among the priests and priestesses of the different temples run deeper than the depth of the abyss. The faceless man smiled. He passed a mystifying glance at the old woman with that one eye of his. A man was curious about why a priestess, fallen or not, betrayed the temple, he said, chuckling. But a man has no business knowing such things. Our high priest agrees with it. You were a priestess, true. Now you are not. As you are with Red, our offer naturally extends to you. / cut the crap, / Kai said icily. / what's the warning, / No point in not hearing the man out, or so Kai reasoned with himself. Things had already proceeded too far for him to back away now. He almost knew something like this would happen when he had forced Meg to be his servant. But he didn't regret it, and if given the chance to go back, he would do the same, Kai knew. An item like her is worth just short of my life, Kai thought, waiting for the words Simon had brought out of the hell. The Temple of Hastur is not happy. The faceless man started with the obvious. But the anger they are showing openly, and discreetly, was the cause for us to take such prompt action. There are whispers of enslaving you after your return to the Primordial Tower. A man has no notion why Hastur's spawns are going so out of their way regarding this matter. All sins naturally end with death. And thus, enslavement tells there is more to this than what is being shared among the clerics of Hastur. You perchance do not have any knowledge about the cause behind it, do you? Kai was perplexed himself. What could be a more vile reason than him turning a priestess against the temple? Chapter 142, Vala Morgulis. Kai sighed inwardly, remembering the discussion he had had with his servant. Was it as they had discussed? Meg had told him that swearing the soul blood oath must have already infuriated the top clergyman of the temple. Not only did the oath mean Kai had now absolute power over Meg's soul and flesh, but it also meant that the temple could never claim her back. The locked memories and secrets of the temple in her mind didn't help their case, either. Or was it him having a glitch? Nothing could be more disastrous than the temple's finding his greatest secret, he knew. However, Meg had also added that such a thing was impossible. No matter how much and who sacrificed, the systems would never reveal it. Kai doubted her belief, though. Everything had a price, he had learned. Not to mention, Kai didn't trust anyone, including the systems. I do not know, Kai said finally. I can tell you that the temple had made her life miserable. So when she came for my life and failed, I made her take a soul blood oath and made her my slave, Truths within lies. They were of the best kinds. And, yes, the most dangerous ones as well. Meg's face was down, and not even once did she show any expression that suggested she wasn't pleased about Kai revealing this detail. Kai nodded to himself upon noticing that. The major issue right now was to hide any indication that suggested any potential cause other than what he had given, because it was his glitch that had swayed her heart in the first place. The faceless man looked at Meg, his mouth pressed into a thin line. Then he smiled. Yeah, that ought to have done it, he whispered. Even among the fallen, you must be the weakest for you to be forced into enslavement by a first-set contestant. Of course, Amen does not deny that Red is an extraordinary contestant, given him having 2 abilities after his resurrection. Oh, yes. Amen knows of it too. No less than that could have qualified to be considered for his service. Still. The faceless man left the words unsaid, but Kai could tell that unspoken part stung Meg the most. It made him wince, learning that his abilities had been noticed during the initiation mission itself. But Kai took solace in the fact that Simon from his mission was a contestant from one of the higher floors, and it would have been impossible to prevent that faceless man from noticing his use of abilities, especially when he needed both of them to survive. Okay. That should do it, then Kai told him. You have given your warning. What now, Forget about the mission for a few weeks, the faceless man, for the first time, said seriously. You must have enough time. Go to the House of Black and White. Red's slave knows all the pertaining details. With the blessings of the many-faced god, we will take care of your not-so-insignificant problem awaiting you on the 4th floor. Meg snorted. How's that different from the Temple of Hastur, pray tell me, one-eyed rat, she rebuked hoarsely. Oh, I know all about you faceless men. Humph. Spare me from that look. What are you asking is nothing but another form of slavery. At least, our enemies are not being hypocrites about their threats. The faceless man said nothing for a while. He just ate the food, loudly chewing the hard bread with an open mouth. Fearing that the soup would go cold if he waited any longer, Kai too helped himself to a few bites, and a few bites in his case meant both his and Meg's portion. She, on the contrary, kept herself on the edge of her seat, ready to bring down the wrath of some unknown god onto the faceless man, given one good reason. You know nothing, Simon blurted, looking at Kai. His mysteries are not revealed to anyone other than us. Much less needed to be said about trying to fathom the nature of his secrets from a mortal's perspective. Our high priest has invested so much in you, Red. The sacrifice, time, and the prospects of open war. When has a man ever asked you anything in return? Becoming a faceless man, and his priest is a choice, not an obligation. That's where the Temple of Bayaguna differs from the Temple of Hastur. Not to mention, you are just a candidate. Whether you will be a priest, that's out of anyone's hands. Meg wasn't pleased, and that was an understatement. She harumphed, slamming the mug onto the table. Are you suggesting that you guys did all that just because my lord has the potential to become a faceless man? She grumbled. You really want us to believe that? Outrageous. Yet, Kai could see the pretense behind Meg's words. She already believed the priest, he could tell. All priests of Bayaguna were already known for their repulsive eccentricities and unpredictabilities. Whatever Simon had told them until now seemed in line with those traits. The faceless man smiled and was about to open his mouth when Kai cut him off. No need to say any more, Kai said coolly. I appreciate the goodwill of the Temple of Bayaguna. But I won't deviate from the mission. Nor do I fear what or who is awaiting me on the 4th floor. I would rather visit your temple in the Primordial Tower than waste my time voyaging to unknown places that have nothing to do with my mission's objective, It was all a ruse. Kai felt it was extremely stupid to even think of visiting any place that this faceless man was recommending him to go to. If this person were to become his slave too, then that would have been another matter. Without it, he trusted him as much as he trusted Brock Veilhard from his previous life. But he also couldn't ignore the free help he was getting from them. No point in giving a brusque refusal, for now, he knew. The faceless man sent a deep look to Kai and nodded. If that is your wish, then a man won't press you further, he told Kai, smiling. A man expected you to say something like this. So, the high priest of our temple has sent you a gift. Kai's eyes narrowed as Simon, the faceless man, took out a worn iron coin. Meg's emotions stirred. Kai could feel them becoming chaotic as if someone had thrown an enormous boulder into a calm lake. His emotions, though locked, weren't far from her state, either. He knew what this coin meant. Its purpose and presence, however, were nigh impossible to guess. Kai still had the iron coin in his MSRB, given to him by Simon at the end of his initiation mission. Somehow, the coin in this Simon's hand felt different. The faceless man put the coin on the table near Kai. It had heavily blurred markings as if something once had been imprinted on this side of the coin. It's the iron coin of many-faced God, he said solemnly. Keep it on you and break it before entering the 4th floor. A man will come to help you and escort you to the safety of our temple. Kai lifted the coin and felt the cold iron markings rubbing against his fingers. He flipped it and saw the blurred relief of a hooded figure. It was the same coin all right, Kai reflected. Though it was neither an artifact nor an item, he could tell it had its own mystery infused in it. And now, a man will leave you to your mission, the faceless man told Kai, pushing himself off the chair. Not handing over the proof letter will count as you being unavailable. So, the system will send me back to the primordial world after the completion of my main mission's time limit, despite it not being triggered. That makes sense, Kai thought. Still, a doubt, birthed by his insatiable curiosity, lingered at the tip of his tongue. // are you Simon, / he asked, not hiding the curious tone a bit. / if not, then who exactly are you, /? The faceless man guffawed, but no sound came out of his mouth. No one, he answered, bowing his head a little at Kai. Vala Morgulis. Not waiting any longer, Simon scampered off, his gait looking like some pheasant darting and dancing. Kai stared at the faceless man's back as he left the inn. For the first time, he permitted himself a smile, and flicked the coin towards Meg, wording out slowly, but clearly. Vala. Dohiris. Chapter 143, White Serpent Pirates. Midnight. Dragonstone Harbor. The entire harbor had come alive in the last hour. The hooves of hundreds of horses were thundering, racing from one stable footing to the other. Their eyes were flashing red, reflecting the burning ships. Fire. It was everywhere. Ironic however it was, the fire hadn't played favorites with those who had recently changed their faith to the Lord of Light. It was merciless. Cruel and hot. Masts creaked, splintered, and then became ashy black before snapping into hundreds of pieces. But the guards had nothing to do with killing the fire. They were searching for the white-haired boy who had committed this arson. Seaman Desmond, the escapee from the Black Betha, and wanted by the guards since then for not only traitorous acts but also for being ungodly. Traitor, impious, and now as cursed by many folks and seamen alike, a fool. Who would, in their right mind, declare where they were running off to after lighting up a good part of the trading harbor? Not anyone sane and just, of course. For the young, insane, and godless boy had done exactly that. Pentos was his destination, his hooded friend had declared with a blazing torch in his hand, because the boy was mute himself, or so was passed from mouth to mouth. The boy's insanity hadn't ended there, though. The group of two had seized a cog at sword point, instead of a galley. How foolish could one be? All had commented, but when someone from Black Betha slipped out the dark tales about the boy, they sewed their lips together in case the shadows were to hear them. All agreed on one point, though. Even though a single runaway wasn't important enough for Lord Stannis to dispatch his galleys after the cog, forgiveness wasn't in his nature. Dragonstone was jammed with traders and freeriders who would gladly go into the sea and bring the boy's head for good coins. They could hear it, the agonizing screams of a boy getting burned alive because it was the fate that awaited Seaman Desmond if caught. Of that, there was no doubt. Asterisk. Miles into the narrow sea, a 20 to 25 meter long, single-masted ship was sailing towards the distant Pentos at a steady pace. The word Act-Aea glistened at its stern, proclaiming its name. It was constructed largely of oak and was propelled by a single, enormous, rectangular sail. At the tip of the mast, just above the crow's nest, a black flag fluttered ceremoniously, announcing the ship as pirates, a proportionally large human skull embroidered on the cotton flag, sitting atop two white cross sabers upon a black background, and a white serpent was running in and out of the skull's mouth and eye, its mouth open wide, brandishing its fangs. This was the Jolly Roger of the newly formed pirate crew, White Serpent Pirates. The pirate crew had only 2 members as of now. A 16-year-old, first-set contestant as the captain, with a glitch. The second in command was a fallen 13th floor contestant, ex-priestess of the Temple of Hastur, the personal disciple of Conan, one of the founding members of the infamous organization, Akatsuki, and the grand disciple of a legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. The crew had no reputation and no bounty to boast about. But it was a start, and Kai was damn well content with it. For now. Captain Red looked at the billowing flag, the white serpent on it slithering with the gusty winds as if it were alive. A smile crept up across his face. Kai had long forgotten the usual dreams of boys, and all pretenses about becoming someone other than a messiah, and then later a demon, in his previous life. But as he saw that flag, some kind of primal joy welled up in his heart. It felt like he had achieved a goal he had never desired. He had gotten no title, milestone, or any power-up because of this as of now, and yet, Kai couldn't help but take pride in that flag, fluttering high above everything and everyone. Almost as if some unknown dream had come true, Kai's feelings bordered on these thoughts. He wanted to shout, give orders, and command the men. Stir the ship with his hands, and bellow the curses at the crew. A captain's voice had charm and power enough to sway the hearts and minds. But Kai was mute. The fact brought back bitter memories and his helplessness. Something must be done about it. Something soon. But only he knew how much effort he had been putting daily in trying to get his voice back. The inevitable presence of the hisses at the tip of his tongue was like time, however. An elite ability wasn't something to be trifled with. Kai had learned his lesson. Magnificent plan, my lord. Peter barked. Cog is a single-masted vessel associated with sea trade. Generally, it takes a galley in good condition to sail across the narrow sea and reach Pentos in 5 to 7 days. But this ship, given its size and crew, would take twice that time. Yet, you purposefully stole this one so that your pursuers could catch up to you before sighting the land. Truly magnificent. Even I couldn't have thought of it. Not without deliberate considerations. Peter was standing by his side, giving orders to the captured crew of Act AEA now and then. The rest got taken care of by the ship's ex-captain, who was too scared of what Kai had done and what he could do. Kai had given them only one choice, obey and live. The mate, though, was a different breed from the other traders. He was a hulk of a man like a swarthy volcano about to burst out with glowing magma. Kai ignored the men. For now, at least. After the faceless man's departure, Kai and Meg hadn't wasted a single second idling in the inn. He already had a plan to follow. First, he would make a commotion on the trading side of the harbor. Big enough to get noticed by the highborn lords, but small enough to not get pursued by their war galleys. In that case, Order would issue missions related to his capture to the 4th floor contestants. The sea was already the playground of the Golduck Kai. All this was to complete his kill count, otherwise, all the haste would be pointless, he knew. This wasn't all that was to it, though. If Kai hadn't gotten elementary seamanship, then things would have ended there. Yes, he would have had his fun in killing, but it would have been almost futile too. Now that he had the ability, more doors had opened themselves to him. It was Meg's idea to set up his Jolly Roger and turn the cog into a pirate ship. Once the bounty hunters fail in taking you back to Dragonstone, my lord, she had told him, then the crown would most definitely put a bounty on your head, calling you a pirate. All that seems ordinary now will become magical after reaching Pentos. You would get a title, or even a milestone, too. I am sure. It will become the official rise of the White Serpent Pirates. / order them to maintain a steady pace, / Kai told Peter. / then follow me to the captain's cabin. Let's see what item and news Meg has brought us. I also need to tell her a few things, / Yes, my lord, Peter bowed. Kai gave a last look at the black flag, which looked as menacing as he could ever hope it to look, and then turned around. It was time to look at the bow and the prophecy. All items must serve their purpose, and this was the most important reason for Kai to keep Meg by his side during the entire mission. Meg was an item for him, and if something unnatural were to happen within the blood world during blood prophecy, then by nature, disposable. Chapter 144, Top Uncommon Item, Jet Wing. The captain's cabin on Act AEA was almost as wide as the ship's width. Towards the stern, there were bolted windows, waves threatening to blast their way in through them. The moment Kai entered, his gaze went to the dark sea, undulating like a black sheet of silk beyond the window panes. He couldn't help but think that just 2 weeks before, he was as unfamiliar with the sea and ships as a maiden with blood before her first period. Now, it had become a routine, and yet, the thrill persisted. Against the wall, next to the window-lane stern wall of the ship, lay a bed as befitted the captain of a small trading vessel. Not too extravagant, but adorned with colors bright enough to boast of the post and power. In the middle of the room was a square table with 2 chairs, large enough for 2 men to sit and have dinner without their knees hammering at each other. Meg was sitting on one chair with her back to the windows. Their eyes matched. / be seated, / Kai said, seeing her getting up. / tomorrow, by dusk, we will have our first guests, if I am not wrong about it. Galleys are a luxury freeriders and traders can't afford. Nor I am expecting the contestants to have them. / so large trading vessels, propelled by many sails and oars, these are our pursuers. Just fast enough to catch us in the long run. But why am I telling you all this? You told me you have served on ships before, right, / Meg still had her old appearance on her. Though she looked feeble and malnourished, her posture had an elegance that said otherwise. "You are right, master," she told Kai, filling strong wine in a mug. "I did serve on a ship, but I never had elementary seamanship. As you must have guessed, my area of expertise lies in reconnaissance. So in sailing, I have only rudimentary knowledge. Still, it's enough to outsmart the mutinous crew working outside." Peter barred the cabin's door after coming in, and then, saying nothing, he disappeared. Kai acted as if he had seen nothing. He approached the chair, pulled it out from under the table, and dragged it away to have more space. The wine mug floated towards him as he sat down with his legs outstretched. He gulped down half the mug at once before the bitterness could even announce itself to his tongue. He let the silence linger in the cabin, letting the wine dull the constant headache, as his face flushed red and pink. "Out with it, /" he ordered, massaging his temples with his thumb and middle and ring fingers. "Take out the item as well, /" "I was quite shocked myself, master," Meg began, smiling, and her hand flicking at the empty air. "No one came after me, opposite to what we had thought. That hired contestants and priests of the Temple of Hastur are waiting for us on the 4th floor. I agree with the one-eyed hypocrite on this. But as you said, we have nothing to fear. The 4th floor is too big, if not as big as the 1st floor. Contestants, coming down from the 5th or 6th floors, wouldn't be too powerful for us to get caught by them. Those who would come down from 3rd set or above, are as good as dead. Chaos puts harsh limitations on the contestants going down to the floors within the same set, but even harsher on those who go down below their sets." These were Kai's thoughts as well. But he didn't mull over them for long. Meg had taken out an exquisite bow in a palm-sized box that looked like a steel matchbox. Both lit up the greed in Kai's eyes like two inflamed wicks. The objects left Meg, as Kai let go of the wine mug, which floated by his side, and came to rest in his hands. First, Kai opened the steel matchbox. The moment his eyes landed on its contents, the corners of his lips arched up in an evil grin. "Magnificent, /" he exclaimed. "All disposable after the first use, /" Meg nodded. "As you'd ordered, master," she told him. Getting so many of the same quality was already a challenge. If I'd asked them to be items, even of the lowest grade, then it would have cost us a fortune. And time. Both of which we lack dearly. Kai shook his head, still pleasantly surprised as he looked at the box's contents again. "Not an issue, /" he said, putting the tiny box away into his MRB, and taking the bow in his hands. "It will do for now, /" He brought his attention to the bow now, his gaze lingering all over it as if it was the prettiest woman he had seen after a long time. The bow had the colors white and what looked like brown, bordering on gold. The bowstring was jet red like a thin trail of blood had been forced to change its properties. Kai ran his fingers along its length and smiled as he saw the stats hovering above it. Item, jet wing. Grade, uncommon. Subgrade, top. Specification, a bow constructed using the magical hickory from the realm of Narnia, and enhanced by the crushed bones of an Ian Pokemon, Latias. The bowstring is made of Latias tendons with no foreign element. Requirement. 1. Elementary archery. 2. Strength. 3. Stamina. 4. Agility. 5. Perception. Attributes, accuracy, 6-inch spot, 500 meters. Skill, blood propulsion. Skills effect. 1. Increases an arrow's base damage. 2. For every 1% pull on the bowstring, the base damage rises by 1% of its original value. Skill, Latias tier. Skills effect. 1. At 100% pull, charge the arrow with mana, 200 MP max. 2. Penetrate the target's defense without losing the base damage, depending upon the value of MP infused. -1 defense for every 10 MP infused. 3. In case the target's defense is lower than the equivalent mana infused, turn the rest of the mana to increase the base damage. +1 base damage for every 10 MP. Warning. 1. Arrows above common grade may damage the item's quality. 2. Accuracy is only valid for the 100% pull, and when paired with common graded arrows. 3. Only arrows that are items can be infused with mana. Quality, 78%. /excellent. Beyond outstanding, /, Kai commented casually. /Meg, you have done a good job, /. Meg bowed, accepting the commendation. As I don't meet the criteria, she said humbly, I can't use the skills. I can only pull the string to 13%, Kai raised an eyebrow. Oh. When you pull the bowstring, you can see the percentage pulled like a stat. Though the most important thing about this item is the charge-triggered skill, Latias tier, for once, I know you haven't praised me for the item itself. Am I right, master? Kai smiled knowingly at her. Trying to figure out my thought process now, /, he jested, flicking the bowstring, and testing its strength. Let's hear it then. Why do you think I praised you, /? Meg blushed upon hearing that, but her old, loose skin didn't do justice to her charming eyes, and the fervor in her gaze that she was sending towards Kai. If I understand you, master, she said, regaining her blunt nature, then you could have saved Latia's bones and tendons for the future, instead of wasting it on an item which you have no plans to use by yourself. The only plausible reason behind all this is that maybe you wanted to have a higher grade item to test out a theory regarding some doubt. Kai was already looking at her admiringly. Go on, /. I asked myself what doubt is so grave and inexplicable for which you would trouble yourself such, master, she continued, now leaving the chair. I needn't think long, I admit. It's the question marks, isn't it? You wanted to see if not meeting the requirements of a high-graded item prevents you from seeing its stats or not. In other words, you wanted to see what would be the foundational difference between this bow and the locked skills of your blood essences. For a moment, Kai stared at her. Never have I found you looking so beautiful, Meg, /, he said, not unkindly. Excellent servants know what their master wants. Keep it up, and I promise, you will be rewarded wonderfully, /. Meg's enormous breasts swelled with pride. Ignoring her, Kai lifted the bow in his left hand. His right hand was on the bowstring as if he was holding the arrow. He breathed in, lifting the bow, and then pressed the air within his lungs downward towards his dantian as he pulled the bowstring, stiffening his stomach. Veins popped up on his face, hands, waist, and back. The wooden floor under his feet creaked menacingly. The more he pulled, the more his brows pressed together. And just when his entire body shook, a fatal tremble running down from his head to toe, he let go of it. The twang was alive. It rocked the entire ship, deafened the ears, and shattered the mirrors. The window panes rippled as if they were sheets of water. Kai's knees buckled, and he fell, sweat drenching his back, and the headache now booming and bombarding his skull. 57%, Kai noted, the number disappearing from his vision. So it's not only strength that decides the ultimate value of pull. Reasonable. It must be a combined outcome of all the 4 stats mentioned in the requirement. He let go of the bow, and it flew back towards Meg, who stored it in her inventory. Kai pushed himself up and stumbled back to the chair, clutching his head. Even his sight was getting blurry from all the pain. Wine. He needed more wine, Kai reasoned. The entire jug left the table, and he downed it, putting his mouth on the brim. Chapter 145, Mutiny on Act AEA, A Storm Arrives. Twilight, 16th Day. Narrow Sea. Act AEA glided over the uncharacteristically calm sea, shining golden under the vanishing might of the distant sun. The wind had turned to a cool, light breeze, dancing with the black Jolly Roger of the White Serpent pirates. However, it felt like the wind could go out anytime, like the sudden extinguishing of a candle flame. The sky was a clear sheet of dark blue and gray, darkening as the ship kept closing on the east, and one star was already twinkling just over the horizon to the southeast, heralding a starlit night. Kai's predictions were late by one entire day to come true. The pursuers must have caught up to them by this time yesterday, according to what Kai had told Meg. Yet, there was no sign of them in any direction. Was it a good sign or a bad one? Or did it have another meaning? Kai did not know. He was too busy with other things to even consider those questions. First of those things was the prophecy. It was the blurriest blood prophecy they had so far. Waves crashing against the ship, the color of the sea, a deep red, and loud, hissing sounds. A roaring thunder and a chill that could freeze the bones topped this strange picture. Someone was shouting, bellowing out their lungs, and a thrashing of a blue tail. Meg did not know if the tail had belonged to Golduck Kai or not, as she had failed to comprehend the size differences in the blood world accurately. The prophecy had ended with a bang that jolted her brains out of the trance, her HP bar flashing red, warning of impending death. One thing was obvious to them, despite the nonsensical scenes. They would face a near-death threat before reaching the Pentos. The nature of the second thing was more realistic but equally bloody. Act AEA had just tasted blood for the first time. When Kai had stolen the ship from the harbor, he had taken the captain hostage using the longsword stolen from some guard. The crew had retaliated, what with him being not old enough to be called a proper man and his pretty face. Kai had proved himself as bold and merciless by breaking limbs and snapping bones as the crew of Black Betha had been talking about him for the last week. The abnormality limiter bar had dropped as low as 40% then. Nevertheless, Kai had never used the strength that one couldn't expect from a trained knight. As he continued to use that strength, his abnormality limiter gradually returned to the max, stating that the crew had finally accepted the fact he indeed had skills and abilities suited to someone more than just a seaman. That's what Kai, Peter, and Meg had planned, to present Kai as some runaway lordling, and an heir to a fallen noble house, to the crew, and not only a nobody ship's boy shattered by gruesome tales. Why the trouble? I need the crew, Kai had reasoned, speaking to Meg and Peter. I knew something about sailing, and now I know it better. But I have no clue or confidence in sailing a ship across the narrow sea. No true knowledge of navigation, as I was too busy getting the ability, and I have no way to man the ship by myself. So, yes. I need the crew and men who know how to handle them, too. So, even after presenting himself as a merciless, but still honorable boy, Kai had killed no one and had instead focused on lighting the harbor afire and sailing the cog into the sea as soon as possible. The ship demanded blood, though. It seemed to have taken a liking to the captain and his name, Bred. His dark thoughts and darker intentions must have influenced it besides, for not even 2 days had passed, and the crew carried out a mutiny. Or they tried to, at least. Meg had been keeping a close eye on all the whispers and actions outside the captain's cabin, as Kai had spent his last day lying on the bed, his headache becoming worse. He had been saving his strength for the enemy to come, and the weight had pained him more, the anticipation turning into faint anxiety. It was then that Meg had told him that the entire crew was planning to run down the captain's cabin and attack him. They had even stopped manning the ship. Now he couldn't have had that, could he? Kai's anger had been already bubbling up because of the fear that his kill count might not get completed before reaching Pentos, and hearing the report, it exploded. They had attacked him the moment he went out. These seamen weren't trained for battle, but they knew how to defend themselves against pirates of the narrow sea, using the oddest collection of weapons. Kai had slithered through them, cutting off limbs and throats, and letting a few blows fall on him for the sake of the abnormality limiter. When he was done, out of 20, only 12 had survived, including the ex-captain and the mate. Now, he was standing on the deck strewed with limbless, bleeding, and dying seamen. No. They were already dead. The rest were still distancing themselves away from him as if he were some unholy creature. His abnormality limiter was flicking between 30 to 50%, and only when he panted and his knees shook vividly did the black bar rise again at a constant rate. Kai held himself up, using the long sword as a stick, blood trailing down on its edge as if the sword itself was bleeding, and eyed all the survivors. Wounds, scratches, and bruises, if not deep cuts, had covered all of them, running over them like sweat. It wasn't hard to guess that they were not dead because Kai had intentionally spared their lives. Kai pushed himself up, his brain trying to burst out of his eyes, such intense was his headache. No sign of this pain came up on his face, though. He took a deep breath and lifted the sword, pointing at the captain. You. He fired the word like a bullet, and the entire crew gasped. Come. Not speaking isn't enough, Kai thought, noticing a sudden, but slight, drop in the abnormality limiter. I must take more drastic actions to keep the crew in check. We still have miles to cross, and God knows I can't afford to lose a single seaman now. The ex-captain, a middle-aged dragon seed from Dragonstone, dragged his way to Kai and fell to his knees. My lord, he stuttered, you can speak. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. I have children. It was the mate, my lord. The mate, yes. One of those fucking Iron Men. You must have heard about their infamous raids and ill deeds. The entire lot of them smell fishy. Fucking squids. He riled us against you, I swear. The rest of the crew nodded and buzzed in agreement, distancing themselves from the bare, hairy-chested, long-bearded, swarthy male named Enric. He had thick arms, and Kai had found him the fiercest, dauntless sailor. At one glance, the mate couldn't have looked any less like a seaman, with his height of almost 7 feet, but Kai had seen the mate giving commands, and based on that, he could tell that Enric was a proper sailor, all right. Enric, the mate, had come at him with an enormous battle axe during the battle a few moments ago, Kai remembered. With one large swing, Enric had thrown Kai off the floor, sending him flying towards the ship's hull, his breath leaving him with 2 huge bloody coughs on the impact. Later, the big man then had followed with agility unlike that of any common seaman. The agility that could have only developed from battles and slaughters. Kai's surprise had been intense. Enric hadn't shown mercy to that surprise, following with large swings, one after another, and lashing with kicks and backhanded blows, now and then. And when he had charged at him, Enric's shoulder had felt like a massive boulder being thrown at him. Unstoppable. Unavoidable. If he hadn't used slither steps at the right time, his cover would have blown up. For the first time, Kai had met an in-world, non-magical character who had outmatched him in not only strength but also stamina. Kai had to use all his murderous instincts to maneuver himself, giving the giant man shallow cuts and tiring him out. He had decided against killing this man, as the mate was the most experienced among the seamen, and if he were to reach Pentos, then he would need Enric with his head over his shoulders. Kai did all this while still defending himself from the occasional unlucky sailors who were trying to have a go at him. The fight with Enric had squeezed every drop of patience out of Kai, to the extent that he had started to wonder if he could ever win against the towering man without using Titan's buff, his advance abilities, or items. There is something odd about him, Kai had thought, finally using telekinesis to extend his longsword's reach. It was Kai's last, and the most shocking dance that had settled the mutiny for all the good it had done the crew. Now, Enric was missing the pinky finger in his right hand. Even that bloody stump, dozens of cuts, and a scar running down from his left eye to chin failed to swat away the fierce look in the mate's eyes, however. Kai had held back his attack, otherwise, it would have butchered that left eye as well. Now that he looked at Enric again, he wondered why this Enric hadn't put more struggle at the harbor. It was then the mate stepped forward. "He lies, boy," Enric said, spitting at the ex-captain. "We Ironborn pay the iron price, and that was my reason to join him." It was all his filthy Targaryen hybrid blood behind the mutiny. Now the coward is playing a turncoat. Heh. Kai stared into the mate's eyes. Willful and proud. This was a genuine man of the sea who had breathed the salt before, unlike the rest of the crew who had known nothing but a relatively peaceful life. But he didn't need anyone to tell anything to him. He hadn't made the ex-captain come to him without reason. Kai wanted the men to be less than 3 meters away from him. Because that was the limit of his emotions manipulation. Now that he could sense the emotions of the ex-captain, he tasted his fear, and the happiness mixed with the utter horror of death. Enric was telling the truth about the kneeled ex-captain, if not about anything else. "I guess I can afford one more kill," Kai thought casually, contradicting his previous reasoning, and lifted the sword. The thrill of killing had become an ephemeral panacea for his headache. Kill. He must kill. And with this kill, he would plant the deepest fear into the crew's hearts, making sure no mutiny would ever happen again. A bright bloody, silver arc fell swiftly, separating the stunned ex-captain's head in one smooth stroke. The surrounding pressure fell along with the sword. The light breeze halted into a stunned silence and then followed by a powerful gust that made the headless body fall, drenching the ship with thick, dark blood. The head rolled away from Kai, stopping at Andric's feet, who kicked it away and then nodded at Kai. Kai snatched his gaze away from the mate, slowly looking to his right, and saw dark cumulonimbus clouds rising higher and higher, galloping towards them. It was an enemy Kai dreaded facing the most in the sea. A storm was coming. Chapter 146, Pokemon World's Fury, the Unforgivable Cursed One. The white snake slithered in and out of the skull as if it was running for its life, such was the power of the wind hammering at the flag. It hadn't taken long for Kai to guess why no one had come behind them. They had already been warned about the coming storm. The strangest thing was there was no talk of this storm among the sailors when they had left the harbor. It was almost as if someone had put the storm over the narrow sea just for Actaea alone. The Red Woman. Kai had realized bitterly. Melisandre must have seen this storm using her sorcery. That's why she made the free riders and the bounty hunters delay their pursuit, thinking that by the time they caught up to the ship, the crew would have already died or been on the brink of death. A reasonable assumption. Cog was a ship that wasn't built to survive the storm. Not a storm like the one Kai was seeing, at least. The bulging clouds had brought darkness with them, and within that darkness, white-purple thunder was booming, the crack resounding in the crew's ears like whips of death. They wouldn't live to tell tales, the crew must have thought, for now, they were shivering like naked men walking on glaciers. The best course of action was to steer the ship back to the nearest landmass and beach it, praying the storm would show mercy on it. Well, there lay the problem. The nearest landmass was Dragonstone. An even bigger problem was that they had come out way into the sea for them to avoid the storm with only 12 men on board. None had anticipated this storm's arrival, despite this crew's frequent voyages between Pentos and Westeros. "Lower the sail, damn you." Enric bellowed, blood dripping off the stump left behind his pinky finger. "Go see to the fastening of the casks. You there. Secure the rigging already, bloody hell. Helmsman. Steer the ship downwind. Now. Helmsman. Motherfucker." Kai's face was pale. He looked at the Ironborn and heard him cursing as both of their eyes landed on the bald helmsman lying on the floor, blood running dry from his cut-open throat. Then their eyes met. Enric looked down into Kai's hazel eyes but didn't order the captain of the ship. Nor did the Ironborn ask anything of Kai. But they were both seamen, and Kai had learned to decipher the looks. Kai ran for the ship's helm and then, controlling the rudder, fought against the monstrous wind to put the ship's stern against the incoming storm, hoping against any possible capsizing. It was then the first bolt of lightning cracked near them. It hit the sea, blinding them all. The ensuing boom rang in their ears like someone was clapping inside their heads. Kai fared the worst of them all. Whatever was causing his headache had got an unknown signal, riling up even more. His face became ugly, and it kept becoming uglier with every pulsing sensation of unbearable pain within his head. There was no common medicine for it, Kai knew. The origin of this pain lay not in the physical but mystical realm. Otherwise, he could have used Celine's soul chill to ease the pain already. Hours or minutes had passed as Kai struggled his way, the ship's hull getting bombed by small but thorny waves. "Brace yourselves." Enric roared with the voice that found the distant corners of the ship, and the first gigantic wave marched over, holding a shield of water twice the size of the ship. Kai felt the salt in his mouth as the wave went over them, wetting every dry piece of wood if there was any left. He held onto the helm, continuously maintaining the ship's course downwind. The gales came next, bringing with it a hailstorm. Loud thudding sounds engulfed the ship, drowning the men's voices and pleadings for help. The pellets of frozen rain stung Kai's skin, and he had nothing to thwart this calamity. No skill, no item, and not even his blood essence could match the might of the purest fury of nature. The storm was alive, Kai felt. Oh, drowned god. Enric gasped and looked beyond Kai, a horror sweeping down his fierce looks. What is this? Clutching his head with his left hand and the helm with his right, Kai turned around, and his eyes widened. The hailstorm had become a shower of arrows, and it bruised and cut him, but even that couldn't prevent the terror that had run across his spine, making him shiver. A monstrous tsunami-like wave was coming for them, darkening everything over and behind it. Only once had Kai seen a wave bigger than this, and it hadn't been that long, either. The tsunami in the random world of Pokemon. Enric fell, his knee striking the wood with a dull thump. Storm God's fury. Mercy, drowned god. Kai heard him mumbling through the booms of the thunder. Mercy. The crew had given hope along with the mate. It wasn't supposed to be like this, Kai thought for the first time, his mouth opening wide in horror. How was this natural? How could a wave of this size come for them this early in the storm? No. What was wrong with this situation? Was this a natural calamity? This wave would kill them, Kai knew, his heart pounding. /Meg, / Kai screamed, knowing well that she was about to erupt out of the captain's cabin. / Don't come out. It's beyond you, now, / no paper or metal wall could stop this wave. He looked at the crew. Dead men looking at their death. Then Kai looked at the Ironborn, who was waiting for his divine death. Run, you fools. Go below the deck, Kai wanted to shout, but only a hiss escaped his mouth. The ship rocked, purple lightning striking all around it, caging it in, and the unrealistic wave seemed to tower above the ship's stern like a god's wrath taking a substance into the material world. Maybe it was God's fury. The absurd thought crossed his mind, and strangely, Kai chuckled. He feasted on his own fear as his heart shuddered. Yet, there was no end. The more he sucked, the more it oozed out of him. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. He giggled, and then his giggle became a strange maniacal laugh that caught the crew's attention. The boy had gone mad, they thought. They didn't blame him, though. Kai had truly gone mad. But he had approached this madness quite a few times in his life. Then, he had no means to suck the fear out of himself. It was the madness of seeing death coming for him. It was the madness of suddenly figuring out a puzzle, an unsolvable puzzle that had tormented him for long enough to make him think of giving up on it. So this is it, Kai thought, the veins on his throat popping like 100 gurgling rivers. I've wondered what the third line of the Cosmic Authority lore meant, the unforgivable cursed one. So this is it, isn't it? The retaliation of an entire timeline has come to haunt me, crossing the multidimensional gap of the multiverse. Interesting. Very interesting. The first line, the devastating despair, represented his actions in a random world. Kai had concluded this in the last 2 weeks. The second line, the blue-skinned demon, represented how the denizens of that world had perceived him. But it was the third line that had befuddled him the most. Now it got cleared too. Action, perception, and reaction. These words rang in his mind, untangling the threads of doubt that had been troubling him for quite some time. But never could he have imagined that the fury of a timeline could seep into a different timeline and a different world. It surpassed the wildest theories and known facts. And in this moment of unavoidable crisis and death, the realization dawned on Kai like a high-voltage shock. The shock brought with it the understanding and jolted him awake. It also pushed him beyond the realm of men and pain. Chapter 147, The Will of the Supreme, Focus Punch. He must speak or give up on them, this endless pain told him, screaming in his ears. He must give them strength, words, and hope, or let them die, his prospects of reaching Pentos dying along with them. And he must do this now. Now. Kai thought, the pit of his stomach becoming an abyss. I must command them now. Frozen wind surrounded him, the hateful sea drenched his long white hair, and his grip on his head and the helm tightened. Wood splintered under his feet, its musty pieces rolling away. Kai opened his mouth, and just when the hiss was about to escape his mouth, he bit the tip of his tongue. Pain coursed through his body from head to toe, and he used this pain as an initiator. Initiator of a chain reaction of even more pain. The muscles of his throat pulled, grating over each other, and then they ripped, an audible tearing sound coming out of his mouth. All over his body, veins popped up, some kind of ethereal power concentrating on his throat. Twin saber style, forbidden technique. Never had Kai planned to use this technique in such a way, for he didn't know what the result would be. But this time, Kai was amassing all the strength in his body into his vocal cords, lungs, and stomach. All flesh, without the backing of bones. The monstrosity of the risk he was taking shook his soul. There was no avoiding it, though. The wrath erupted, and a boom rang out. Its origin. Kai's mouth. Serpent God's wrath. And Rick. Kai bellowed, a crack running down from his ear to his lungs, showering out blood. Full of shit too, weren't you? Ha ha. Another crack ran down within him, his left lung's muscles snapping like taut bowstrings. Selene ran there and sent a chilling burst, easing his pain. Still, Kai coughed out blood, painting the helm in front of him thick red. He took out an HP capsule and popped it into his mouth. But he might as well have not taken it, for the moment the cracks healed, they resurfaced. An elite ability wasn't something to be taken lightly, and fighting against it was like steering the ship upwind into this storm. Incomprehensible, daunting, and full of bewildering madness. But not impossible. Get up, fools. Kai roared, his throat swelling like a balloon. Get up. Your captain commands you. Not one of them could see him through the water, wind, and hail, Kai knew. Yet, his voice found them all. They couldn't see the changes Kai was going through, but they could hear him, and the authority and might behind it. The sheer will of a sailor and an adventurer. A captain's will to defy the odds. Enric was the first to respond to the captain's order. The giant among men pushed himself up, took a deep breath, spat, and looked at Kai's blurry figure rippling behind the helm. Get up, you rascals. Heard the captain's orders, haven't you? Look alive, he shouted, his thick, log-like legs shaking, and his hands pounding his enormous chest. What is dead may never die. More followed the mate, standing up one by one, finding strength even they had never thought they had as Kai sucked them dry of their deepest fears. Ha ha ha. Kai laughed in madness, thin web-like cracks appearing all over his body. So you still have some salt left, huh? Take the crew below the deck. Go now. Let me sing in this storm alone. Aye aye, Captain. Enric grunted in reply after a shocked silence. The crew hurried off as Kai looked at the wall of water, making a canopy over the ship. His eyes, nose, and ears were bleeding, his knees were shaking, and his hands were dangling by his side, powerless. His throat felt like someone had punctured it with hundreds of swords. And his head, not even the Cruciatus curse had pained him so. After the last sailor had gone below the deck, Meg appeared by his side and grabbed the helm, her face looking like ice and stone. Her eyes were glued to the ship's bow, refusing to turn around and see the wave beyond the stern as if it didn't exist. For a moment, their backs brushed against each other before Kai walked off towards the taffrail, his figure already transforming to that of the Golduck. Dense hot redness stole his body's cold, but he was already burning with a painful fever. Steam rose and eloped away with the powerful gusts of hail and icy water. Passion for battle and slaughter danced in his eyes, turning the hazel slits into two pale golden dots. I am a Stormborn. Kai sang, cackling, and vomiting blood. I am the devastating despair, the blue-skinned demon, and the unforgivable cursed one. No one can judge me. Not even timelines, old ones, or gods. His skin became red because of the heat first, and then blue, as a tail thrashed behind him, slamming on the ship like a whip. A bright red oval gem appeared on his forehead. This was a futile attempt, he knew. This was a death march, and even using all the remaining HP capsules to attack the wave with the blackest disk of destruction wouldn't be enough. It was a fact. He couldn't abandon the ship, either. They were too far into the sea for him to swim to the land using his Golduck form. Dementokai could travel through the sky, but one look at the ominous, bulging clouds, and the purple lightning cage, thundering around the ship as far as the eyes could see, trampled that hope too. Otherwise, he would have just left the ship by now. Saving Meg hadn't even crossed his mind. Now, he had none of those choices. He couldn't do anything against this mind-numbing curse that had marched here stealthily to pass judgment on him. I will try, though. Kai smiled. If you want to cut my head off, then don't count on me stretching my own neck. But something was different. The gem on his forehead that should have stopped protruding by now didn't stop, and to Kai's utter surprise, it fell out of his head, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome hole. Suddenly, the headache, the same headache that had made his life miserable for the last few days, vanished. The notification appeared as if fate had just decided to sing along with Kai. Focus punch condition matched. Skill, focus punch. Grade, C. Specification, combine the contestant's will and SP to release a shockwave. Requirement. 1. Golduck's Mind Gem, matured. 2. MP70, SP. 3. A strong, defying will. Attributes. 1. Distance, 50 meters, one directional. Effect. 1. Base damage, 100 HP. 2. Plus 5 base damage for every 10 SP consumed. 3. Bonus base damage depending upon the contestant's will, limit, 0 to 100%. Warning, base damage limit, 400 HP. Kai grinned demonically. He grabbed the oval ruby-like gem and it melted into his palm. An ancient-looking, bronze-colored Spartan helmet appeared around his head, and when he made a fist, it glowed blood red. Skill Focus Punch is activated. Time limit, 30 seconds. Are you ready to get punched? Kai asked hoarsely, looking at the wave coming for him. 100 SP vanished off his arsenal instantly, bringing the base damage to 150 HP. Kai's bones snapped, imploding, and his eyes seemed to be pushed inside his skull. Kai grinned. A hideous, beguile, and bloodiest will to slaughter everything and anything around him exploded out of him as if his aura had come alive. It contained his monstrous zeal to trample over everyone. It contained his unimaginable and imperishable intent to be lord of the peak of absolute power. And it contained his contempt for all who would dare to stand in between him and his goals. It brimmed with his undying emotions. It was the will of a man at the door of death with the ambition of becoming the supreme ruler. This will had a color too. No. This will was the color. And mysteriously, it was the color Kai hated the most, an imperceptible yellow, full of mad ravings, murder, and gluttonous wrath. CRACCCKKKK. Yellow bolts of lightning snaked around him before covering the entire ship. The ship shuddered, the hailstorm seemed to halt, and the wind changed directions. Behind Kai, Meg's knees buckled, her eyes rolling back into her head, and she lost consciousness. Skill Focus Punch is enhanced by 100%. Total base damage. Kai pulled back his hand, unaware of everything but his will to obliterate this doom. He gave a last look at the wave, his fist glowing redder and redder, and then he punched. The booms of countless peals of thunder and the bolts of lightning all paled as a red-colored shockwave left Kai and met the ridiculous wave head-on. Time stopped with the clash. Boom. Like a soap bubble, the part of the wave in front of the ship broke apart, showering the ship with dead water drops. All sound seemed to have disappeared, afraid of filling the hole left behind by the booming punch. Act AEA shot through the massive gap created by the focus punch, and at the end, it left the sea momentarily as the remaining wave crashed down all around it. The entire ship flew in a picturesque silence, hanging in between churning sky and rippling sea, purple and yellow lightning cracking in all directions, and dark clouds looming over it like a blanket of the blackest sheet. In this silence, only one man cackled, his entire body covered in thin cracks seeping blood, his reptilian eyes blazing gold and red, but yellow the most. Once again, the blood demon was singing a song of death, destruction, and despair. And when he hissed, it wasn't because of the lack of another option. Chapter 148, Forgotten Dream and the Ridiculous Rise in Proficiencies. In a blurry world, a yellow hooded figure towered in the sky, laughing demonically. This laugh had an uncanny and soul-shuddering feminine touch about it, seeping into the bones of all the listeners, filling them with repulsive, chilling horror. Over this figure, almost beyond the sky's limit, a brilliant flash of yellow pulsated in hideous, nauseating rhythms. Below this figure, on Earth, the realm of mortals, waves of strange, terrifying beasts, were wreaking havoc, leaving behind mangled flesh and blood in their wake. The figure's surroundings were lit with bright green and red flashes, and the air smelled of slaughter and doom. Last words and dying screams seemed to have replaced the natural sound of the world. The scene blurred. Now the same figure was running, chased by some unknown fear. The tattered strips of the figure's yellow robes bellowed noiselessly. The same yellow globe of light was still pulsating high in the sky, but it seemed to cut away as if the figure and the yellow globe were in two different realms separated by an unbreakable dimensional boundary. The pursuer was catching up to the figure. A terror, accompanied by chaotic and unheard murmurs, gripped the figure's heart. The hooded figure stopped suddenly and turned around. It lifted its head to look at the pursuer. There was nothing under the hood but inexplicable and indescribable darkness. The darkness of death, destruction, madness, and doom. In this darkness, a yellow sign shone like a phantasm on the figure's forehead. A sign that was incomprehensible but equally mystical, formidable, and ghastly beyond humane understanding. A sign that couldn't be drawn, remembered, or perceived by mortal beings. A sign that represented the creepiest, foulest, and most unnatural force of the universe. The yellow sign wriggled as if hundreds of thousands of tentacles were flailing in abominable madness. From the center of this sign, a gaze from an unknown eldritch realm came out, penetrating all the boundaries that separated the sane from insane, from mortal to immortal, and from order to chaos. Kai's eyes snapped open, his body shaking in feverish heat. A gasp escaped his mouth as he sat up too soon, points of light bombarding his eyes under the pressed eyelids. All the sights from the nightmare were becoming smoke, and he struggled to hold onto them with a futile but desperate emotion. His heart still pounding, he opened his eyes a little, and the first scene that he saw made him widen his eyes in shock. The black abnormality limiter bar was almost transparent as if someone had siphoned out its blackness. In front of the bar, the value 3% blinked with a deliberate menace, forewarning the worst fate a contestant could hope for, annihilation. This fresh horror loosened Kai's grasp over the already fleeting scenes from his dream, and it would be many years before he would recall them in their entirety. Under the emptied bar, a notification was flashing, just waiting for him to see. Elementary telekinesis, proficiency 70%, plus 25%. Elementary telepathy, proficiency 40%, plus 20%. Elementary seamanship, proficiency 60%, plus 30%. Elementary fear absorption, proficiency 100%, plus 19%. Elementary fear absorption has leveled up to become advanced fear absorption. Advanced emotions manipulation, proficiency 20%, plus 5%. Advanced twin saber style, proficiency 15%, plus 12%. Master snake instinct, proficiency 2%, plus 1%. Master, an old yet contrastingly powerful voice rang in his ears. You woke up. Kai shook away the fright. He saw Meg almost approaching him in 2 hurried steps, her face pale, but lips arched up in a genuine smile of relief, awe, and fervor. Wine. Kai said, savoring his resurrected voice as if he was still dreaming. I am thirsty. Meg fumbled for a mug and poured the wine hastily before handing it over to him. Kai drank the wine in several slow gulps. Only after emptying the half-filled mug did he breathe again. He moaned, satiating his thirst, and suddenly realized this thirst couldn't have resulted from a few hours. How long was I out for? He asked, looking around and noticing his nakedness. Why the fuck is my abnormality limiter bar so low? Meg looked at Kai for a few moments, nodded to herself, and pulled a chair next to him, sitting down while sighing all the while. 3 days, master, she finally said, filling the mug with more wine. It's almost night. The good news is that the ship is on course and the crew is working fine without asking questions, except for one seaman whose leg seemed to have broken. The bad news is that the storm had thrown the ship off course by enough distance to lengthen our voyage by a week. Kai gawked at her. He saw the paleness of her face, the lines on her forehead, and somehow he knew that there was something worse than the bad news she had already given him. Sure enough, Meg took a deep breath before continuing her report. Worse news is that, and I am guessing here, master, I think the mate, Anric, saw you doing something extraordinary. No. I am sure he didn't see your Golduck form, otherwise, you would have died already. Kai's heartbeat quickened even more. How can that be? He blurted out. Weren't you there behind me, and your eyes were towards the ship's bow too, right? How could he have come on the deck without you knowing of it? Meg looked appalled and ashamed. I indeed saw him coming up, she stuttered out, her body quivering in fear. My mind was unfocused, I admit. But the moment I saw Andric's tall blurry figure standing on the deck, I almost rushed to create a paper wall. Before I could do so, though, I think you used a skill, I really can't say, and I lost consciousness. It was almost like someone had banged inside my skull using a sledgehammer. When I woke up, I found you in your original form, covered in cracks. You looked dead, master. So I thrust the HP capsule in your mouth, which you had given me for a case like that. Only when I was taking you back to the captain's cabin did I see Enric lying on the deck. If I am correct, then he had only taken the merest glimpse of you before getting knocked out like me. Kai saw her hesitating after explaining herself. He was already angered enough to rebuke her for letting something like this happen. His mind, though, kept going back to the words one directional he had seen on the focus punch skills stat. That blast shouldn't have knocked out Meg completely, when it wasn't even directed at her, given her strength of a top third-floor contestant, he knew. Something was wrong with all this. So he kept his mouth shut and nodded at her to go on. What troubling me is that, she continued, deliberating each word, how Enric is still alive after getting hit by the same thing as me. If it was your use of a skill that had knocked me out, then Andric's existence must have been obliterated by the same. Don't you agree? Kai agreed, and his lips became thin as he repeated the same lines to himself. And, reasons why Meg didn't relate her losing consciousness to Kai's use of Conqueror's Haki. 1. As mentioned, she had been extremely distracted by Andric's arrival, and when combined with the deafening thunder and hail around her, it was impossible to perceive what was going on. Remember, though she is a fallen top-floor contestant, she doesn't have the stats of one. 2. Only those who have experienced Haushiko Haki can truly tell it after looking at its use and effect. But even if she had seen it before, she wouldn't have compared the two events. I will talk more about it later in the chapters. Chapter 149, Aftermath, Figuring Things Out with Meg. Kai repeated the sequence of the events in his mind. However, no matter how he tossed and turned them around, he couldn't find a single instance of deliberate or accidental movement that could explain the abnormality. Maybe the focus punch had some hidden repercussions, Kai thought, but then shook his head. No. The skill was one-directional, no doubt there. It wasn't using the skill that had knocked them out. Maybe building up the focus punch and adding SP into it. Kai had just thought of this question when Meg spoke again. Not only I and Anric, Master, she whispered, but also the entire crew had been knocked out. I found it later while making a quick inspection of Act AEA. The ship hadn't come out of the storm unscathed, either. No permanent damage, but it needs heavy maintenance. What did you even do? There was nothing you could do against the wave, I think. Not to mention, all the time I was having a feeling that there was something unnatural about the storm and the sudden tsunami. Once again, Meg's assertions based on her experience astounded Kai. It was also a type of instinct, he knew. He put the matter of this mysterious passing out of all the persons on the ship in the back of his mind, taking a deep breath, and knowing well that Anric couldn't have seen him clearly, otherwise, he would have already been dead. The only thing of importance was why the abnormality limiter hadn't returned to its original value by itself by now. The answer lies with Anric, Kai concluded. I must seek him out for a one-to-one session. You are not wrong, Meg, he said, leaning back on the bed. It felt good to have his voice back. It was unnatural. Everything about that storm and the ensuing murderous wave was unnatural, and as you said, I had nothing to match its power. But then Kai told her everything. Less to see her reactions and more to hear her opinions, lest he overlooks a few details. He started with his realization about the Cosmic Authority lore, at which she raised her old eyebrows. Action, perception, and reaction, Morning Mist repeated the 3 words. Quite ingenious theory, Master. So, according to you, the last part of the lore is the Pokemon timeline's reaction to your action, and it is based upon the denizen's perception of you. I must admit, though, I have never heard of it in my 100 years of life. But then again, 100 years mean little in the grand scheme of things. May I know on what foundations you have come to this conclusion, Master? Kai nodded. The first and second minor epithets, as you have named them, are quite obvious and simple to understand upon thinking a bit, he said, collecting his thoughts. The third minor epithet is not only indecipherable but also has a retributive nature to it against me. Meg narrowed her eyes. When I saw the sudden incoming tsunami, the first thought I had was of the tsunami from Pokemon World that was on an even bigger scale. I think the third minor epithet makes me face the same disaster that I had caused in the previous timeline. Silence lingered between them for a while as Kai drank his wine. Indeed, Meg said suddenly. It may be as you say, Master. Also, this retribution must be valid once per world, or it must have some enormous time gap between the 2 phases, otherwise, it would have returned by now in the last 3 days. Let me add that the retribution can only come for you while you are out in the sea. Such is its nature. Kai beamed. These were all the conclusions he too had come up with, and yet hearing it from his item meant that all his investment into getting her was truly worthy. What I don't understand is, she continued to Kai's surprise, if this retribution is the negative aspect of the lore of the evil Pokemon of Alto Mare, then what is its positive aspect? Because other than unlocking the new stat, it has shown no definitive benefit, unlike the obvious drawback that almost killed you, Master. Now, this perplexed Kai. It was in his mind, but he had forced himself to not think about it. For the answer was something he abhorred to speak out loud. If no benefit to his cosmic authority could match the destructive capabilities of the drawback, then didn't it mean that all that he had done in the world of Pokemon was for nothing? For, surely, the rare item had turned out to be unusable until he met its requirements. Kai licked his lips and just decided to move on for now. He mentioned his use of Serpent God's Wrath to command the fallen crew, as that was the only way for him to use a skill without getting killed on the spot by the system. This tale must made Meg remember the cracks running all over Kai's body and the torn muscles of his throat. Her pallid complexion made her face look utterly terrified at some conjectured notion. Then, Kai told her his intention to use the combined power of HP capsules and the Iron Tail, and then the sudden dropping of the Golduck Kai's mind gem out of his forehead. When he mentioned the subsequent notification of fulfilling the condition to use the focus punch, Meg also jumped out of the chair. You were right, she exclaimed like a child. So that's why you were experiencing such an excruciating headache, Master. Because the time of the mind gem dropping out after reaching maturity was coming closer. I wonder if, like the mind gem, you have the other items related to the locked Dementor's skill and the Ian Soul do already on you. Kai couldn't hold himself. He laughed outrageously. Again and again, Meg was hitting the vital points with uncanny accuracy and precision. If I have them, Kai told her, looking at her satisfyingly, then I don't know any way to know about it. Not now, at least. This too, I must leave to the mercy of time, I guess. Kai then concluded the tale by mentioning the punch and how he had buffed it to such a degree that it had annihilated the entire wave like a bubble of soap before losing consciousness. Meg, though awed and bewildered at the might portrayed by Kai, didn't go into the details of the buffs. The shock of a 300 base damage had already befuddled her mind. Can you use it again, Master? She asked, holding her breath. Kai doubted it. With his headache gone, the logic stated that the mind gem had passed maturity now, vanishing into his body. No harm in trying it out, though. Let's find out, he declared, stepping off the bed. As Meg blushed, a bubbling heat coursed through him from his chest, and steam rose from his reddened skin, blurring him. His naked figure transformed into Golduck Kai smoothly. The tail came out, thrashing, avoiding the bed. His hands and feet became webbed, and all of his body turned blue. Before, a blood-colored oval gem, the size of half a thumb, was used to adorn Kai's forehead. Now, there was only a pea-sized red dot, and only by concentrating on it, one could tell that it wasn't a dot, but a curved surface protruding out of his head. When Meg pointed out this change, Kai nodded. I'd thought as much, he said, canceling the transformation, his hand going for the clothes. I can only use this skill after the mind gem's next maturation. How much time would it take? We can only wait to know the answer. After dressing himself as befitting a captain, Kai rubbed his stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger. Meg noticed it and was about to rush to get some food when Kai motioned her to stop. I'll take care of the hunger later, he said, smiling at the immensely shocked Meg. First, I must see to my abnormality limiter. Call Enric and let's see what he offers in return for his life. Chapter 150, Enric the Unsmiling, Drowned God's Priest. Kai noticed the burned stump on Andric's right hand as the mate kneeled in front of him. The over 7-foot-tall giant Ironborn had his head almost touching the musty floor. Kai noticed the slight trembling of his shoulders and his drenched back, and he also noticed how Enric had been trying to not see into Kai's eyes since he had come into the captain's cabin. Using Celine's mist form, Kai was still actively hiding his reptilian eyes. Did he perchance see my eyes? He thought, frowning. Is that why the abnormality limiter not returning to normal? Kai saw his abnormality limiter, the value at the bar's end kept fluctuating between 2.9 to 3%, and he could have sworn this fluctuation matched Andric's shivering figure in rhythm. What could be the mate thinking that he was seeing the effect so obliviously? Kai didn't ask this question straightway and instead decided to clear the doubt that had come to him after killing the ex-captain of Act AEA, though the ensuing storm had kept him from having this discourse then. Why, a warrior like you, an Ironborn from the Iron Islands, a sailor that can chew out the other seamen both in strength and skills, is on a common trading ship? Kai asked, churning the wine in his mug in slow rotations. Why were you under the command of an idiot when you Iron Men consider the captain of a ship equal to a king? I want answers, and I want them now, Enric. Kai had unlocked his emotions after sailing out of the Dragonstone's harbor, so now his charisma was working fine. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't sense an iota of happiness in Enric. The man had seemed to lose hope because of some unknown horror that not even the relief of surviving the storm could match in intensity. It all made Kai quite curious about what Enric might have seen on that day before passing out. To Kai's surprise, the mate didn't even show the slightest hesitation before speaking out. I am a spy, Captain, Enric said, his voice thick, but lacking in power. Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, had sent me to Dragonstone to spy on Stannis' fleet. I was also ordered to contact the Targaryen prince in Pentos when the time came. I have yet to get any words regarding that, though. That's why I was told to act the part of the mate on a trading ship. Kai sneered. Lord Balon Greyjoy sent you personally, he said, his tone incredulous. I doubt. But he didn't get to finish his words. Meg's eyes suddenly snapped open as if she had come to a monstrous realization. Kai saw her slowly standing up, her eyes planted on Andric's broad back, and her chest heaving high and low in a broken rhythm. She pointed a finger at Enric, and exclaimed, You are Enric, the Unsmiling. Kai narrowed his eyes. Enric, the Unsmiling. He repeated the words to himself. Don't tell me. Is he a main storyline character? Enric answered the question with a nod, his head still bowing low. Some call me by that name, he declared. He is a main storyline character, Kai thought incredibly. He saw Meg calming down, but her intense stare was still on Enric. You modest yourself, she said hoarsely, and Kai could tell her next words were for his ears. Enric, the Unsmiling, one of Lord Dunstandrum's captains under the service of House Drum of Old Wyke. Enric, the fiercest living Ironborn warrior, and the strongest man from the Iron Islands. Isn't that what the singers sing? Enric sneered derisively. They do sing of me, he barked. Now they must light those songs afire or drown them into the sea. How can I be the strongest when I lost to a boy of? His words got stuck to his throat, and the enormous man shuddered suddenly. My lord, he said, shaking, forgive me for the insolence. I didn't mean it. Any of it. And then, Enric, the fiercest warrior, slammed his head on the floor, rocking Kai's chair. Kai and Meg exchanged glances. What's wrong with him, / he asked telepathically. / are you sure he is who he claimed to be, / Meg gave a heavy nod in reply. What is it that has scared such a monster for him to act so? Kai asked himself and found the answer soon enough. It must be related to what he saw the day before passing out. Not waiting any longer for the suspense to make a mockery out of the situation, he took a deep breath. I do not care who you are, and where your loyalty lies, Enric, Kai said authoritatively, and with just a touch of iciness. Now that I am the captain of Act AEA, you are under my command. So, answer this, sailor. When I had told you to go below the deck 3 days ago, why did you return? Enric began but paused, lifted his head, and then looked into Kai's eyes. His dark black eyes matched Kai's misty hazels, and an enamored look flashed across his face, bordering on reverence and fervor which Kai had only seen on Meg's face till now. When the mate resumed, his voice had more strength than before, as if he had gambled his everything on the next sentence. I must ask this, my lord, Enric said, like a quaking mountain. How did you oppose the storm god? Are you a favored priest of drowned god? What madness is this? Kai thought, trying not to show his obvious disgust at the nonsense words. Meg had already told him about the major religions of Westeros and the general history, at least which she knew by heart. Drowned god is a sea deity worshipped by the Ironborn of the Iron Islands in Westeros. Kai recalled what Meg had told him. The religion of the drowned god is old, dating back to before the Seven Gods. The storm god, who sends thunderstorms upon men, opposes the drowned god. Both gods are said to have been at war against one another for millions of years. But Kai couldn't comprehend what all this had to do with Andric's odd behavior, contrasting his personality of a fierce warrior, and with what the giant must have seen on the deck amid the storm for him to act so. Then suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, the realization struck him. He isn't relating my thwarting the storm and surviving the Pokemon world's retribution to me being a drowned god's favored priest thwarting storm god's fury, is he? Kai couldn't help but ask this absurd question to himself. Absurd or not, he could see the answer in Andric's eyes. Damn. He truly is thinking the same. Kai felt overjoyed. Yes. Despite his abnormality limiter fluctuating lower and lower, he was almost beaming within his heart, for Andric's questions hadn't only let him know what the giant mate was thinking, but they had also given him an opportunity. An opportunity to manipulate him. Kai stared into Andric's eyes, a queer string of manipulation and fanaticism connecting their thoughts. Then, he smiled. If it was any other time, this smile could have meant anything. If it was anyone else other than the giant kneeling in front of Kai, this smile still could have puzzled the onlooker. But for Enric, it meant only one thing. It was the answer to his question. As Kai's kind smile was reflected by the dark eyes opposite him, Enric the unsmiling, for the first time perhaps, almost smiled along with him, two thick trails of tears running down his sea-worn face like cold, divine water. Very important details. 1. Old Wyke. Old Wyke is one of the islands that make up the Iron Islands. The Ironborn consider Old Wyke to be the holiest of all the Iron Islands. The legendary Grey King slew the sea dragon, Naga, upon its shore. It is on Old Wyke where the first men found the Seastone Chair, the traditional throne of the Iron Islands. 2. House Drum. The House Drum of Old Wyke is a noble house from the Iron Islands, tracing their history back at least 800 years. They are the lords of Old Wyke. According to semi-canon sources, the drums blazon their shield with a bone hand, white on red. Chapter 151, Enric the Twice-Drowned, Dimensional Leader. Sitting on the captain's bed, her back hunched, Meg had the oddest expression on her face. It had happened just after Enric had mentioned the drowned god and the storm god, and Kai being the favored priest of the former. There was a mixture of disbelief and terrified apprehension on her face, as if some hidden memory was trying to burst out of her shocked eyes. But before Meg could turn the memory into words, some unknown and complex magic spun its gears in her mind, making her forget it in the very next moment. Kai was too busy with the sudden opportunity that his extraordinary mind had birthed for him to notice those expressions. Neither did he try to consult with Meg and Peter, nor did he let them know what he was about to do next. He stood up, his facial curves mimicking the fanatical aura Meg always had for him. He must be not only practical now but also prudent and calculative with his words, as he knew nothing about the drowned god other than what his item had told him. Ordinary words were not enough to convince a true devotee. He must rely on the supernatural show he had already shown to Enric that night, he concluded. You are right, Kai said, looking out of the windows, towards the open sea. You are wrong, too. Bullshit. Kai was building a foundation around this word, a practice common among many fraudulent cults and religions, he had learned. I am his favored, yes, Kai continued, noticing the bewildered look on Meg's face for the first time, his eyes narrowing. But I am not some mere priest, Enric. For I have been to a place where no man could have been to, even in their dreams, and return alive to sing the songs of those unearthly vistas. Kai turned around and approached the giant whose head was almost touching his chest despite kneeling. He whispered, his voice echoing in the unnatural silence of the cabin, I have been to his watery halls. Enric shivered, tears running dry on his face. He gawked at Kai and didn't dare to question the absurd proclamation with his mortal mind and will. Bullshit was working, Kai thought, laughing derisively in his mind. You have seen how I thwarted the storm god's fury, he said, his voice high and eerie. That was not a happenstance, but a true power of the drowned god, materializing through me. Now, Enric, I will give you the same chance. A chance to let go of your past and serve the drowned god's purpose through me. A chance to go beyond the ordinary scuffles between houses and kingdoms. Oh, Enric, the unsmiling, a chance to visit his watery halls and discard your mortal self for undying piety and immortality. Dare you bow your head and kneel in acceptance? Once more Kai's voice boomed, answer me. There was a mystery in Kai's words apparent to all listeners. A watery shiver had run down both Meg's and Andric's spines, unknown to Kai, and now both were looking at him with such intense fervor that made him think as if he had overdone it a bit. Nonetheless, the effect, though in the same direction as he had intended, had gone beyond his imagination and out of his hands. I do. The words came by themselves out of Andric's mouth. Steam was already rising off Kai's body, and Meg had stood up in shock. Then close your eyes, he told Enric, motioning Meg to stand down. Let me baptize you in his waters afresh, washing your past sins away, and giving your life a new purpose and meaning. Enric shut his eyes, steeling his nerves, and taking a deep breath as if knowing what was about to happen next. A sizzling heat seared Kai's surroundings momentarily before Selene sent out a burst of chill, making it disappear. This brief event followed the morphing of Kai's body into a blue-skinned demon, a tail swishing and flailing behind him as if it had a mind of its own. Once again Kai had taken the Golduck form, and from the appalled look on Meg's face, he could tell that if Enric were to open his eyes now, no supernatural explanation would be enough to save him from the cruelest fate known to contestants. It did not faze Kai at all. Risks were a part of his life as much as anything. His instincts were sharp and meticulous enough to let him know he had this man figured out long before. Enric was a warrior who lived by his words and blade. A proud and skillful seafarer who bowed to no one other than the god he worshipped, not even to the lord he served. For the same reasons, this man would never open his eyes unless told so by Kai. Kai used hydropump to spit out a bucketful of water, but he did not aim it at anything. The moment it left his mouth with a gurgling noise, the bean-sized mind gem shone bloody on his forehead. The thinnest layer of red covered the water from all around like smoke. With his teeth clenched hard, Kai controlled the direction of the water current and sent it hurtling towards Andric's head, who flinched as the water drowned his head. Yet, the man didn't open his eyes. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Only at the end of the 5th minute did Enric show signs of struggle, his head shaking, as his monstrous lungs grasped at escaping breath. Bubbles rose into the water sphere, and the struggle increased. Now, even Kai's hands were shaking, and his face had crumpled in a hideous scowl, a thin trail of blood running down his nose. Suddenly, the last traces of air abandoned Enric, and the man lost consciousness, his eyes on the brink of getting shut forever. Kai knew the time had come, and he cancelled his transformation. Meg had told him about this ritual where the priest of drowned god drowned the followers and then revived them, following a process called Kiss of Life. Kai was replicating the same, knowing well that this kiss of life was nothing but cardiopulmonary resuscitation. As he pumped Andric's chest and breathed air into his mouth using his strength, it only took a few seconds before the giant man returned to life, coughing out water and gasping for air. Kai laughed. Rise, he told Enric, standing up. You have drowned in his waters and been returned to us. What is dead may never die. Enric rose, his muscles pulsating with power. But rises, he said, growling like a beast. Rises again and again. Harder. And stronger. You do not belong to House Drum now, Kai proclaimed, looking up into his dark eyes. Nor do you have any obligation to any lord. You belong to the drowned god. Now kneel once more, but not as Enric the unsmiling. Henceforth, you are Enric the twice drowned. Yes, Captain, Enric spat, his knees bending once more. No longer he was trying to look away from Kai's eyes, and no longer there was any meekness in his voice. He was once again the fiercest warrior from the Iron Islands, but now his loyalty was for Kai and Kai alone. The stagnated black color of the abnormality limiter bar shot up, becoming full instantly. It didn't come as a surprise to Kai as he knew Enric must have equated all supernatural scenes he must have seen 3 days ago to the power of drowned god that was backing up Kai in his struggle with Storm God's fury. Then the notification appeared in between Kai's hazel and Andric's dark eyes like a divine message. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormborn. You have unlocked a new title. Title, Dimensional Leader. Specification, make 3 main storyline characters follow you voluntarily and unconditionally. Status, January 3rd. Effect. 1. Correspondence plus. 2. Worth plus. 3. Charisma plus. 4. Skill, Dimensional Summoning. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. Chapter 152, The Mystery of Cosmic Authorities Lore. Kai sighed inwardly. Now that we are done with the holy business, Enric, Kai said, resuming their unfinished conversation, answer me the questions I had asked of you. Of course, let me introduce you to Priestess Shay. She has come far into understanding his mysteries. If you would underestimate her because of her age, then you would presume too much. Both Enric and Meg nodded at each other, though Kai noticed Meg's stiffness. I had followed your orders, Captain. Enric began the tale, recalling the events of 3 days ago. But no true Ironborn would want to die hiding among cowards. So I had returned to the deck to let drowned God's waters take me and lose my life to the sea, rather than getting crushed by the shipwreck. But the moment I came up, through the hail, black wind, and water, I saw a blue figure walking on the deck. It had a tail, and I think I saw webbed hands and feet as well. Kai and Meg shared a glance. From the old texts, I already knew that the drowned gods' favored priests are half men and half fish. Andric's breathing was rising again, despite the calm in his voice. Silence pitched and rolled along with the ship for a few moments before Kai nodded, urging the sailor to go on. I heard the words then, Enric said, his eyes losing focus. The words that had shaken my soul in awe, and I am ashamed to say, Captain, in fear as well. Kai was confused and surprised. Words, he asked incredulously. What words? To Meg he asked, // did you hear words as well, // Meg pressed her brows and almost immediately shook her head. Enric gulped, cleared his throat, and then spoke with as much might and hoarseness as he could muster. I am a Stormborn, he began, and Kai almost left his chair. I am the devastating despair, the blue-skinned demon, and the unforgivable cursed one. Then I think I saw a flash, like a yellow bolt of lightning. The next time I opened my eyes, Priestess Shay was standing over me. Yellow. Kai felt odd, a queer disgust rising in his heart. Wasn't the color of Focus Punch red? It was then he sensed an upheaval of intense emotions from his side. Kai turned his head and found Meg, shaking like a leaf, and her mouth opened wide. Her eyes were almost popping out of her skull, and she was extremely anxious about something, Kai noticed. Leave us, he told Enric. Go tend to the crew and take note of all the maintenance that the ship requires. Yes, Captain. Enric bowed in acceptance and left, closing the cabin's door behind him. What's going on? Kai asked Meg, not unkindly. What's wrong with you? How come he, a normal human, heard me from so far away, but you, who was standing just behind me, heard nothing? Meg looked at Kai in disbelief. Her legs shook, and she fell back on the bed, sweat pouring down from her forehead like thick drops of water. I remember now, she said, her voice trembling. I remember you saying something about a Stormborn. But that's it. That's it, Master. I heard nothing after that. Nor did I hear a single word Enric said just now. Kai saw the truth in her eyes, and an indescribable chill ran down his spine. Asterisk. Afternoon, the next day. Officer's cabin. Act AEA had made good distance after latching onto the course. From what Enric had told the captain, no ship other than a galley could find them now. Kai had serious doubts about it, given the contestants had the means to cover the distance and make predictions that ordinary men couldn't think of. This troubling news, however, wasn't the reason for the unpredictable frown on his face that kept reappearing now and then since last night. Not even the wine could dull the chaotic thoughts rampaging his brain, much less needed to be said about the uncharacteristic silence of his items. Meg was standing near the window panes, looking outside at the calm sea, her expression troubled and thoughtful. A flock of white sea birds was cooing, flying over and around the ship. Their loud calls penetrated the glass, entering the occupants' deaf ears. On the bed, lying with his back straight, and playing with the iron coin, was the young Peter Baelish. Neither Kai nor Meg had gotten any shut-eye since her shocking declaration about the baffling, mysterious phenomenon regarding the minor epithets. She couldn't hear the words Enric had spoken so casually, though in palpable awe, in front of Kai, just a few feet away from her. It hadn't ended there. It should have ended there. But, no. Captain Red had other plans. The part about Pokemon World's retribution had been already weighing on his heart, especially when he could see no apparent benefit of the Cosmic Authority's lore. So, when he saw the chance, he grasped at it like a drowning man's hands on a rope. In this very mystery lay his salvation, Kai was sure. It just needed him to root it out. That, in turn, needed experiments, observations, and raw efforts. The moment Enric had left the cabin, Kai had stormed towards Meg to check for any physical disorientation or unknown effect of a skill cast from a distance. Both turned out to be the cases he'd rather wish were true later. After careful deliberation and planning, he had started by speaking those words by himself. She didn't hear them. He had then given the task to Peter. She didn't hear him, either. When speaking didn't work, he started to write the words down, the black ink rippling on a white background. She saw spiders crawling, wraiths gliding, and dark mist churning over a white desert. She saw everything. Everything other than the words. Kai's heart had been pounding by then. The most discomforting fact was that Meg knew these words by heart. Kai himself had told her in the Pokemon world to know what these words signified. She had denied having any knowledge regarding this new stat of his then. And when she had asked Kai's permission to recite those words as a prayer, he had rejected the request. All was the same then, and all was the same now. The only thing that had changed since then was the method of communication. Kai had used telepathy to transfer those words into her mind in the Pokemon world, and Meg had shown no sign of having any issue recognizing them. Now, he had used human speech, and so did Enric. "There is no other choice, my lord," Peter said, sitting up. "Let her speak those words. Only then we will get another direction to explore. We have tried everything else." Kai closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. As much as he disliked it, he had already accepted that he was all those things mentioned in the lore during that storm. Before, he had been putting it off in a concern of attracting the attention of some inexplicable eldritch figure. He didn't have that fear now, at least. Kai nodded. Meg's head snapped back, tearing her eyes off the sparkling sea waters. She didn't wait for any bells to ring and said, She paused, her eyes puzzled, squinting to recall something. Something obscure. What was I going to say again? Kai gawked at her with a sheer marveled gaze. His eyes matched Peter, who had already stood up, and they looked at each other before smiling. It was the smile confirming that there was indeed some power, some hidden benefit about these words, which Kai had been incapable of finding out because of lack of strength and knowledge. Interesting. Kai exclaimed. It's not unlike the magic of the Temple of Hastur that is used to keep the priests and priestess from divulging the temple's secrets, isn't it? Indeed, my lord, Peter said. It's like there is a hazy boundary between her consciousness and the outside material world that's filtering out the minor epithets before they can leave her mouth. Your telepathy must have ignored that boundary entirely, bypassing it, and feeding the words directly into her mind. Or it is also possible that this boundary is weak in her case for you to penetrate it easily using telepathy. So you mean to say, Kai began, tapping the arm of the chair, that this boundary doesn't exist for you and the storyline characters? Meg must have figured out what had happened after listening to their conversation, for she looked as shaken as elated by this discovery. It doesn't fit, though, she said, taking a seat opposite Kai. I had always recited Hastur's epithets, and never had I learned in my over 100 years of life that someone had failed to speak them out, irrespective of age, race, and state. A chuckle echoed within the cabin like hundreds of mockingbirds crying at each other. It was Peter. He approached the center table and stood straight and noble before whispering word by word. Your devotion to our Lord, my lady, he said, addressing Meg, may be equal to the devotion you once had for Hastur, but it can't change the fact that Red and him are two different figures and separated by not only incomprehensible distance but also unimaginable power. Any comparison between the two is nothing but foolish. Didn't you say that these are only minor epithets and not the epithets of an old one? Meg felt abashed in shame, Kai could tell, as he saw her old, paper skin crumpling. A soulless character had just called her a fool, figuratively, if not literally. Chapter 153, Parseltongue, the Tongue of the Old Ones. Kai shook his head inwardly, seeing that even a 13th floor fallen contestant didn't have a will strong enough to resist Peter's play of words. Pour us some wine, he told Meg, giving her something to do. Meg stood up, filled the mugs with dark wine, and returned to her seat, all the time her eyes fluttering in some deep contemplation. Peter, after taking a sip, adjusted his head to look at Kai now. My lord, I have a suggestion, he continued, smiling slyly. Slight difference, it may seem, but tongues have power. Even in Westeros, where magic is nothing but an ancient song, men still believe that there are mysteries hidden in the old tongue, the language of first men. It has degraded to the common tongue now, which does not differ from the common human speech. This is the case with High Valyrian as well. There is power in each syllable of these archaic languages, in each rune and glyph. I think Hastur's epithets are powerful enough to seep their strength into common speech. But yours? These minor epithets need a stronger stimulation. Meg had stood with a gasp, her eyes lit like two suns shining within them. Kai could feel her emotions, but unlike her, his emotions were calm, his eyes calmer. With those calm eyes, he looked at Peter. They both looked at each other for what seemed like a long time, and Meg had sensed the unannounced tension within the cabin as well. Kai finally smiled. You came up with this suggestion by yourself, he asked incredulously. A little far-fetched suggestion and explanation, don't you think? Peter smiled back, not looking unnerved at all. Oh, hardly, my lord, he said slyly. A most natural and spontaneous suggestion. All the magical and spiritual elements around me have influenced my thought process, I must say. After reading the 2 books from the Harry Potter world, I have been working on improving my logic and reasoning skills to counsel you in the best ways possible. Hundreds of thoughts, questions, and answers passed through Kai's mind in those instances of eye contact, yet his face showed no expression. Kai had masterfully locked his emotions using advanced emotions manipulation already. Meg, he said, still looking at Peter, have you learned these old languages? Meg was about to respond, most probably in denial, but Peter, looking unperturbed, interrupted in between. Why the need to go for Old Tongue and High Valyrian, my lord, he said calmly, when you already know one of the most ancient of the tongues? This question brought out such a demonic fury within Kai that if he hadn't suppressed his emotions, he would have lunged at Peter's throat like a snake lunged at its prey. His face, though, was still adorned by a sardonic smile. Parseltongue, Peter croaked as if Kai hadn't figured out what he had implied before. Didn't, my lady, Meg, tell us that Parseltongue is one of the oldest and the most archaic tongues known across the multiverse. The tongue of the old ones. She had indeed told him so, Kai remembered. But he had buried this thought in the abhorring theory that he had inferred from her words, long ago into the deepest hole of his heart. Now, slowly but steadily, it crawled its way up like a hideous horror that had just awakened from a long sleep and was now coming to devour him. Because that theory was something about which Kai was helpless, and that made him feel as if he wasn't in control of his life anymore. Parseltongue wasn't a product of his efforts, of his sweat and blood. Nor it had resulted from his manipulations and devious cunning plans. It had been forced unto him by none other than Hastur. When he learned that this was an ancient tongue of the old ones, it made Kai feel like he was a plant, planted by an eldritch existence in a deep, calculative manner, to reap the fruit in the future. Kai had loathed Parseltongue as much as he had loved it then. That's why, to keep himself from going insane by having the theory in his mind, constantly making him question his decisions, he'd rather stop thinking about it entirely. Now, it seemed he couldn't do anything but face the situation head-on. He was bound to do so, he knew, but not this soon. It is too soon indeed, he repeated to himself. Celine, Kai hissed, ignoring Meg's confused look. A dense mass of silver burst out from his heart and materialized into a 6-feet-long dazzling white serpent. Ghost Basilisk's red and yellow eyes were opened, but the single vertical gash in the middle of her forehead was shut tight. She slithered effortlessly on the musty floor, her forked tongue flicking out to taste the two presences other than Kai. A gathering of bitches, master, she hissed, mocking Meg and Peter menacingly. Both flinched simultaneously, a vivid shiver running down their spine. Then her tongue changed, gaining a calm but decisive concern. You are troubled, she proclaimed. Then, once more, her voice swapped, becoming dreamy and affectionate. If only I had the power to poison your woes. Sigh. Kai blinked away the annoyance. What use of her lunatic corruption was, if ordinary people couldn't even understand her, he asked himself. To Celine, he said, hissing, as he caressed her dragon-like scales. Listen, and you must do as I say. Then Kai told her the words, reluctantly, and told her to recite them back to him. She was his item, too, but if it was in his hands, he would rather not weigh her shoulders with this responsibility. The ghost basilisk was too precious to be called disposable in the same terms as he had called Meg a disposable item. For one, Celine was a beast whose blood essence he would devour, making her his power. Second, she had the genome structure mutated by two of the most mysterious alien parasites, or pathogens, if her power was nothing but a sickness. It all made her almost invaluable. Time demanded a sacrifice from Kai, and he must know the mystery of his lore before continuing with his plans. This must be done, Kai told himself, steeling his nerves. Peter disappeared, assimilating himself into Kai, and Meg took out the jet wing and a steel-tipped arrow, knocking it instantly. Preparations were important for an undesirable outcome, to kill Celine, if necessary. Now, he commanded. Celine hissed solemnly, mystery slithering around her forked tongue. The devastating despair. The blue-skinned demon. The unforgivable cursed one. And the world trembled.